The foremost family of Huagua, the Hua family, has taken in a peculiar yet adorable little one, who sleeps soundly during the day and is full of energy at night. People are left wondering if this could be the reincarnation of a night owl. Ming Zai Zai. I am merely adjusting to the time difference, for the denizens of the underworld are indeed creatures of the night. Human caregiver. My little one sleeps whenever she pleases. Heir of the spiritual family. How about a day tour of the underworld for you? Would you like a glimpse into the afterlife? King of the underworld. Welcome to my realm. Chapter 1. Do you wish to be the father of the little one in the mortal realm? Hua family manor. In the parlor, the atmosphere is somewhat peculiar. Hua Chenling, the master of Hua Manor, sits at one end of a leather sofa, his expression cold and indifferent. At the other end, reclining on a daybed, is a cherubic little one with jet black hair and long eyelashes, sleeping soundly. Having remained in the same position for too long, the little one stirs, her chubby arms waving about before she manages to roll over and crawl toward Hua Chenling without even opening her eyes. With her soft little limbs clinging to his arm, she nuzzles her fluffy head against his leg, rolling over to expose her tiny belly, nearly drifting back to sleep. Hua Chenling glances at Song Qing, the director of the Hua Inn orphanage, who sits across from him. Director Song, you mentioned that this child is from your orphanage. May I inquire how she came to be at Hua Manor at 4 in the morning? Song Qing's expression is rather difficult to convey. Mr. Hua, Ming Zai Zai was brought to our orphanage by police officers a week ago, but she has proven quite challenging to care for. Seeing that Hua Chenling remains silent, Song Qing steels himself to continue. Mr. Hua, this child has a severely inverted schedule. She sleeps during the day and is active at night. My dark circles are a testament to this week of sleepless nights. Last night, during the heavy rain, she went missing, and my staff and I searched for her all night long, but this isn't the first time she has disappeared. Hua Chenling's voice is cold as he inquires. For instance, Song Qing gazes at the peacefully sleeping little one, his heart aching. On her first night at the orphanage, we discovered she was missing and found her under a small locust tree 300 meters away in the middle of the night. The following evening, she was again missing, discovered inside an abandoned oil drum in the backyard. For the next several nights, we took turns watching over her, and thankfully, we managed to keep an eye on her. Hua Chenling gently strokes the little one's soft hair, yet his voice remains icy. Last night was the 7th night, and you failed to supervise her? She made her way to my manor. Song Qing feels embarrassed. But it is indeed the truth. Even he, let alone the powerful Hua family patriarch, finds it hard to believe. The Hua Inn orphanage and Hua Manor are situated over 100 kilometers apart in the city, and this little one is merely 3.5 years old. How could she possibly have made her way here in the dead of night on her tiny legs? Yet, the security footage from Hua Manor shows that at around 4 in the morning, a patrol discovered the little one beneath the ancient locust tree on the manor's rear hill. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Song Qing rubs his hands together. Hua Chenling, feeling a surge of tenderness despite his recent emotional turmoil, contemplates keeping the little one by his side. He follows his heart, stating, "Then she shall reside with me from now on." Song Qing is taken aback. Mr. Hua, are you implying that you wish to adopt this child? Hua Chenling nods, affirming indeed. Song Qing is astonished. After all, Hua Chenling is known for his cold and unapproachable demeanor. Although he has 3 sons, it is common knowledge that he is a stern father. Could it be that he too finds the little one, despite her challenging nature, endearing? In truth, the Hua family, being the most prominent family in Huagua, is not lacking in resources or personnel. Adopting this little one would indeed be a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, it is essential to consider the little one's feelings. He crouches down beside her, speaking gently. Zai Zai, Zai Zai. Ming Zai Zai, still lost in her dreams, struggles to awaken, having exhausted herself from running around the previous night. Upon hearing the director's call, she makes an effort to lift her eyelids, gazing at him with her confused, watery eyes, and calls out sweetly, "Director Grandpa." Song Qing affectionately sighs, tenderly stroking her dark hair. Zai Zai, would you like to live with Daddy Hua from now on? Ming Zai Zai looked perplexed. Who is Daddy Hua? She already has a father. Her father resides in the underworld. No, wait. Father is the one who sent her to the mortal realm to find a human caregiver. The main issue is that her father is often too busy, and if she had been born in the human world instead of the underworld, she likely would have perished from neglect long ago. Fortunately, the Ming baby does not require sustenance. Thus, her father was responsible for her birth, but not her upbringing, and she has managed to grow to her current age of 3.5. One day, upon witnessing her using Mangpa soup as water, her father was alarmed and directly searched her soul. However, as she was born with a physical form, even after consuming the soup, she did not forget who her father was. After giving her a kiss on the cheek, he unceremoniously cast her out of the underworld. After all, the Ming baby possesses an immortal body, and her father need not worry about her safety. Hence her gaze shifts from director grandpa to Hua Ling, her heart filled with curiosity. This human caregiver seems destined for wealth, yet he also exhibits signs of an early demise, potentially facing misfortune in the coming days. Ming Zai blinks her large, dark eyes, her whites contrasting beautifully with her pupils, her eye sockets large, and her iris is as pure as crystal, captivating and enchanting. With chubby cheeks and a rosy mouth that forms a gentle smile, she speaks in a soft, childlike voice. Do you want to be Zai's daddy in the mortal realm? Huo Ling raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the term mortal realm. Ming Zai nods earnestly, explaining, yes, the mortal realm. Zai's real daddy lives in the underworld. Huo Ling feels a pang of sympathy. He picks up the little one from the sofa, looking into her clear, expressive eyes filled with affection and hope, and gently kisses her forehead. Very well, I shall be Zai's daddy in the mortal realm. Ming Zai is overjoyed, planting a kiss on his cheek. How wonderful! Zai has a daddy in the mortal realm. Zai can ask daddy to come pick her up later. Oh, and daddy, my surname is Ming, and my name is Ming Zai cannot be changed. Huo Ling feels a wave of compassion for her, recognizing that the little one likely does not understand that having family in the underworld signifies death, believing instead that her biological father will come to retrieve her. However, he refrains from shattering her illusions and instead goes along with her cheerful words. Very well, we shall not change your name, you shall remain Ming Zai. When 100 years have passed, your father from the underworld will come to fetch you. Ming Zai protests, no, daddy, my father from the underworld should come for me in 500 years, otherwise it will be too soon. Zai hasn't grown up yet and cannot assist daddy. Huo Ling and Song Qing are both amused by her innocent remarks. After their laughter, their hearts swell with tenderness. What a remarkably understanding little one she is. Huo Ling instructs the butler who has just entered, Butler Luo, a company director Song, to the orphanage to complete the adoption paperwork. Butler Luo nods. Yes, S.I.R.A.S. Song Qing and Butler Luo depart. Huo Ling prepares to introduce his newly adopted daughter to the manor when his wife, Zhang Ning, calls him. After ending the call, he gazes tenderly at the little one in his arms. Zai, daddy must step out for a moment. Will you play at home for now? Ming Zai could distinctly sense that the newly minted earthly father's life had entered a countdown. With a plaintive cry, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her soft, plump body nestling snugly into his broad and comforting embrace. Please don't go, daddy. Wherever you go, I want to be with you. The freshly minted earthly father simply could not depart for the underworld like this. The cherubic bundle in his arms, so adorably soft and entirely different from his 3 sons, tugged at Huo Ling's heartstrings. Then let's go together. Chapter 2. The big brother who will protect Zai appears. Inside the car, Ming Zai nestled in her earthly father's arms, enveloping him in her gentle presence. Even when she fell asleep, as long as they were together, she felt secure in his company. Huo Ling noticed his precious daughter's eyelids drooping heavily, and he gently poked her soft little cheek. Are you sleepy, Zai? Ming Zai could barely keep her eyes open, still adjusting to the time difference. As she opened her mouth, a large yawn escaped. Her little expression was so amusing that it caught Huo Ling, usually so reserved and serious, off guard, eliciting a smile from him. Sleep now. Daddy will hold you while you do. Ming Zai, in a soft and sleepy voice, sought reassurance. If Zai falls asleep, will daddy still hold me? Huo Ling nodded with a smile. Of course, in an instant, she was fast asleep. Huo Ling, momentarily at a loss, called her name gently. Zai? Receiving no response, he realized the little one truly had drifted off, leaving him in a mix of amusement and affection. He continued to hold her close to an hour later. The car halted in front of the inpatient department of Kanghua Hospital. Ho Chunling personally carried the cherubic bundle inside, ascending the stairs. Upon arriving at Zhang Ning's hospital room, the gentle smile on Ho Chunling's face faded instantly. His assistant, Zhang Kuei, opened the door, prompting Ho Chunling to stride into the room with the precious child in his arms. "Darling, you're here. Who is she?" Zhang Ning's pupils constricted sharply at the sight of the cherubic bundle in Ho Chunling's embrace. Ho Chunling glanced at his beloved daughter and explained in a neutral tone, "She is my newly adopted daughter." Zhang Ning stood in stunned disbelief, seemingly unable to process his words. "You just adopted a daughter? Why?" As the foremost family in Huagua, the Ho family needed sons, not daughters. He already had 3 sons and had silently adopted a daughter without a word. Ho Chunling frowned. "It was fate. The moment I saw Zai Zai, I was smitten. You mentioned before that you hoped we would have a daughter, didn't you?" Zhang Ning pressed her lips together, her complexion even paler than before. Steadying herself, she took a deep breath and got out of bed, approaching Ho Chunling, her emotions seemingly more composed. "May I hold her?" Ho Chunling nodded and handed Zai Zai over. As Zhang Ning received the cherubic bundle, her gaze swept past Ho Chunling's right ear, noting a slender black line almost forming a circle behind it. Any lingering bitterness within her dissipated instantly. It no longer mattered if he was cold to her. Once that black line formed a complete circle, Ho Chunling would fall deeply in love with her, never realizing she was not the true Zhang Ning. Her name was Zhang Jing, the twin sister Zhang Ning. Since childhood, she had been envious of her sister Zhang Ning despite their identical faces. Why could her sister marry Ho Chunling while she could not? 3 months prior, while attending an art exhibition, she and her sister had been in a car accident, resulting in Zhang Ning's immediate demise. At that time, Ho Chunling was abroad on business, and she, along with her parents, conspired to switch their identities, allowing her to take Zhang Ning's place as Ho Chunling's wife. Fearing Ho Chunling might detect something amiss, her father had enlisted a master to tamper with the food she prepared for him, resulting in that black line. Once Ho Chunling truly fell in love with her, even upon discovering her true identity as Zhang Jing, he would love her unconditionally. In time, they would have their own children. As for the adopted daughter, Ming Zai Zai sensed an ominous aura, instinctively opening her eyes. In truth, she had not awakened, it was merely a protective instinct. Her pitch-black, cold eyes made Zhang Ning instinctively loosen her grip. "What are you doing?" Ho Chunling felt a subtle shift in his wife's demeanor since the accident, an unsettling change that instinctively drew him away. Zhang Jing, recalling the chilling gaze of the cherubic bundle just moments ago, turned pale as she pointed at the child in his arms. "Darling." She suddenly opened her eyes. It was terrifying. Ho Chunling frowned in displeasure. "Zai Zai is sleeping soundly, Zhang Jing." She was unconvinced she could not have misinterpreted it. Desiring a closer look, she attempted to take Zai Zai back, but Ho Chunling denied her. "You're weak, you should rest. He'll visit you another day." Zhang Jing instinctively grasped his wrist. "Darling, I." Before she could finish, Ho Chunling had already freed himself from her grasp and turned to leave with Zai Zai. Zhang Jing stood rooted in place, her eyes filled with malice to Ho Chunling. "If I had known you would become the head of the Ho family, this marriage would never have been my sister's. Fortunately, she is gone. I will take her place and become the true Mrs. Ho. Just wait. In less than 3 days." The sinister aura surrounding her intensified with her malevolent thoughts, a sense that was, paradoxically, the very sustenance that Ming Zai Zai relished. Even in her slumber, her dainty nose twitched slightly. Her rosy lips even smacked together, a drool escaping from the corners of her mouth. Hearing the sound of her smacking lips, Ho Chunling found his cold, guarded demeanor softening upon seeing Zhang Ning, and a gentle smile graced his lips. "Little glutton, are you dreaming of delicious food?" Ming Zai Zai indeed felt hungry. The rich aroma had roused her from her slumber. Opening her drowsy eyes, she saw her earthly father still holding her, and her first reaction was to give him a big, soft smile. "Daddy," the cherubic bundle cooed sweetly, her tender voice melting even Ho Chunling's stoic facade. "Are you hungry, Zai Zai?" Ming Zai Zai nodded, her little body wriggling in her father's embrace until she soon climbed up resting her chin on his broad shoulder as her inky eyes gazed down the spacious, bright corridor in her view. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, nearly impenetrable, with countless shadows drifting toward her. Her father's physical condition was evidently deteriorating. Upon tilting her head, she noticed the black line behind his right ear was on the verge of forming a black ring. Ming Zai looked puzzled. "Daddy, did you take a bath?" "I bathed last night." "Why do you ask?" Ming Zai furrowed her little brows, observing the multitude of shadows swirling together until they twisted into a fine, thin black line. One end of the line connected to a nearby hospital room, while the other reached her father's ear. Ming Zai earnestly informed her father, "But, Daddy, there's something dark behind your ear. Can Zai help you take it off?" Ho Ling was slightly surprised he hadn't washed thoroughly, but listening to his beloved daughter's sweet voice, he smiled indulgently. "All right, thank you, Zai." Ming Zai beamed, revealing her tiny, pointed tiger teeth. "You don't need to thank me. Since Daddy is raising Zai in the mortal realm, as a form of gratitude, Zai will also protect Daddy." After declaring this, she deftly plucked the black line embedded within flesh and blood, then popped it into her mouth, devouring it with a couple of delightful bites. Ho Ling felt a slight itch behind his ear and gently touched it. It felt as if a heavy shackle had suddenly vanished, and the bitterness deep within him dissipated instantaneously. "Zai, is it done?" Ming Zai laughed cheerfully, exclaiming, All right, Daddy, your ears are now perfectly clean." Meanwhile, a piercing scream echoed from a nearby hospital room. "Ah!" Ming Zai, intrigued by the spectral entities tethered to both her caretaker and the other side, widened her curious eyes, observing intently. As she gazed, seizing the opportunity while her guardian's attention was diverted, she opened her little mouth and voraciously devoured the ghostly apparitions in the corridor. In the blink of an eye, the phantoms were completely consumed, while the cries from the hospital room intensified. Hua Ling, concerned that Zhang Ning might lose control of her emotions and frighten her, had no choice but to set her down at the entrance of the room. "Zai will wait for Daddy outside, all right?" Ming Zai nuzzled against her guardian's knee, responding in a sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, don't worry, Zai will definitely not run around." "Good girl." As the satisfied Ming Zai looked up, she noticed a boy in his teens rushing towards her from the direction of the elevator. Before she could utter a word, the boy scooped her up from the ground, holding her tightly in his embrace. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Ming Zai, bewildered, thought to herself, "Afraid? What is that?" Chapter 003 Congratulations, Mr. Hua. On the arrival of your precious daughter in the embrace of the elder brother, there lingered a faint scent, which she found rather pleasant and inhaled deeply. Achoo! The sneeze was quite forceful, leaving the little one momentarily dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure, her large eyes scanning the elder brother's form until they alighted upon a string of prayer beads adorning his wrist. Yet, she remained unaware of their significance. Her father had no time to impart such basic knowledge to her. Regardless, she would not starve. The staff of the Underworld were perpetually occupied, taking turns to play with her. Yet, with a diligent boss who was too busy even to care for his daughter, the employees were left with little respite. Thus, much of the time was spent with the little one amusing herself. Bai Mingxiu hastily checked on the situation of the little bundle in his arms, casting a quick glance around. To his surprise, the corridor, which had previously been suffused with a heavy aura of Yin, had transformed into a pristine space, devoid of its eerie presence. Noticing the little one suddenly let out a substantial sneeze, he instinctively tightened his hold on her. He inquired gently if the elder brother was feeling unwell, for even the most ordinary of individuals would experience discomfort upon encountering a trace of Yin energy. The consequences could be as dire as a severe illness or, in the worst cases, death. The Bai family had long possessed the ability to communicate with both realms. Yet as time progressed, society's inclination towards science led many to dismiss such notions as mere superstition. Over the years, even those from the Bai family who once communicated with the other realm had dwindled, leaving only Bai Mingxiu, who was born with the ability to see spirits and converse freely between the two worlds. Feeling a bit shy, the little one pointed at the prayer beads on the elder brother's wrist. "Elder brother, the scent from your beads makes me want to sneeze." With that, another soft sneeze escaped her. "Achoo!" Bai Mingxiu looked down, realizing she was referring to the prayer beads. He had worn them for 11 years, a gift from his great-grandfather upon his birth. Seeing the little one rubbing her nose, he promptly removed the beads and stowed them in his pocket. How about now? The little one continued to rub her nose, her voice sweet and childish. Although the scent lingered, it was considerably lighter. Achoo! Bai Mingxiu then took the little one to the nurse's station and requested a plastic bag to contain the prayer beads, and only then did her sneezing cease. Bai Mingxiu smiled gently. My name is Bai Mingxiu. And you, little one, what is your name? The little one's nose had turned a bright red. Her small stature and particularly delicate, fair skin made her rosy nose stand out, giving her a pitifully adorable appearance. Despite her soft voice, she spoke with conviction. Mingxiu Gij. I am Ming Zai Zai. Zai Zai, as in the Zai of Zai Zai. Bai Mingxiu expressed his surprise. Your surname is Ming? And your name is Zai Zai? Ming Zai Zai? The little one nodded, her eyes twinkling with joy. Yes, my father named me. Isn't it especially cute? Looking at the charmingly innocent little girl, Bai Mingxiu felt that the name Ming Zai suited her perfectly, both endearing and delightful. Zai Zai exclaimed with a childlike wonder. Even though my father is extremely busy, he still loves Zai Zai. When Bai Mingxiu arrived, he only saw Zai Zai by herself, and now, with no sign of adults, he could not help but inquire further. Did you come here with your father? Zai Zai replied softly, yes, but my father is in that hospital room over there. Someone was screaming in there just now. Bai Mingxiu followed her gaze, and at that moment, the elevator doors opened again, revealing Director Lu accompanied by several doctors and nurses, who hurriedly entered the room. Zai had indicated, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Though only 10 years old, Bai Mingxiu, as the heir of the Bai family, had been well educated since childhood. He exuded an innate elegance and was remarkably composed. Therefore, even amidst his surprise, he maintained a calm demeanor. Had it not been for the fact that the room belonged to Zai Zai's father, he might not have bothered to ask further. Zai Zai, did something happen to your father? Zai shook her head with confidence. No, with Zai Zai here, my father will live a long life and pass away peacefully. My father is perfectly fine. Recalling her father's instructions, Zai added, my father told me to wait for him outside, and Zai promised him. After saying this, she turned to Bai Mingxiu. Mingxiu Gij, why are you here? Bai Mingxiu explained that he had come to accompany his grandfather for a checkup, but had sensed the overwhelming energy on the top floor and rushed over to help. Much to his surprise, he found only a little bundle of joy, and the ominous energy had vanished unexpectedly. To avoid frightening her, Bai Mingxiu lovingly clarified, Mingxiu Gij is here to accompany family for a checkup just downstairs. Still concerned for Zai Zai's well-being, he was about to use his ability to assess her condition when the hospital room door swung open. Hua Chunling emerged, with Director Lu and others following closely behind. Upon seeing her earthly father, Zai quickly wriggled free from Bai Mingxiu's embrace and scurried over to her father, her little legs moving energetically. Hua Chunling instinctively bent down to scoop her up, his gaze landing on Bai Mingxiu. Mingxiu. Bai Mingxiu paused momentarily before regaining his composure. Hello, Uncle Hua. Zai, glancing between her father and Mingxiu Gij, chimed in with her soft, melodious voice. Mingxiu Gij, Daddy, do you both know each other? Bai Mingxiu was taken aback. Zai. The father you are referring to is Uncle Hua? The Bai and Hua families had long been family friends, and he had never heard of Uncle Hua having such a large daughter. Nestled comfortably in her father's arms, Zai blinked her big, dark eyes and sweetly explained, yes, Daddy is Zai's earthly father, while Zai's real father is in the underworld. In the underworld? Not only Bai Mingxiu, but even the director and doctors behind him understood the implications. This meant the little bundle's biological father had passed away. Thus, this must be Mr. Hua's adopted daughter. Hua Chunling cast a cold glance at the onlookers, but his tone softened significantly when he spoke of Zai. This is my daughter, named Ming Zai. We have just completed the adoption procedures. Everyone assumed she was Mr. Hua's illegitimate child, only to be astonished to learn she was adopted. Although they were puzzled as to why she hadn't taken Mr. Hua's surname, no one was foolish enough to inquire further given Mr. Hua's esteemed status. They smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations, Mr. Hua, on the arrival of your precious daughter. After Director Lu and the medical staff departed, Hua Chenling approached Bai Mingshu while still holding Zai Zai. Did you come here with Uncle Bai? Bai Mingshu nodded. Yes, I accompanied my grandfather for a health checkup. And everything is well. Hua Chenling responded affirmatively. That's good. Bai Mingshu recalled that his grandfather had mentioned Aunt Zhang had not been seen since the car accident 3 months prior. And now seeing Uncle Hua emerge from the hospital room, he hesitated before asking, Uncle Hua, may I visit Aunt Zhang? A flicker of sharpness flashed in Hua Chenling's eyes, although his voice remained calm. You may. Zai Zai, eager to see the people inside, requested, Daddy, can Zai Zai go in with Mingshu Gij? Faced with his sweet, fragrant little daughter, Hua Chenling's expression softened. All right, Daddy will accompany Zai Zai to take a look. Chapter 004. This aunt has no children. Zhang Jing had been administered a sedative and was now asleep. Her complexion appeared even more pallid than before, her entire visage reflecting a greater weariness. Upon seeing the woman, Zai Zai recalled the ominous energy she had sensed earlier while the woman was unconscious, her sparkling eyes darting about. Daddy, who is this? Only then did Hua Chenling remember that he had yet to introduce his family members to his daughter. Zai Zai, this is your father's wife, and also your mother. The little one blinked her bright, shimmering eyes, and from her perspective, the earthly father was burdened with a wife of deep-rooted misfortune, carrying the weight of lives lost. With a puzzled expression, she asked her father, Daddy, you are so wonderful. Why do you have such a wife? Hu Chnl and was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by such a wife? Is there truly something wrong with her? Had the subtle changes he observed over the past 3 months not been mere figments of his imagination? BIMNGX, maintaining his composure, activated his ability to perceive the unseen and frowned upon noticing the faint aura of negativity surrounding Aunt Ziching. Uncle Hu, has Aunt Ziching displayed any unusual behaviors recently? Hu Chnl and glanced at the little bundle in his arms. Then at BIMNGX's serious demeanor, his gaze slowly darkening with concern. There have indeed been some minor changes. For example, she used to love drinking milk, but now she only consumes blood swallow. Previously, she enjoyed painting and attending art exhibitions, yet now she refrains from even glancing at them. Her parents mentioned that 3 months ago, after an incident at an art exhibition with her younger sister, she has abstained from painting, as her sister perished in that event. The little one sniffled and then let out a mighty sneeze. BIMNGX recalled that she had previously inhaled the sandalwood fragrance from his bracelet, also resulting in a sneeze. His eyes swiftly scanned the corners of the hospital room and indeed spotted a trace of ashes beneath the curtain at the wall's edge. Hu Chnl's attention was diverted by the little one's sneeze. CICI, what is the matter? The little one began to rub her nose, quickly reddening the tip. Daddy, the scent in this room is the same as the one on MNGX's bracelet. It makes me uncontrollably want to sneeze. Achoo! Achoo! Hu Chnl hurriedly pulled the curtain wide open and pushed the window ajar for ventilation. BIMNGX dipped his fingers into the ashes and brought them to his nose for a whiff. Hu Chnl, cradling the little one, approached him with sharp, penetrating eyes. What is this? BIMNGX did not conceal the truth. Uncle Hu, this is incense ash. Aunt H's younger sister passed away at the scene, and since she was close to her, Aunt H often burned incense in her room. While that was the explanation, Hu Chnl harbored doubts. His wife, known for her gentle and composed nature, would never engage in the act of burning incense for a relative in a hospital setting, regardless of the circumstances. Nevertheless, her reasoning was impeccable. After all, 3 months had elapsed, and her frequent nightmares of the car accident seemed to justify her actions. Yet, BIMNGX's sudden appearance and mention of the incense ash indicated that something was amiss. The Hu and BI families had been friends for centuries, and Hu Chnl was aware of BIMNGX's extraordinary abilities. In the past, he had dismissed such notions, but now he found it difficult to ignore. With that thought, he spoke slowly. MNGX, take a closer look. Certainly, Uncle Hu, noticing the little one's nose turning red from rubbing. Hu Chnl swiftly carried her out of the hospital room. Upon stepping outside, the little one ceased her nose rubbing. Hu Chnl found it amusing. CICI, are you allergic to the incense ash? The little one nodded obediently, believing so. Daddy, do you have babies? Hu Chnl thought of his 3 sons, warmth blossoming in his gaze. CICEI, you have 3 biological brothers. The little one looked even more puzzled. Biological brothers? But, Daddy, that Anne inside is destined to be childless due to her deep-rooted misfortune. Hu Chnl's heart jolted. You say she is destined to be childless? The little one nodded vigorously. Having chosen this earthly father, she spoke candidly. Indeed, I cannot be mistaken. Hu Chnl's expression turned uncertain as he scrutinized the little one more closely, his peripheral vision scanning the surroundings, relieved to find no one nearby. He carried her to the adjacent lounge, a familiar space where he sometimes stayed when his wife lost control of her emotions. It felt quite safe. CICI, can you tell Daddy what you saw when you went in? The little one observed her father's cautious demeanor, her dark eyes twinkling as she tilted her head side to side, her nervousness adorably evident. She recalled her origins from the underworld and recognized her earthly father. The king of the underworld had advised her not to frighten humans. Thus, she endeavored to express her thoughts without alarming her earthly father. Daddy, I saw that aunt bearing the weight of lives lost. You are pure-hearted, and she should not be considered family. Hu Chnl pondered, so, like BIMNGX, you possess the ability to see the unseen? He recalled the moment she appeared beneath the ancient locust tree in his estate. CICEI, how did you travel from the orphanage to Daddy's home? The little one chuckled. I saw a gigantic locust tree in Daddy's estate on television. I adore locust trees, so while the director and others were asleep, I took the subway to find you. No resident of the underworld dislikes locust trees. Hu Chnl remarked. What a brave little one you are. He pinched her chubby cheeks, a mix of fondness and worry surging within him. Aren't you afraid of being abducted? Many denizens of the underworld roamed the earth, especially during the 7th month, when their numbers swelled. Hu Chnl's lips twitched, marveling at her audacity. Contemplating the fact that the little one also possessed the ability to perceive the unseen, he furrowed his brow. He held her a bit tighter, lowering his voice to impart a warning. CICEI, you must not speak of what you see to anyone except Daddy and MNGX, understood? Though she did not fully comprehend, she nodded obediently. Daddy, I understand. Hu Chnl kissed her forehead, his gaze drifting towards the wall, reflecting on his wife. No, that person could not be his wife, Zhing, but rather his sister-in-law, Jing, who had perished in the accident. The true victim of the accident was his wife, Zhing. Hu Chnl's expression darkened as he exited the lounge with the little one, just in time to encounter BIMNGX emerging from the hospital room. Uncle Hu. Hu Chnl nodded at him while cradling the little one. MNGX. Come with me to a place. BIMNGX seemed to understand their destination. All right. 2 hours later, the Maybach came to a halt at an outlying cemetery. The little one had fallen asleep in the car, and upon arrival, Hu Chnl carried her out, with BIMNGX closely following. The trio approached the gravestone of Zhing. Hu Chnl nodded at BIMNGX, who responded quietly, circling the gravestone. His fingertips lightly glided across his forehead, and after opening his yin-yang eyes, even the typically composed BIMNGX staggered in shock. So many spirits. Yet, as it was daytime, under the blazing sun, they dared only to reveal their darkened heads. Some, unable to endure the intense sunlight, even placed their eyes on the gravestone to peer out. BIMNGX thought to himself that the sight was rather surreal. If he weren't so accustomed to seeing spirits since childhood, he might have fainted on the spot. Noticing his stumble, Hu Chnl hurriedly extended a hand to support him. MNGX, what is the matter? Is this situation more complex than I anticipated? Hu Chnl knew BIMNGX was usually steady. As the BI family could communicate with the unseen, so few things could truly rattle him. BIMNGX wore a somewhat perplexed expression. It's nothing, just. There are quite a few onlookers. This is my first encounter, and I was taken aback. I hope I didn't embarrass you, Uncle Hu. Hu Chnl quickly surveyed the surroundings. This cemetery spanned over 10,000 acres, so it was not unusual to encounter such entities. But is daytime, after all? BIMNGX also appeared puzzled. I don't know. But it seems that all who can emerge have done so, and they are all watching us. No. Upon closer inspection, BIMNGX realized that the spirits were fixated on the little one cradled in Hu Ch and Leng's arms. Without a second thought, he stepped forward to shield her from view. Uncle Hua observed that they seemed to be gazing at the little one. Huo Chenling's expression turned icy, his gaze suddenly sharp and commanding. The little one, feeling the warmth of the embrace, sensed a surge akin to bubbling oil in a pan and instinctively attempted to wriggle away. Her soft little arms brushed against something cool, and upon opening her eyes, she playfully requested a hug from her older brother, Mingxiu. Mingxiu Gidge, hug me. Mingxiu, though surprised, quickly turned and enveloped her in his arms. Huo Chenling experienced a moment of confusion, but then recalled that the little one possessed the ability to see spirits and promptly stepped forward to shield the two children behind him. Given that Mingxiu was still quite young, it was unwise for him to use his special sight for prolonged periods, lest it lead to a depletion of his vitality. After ensuring that nothing unusual lingered near Zhang Jing's tombstone, he decisively closed his eyes to the ethereal world. As he shut his eyes, he failed to notice the spirits around them, all displaying expressions of longing upon spotting the little one. The spirits, most of whom were visiting the mortal realm during the ghost month to check on their loved ones, were familiar with the little girl. Seeing the daughter of the king of hell nestled in a human's embrace stirred their excitement. They began to chatter animatedly. Ah, is that the little one? Indeed, I heard that our esteemed boss was so busy he entrusted his daughter to a human caretaker. I never thought it would be true. I recall brother by mentioning it. Looks like we can't rush things anymore. Yes, even if we hurry to reincarnate, we must follow the proper procedures of the underworld, especially since our boss has left his daughter in someone else's care. Oh dear, it's been so long since I last saw her. She seems even cuter now. Look at that sleepy expression. I just want to give her a kiss. Go on then, but be wary, for she is near a member of the Bai family who can communicate with the spirit world. If you frighten him, do you think the ancestors of the Bai family won't take the opportunity to give you a fright? Come on, we're law-abiding citizens of the underworld. Surely, even the Bai ancestors wouldn't misuse their power, would they? Ha ha ha. Why not try scaring him with your tragic appearance? The little one, recognizing the familiar voices, felt too drowsy to respond and snuggled deeper into Mingxiu's embrace, continuing her peaceful slumber. Mingxiu, having assessed the situation, shook his head at Huo Chenling. Uncle Hua, I haven't seen Aunt Zhang. All right. As Huo Chenling prepared to take the little one into his arms, Mingxiu smiled at her serene sleep. Uncle Hua, let me carry her. She's not heavy. Huo Chenling hesitated, aware that he could see nothing. If something inexplicable were to occur, Mingxiu was undoubtedly the best protector for the little one. Thank you for your help. Mingxiu shook his head with a grin. It's no trouble. I adore her. Huo Chenling cautioned him. The little one has the ability to see spirits. Mingxiu paused, surprised. Oh, Huo Chenling's countenance grew serious. She noticed something unusual in the hospital room. Mingxiu frowned in thought, processing this revelation. After a moment, Huo Chenling offered a slight smile and gently patted his shoulder. Even if you do not speak, I plan to visit the Bai family later to seek Uncle Bai's assistance. The two shared a few more words before falling into a comfortable silence as they approached the cemetery gate. Perhaps it was the peculiar sensation that had lingered in their minds, now finding an explanation. Or perhaps it was the imminent revelation of Zhang Jing as true nature. Or perhaps it was simply the presence of the sweet little one beside them that softened Huo Chenling's demeanor, rendering him far more gentle than his usual cold self. As night fell, the little one, though still somewhat drowsy, was roused by her human caretaker for dinner. As they sat down, Huo Chenling suddenly realized a pressing issue. Little one, I'm sorry, I forgot to feed you today. Mingxiu was taken aback. Uncle Hua, are you saying that you and the little one haven't eaten all day? For the first time in his life, the head of the Hua family felt a twinge of embarrassment. In his busyness, he often neglected meals, and with 3 sons previously cared for by his wife and a housekeeper, he had momentarily forgotten his wife's advice that children should eat smaller meals more frequently. The little one opened her rosy lips and yawned widely, her sleepy expression melting Huo Chenling's heart. When she spoke, her innocent demeanor made him feel a wave of shame. Daddy, it's all right. I usually sleep during the day and only eat and play at night. I'm not hungry during the day. She had snacked quite a bit, feeling quite full. Hua Qinling recalled Song Qing mentioning the little one's reversed day-night cycle and realized this was unacceptable for her health. Before he could voice his concerns, Mingxiu interjected, "Little one, you should play during the day and sleep at night. Otherwise, you won't grow tall." The little one, not wanting to be short, jolted awake at this revelation. Her dark, glistening eyes widened, and her cheeks puffed up as she declared, "Then I'll play during the day and sleep at night. I don't want to be short. I want to grow tall." She glanced at her human caretaker, assessing him quickly. "I want to be as tall as Daddy." Both Hua Qinling and Mingxiu were amused by her innocent words and adorable expressions. When Mingxiu noticed Uncle Hua's smile, he could hardly believe his eyes. If Si Jin, Si Ju, and Si Chen were to witness this, they might suspect that Hua Qinling was indeed their father. After dinner, Hua Qinling drove the two to the Bai family's ancestral home. The Bai family residence was a traditional courtyard, sprawling over several acres, adorned with pavilions and intricately carved beams, reminiscent of royal gardens from historical dramas. The little one found joy in this place, as it bore similarities to her residence in the underworld. Even though she hadn't rested well during the day, the night invigorated her spirit. Soon, they arrived at the main hall, where Old Master Bai had been eagerly waiting for Hua Qinling's arrival. "Uncle Bai," Old Master Bai smiled warmly. "Qinling, welcome. Please, have a seat." His gaze then fell upon the little one cradled in Hua Qinling's arms, and upon seeing her, his brows furrowed momentarily before relaxing again. However, Hua Qinling did not miss this subtle reaction and introduced her with a smile. "Uncle Bai, this is my daughter, Ming Zai Zai." Old Master Bai was momentarily taken aback. "Her surname is Ming?" Hua Qinling nodded. "Yes." Concerned about any potential issues surrounding her surname, Hua Qinling felt compelled to ask, "Is there a problem with this surname?" Old Master Bai shook his head with a smile. "It's not that there's a problem with the surname. It's just that I haven't heard it in many years, and it caught me off guard." What truly astonished him was that he found this little one inscrutable. Not only did he find her enigmatic, but he also felt a vague sense of trepidation. This was truly perplexing. A seemingly innocent little girl, with her tender pink cheeks and bright, curious eyes, was smiling at him. Mingxiu noticed his grandfather's unusual expression and, recalling the reason for Hua Qinling's visit, spoke up. "Grandpa, Uncle was said that Zai Zai can see those things." Old Master Bai's brows knitted together. "This little one can see them?" Hua Qinling affirmed. "Yes." Old Master Bai could no longer remain seated. He quickly rose, his once dull eyes now sparkling with intrigue. "Zai Zai, let Grandpa take a closer look at you." Though puzzled, the little one trusted her father and Mingxiu completely. "Okay." Her voice was soft and sweet, exuding the innocence of a child who appeared no older than 3.5 years. Old Master Bai felt elated, and, as his fingers gently brushed her forehead, he prepared to peer through the veil of reality to discern the true nature of this little one. As soon as her fingertips brushed against the space between the brows of the little one, before the celestial eye could open, a chilling and malevolent force surged forth from the little one's brow. The elder Bai winced in pain, his visage transforming in an instant. The little one quickly covered her forehead with her hands, simultaneously grasping the elder Bai's finger that was poised upon her brow. "Elder Bai, Daddy said not to touch my forehead. It hurts a lot." The elder Bai indeed felt pain, yet it seemed that due to the little one's grip on his finger, the previously piercing agony was merely a fade. Hua Qinling immediately deduced that the daddy the little one referred to must be her biological father, who was well aware of her unique condition. Observing the elder Bai's pallor, Hua Qinling promptly inquired, "Elder Bai, are you all right?" The elder Bai's expression was a tumult of emotions, but his face had gone ashen. He understood that had the little one not intervened, the outcome might have been dire. What manner of yin-yang I possessed such ferocity? The elder Bai's mind was shaken, and his earlier intention to take the little one as a disciple dissipated in an instant. Such formidable power warranted a disciple far more capable than he. He then noticed something peculiar from their brief contact. "Mingxiu, take the little one to play. Grandfather and your uncle Hua have matters to discuss." A flicker of concern crossed by Mingxiu's eyes. "Yes, grandfather." The little one beamed at the prospect of playing with Mingxiu. "Where are we going to play, brother Mingxiu?" After a moment's thought, Bai Mingxiu suggested, "Little one, would you like to see where Brother Mingxiu lives?" The little one, intrigued, replied, "Sure." Then she remembered she now had a daddy and needed to consult him. "Daddy, can I go play with Brother Mingxiu?" Hu Chunling stroked her head. "Of course. Once Daddy finishes talking with Elder Bai, I will come and fetch you." "All right." Bai Mingxiu took the little one by the hand, and they departed, while Elder Bai led Hu Chunling into the study. As soon as the door closed, Elder Bai's demeanor became grave. Hu Chunling's lips pressed together slightly. "Elder Bai, is there something concerning the little one?" Elder Bai nodded. "Chunling, where did you encounter this child?" Hu Chunling did not conceal the truth. "Under the big locust tree at the back of my estate. She is an orphan from Huan Orphanage, and I have formally adopted her." Elder Bai frowned. "An orphan? By the locust tree?" Before Hu Chunling could respond, Elder Bai continued, "Has she undergone a physical examination?" Although the Bai family could communicate with yin and yang, they also placed faith in the natural sciences. Hu Chunling's voice remained steady. "Not yet. I intended to take her to the hospital today for a checkup, but my wife's situation delayed that." "Elder Bai, please speak frankly." Elder Bai nodded solemnly. "Chunling, though I cannot fully comprehend this child, that momentary contact revealed to me that she was destined for an early demise. By rights, she should not still be alive." Hu Chunling's pupils constricted. "Early demise?" Elder Bai extended his right index finger, which appeared charred, as if it had been seared by something fierce. "Indeed, there is a prohibition within her that is exceedingly tyrannical. As a practitioner like myself, I cannot forcibly touch her." Hu Chunling fell silent for several seconds. When he spoke again, his tone was resolute. "Regardless, she is my daughter now. As my daughter, I will never allow her to meet an early demise." Elder Bai was taken aback by Hu Chunling's fervor towards the little one, for everyone in Jing City knew of Hu Chunling's sternness towards children. Realizing Hu Chunling's determination, Elder Bai understood his purpose. "I cannot assist with her yin-yang eye. We shall wait for my old master to emerge from seclusion and then assess the situation." Hu Chunling rose to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Bai." Elder Bai waved his hand, a look of concern on his face. "Be vigilant regarding the little one." "I understand." After discussing for a while longer, the two exited the study, and Hu Chunling proceeded to fetch the little one from Bai Mingxiu. The little one was lively in the evening, and even though she had not rested well during the day, she was still adjusting to the time difference. In the car, she noticed her daddy appeared somewhat downcast. "Daddy, what is wrong?" Hu Chunling embraced the little one, gently squeezing her chubby little arm. "Little one, Daddy will ensure you grow up safely and live to a ripe old age." The little one blinked her large, dark eyes, a mix of confusion and innocence in her gaze. "Do not worry, Daddy. I will also ensure you live to a ripe old age. With me around, no one can harm my daddy, and I will protect my 3 brothers too, ensuring they live long lives." Having such a caring daddy, she knew she must also look after her daddy's family. The unpleasant aunt at the hospital could be disregarded, but she was determined to protect her 3 brothers. 7-year-old Huo Clan exchanged puzzled glances with the little one in the car. "Little one, who are you?" In Chapter 007, the little one truly promised to support your future generations. Hu Chunling presented a different demeanor to his son, his expression blank and detached. "Huo Clan, this is your sister." The little one, Huo Clan, froze, reacting instinctively upon seeing his father. But upon hearing his father's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Little one? Sister? Mama's been hospitalized for 3 months. Where did she get a sister from? And her name is Little One." Faced with his father's icy gaze, Huo Clan quickly fell silent. The little one glanced at her daddy and then out at the older boy, noticing the similarity in their features. She immediately understood the older boy's identity. She wriggled out of her daddy's embrace and clambered down from the car. Hu Chunling and Huo Clan were momentarily taken aback by her nimbleness, as the little one had already latched onto Huo Clan's leg. "You're my big brother, right?" "Hello, big brother. I am Mingzai, 3.5 years old." Being quite petite, the little one barely reached Huo Clan's waist, despite him being only 7. To ensure the older brother could see her, she stood on her tiptoes, craning her neck and blinking her beautiful big eyes, gazing intently at him. Her adorable demeanor was utterly charming. Huo Clan was enchanted, yet he remained a bit proud, struggling to maintain his composure. He stammered as he spoke, his gaze drifting. You're only 3.5. So small. The little one nodded seriously, as if she were a grown-up. Indeed, I am quite small, so I must seek out Daddy. But do not worry, big brother. Although I am small, I can definitely protect Daddy and you. Hua Xiqing was bewildered. Protect us? The little one nodded earnestly. Yes. Hua Xiqing questioned, You'll take care of me? The little one affirmed, yes. Sensing Hua Xiqing's dissatisfaction, she tilted her head and added, If you wish. I can also help take care of your future generations. Hua Xiqing was momentarily speechless, but then he was swiftly scolded by his father. Hua Xiqing, the little one is your sister. Is it proper for a brother to say such things about his own sister? Hua Xiqing felt utterly wronged. But Dad, she said she would take care of me and my future generations. She's cursing me. The little one looked bewildered. No, big brother, I'm speaking the truth. I can truly help you and your future generations. Hua Xiqing exclaimed, Dad, see, she is saying it again. Hua Chunling gently took the little one's chubby hand. Little one, do not mind your big brother. Daddy will take you inside to meet your second brother. Hua Xiqing wondered if this was truly their cold and indifferent father. Suddenly, he dashed toward the living room, shouting, Second brother, come down quickly. Dad has gone mad. Hua Chunling observed the little one, listening intently, and quickly interjected, Big brother. Daddy is not mad. He is perfectly fine. Hua Xiqing was fast, but he was no match for the little one's speed. As he ascended the steps with his long legs, the chubby little bundle unexpectedly darted into the living room. Hua Siju, descending the stairs, felt a sudden weight on his leg, something warm and soft clinging to him. Looking down, he found himself locking eyes with the little one. With a click of his tongue, he lifted the child into his arms. Weighing her gently, he noted her considerable heft. You must be the little one? The newest member of our family? The little bundle's eyes sparkled as she affectionately wrapped her arms around her older brother's neck, sniffing him and detecting a scent reminiscent of her father. Hello, big brother. I am Ming Zai Zai, and I am 3.5 years old. At that moment, Hua Chunling burst in, still shouting. Second brother, don't hold her. She has a bit off in the head. She claims she'll take care of me and my descendants. Zai Zai pouted, raising her chin in defiance. Third brother, Zai Zai speaks only the truth. My mind is perfectly fine. It is you, dear second brother, who seems a tad unusual. She caught a whiff of something faintly metallic on him. It was absent from her father and not present when she had embraced the third brother. Clinging to her second brother's neck, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Let them come. She would mark her territory. No wicked creature would dare to harm her kin. She would unleash her fury. Hua Chunling, witnessing this scene, felt a knot form in his stomach. The second brother had a severe cleanliness obsession and a rather unpredictable temperament. Though he held Zai Zai now, it did not necessarily mean he was fond of her, especially since she had just kissed him. Hua Chunling frowned and swiftly approached, taking Zai Zai from the second brother's arms. Zai Zai adores you. Hua Siju, regaining his composure, brushed his cheek, feeling a hint of moisture. Realizing what it was, his demeanor soured. Yet the little one remained blissfully unaware. Beaming at him with radiant joy, Hua Siju muttered under his breath, unable to contain himself. Second brother, she is just a child. Don't hold her to the same standards. Zai Zai suddenly focused on the faint wisps of dark mist hovering above Hua Siju's head. Second brother, have you encountered any spirits recently? Hua Chunling, face-palming, exclaimed, Zai Zai, I fear I can't save you. The second brother had two major taboos, a severe cleanliness obsession and a disdain for supernatural phenomena, which made him irritable if mentioned. Hua Chunling's expression darkened upon hearing Zai Zai's words. She must have seen something in Siju. Hua Siju let out a derisive laugh, his eyes glinting with defiance. How could a mere girl be of any consequence? Hua Chunling's expression hardened, ready to reprimand, but Zai Zai's soft voice interrupted. Second brother, they knew it a mere nothing, Vaderisva. Noticing the growing malice in the second brother's eyes, the atmosphere in the living room thickened with unease. Zai Zai gently pressed her tiny fingers against his brow, dispelling the darkness in his gaze. He looked at the chubby little one with curiosity. Zai Zai, with a sweet, innocent tone, she inquired, Second brother, have you been to any unusual places lately? Hua Siju could not dismiss the sensation he had felt earlier, and Zai Zai's gaze was refreshingly pure. Nearby, Hua Chunling furrowed his brow, feeling discontent. Their uncle had called him to visit an abandoned villa in the suburbs. and he couldn't understand why the second brother was summoned there. Hua Chunling's eyes narrowed dangerously. The Zhang family again. Chapter 008. Zai Zai's concern. Zai Zai silently committed this to memory. The suburbs, the abandoned villa. Once night fell and her father and brothers were asleep, she would sneak a glance. Observing her father's somber expression, she hurriedly embraced him, sweetly reassuring, "Father, it's all right. Zai Zai will protect you." Hua Chunling quickly masked his somber demeanor. Such feelings were not suitable for Zai Zai to witness. He gently caressed Zai Zai's chubby cheeks before looking down at Huasiju. Huasiju nodded, disregarding the drool on his cheek. "Zai Zai, I apologize. It was wrong of the second brother." The little one stretched her arms toward him, her tender voice charmingly appealing. "It's not second brother's fault. Something bad is bothering him." Huasiju raised an eyebrow. "Something bad?" Before Zai Zai could elaborate, Hua Chunling redirected the conversation. Huasiju, already cradling Zai Zai, smiled widely. "Father, how about Siju and Chunling take Zai Zai upstairs?" Hua Chunling declined. "No need. I will take her up. It's best that fewer people know about her ability to see strange things." It wasn't a matter of distrust toward his own sons. He simply feared that the Zhang family might exploit their connection to his children to target Zai Zai. After speaking, Hua Chunling took Zai Zai from Hua Siju's arms and carried her away. Hua Chunling rubbed his eyes. "Second brother, has our father truly lost his senses? He cherishes that little bundle as if she were a priceless treasure." Hua Siju crossed his arms, gazing at his father ascending the stairs with Zai Zai. There was indeed a noticeable change, but it felt rather delightful, did it not? Hua Chunling looked perplexed. What is delightful about it? Hua Siju brushed back his slightly long hair. There is a touch of warmth in him. Hua Chunling pondered this, realizing it might indeed be true. "Second brother, have you truly accepted this little sister? No objections?" Hua Siju smiled at him. "When did I say I disliked her? I have changed my mind. I adore Zai Zai." Hua Chunling jokingly jabbed at his second brother. "Is that love for her drool, or her claim that you've seen ghosts?" Hua Siju touched his cheek where Zai Zai had kissed him, then affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair. At 3.5 years old, she is still a delightful little sister. As older brothers, we must be magnanimous, understand? Hua Chunling looked forlorn. "But cousin Tuan Tuan is also 3.5, and you avoid her like the plague." Hua Siju scoffed, hands in his pockets, moving toward the exit. "Can a cousin compare to our little sister? What are you thinking?" Seeing his second brother heading out, Hua Chunling hastily followed. "Where are you going?" "I'm coming too." In the bedroom, Zai Zai was joyfully playing in the adorably pink princess room. Hua Chunling observed her for quite some time, relieved to see how genuinely happy she was. After greeting her, he descended to the study on the first floor. To be cautious, he summoned Butler Luo upon entering the study. "Ensure the manor's main gate is secure, as well as the side gate to the rear mountain. The young lady has the ability to see things beyond the ordinary. We must keep this knowledge limited." "Understood, sir." "What of the two young masters?" "They have gone out, claiming to buy gifts for the young lady." A faint smile crossed Hua Chunling's eyes. His sons were courteous enough to welcome their sister. However, he waved off thoughts of the second son's previous sharpness, allowing Butler Luo to exit. With a soft click, as he conversed with Jiang Lin, Hua Chunling glanced at the study door. A small, shadowy head peeked in, followed by a pair of bright, dark eyes. The child's eyes were as dark as ink, filled with curiosity as she gazed into the room. Upon spotting the father sitting behind the desk, she quickly pushed open the door and dashed towards him with a puffing sound. "Daddy, good, just like that." Hu Chnl hurriedly hung up the phone and crouched down to catch the little one, who came charging at him like a cannonball. "What brings you here, my little one?" The child let out a soft sound, snuggling in her father's embrace, displaying her adorably innocent charm. "I miss Daddy. Daddy is so gentle. I just want a hug." Moreover, she needed to ensure her father's safety, for the night was particularly active with spirits, and she wished to guard him. Hu Chnl felt a fleeting warmth in his heart as he held the soft, tender child in his arms. Though he had 3 sons, his stern demeanor towards them was a consequence of their gender. Daughters, however, deserved to be cherished, especially one as sweet and lovely as this little girl. Hu Soft Kuz melted even his stoic heart. Holding her close, He inhaled the faint scent of milk emanating from her, and his previously stern expression softened. Daddy misses you too. The nanny had already bathed the child and dressed her in a pink nightgown, making her appear even more delicate and enchanting. Reflecting on his late wife's wish for a daughter, Huo eyes grew gentler. The little one was instantly captivated by an album. Daddy, what is this? Having only seen black and white photographs in the underworld, she was astonished to discover the existence of colorful pictures. The woman in the photo resembled the nanny she had met earlier. Yet her gaze was uniquely tender, smiling warmly at her, prompting the child to smile back. Daddy, is this mommy? Huo nodded gently. Yes, this is your mother. Suddenly, the child asked, where is mommy? Huo pressed his lips together, a flicker of severity crossing his eyes. Mommy, like your biological father, has gone to the underworld. The child froze for a moment. Did that mean her mother in the human world had passed away? A hint of unease washed over her, her voice becoming small. Daddy, did my arrival cause mommy's death? In the underworld, even if one did not reincarnate, no babies would be born. She was an exception. Because of her birth, her mother's soul was scattered. The king of the underworld had told her that her mother loved her and willingly traded her eternity for her life. But what about this mother in the human realm? Was it because she was different, burdened by heavy energy, that she had died? Chapter 009. Gratitude requires affection for the first time. Huo witnessed the child's anxious demeanor, quickly leaning down to kiss her chubby cheek. It's not your fault. It's Daddy who failed to protect you. A shadow of pain crossed his eyes. He had long been accustomed to hiding his emotions, remaining indifferent. The only feelings he harbored were for his wife and children. Although he could not claim to have deeply loved his wife, he never denied her merit as a good spouse and an exceptional mother. Even if he did not love her deeply, he provided her with everything a husband could offer. Despite his long-standing disdain for the Zhang family's conduct, he had turned a blind eye to their actions for his wife's sake. Had it not been for the child's arrival, he might still be oblivious to his wife's passing, as the Zhang family had manipulated the situation to his detriment. The child, having removed something from behind his ear, might not have seen it, but he knew what it was. No wonder, whenever he saw his wife in the hospital, he felt an inexplicable sense of something amiss. Each attempt to pierce through the fog of confusion was thwarted by his own thoughts. The little one was taken aback. Not me. Listening to her father, she hurriedly hugged him tightly, her tender voice offering comfort. Daddy is already doing great. The father in the underworld told me that life and death are destined. Everyone will eventually go to the underworld. Mommy is so gentle, she would never blame you. Huo lowered his gaze at the soft child in his arms. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, fearfully seeking to ease his sadness, comforting him in a childlike manner. Gradually, the emptiness in his heart began to settle. He gently pressed his forehead against hers, wishing to alleviate her worries. Yes, you're right. Everyone will die, just at different times. As for your mother's death, I will ensure the Zhang family regrets their actions from 3 months ago. The child, surprised, inquired, Daddy, aren't I going to sleep by myself? Huo, perceiving her thoughts, found it somewhat amusing. The little one wore her feelings on her sleeve, as if she were about to shout her desires. Daddy, I'm not done playing. I want to explore more places. I don't want to sleep. Not addressing her, Huo chose to ignore her intentions. However, he had matters to attend to and left after playfully teasing her for a while. The estate was well secured, and the reversal of black and white could not happen instantaneously. He couldn't push the child too hard. The little one lay on her father's large bed, tossing and turning, quietly listening for a moment. Once she confirmed that he was busy again, she perked up and crawled to the edge of the bed. The bed was quite high, so she first lowered her little legs before inching her way down. As she moved, something wrapped around her tiny feet. The familiar energy began to permeate the bedroom, and the child's pupils widened in fascination. This had to be a new spirit. Otherwise, no spirit would dare seize her. Seeking death, ignoring the presence, she continued her descent, but the blanket was too slippery, and she lost her grip, landing with a thud on the ground. The soft cashmere carpet cushioned her fall, and the eerie, ghostly energy surged towards her. The child opened her mouth wide and devoured it. Simultaneously, A heart-wrenching scream erupted from a bedroom on the second floor of the Zhang family villa. Ah, the child hadn't consumed all the black mist, leaving a small portion behind. Seizing the opportunity as the mist attempted to flee, she followed it with the grace of a swan. Hu Chnl's main bedroom was on the third floor, and the child pursued the black mist to the balcony, leaping off without hesitation. Despite her plump form, her movements were astonishingly light. She landed silently and disappeared into the dense night like a specter. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, since the master had instructed it, Butler Luo was personally overseeing matters that night. As he watched, he noticed a flurry of static on the screen monitoring the west side of the main building. Frowning, he picked up the intercom to contact the patrolling security. Check the west side of the main building. There seems to be an issue with the surveillance. With all the doors tightly secured to prevent any mishaps, the security officer took a thorough look around, confirming that everything was in order. He only felt a chill that was unusual for a summer night. Suddenly, Butler Luo received a call from the master bedroom. Aunt Huang's panicked voice trembled on the line. "Butler Luo, it's bad. The young lady is missing." The estate of the Hu family erupted into commotion in the dead of night. The missing little one darted like the wind. Even though she could not match the black mist's speed, her keen sense of smell ensured that nothing could escape her grasp within a 100-mile radius. When she finally stopped, she found herself at the hospital's inpatient department, a place she had visited during the day. The little one furrowed her brow, looking up to confirm the place where the black mist had vanished, and she marched determinedly inside. Ingxg. Without hesitation, she ran toward Ingx, who quickly bent down to scoop her up. What brings you to the hospital? The child pointed toward the room where the malicious aunt was located. They're those things. Bai Mingxiu observed with a vigilant eye during the day and hurried to the hospital upon sensing something amiss that evening. He was taken aback to find Nai Tuanzi present as well. Has something happened to Uncle Hua? He inquired. With a cheerful smile, Nai Tuanzi shook her head. Daddy is fine. It's the wicked aunt upstairs who is in trouble. Bai Mingxiu was perplexed. Why? Nai Tuanzi's little brows danced with delight. Because the bad aunt has suffered a backlash. She is about to face dire consequences. Bai Mingxiu brushed his fingers across his forehead and, upon lifting his gaze, noticed a sinister atmosphere outside Zhang Jing's hospital room, clearly indicating impending trouble. He realized there was an issue, but not of this magnitude. Uncle Huo was still investigating Aunt Zhang's car accident from 3 months prior, and Zhang Jing, as one of the involved parties, must not perish in such a manner. With this thought, Bai Mingxiu swiftly carried Nai Tuanzi upstairs. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Nai Tuanzi opened her mouth wide and inhaled deeply, drawing in the inky black mist. The moment the elevator doors closed, Bai Mingxiu felt an ominous chill enveloping him. Just as he raised his hand, Nai Tuanzi clung to his neck, her soft voice whispering in his ear, "Brother Mingxiu, you haven't pressed the floor yet." He hurriedly pressed the button, and the sinister aura was entirely consumed by Nai Tuanzi. It felt rich and satisfying, quite overwhelming. Bai Mingxiu instinctively patted her back, his sharp gaze scanning the elevator, which appeared utterly empty. His brows furrowed in concern. Kai, what's wrong? With a voice even more melodious, Nai Tuanzi replied, "Brother Mingxiu, I might have eaten too much." Bai Mingxiu paused for a moment, a tender smile breaking across his youthful face. "Then how about after I finish my business here? I take you for a walk to help with your digestion?" Nai Tuanzi's eyes sparkled at the prospect. "Thank you, but there must be a kiss first." She gleefully wiggled her little legs and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Brother Mingxiu." As the elevator doors opened, the slightly flushed young man continued to hold Nai Tuanzi close, his eyes widening in astonishment as he surveyed the pristine corridor. Chapter 010. Mother, are you going to abandon us? Where had the ominous energy gone? It was as if, upon ascending, the thick mist that had loomed ominously downstairs had vanished, leaving behind an exceptionally clean environment. Bai Mingxiu couldn't help but murmur, "Could I have been mistaken?" Nai Tuanzi felt a twinge of guilt, for she had just consumed all the disobedient spirits. Yet, her father had cautioned her not to reveal her true identity to the inhabitants of the human realm. After all, the human world is distinct from the underworld, despite their connection. Nai Tuanzi's eyes darted, and she pointed toward the room of the wicked aunt, Brother Mingxiu. "Are you here to find the bad aunt?" "Yes, Kai. Let us quietly go and take a look." Nai Tuanzi cheerfully replied, "Wherever Brother Mingshu goes, I shall follow." Bai Mingshu found himself increasingly fond of her, charmed by her sweetness and understanding at such a tender age. He tightened his embrace around her and hurried to the door of the hospital room. Just as he was about to gently push the door open, he realized it was not securely closed, and voices were emanating from within. The voices were loud, laden with confusion and dissatisfaction. "Mother, what on earth are you doing?" Nai Tuanzi's big eyes widened even further as she leaned closer to Bai Mingshu's ear, whispering, "Brother Mingshu, its second brother." Soon after, she heard the third brother's voice, tinged with tears. "Exactly, Mother. Aunt has been gone for over 3 months. We understand your bond, but attempting suicide in the dead of night? If we hadn't arrived in time, Mother, would you have abandoned us?" The weak voice of the wicked aunt followed. "Si Ju, Si Chun, I didn't mean to. I was just momentarily possessed." Inside the room, Zhang Jing lowered her gaze, a flicker of malice crossing her features. Having suffered a backlash, her body was exceedingly weak. She had just fed that entity with her blood, and had Si Ju and Si Chun not arrived in time, she would have likely drained completely. Si Ju gazed at his mother's pale, haggard face with a heart full of concern. "All right, I will go buy some right away." He then turned to his younger brother. "Si Chun, you must take good care of Mother." Si Chun nodded vigorously. "Second brother, don't worry. I will ensure the task is completed." Si Ju pursed his lips and cast one last glance at their mother before exiting the room. Upon seeing Bai Mingshu and Nai Tuanzi standing outside, a flicker of surprise crossed Si Ju's face. He instinctively glanced behind them, but saw no sign of their father. As Si Ju was about to speak, Bai Mingshu shook his head in warning. Despite his confusion, Si Ju restrained his words due to the connection between the Hua and Bai families, as well as Nai Tuanzi's presence. He gently closed the door, leaving a small gap at Bai Mingshu's behest. After completing this, Si Ju turned to Bai Mingshu and lowered his voice. "What do you mean?" Nai Tuanzi stretched her tiny, fair arms from Bai Mingshu's embrace, her soft voice chiming. "Second brother, hug me." Si Ju complied, cradling her and ruffling her hair. "Where's father?" Nai Tuanzi's voice was delicate. "Daddy is at home. I came by myself." Both Si Ju and Bai Mingshu were taken aback. Si Ju quickly looked to Bai Mingshu. Didn't he know? Bai Mingshu instinctively shook his head. Si Hui, while reaching for his phone to call their father, was suddenly interrupted as Nai Tuanzi covered his mouth, and a heavy thud sounded from inside the room. Without a moment's hesitation, Si Ju rushed into the room, while Bai Mingshu remained outside, vigilant and scanning the surroundings. Everything was still spotless, devoid of any sinister presence. How could this be? Inside, upon seeing Si Chun sprawled on the floor, Si Ju's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Mother, what happened to Si Chun?" Zhang Jing hadn't anticipated Si Ju's return, especially with Nai Tuanzi in tow. Did Hua Chilling arrive? She ignored Si Ju's question, concealing her hands behind her back and responding coolly, "Where is your father?" Without a second thought, Si Ju set Nai Tuanzi down and hurried to examine his brother's condition. A large bump had formed on the back of Si Chun's head, indicating he had been knocked unconscious. Just as he crouched down to assess Si Chun, Zhang Jing seized the ashtray and hurled it at Si Ju. "Second brother, watch out." Si Ju turned in confusion, only to see his mother swinging the ashtray viciously towards him. Meanwhile, Nai Tuanzi, like a little cannonball, charged at her mother, throwing a punch. With a resounding thud, Zhang Jing was propelled several meters away, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness. Bai Mingshu had rushed in the moment he saw Zhang Jing raise the ashtray, but Nai Tuanzi had beaten him to it. Witnessing Zhang Jing being struck away, he was both bewildered and astonished. His body reacted faster than his mind, and he quickly scooped Nai Tuanzi off the floor and into his arms, whispering urgently to Si Ju, "Si Ju, she is not your mother. She is your Aunt Zhang Jing." Si Ju seemed frozen, his expression stiffening as if something within him was fracturing. Bai Mingshu, concerned in his quest to find a lost child, rushed to the hospital upon receiving a call from Si Ju, only to discover that Huo Clan had been placed in the adjacent ward and was already awake. Surrounded by numerous onlookers at the bedside, Huo Clan appeared utterly bewildered. "Father, second brother, the child, Ming Su, why are all of you staring at me?" Upon realizing he was lying in a hospital bed, confusion engulfed him further. "What happened to me? Where is mother?" Si Hui. having gathered all the information from his conversation with their father, wore a grim expression that darkened his handsome features. That was not our mother. It was Zhang Jing. Was sick hen, still in a daze, inquired Aunt. Then where's mother? Instinctively, he touched his head, only to find the spot that had been struck by an ashtray, causing him to gasp in pain. The little one rushed over, wrapping her arms around one of his hands, softly calling, "Third brother." In his confusion, Hua Siken instinctively looked to his father, whose expression was heavy with sorrow. "Siken, the person who left us in the car accident 3 months ago was not your aunt. It was your mother." Hua Siken was momentarily speechless. Memories of the moments before his unconsciousness flooded back. His mother had suddenly raised the ashtray and struck him on the head in a moment of rage. The terrifying and malevolent expression she wore was not that of a loving mother. But how could their mother be gone? Unable to fathom this devastating truth, Hua Sichen's dazed expression crumbled, and he burst into tears, clutching the little one tightly. "Mother! Woo-woo! I want my mother!" Chapter 011. The little one's whimsy, seeing her third brother in such distress. The little one hurried to embrace him. Recalling the comforting words from their father when she learned of their mother's passing, she said, "Third brother, mother loves us, right?" Hua Siken, in the depths of his sorrow, found solace in her words. "Yes, mother does love us." The more he acknowledged this, the more unbearable it became to accept her absence. At just 7 years old, he bore the weight of knowledge far beyond that of an average child, understanding that he would no longer have a mother. Tears streamed down his face as the little one held him tightly, her gentle voice seeking to comfort him. "Mother loves us. She wouldn't want us to be sad. Would she?" Hua Siken nodded through his tears. The little one pressed kisses to his cheeks, snuggling closer. "Then we shouldn't cry, should we? If we cry harder, won't mother in the afterlife feel even sadder?" Hua Siken responded through his tears, "No, I don't want that." Even Hua Siju, who had been suppressing his emotions, felt his eyes redden. Hua Chenling lifted his gaze to the pristine ceiling before moving closer to his sons, gently placing a hand on Siju's shoulder and guiding him towards Siken and the little one, enveloping all 3 children in his embrace. "Siken, the little one is right. If your mother knew how upset you are, it would only cause her more pain. Do you wish to add to her sorrow?" Hua Siken shook his head vigorously, tears and snot staining his face. "No, I don't want that." Hua Chenling looked down, tenderly stroking his youngest son's head. He revealed the details of the accident, believing that even his young son deserved to know the truth. He was Hua Chenling's son, and at 7 years old, he should have the capacity for his own judgments. Hua Siken, after absorbing this information, was left in shock. Anger soon followed. "So, father, does that mean it was my aunt who caused Mother's death?" Hua Chenling replied coolly, "The evidence is insufficient. They handled it very cleanly." Hua Siju, with reddened eyes, finally spoke up. "Handled it cleanly? Was Aunt the only one involved?" Hua Chenling cast a proud glance at his second son. "There are also your grandparents and your uncle." Hua Siju clenched his fists slowly, his youthful face narrowing with determination. "I understand." Hua Siken, still Navi, was not as composed as his brother. "Father, I want to go find my grandparents right now." Before Hua Chenling could respond, Hua Siju seized his brother's collar. "We're going to find them, bring our mother back?" Hua Siken protested. The little one silently calculated the passage of time. Their mother had been gone for over 3 months. With ample resources at home, even if buried in her aunt's name, it wouldn't be a financial burden. She thought of discreetly consulting her father from the underworld. Hua Siju, aware of the little one's thoughts, cradled her gently. "Siken, our mother cannot come back." Hua Siken struggled to hold back his tears, fearing that showing his emotions would only deepen their mother's sorrow. He wiped his tears and choked out. "What do we do now?" Hua Chenling replied with a steely gaze, "Father will handle it." Before Hua Siken could speak again, Hua Siju pulled him from the ward. Bai Mingxiu had been waiting outside, and upon seeing the 3 emerge, his attention fell on the little one in Hua Sichen's embrace. "Little one, do you feel unwell anywhere?" The little one possessed the ability to see spirits, and given the strong negative energy in the area, there was concern about her health. She wriggled out of Hua Sichen's hold, twirling around. "I'm fine, really." Hua Siju, ever observant, sensed Bai Mingxiu's underlying concern. "Why do you ask about her condition?" Bai Mingxiu hesitated before the little one chimed in sweetly, Because I can see the spirits that should reside in the underworld. Just like you. Hua Clan, with tear-stained cheeks, exchanged glances with his brother. In unison, they asked, "Can you see our mother?" The little one shook her head. "I can't see her anymore." Hua Sichen's spirit sank, but Hua Siju's thoughts deepened. "So, little one, did you see something you shouldn't have when you came up?" Bai Mingxiu, as the heir to his family and the only one capable of communicating between realms, had likely witnessed something prior to their arrival. The little one, not wanting to frighten her brothers, turned her large, dark eyes around. "I saw some black mist. It was very spooky." Hua Siju's expression shifted as he understood the implications of her words. Are there truly such things in this world? Hua Clan, still confused, furrowed his brow. "Where did this black mist come from?" "I didn't see anything." Hua Siju ruffled his younger brother's hair, turning to Bai Mingxiu. "Bai Mingxiu, could you take a closer look at the little one? Even if she can see these things, she is only 3.5. We must ensure her safety." The little one, unable to contain her excitement, hopped around, exclaiming, "I'm perfectly fine. Nothing can hurt me. I have my father, the king of the underworld, protecting me." Bai Mingxiu recalled his grandfather's words, aware of the little one's unique situation. Hua Siju swiftly lifted the still-bouncing little one into his arms. "All right, I'll accompany you both." Hua Clan, wiping his nose, chimed in, "Yes." Bai Mingxiu agreed, "Let's go." The little one, not forgetting their purpose, looked at her older brother with bright eyes. "That's wonderful. Let us head to that abandoned villa in the suburbs you mentioned before. There must be something there." Hua Siju glanced at his watch, realizing it would be close to midnight by the time they arrived. The little one clung to his neck, sweetly pleading, "Please, big brother, let us go together. There's definitely something amiss." Hua Siju, unable to resist her charm, relented. "All right, let us go." Father has always adopted a free-range approach towards them, and whenever they venture out, they are accompanied by bodyguards, thus ensuring their safety is not a significant concern. The little one, Nai Tawanzi, giggled, her smile resembling a delicate, fluffy cotton candy, sweet in every conceivable way. In Chapter 012, Nai Tawanzi's gift, due to Bai Mingxiu's status as the next head of the Bai family. He has enjoyed a similar upbringing characterized by freedom. The Bai household has grown accustomed to his late returns or overnight absences. Bai Mingxiu appears elegant and refined but wields absolute authority. This is the second and third young masters of the Hua family, along with their sister. They will be staying here tonight. You may leave, instructed by Mingxiu. The maid nodded promptly. "Yes, young master." After the maid departed, Bai Mingxiu led them to his courtyard. Hua Sicheng, upon hearing they were heading to the suburbs, felt excitement overshadowing his underlying sorrow. Being young, his sadness was profound, yet his attention could easily be redirected. "Mingxiu ge, aren't we going to the suburbs?" Bai Mingxiu nodded. "Follow me. There's a side gate we can use to leave without being followed." Hua Siju did not hesitate. "Let us go." He understood Bai Mingxiu's concerns regarding the Hua family's bodyguards potentially informing their father. He had been contemplating how to shake off those bodyguards, but Bai Mingxiu had laid everything out clearly. As for safety, they were sufficiently capable of handling any threats, provided they did not encounter particularly vicious criminals. Hua Sicheng gazed in astonishment at the driving Bai Mingxiu. "Mingxiu ge, you've obtained your driving license?" "Surely. He and T reached the legal age yet?" Bai Mingxiu chuckled. "No license, but I can drive." Nai Tawanzi, nestled in her second brother's embrace in the passenger seat, nodded with glee at Mingxiu Gu's words. "It's just unlicensed driving. It's no big deal. Who in the underworld drives with a license?" Hua Sicheng retorted. Kai, do you truly understand what unlicensed driving entails?" Nai Tawanzi earnestly replied. "Of course. It means no license. Not to mention, I've seen many cars that don't even have a steering wheel." Hua Sicheng's jaw nearly dropped. Hua Siju, holding Nai Tawanzi, pondered deeply about her words. Surely, she must be referring to those ghostly things, given that she could see what they could not. Hua Siju leaned closer and asked Nai Tawanzi, "Aren't you afraid?" Nai Tawanzi's big, bright eyes were filled with confusion. "Afraid of what?" Hua Siju remarked. "Indeed, ignorance breeds courage." He affectionately ruffled Nai Tawanzi's soft hair, inhaling her faint milky scent, his lips curving into a smile. "There's nothing to fear. We have our brothers with us." Nai Tawanzi, though somewhat bewildered, felt her second brother's mood had improved significantly, and thus she also felt cheerful. Everything else seemed insignificant, so she comfortably nestled in her second brother's arms. Huo retrieved a small box from his pocket and handed it to her. Kai, this is a gift from your second brother. Huo, having regained his composure, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, right. There is also a gift from the third brother." "Thank you, second brother." "Thank you, third brother." Nai Tawanzi joyfully accepted the gifts. Upon opening the small box from her second brother, she discovered a key. The box from her third brother contained another key, though the two were clearly distinct. Nai Tawanzi, though unsure why her brothers gifted her keys, accepted them with delight. Bai Mingshu took a jade pendant from around his neck and placed it in Nai Tawanzi's hands. Kai, this is a gift from Mingshigo. Huo narrowed his eyes upon seeing the pendant, wanting to say something, but Nai Tawanzi had already cheerfully stowed away. She blinked her sparkling eyes. Kai has gifts for the three brothers too. What is it? Nai Tawanzi spun her eyes, her expression mysterious. Mingshu, stop the car. My gift requires your eyes to be closed. Bai Mingshu didn't hesitate, smiling as he complied. All right. The car pulled over, and Nai Tawanzi urged her three brothers to close their eyes. Quick, close your eyes. Kai is giving gifts. Huo encouraged her. Hurry. Kai, the third brother, is eagerly awaiting your gift. Once she confirmed her brothers had closed their eyes, Nai Tawanzi bit her finger without hesitation. Blood instantly welled up, and she quickly touched each brother's mouth corner with her finger. The blood transformed into a colorless substance upon contact, vanishing without a trace. Yet the three brothers distinctly sensed something unusual. Huo was the first to open his eyes. He touched his mouth corner, finding it utterly clean, devoid of anything. Kai, what did you give the third brother? Nai Tawanzi giggled. Love? Daddy Ming Wang said the most precious thing in the world is love, boundless love. Love? Huo nodded emphatically. Yes. Love. Huo and Bai Mingshu also opened their eyes, with Huo smiling as he explained, Kai means a kiss, doesn't she? That touch felt akin to a gentle kiss from Nai Tawanzi, soft and light, with a hint of milky fragrance. It's acceptable to kiss them, as they are siblings. However, to kiss Bai Mingshu, Huo's lips twitched. He then earnestly educated Nai Tawanzi. Kai, you shouldn't kiss boys casually, not even on the mouth corners. Nai Tawanzi tilted her head in confusion, but she believed her second brother's words unconditionally. Understood, second brother. Among them, only Bai Mingshu appeared calm, yet his heart surged with emotion. Thank you for the gift, Kai. Though he was born with the ability to see both realms. Due to his age and cultivation level, he seldom used it. This ability had its pros and cons. It allowed him to see those entities, but it also made him a target. Without sufficient self-protection, encountering formidable foes could lead to dire consequences. Kai's gift enabled him to perceive a transformation within himself. His cultivation surged, and his senses sharpened beyond previous limitations. He lifted his gaze to the outside world. Every living being within 100 meters was laid bare before him, including the wandering shadows. He distinctly felt that the agitated shadows regarded them with wariness. Bai Mingshu lowered his gaze, his fingertips lightly brushing against the spot where Nai Tawanzi had touched. What exactly is Kai's condition? In the back seat, Huo lifted his head just in time to meet the gaze of a shadow 10 meters ahead, which was adorning its own head. Huo screamed, "Ah!" The head-donning entity echoed, "Ah!" In Chapter 013, "Oh dear, where's my head?" Huo glared at his foolish younger brother. "Why are you screaming in the dead of night?" Huo stammered, "There's someone without a head." Huo was left speechless. Clearly, it's you who's lacking a brain. The headless entity clutched its head, howling and attracting the attention of the surrounding shadows. They all turned to look. Oh dear, what a large group of dismembered individuals. Headless, missing arms and legs, half a head missing. Huo thought his brother must be seeing things or had lost his mind. Clutching Nai Tawanzi tightly, he rubbed his eyes. After doing so, upon releasing his grip, he directly locked eyes with a head through the windshield. Nai Tawanzi felt a twinge of guilt and hurriedly covered the eyes of Ergij and Sangij. Ergij, Sangij, just think of nothing. Huo trembled, on the verge of tears. Kai, how can one think of nothing? Does that mean they cease to exist if I don't want to see them? Nai Tawanzi nodded earnestly, yes. Hua Xiqing exclaimed, what? Sangij. Quickly think of nothing at all. Hua Xiqing's eyes darted uncontrollably as their vehicle was surrounded. All around were grotesque figures, and he could even hear their dialogues. Oh, there's someone in the car. I'm missing an eyeball. My head doesn't fit my neck. I need a new head. Hua Xiqing cried out in terror. They're ghosts. Upon hearing his scream, the creatures outside shrieked in panic. Ah, it's a living person. Ah, it's a child. Who dares to harm a child? Let us flee. My head. Where's my head? Hold on to it. Where'd LL fall and crush my eyeball? Where's my mother? Where are my legs? Who swapped my legs? Give them back. A chilling wind swept through, plunging the world into silence. Just as Bai Mingxiu prepared to exit the vehicle for battle, the spectral beings vanished without a trace. Nai Tawanzi released her grip, casting a glance at the trembling Sangij. Sangij, they're gone. Are you all right? Hua Xiqing clung tightly to Nai Tawanzi's soft form, wailing, I'm not okay at all. I'm about to wet myself. Nai Tawanzi felt even guilty. Her voice was soft, imbued with a sense of earnest pity. Sangij, I'm sorry. Kai didn't mean to show you those things. But they exist in this world, and both Nai Ba and Heir Gij have encountered them. My blood is my essence. With it, those beings would never dare to harm my family. Hua Xiqing hugged Nai Tawanzi and gave her a couple of affectionate pecks. It's not your fault. It's just that Sangij is too timid. And they look so shabby. How can they go out like that? Nai Tawanzi suddenly agreed with Sangij's sentiments. She furrowed her little brows and nodded emphatically, yes. They are too shabby. This must be rectified. She resolved to speak to her father, the king of hell, about ensuring that the denizens of the underworld must present themselves with decorum, never missing limbs. Scaring too many people is detrimental. Cowards might faint, increasing her father's workload. She then turned to the silent Heir Gij. Heir Gij, you agree, right? Hua Siju remarked, I've never seen such a thing in my life. The young man maintained his composure, despite his heart racing, his handsome visage remaining as steady as a mountain, offering Hua Xiqing a sense of security. Heir Gij, you're not afraid? Hua Siju's voice faltered, I'm fine. Hua Xiqing's face had turned pale from fright, but upon confirming the surroundings were clear, he felt rejuvenated. Bai Mingxiu was managing well and restarted the vehicle. Inside, Hua Xiqing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gulped down a large bottle of water. Hua Siju, lost in thought, kept his gaze on Nai Tawanzi. Kai, what exactly just happened? Nai Tawanzi lowered her head, fiddling with her hands, her innocent eyes glancing at Heir Gij with a hint of grievance. It's because Kai accidentally opened the yin-yang eye for you too. Hua Siju exclaimed, what? The yin-yang eye? Can I have it too? Hua Xiqing, aware of the Bai family's circumstances, looked incredulously at Bai Mingxiu. Brother Mingxiu, isn't your family yin-yang eye rare and nearly lost to history? Aren't you the only one in your generation? Bai Mingxiu was equally puzzled. Nai Tawanzi was evidently extraordinary. He felt something was amiss, but kept it to himself. He gently patted Kai's head with a tender gaze. Since ancient times, there have always been mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. In Huagua, with its vastness and talents, the Bai family is hardly remarkable. Hua Xiqing quipped, if the Bai family is not remarkable, what do we make of the prominent families of Huagua? Even our Hua family has Grandpa Hua consult Grandpa Bai for geomancy. As the spectral beings fled, Hua Xiqing's fear dissipated, and he regained his lively spirit. Kai, can Sangij and I continue to see those beings? His voice was a mix of excitement and apprehension. Being a boy, he was initially frightened, but seeing Nai Tawanzi's calm demeanor made him feel braver. After all, he was still Kai's Sangij. Nai Tawanzi blinked her big eyes. Sangij, it's controllable. If you wish to see, you shall see. If you do not wish to see, you will see nothing. The yin-yang eye granted by the king of hell's daughter was effortlessly manageable. Hua Xiqing, filled with curiosity and a hint of trepidation, gazed out the window. Aside from streetlights and passing cars, there was nothing but a clean, empty landscape. With his nerves taut, Hua Xiqing exhaled heavily. Goodness, I was so nervous, and it turned out there was nothing. Hua Siju, older by 6 years, exuded a charismatic charm. Accepting the existence of those beings, and with Bai family members beside him, he gradually relaxed. Then, with a mischievous smile, he reminded his naive younger brother, Xiqing, Take a closer look at those few pedestrians. Huo, oblivious, replied with a dazed "oh." Upon closer inspection, he nearly lost his composure. One had a face mangled beyond recognition, another possessed only half a face, and the last was merely a skeleton. Huo emitted a terrified squawk. Gah! Huo swiftly covered his mouth. If you scream, you'll attract them for a closer inspection. Huo lamented, I can't help it. My mind is flooded with those ghastly faces. The more I try not to think about them, the clearer they become. Chapter 014. Hee. Three little fools arrived an hour and a half later. The vehicle halted before a derelict construction site. Unable to contain his thoughts, Huo retrieved a red scar from his pocket and blindfolded himself. If I want to see, I will. If not, I see nothing. Huo, having calmed his mind, stepped out of the vehicle with Nai Tuanzi, scanning the surroundings meticulously. Even though he saw nothing, his instincts warned him that something was amiss. Kai, why can't Ergo see them? Nai Tuanzi glanced at the dilapidated villa nestled among the weeds. Her dark eyes penetrating the walls to discern shadowy figures blending into the surroundings. Ergo, they are hiding. Indeed, they were hiding, with Nai Ba's blood in the air. No demons or monsters would dare to show themselves within 100 miles, especially those ruffians who disregarded the Underworld's rules. If it weren't for the formation guiding them, they would have fled long ago. Bai Mingxiu frowned. Hiding? Nai Tuanzi focused on the distant walls, then nodded adorably. Yes, right behind the walls of the villa, Brother Mingxiu. Didn't you see them? Bai Mingxiu sensed the intense energy emanating from that direction. However, being merely human, he lacked Nai Tuanzi's ability to see through walls. Listening to Nai Tuanzi's words, Bai Mingxiu began to doubt himself. Although he was revered as a genius among the younger generation in the realm of metaphysics and his family, compared to Nai Tuanzi, he felt utterly insignificant. Bai Mingxiu produced several talismans from his belongings and handed them to Huo and Huo. You all wait here. I'll go take a look. Nai Tuanzi urgently exclaimed, Mingxiu Gij, as I want to go too. Just as Bai Mingxiu was about to refuse, Huo and Huo spoke simultaneously. We shall go together. Bai Mingxiu shook his head, an expression of shame crossing his face. No, it's too dangerous. The aura of darkness is thick there, and there should be plenty of things. I can take care of myself, but with more people, I cannot manage. Nai Tuanzi noticed that the wild inhabitants near the villa appeared visibly anxious, and Mingxiu Gij was quite concerned for them. After a moment's thought, she nodded. All right then. Mingxiu Gij, please be careful. With the blood of the Underworld King within him, Mingxiu Gij would surely be safe. She turned her attention eagerly to Air Gij and San Gij, asking, Air Gij, San Gij, shall we play a game? Huo and Huo exchanged glances at the abandoned villa in the wilderness, their lips twitching simultaneously. Here, to play a game? Huo remarked. Where on earth did this little sister come from? Does she even know what fear means? To be honest, Huo had been holding himself together since they arrived. Had it not been for Nai Tuanzi's excessively cheerful and adorable tone, he would have lost it long ago. Huo, despite his usual composure, felt a creeping unease. Looking at Nai Tuanzi, as if she were frolicking in her own garden, he inhaled gently. What game does Zai wish to play? Nai Tuanzi glanced around. The dense foliage and the house offered natural cover, making it quite suitable for hide-and-seek. Hide-and-seek? Huo felt a sense of suffocation. Huo was nearly at his wit's end. It was pitch black, in this desolate, abandoned villa at the dead of night, to play hide-and-seek. Suddenly, a giggling female voice emerged from the villa, exuding an inexplicable allure. Hide-and-seek? I would love to join. Can I play too? Nai Tuanzi's eyes lit up as she quickly looked over. Yes. Sister, come quickly. The beguiling voice laughed again, as if shyly covering her mouth. There are boys over there, and sister feels shy. Nai Tuanzi glanced at Air Gij and San Gij, who were both tense as a bowstring. She tilted her head, looking toward the abandoned villa. Sister, Zai's Mingxiu Gij has gone over there. There are boys with you too. The woman's flirtatious laughter halted, her tone turning sinister. A man has entered? Nai Tuanzi nodded vigorously. Yes. Zai just saw Mingxiu Gij go in. The woman let out a coy giggle, sending chills down Huo and Huo's spines. Nevertheless, the two brothers quickly shielded Nai Tuanzi in the middle. Nai Tawanzi grasped the trembling arm of Sangij, cooing softly to reassure him. Sangij, sister wants to play hide-and-seek with us. Let's go inside quickly. Hua Xiqing stammered. Not just me. Even Hua Siju is about to break. Zai, that woman may not be human. Nai Tawanzi thought Ergij was asking where the sister was, so she pointed her chubby little finger. That sister is hanging under that big locust tree over there. Hua Siju, with a faltering voice, urged, consider your Sangij's heart. Let us not say more. Nai Tawanzi obediently nodded. All right. Afterward, she took the hands of both brothers and, with a puffing effort, trudged toward the sister hanging under the big locust tree. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing exclaimed in unison, help. In the distance, the woman clad in a white dress beamed as she saw Nai Tawanzi leading two half-grown boys towards her, unable to contain her delight. Oh my, what a stroke of luck today. 3 or 4 little fools have arrived. The woman in the white dress descended from the swing, lifting her skirt as she dashed toward the 3 little ones. Little Zai, so good. Hee, let's play hide-and-seek together. You hide, and sister will seek. For every one I find, I will eat one. Is it good if I find 2 and eat a pair? Nai Tawanzi clapped her hands excitedly. Good. 3 minutes. If Zai isn't found in 3 minutes, I will eat you, sister. The woman giggled maliciously, her aura thick with malevolence. Very well. Whoever loses will become the other's midnight snack. After saying that, the woman licked her lips. 3 of you. Shall I roast you all together, or braise you? Hua Siju felt the hairs on his body stand on end upon seeing the woman in white. It was not that she was unattractive. On the contrary, she was exceedingly beautiful. However, with the dense aura of darkness surrounding her, he could not help but feel a sense of dread. At that moment, all he wished was to flee with his siblings. Yet, he found himself unable to budge Nai Tawanzi. As for his brother, Hua Xiqing could no longer endure and fainted outright. The woman watched, a sinister grin spreading across her face. Hee, one has already fallen. Hee, sister will count to 10. The game begins now. 10, 9, 1, here I come. Chapter 015, Zai flee. Hua Siju hastily pressed the talisman by Mingshu had given him in a Nai Tawanzi's hand, and only then realized a pressing issue. Nai Tawanzi was actually carrying Sangij. How could a mere 3.5-year-old, who barely reached Sangij's knee, manage that? Hua Siju reached out to take Sangij back, but Nai Tawanzi dodged him. Zai has innate strength. Not only can I carry Sangij, but I can also carry Ergij too. So do not worry, Ergij. Hua Siju intended to say something, but the woman in the white dress had already caught up. Zai, hurry. Hua Siju erupted, lifting Sangij onto his shoulder and swiftly scooping up Nai Tawanzi as they sprinted away. Nai Tawanzi thought to herself, very well. After all, there is no real danger. It's merely a game with the food. If Ergij enjoys it, then let him play a little longer. Hua Siju, carrying Sangij and with Nai Tawanzi in tow, dashed over 100 meters, arriving at the villa's entrance, not bothering to check the situation inside before plunging in. The woman outside was clearly no ordinary foe. At least Bai Mingxi was inside. The woman's sinister voice loomed close behind, her head nearly touching Hua Xiqing's. Just then, Hua Xiqing woke up to find himself staring into a pair of ashen, lifeless eyes. With a sudden start, he leaped off Hua Siju's shoulder, fueled by pure rage, and threw a punch at the woman, cursing profusely. What the hell? Is this never-ending? Do you really think I'm easily scared? What kind of ghost are you? No body, no face, and you're still strutting around like you're something special? Your aura of darkness is like a smokescreen, trying to make sure everyone knows you're thoroughly dead. You want to eat me? Come on. I've been eating durian since the day before yesterday. One bite, and I'll unleash a storm of foulness that LL surely turn you into a stinky mess. The woman in the white dress let out a blood-curdling scream as Hua Xiqing collided with her. At the same moment, Bai Mingxiu slapped the talisman onto the woman's back, rendering her motionless. Her corporeal form began to fade, and in the blink of an eye, the woman in the white dress could no longer maintain her shape, dissolving into a wisp of black mist. Nai Tawanzi, seizing the moment when her brothers were distracted by the black mist, opened her mouth wide and inhaled the black mist. In the deep of night, amidst the dense shadows, Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing felt a chilling wind sweep past, and the woman in the white dress vanished without a trace. Hua Siqing. Hua Siju. Hua Siju patted his brother's shoulder. Siqing, well done. Hua Siqing, startled, stumbled back. What the hell? Who's there? Turning around, he saw it was his elder brother, and he began to calm his racing heart while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Ergij, let us speak plainly in this place. Don't pat me. I'm genuinely scared. The malevolent aura suddenly vanished without a trace. Hua Siju surveyed the surroundings with his yin-yang eyes, finding nothing, and speculated that the entity must have fled in a wounded state. Just moments ago, the confrontation had been intense, hadn't it? Hua Siqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat awkwardly. Second brother, I was truly desperate. This is simply too much. His blindfolded red scarf had been lost when Hua Siju carried him away, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of ghostly eyes. Rather than await death, it was better to take bold action. Second brother, what happened to that thing? The little one giggled, it's dead. Hua Siqing's face was one of disbelief. Am I that formidable? I could even vanquish that creature? Hua Siju scoffed. He had not missed the fleeting red light when the third brother encountered the ghostly entity. Look at the talisman in your right hand. Hua Siqing exclaimed, huh? He quickly opened his right hand, only to find that the talisman had turned to ash without his noticing. He swallowed hard and glanced at Bai Mingxiu, who was inspecting the area. Bai Mingxiu was perplexed. Although he had managed to immobilize the entity, he was not powerful enough to cause its instant disappearance. Could it have been the little one? That did not seem right. The little one had remained obediently by Hua Siju's side, standing quietly. Noting Hua Siqing's puzzled expression, Hua Siju picked up the little one and approached Bai Mingxiu. Mingxiu, what is the matter? Upon seeing Hua Siju, Bai Mingxiu refrained from voicing his doubts. This remote area often encountered such entities. However, upon entering tonight, they had surprisingly managed to break free from their bindings and vanished without a trace. He planned to return tomorrow during the day to conduct a more thorough inspection. Hua Siju nodded in agreement. It was still Bai Mingxiu who drove, with Hua Siju carrying the little one and Hua Siqing seated in the back. Upon returning to Bai Mingxiu's family estate, he retrieved an item from his pocket and handed it to Hua Siju. It was a lady's bracelet. Have you seen this before? Hua Siju recognized it immediately. Is this Lu Longian's? How did it end up here? Bai Mingxiu was unaware of its owner. The bracelet originally bore a heavy, malevolent aura, but I eliminated it after picking it up. Anyone who had worn it should have been affected by that aura. Hua Siju's brow furrowed. Not only had he handled the bracelet, but he had also worn it for about 3 days. He intended to return it to his cousin, but after 3 days of searching without success, he had kept it on him. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from his classmate. Bai Jingyuan. Siju, Lu Longian has committed suicide for you. Hua Siju was engulfed in confusion. Lu Longian committed suicide for me? Bai Jingyuan sounded uncertain. Yes. Just check the school forum, and you'll understand. Hua Siqing, seated in the back, suddenly interjected, Second brother, isn't Lu Longian your new girlfriend? Without a moment's hesitation, Hua Siju refuted, when did I get girlfriend? Bai Mingxiu cast his gaze downwards, his eyes sweeping over the bracelet in Hua Siju's possession. Siju, you have been framed. The identity of the one who set him up was glaringly obvious. Hua Siju pursed his lips, his teeth clenched. A flicker of malice surged in his narrow eyes, his expression as frigid as ice. He opened the school forum and indeed found the news of Lu Longian's suicide. The little one nestled in his arms also saw it. The wicked sister she devoured was not the Lu Longian in the photo. Hua Siju cast a cursory glance at the forum's news, the corners of his mouth twisting into a cold smile. The Zhang family intends to use Lu Longian's death to drag me down. With Lu Longian dead, there would be no evidence to contradict it. The little one's soft voice chimed in. It could still be verified. Hua Siju and Hua Siqing suddenly turned their heads in unison, both looking at Bai Mingxiu. Bai Mingxiu, with the ability to communicate between realms, could confirm the truth as long as Lu Longian's soul remained. Bai Mingxiu smiled faintly. Let's head to Lu Longian's home. We should still make it in time. The four of them rushed to Lu Longian's residence, located in an aging neighborhood beyond the 5th Ring Road. The car could not enter, so Bai Mingxiu parked at the entrance of the community. Hua Siju carried the little one down, while Bai Mingxiu and Hua Siqing walked into the neighborhood together. The little one rubbed her big eyes. Hua Siju assumed she was tired and gently patted her back. If you are tired, little one, you can sleep. Your second brother will carry you. The little one was not tired at all. She needed to utilize powers beyond the human realm. This place felt eerie, and she did not see any shadows. It was unnaturally clean, while she was unfamiliar with many aspects of human society. She was acutely aware of the living habits of the residents of the underworld. That Sister Lu had only committed suicide in the past few days, and the photograph was taken in her own bathroom. Life is precious. For Lu Longian to take her own life was a profound disrespect to life, punishable in the underworld. Ordinarily, the underworld would send officials to escort her, yet there was no sign of the underworld's presence here. Something was amiss. The little one yawned, her eyes misty. Her voice was soft and weary. Thank you, second brother. Huo gazed at the trusting little one, his previously surging malice softened by a hint of tenderness beneath the turmoil. Be good, little one. Sleep now. Bai Mingxiu circled around, noticing nothing out of the ordinary. How peculiar, he remarked. Huo frowned. Mingxiu, what seems strange? Bai Mingxiu scrutinized the surroundings closely, sparing no detail. Look closely, this area is too clean. Possessing the ability to communicate between realms, Bai Mingxiu, despite his youth, understood just how busy the underworld was these days. Yet, regardless of the busyness, whenever a human passed away, whether by misfortune or through suicide, the underworld would invariably dispatch officials without delay. However, there were no traces left by the underworld's officials here. This was indeed suspicious. Someone had meddled in this affair. Though Huo did not grasp the intricacies, he had learned a great deal tonight and immediately recalled something. The Zhang family was aware that the Huo family maintained a good relationship with the Bai family. They would undoubtedly eliminate all traces, including that of the deceased Lu Longian. The little one, pretending to sleep in her second brother's arms, suddenly opened her eyes and tugged at his collar. Second brother, I know where Sister Lu is. Bai Mingxiu, Huo and Huo all turned to her. You know? The little one nodded obediently, her plump face bearing an extremely serious expression. She is in the Zhang family's villa, encased in a small jar. Bai Mingxiu, Huo and Huo were taken aback. Although the little one's words seemed nonsensical, there was indeed something off here, and the Zhang family was the prime suspect. The little one blinked her watery eyes, full of hope. Second brother, why must we wait until morning? Huo stroked her little head. Because it's far too late. You must sleep now, but I can stay awake at night. I'll just sleep during the day. Bai Mingxiu inquired, is Sister Lu in danger? The little one shook her head. No, she's just locked up. Huo looked at the little sister curiously. How do you know? I can't say. The little one was momentarily at a loss for words, blinking her big eyes as she began to act cute. Her cheeks puffed out, her voice even softer and more melodious. I just had a dream about it. Huo was skeptical. Should we believe this or not? However, Bai Mingxiu and Huo nodded without hesitation. Little one, we believe you. The little one beamed. She broke into a delightful giggle. Trust the little one. There's no mistake. Dreams by the little one are always accurate. The following morning, the four children remained sound asleep while the Huo family estate buzzed with activity, for the Zhang family had arrived. Zhang Guodong, the eldest uncle of the Zhang family, entered with his sister Zhang Jing, who had been recuperating in the hospital, her face darkened with displeasure. What Chenling? Is this how you care for our Xiaoning? Zhang Jia's second uncle, Zhang Valin, wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. Indeed, no matter how one looked at it, our little Ning had given you 3 sons. While she may not have achieved great deeds, she has certainly endured her share of hardships. You took in an unrelated orphan girl without even a word of acknowledgement, yet why do you allow that girl to strike her? What wrong has she ever done to you? The Zhang family arrived with great fervor, and Zhang Jing appeared particularly pale, looking exceedingly frail. As tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, she gently yet resolutely defended Huo Chenling. The trio of Zhang Guodong, Zhang Walin, and Zhang Jing sang in unison, leaving no opportunity for Huo Chenling to speak, hastily condemning the orphan girl he had adopted, Ming Zai. All the chaos stemmed from that orphan girl. Zhang Jing quickly interjected. Eldest brother, second brother, Zai is only 3.5 years old. She knows nothing. She did not strike me on purpose. Zhang Walin frowned in dissatisfaction. Chenling, I'm not criticizing you, but if you truly adore daughters, you and Xiao Ning are still young. Wouldn't it be better to have one of your own? Huo Chenling, who had remained silent, cast a cold, indifferent glance at the Zhang siblings, his voice authoritative and frigid. Xiaoning, it seems you still remember her. Zhang Guodong felt a pang of unease within, but believed their plan was foolproof, thus glaring at Hua Chunling. Chunling, what do you mean by that? Xiaoning is standing right here. Zhang Guolin chimed in. Exactly. Chunling, isn't it hurtful to say that to Xiaoning? Hua Chunling glanced at Butler Luo, who understood the cue, raised his hand, and the living room door swiftly closed. Not only the living room door, but also the entrance to the Hua Manor followed suit. The Zhang brothers sensed something amiss and exchanged glances in alarm. Zhang Jing weakly approached Hua Chunling, attempting to take his hand. Chunling, what are you doing? Hua Chunling looked at her with chilling indifference, evading her touch and revealing his disdain. What am I doing? He smiled coldly, utterly devoid of warmth. To shut the door and hit the dog. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guodong was nearly beside himself with rage. Hua Chunling, mind your words. After all, we are your elder brothers-in-law. We are the uncles of your 3 sons. Hua Chunling added icily, and still their aunt. Zhang Jing's heart trembled, nearly causing her to stagger, and she hastily supported herself against the nearby sofa. Chunling, what are you saying? I am your wife, Zhang Ning. Xiao Jing passed away in a car accident 3 months ago. Hua Chunling could not be bothered to waste time on their theatrics. He turned to Jiang Lin, who had been waiting nearby. Show them. Jiang Lin stepped forward, understood. The Zhang siblings felt a twinge of anxiety as they sensed the gravity of the situation. They believed Hua Chunling might have heard something and was merely bluffing them. If they could maintain their composure, the entire Hua group would soon be theirs. Chapter 17. Hua Siju's double standards at the Bai family ancestral home. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing were awakened by calls from their uncles. Upon hearing the ringing, their faces reflected grogginess, and when they caught sight of their little sister, the chubby dumpling nestled between them, they instinctively answered the phone. Eldest uncle, second uncle. They both whispered simultaneously, careful not to disturb Zai Zai. The chubby dumpling was sleeping soundly, her lips turned up in a slight smile. With her plump little face turned towards Hua Siju, looking soft and huggable, it was impossible not to want to scoop her up. Hua Siju's voice dropped even lower, and as the conversation unfolded, his initially sleepy expression darkened. However, when he spoke, his tone was filled with urgent concern. All right, eldest uncle, I will be there immediately. Hua Xiqing echoed the sentiment, and both brothers ended their calls simultaneously. After the conversations, they exchanged glances, each reflecting the same apprehension. Hua Xiqing raked a hand through his hair, his voice low and full of frustration. Even now, second uncle is still deceiving me. Hua Siju, older and more composed, wore a cold smile. It seems father has laid everything on the table. They can no longer withstand the pressure, which is why they called us for help. Hua Xiqing's thoughts turned to the fact that their grandfather's entire family had accepted their aunt in place of their mother. Despite their usual fondness for their grandfather due to their mother's influence, at this moment, all that remained was revulsion. Mother is irreplaceable. No one can take her place. Not even an aunt who looks just like her. If their mother were alive, she would never have struck him with an ashtray, let alone take his life in his unconscious state. Second brother, what shall we do? Hua Siju remained calm, even toying with the soft hair of the chubby dumpling. Shut off the phone. Go to sleep. We will wait until Zai Zai wakes up. The chubby dumpling, who was preoccupied with thoughts of visiting Zhang's house with her 2 older brothers and Ming Su, was highly perceptive. Although she appeared to be in a deep sleep, she had not truly entered a state of profound slumber. Hearing her brother's conversation, she yawned, rubbed her eyes with her chubby little hands, and sleepily opened her eyes. I didn't sleep well. Her eyes were moist, glistening with sleep. Second brother, third brother, it's morning. Let us go to Zhang's house to find Aunt Lu. Hua Siju felt a pang of guilt. Zai Zai, did I wake you? The chubby dumpling snuggled into his embrace, shaking her head softly. No, I was just thinking it was time to get up. Hua Xiqing chimed in. You're only 3.5. How can you think it's time to rise? The chubby dumpling yawned repeatedly, but was undeterred in her explanation. Having just awoken, her voice was even softer than usual, sweet and tender, making one want to embrace her and shower her with affection. Because we need to resolve second brother's matter. Hua Xiqing suddenly felt a wave of shame. Zai Zai was only 3.5 years old, and she had only been in their home for a couple of days. Yet she was so concerned about her brother's issue. Glancing at himself, he realized that if it weren't for the call from their second uncle, he would still be sound asleep. Compared to Zai Zai, he felt somewhat unreliable as a brother, since they were all awake and Zai Zai insisted on going to Zhang's house. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing decided against hesitating any longer. The three children quickly got up to wash up. The chubby dumpling, standing in front of the washstand, was not tall enough to see over the counter, and all that was visible was her little head. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing, while washing up, instinctively glanced down. The chubby dumpling was attempting to tiptoe, her chubby little hands gripping the marble countertop, and her mouth slightly parted as she tried to elevate herself. Not only did Hua Xiqing find this adorable, but even Hua Siju couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zai Zai, you are truly adorable. Second brother will help you wash up. Hua Xiqing, a step slower, understood that there were more pressing matters at hand, so he refrained from taking over. He hurriedly grabbed the small toothbrush and towel that the maid had prepared in advance. Zai Zai, do you want third brother to help you brush your teeth? The chubby dumpling shook her head, her voice sweet and innocent. No, Zai Zai can brush her teeth by herself. To prove her point, she took the toothbrush from her brother's hand, skillfully squeezed toothpaste onto it, and just as she was about to get water, Hua Siju handed her a cup of water. Thank you, second brother, she said in her soft, cherubic voice. Hua Siju, unable to contain himself, leaned down and planted a kiss on her chubby cheek. Zai Zai, you are truly adorable, Hua Xiqing remarked. Second brother, aren't you a bit of a neat freak? She hasn't even washed her face or brushed her teeth yet. Hua Siju responded bluntly. It depends on the person. As the chubby dumpling brushed her teeth, she listened to her brother's banter, her big eyes sparkling. With toothpaste bubbles filling her mouth, the flavor was a delightful mix of milk and strawberry, sweet and rich. Words came out unclear. Second brother, third brother, what does Dai Pai mean? Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing burst into laughter at her mispronunciation. The chubby dumpling, with her cheeks puffed up from the vibrating electric toothbrush, looked even more adorable. Unable to resist, the two brothers affectionately tousled her messy hair and kissed her other cheek. Zai Zai, you're truly, truly too cute. Nai Tuanzi, although I do not quite understand why my two older brothers are suddenly so joyful, their happiness is always delightful. Nai Tuanzi adores seeing her brothers in high spirits. She is happy too. Thus, Nai Tuanzi beams, her bright, dark eyes squinting with joy, revealing her little white tiger teeth amidst a mouthful of bubbles, generously praising her two brothers. Both Urge and Sangu are charming and particularly handsome. The morning routine swiftly passed amidst the laughter and banter of the three siblings. When Hua Siju emerged with the little one, Bai Mingxu was already seated at the round wooden table in the dining area. The table was laden with a bountiful breakfast of various delights. Nai Tuanzi was overjoyed to see Mingxu Ge and called out sweetly, Mingxu Ge, good morning. Little one, good morning. Hua Siju nodded at Bai Mingxu, while Hua Xiqing greeted him as well, and the four gathered to enjoy breakfast. During the meal, Nai Tuanzi became the target of her three brothers' eager feeding. Before she knew it, she had eaten to her heart's content. Nai Tuanzi exclaimed, after such a hearty meal, it is still daytime, and my eyelids are beginning to droop uncontrollably. After being well fed, she felt sleepy. Thus, while still propped up and not yet asleep, she urged her three brothers with her sweet voice, Urge, Sangu, Mingxu Ge, let us hurry to the Zhang family to find Lu Jie. If we wait any longer, she might fall asleep. However, the breakfast was simply too delectable. She licked her lips, savoring the fragrant, tender meat porridge, still yearning for more. Oh no, if I eat again, I might just doze off in the bowl. Observing her drowsiness, Bai Mingxu was about to suggest waiting until the afternoon. But Nai Tuanzi had already wriggled out of Urge's arms, her little legs scurrying towards the door. Hua Siju, Hua Xiqing, and Bai Mingxu had long since finished their meals and promptly followed suit. Chapter 018. You actually acknowledge her as a sister? Upon their arrival at the Zhang residence, both the old patriarch and matriarch were present. They were somewhat taken aback upon seeing the children. Siju Xiqing, what brings you here? Today is the weekend. These two children should be at the Huo Manor. Moreover, with the eldest and youngest sons currently at the Huo Manor with Xiao Jing, how can these two nephews be absent to speak on her behalf? Grandmother Zhang's sharp demeanor was evident as her murky eyes scrutinized by Mingxu and Nai Tuanzi. Siju Xiqing, who are these two? Huo introduced, "This is Mingxiu, and this is mine Siqing's sister, Zai Zai." Upon hearing the word sister, Grandmother Zhang's expression soured considerably, even disregarding who Mingxiu was. "Sister? Your mother is unaware of this child's existence, and she even harmed your mother. How could you acknowledge her as a sister?" Siqing, how have you become so irresponsible? Had it been before, Huo would have undoubtedly believed his grandmother's words without hesitation. However, recalling everything his father had said, Huo erupted, "Grandmother, are you certain that my mother is still alive?" Grandmother Zhang's demeanor faltered, her tone growing frail. "Siqing, what nonsense are you speaking? Your mother is perfectly well. How can you doubt her existence?" Although the children of the Hua family were still minors, their upbringing under Hua Clan's strict education made them more discerning than their peers. Even if Huo had not been harmed by Zhang Jing, he would unhesitatingly believe in his biological father's words. Huo, like an enraged calf, was filled with indignation, his eyes reddening. "That is not my mother. That is Zhang Jing." He was utterly disillusioned with the Zhang family, even abandoning the title of aunt. Grandmother Zhang instinctively glanced at old man Zhang, who wore a stern expression. "Huo, where is your upbringing?" Huo scoffed. "Upbringing." Nai Tuanzi, feeling extremely drowsy, yawned and tugged at Urge's sleeve. "Urge, Sangul. Lu Jie is in the innermost room on the right on the 3rd floor. Let us go up and bring her down." Huo was aware of the room's location. "Sangul, go." Old man Zhang could no longer sit still and sprang to his feet. "Huo, to say you lack upbringing means you do not even regard your grandfather." Nai Tuanzi blinked her misty eyes at old man Zhang. "Grandfather, your brow is dark, surrounded by ominous energy. You won't survive until tonight." Old man Zhang was so enraged he nearly spat blood. "You little brat, are you cursing me?" Nai Tuanzi shook her head, earnestly explaining, "I am not cursing. It is simply your own doing, grandfather." Old man Zhang was nearly driven to the brink. Grandmother Zhang's nose crinkled with anger. "Little girl, I believe you are asking for a beating." Huo and the previously silent Bai Mingxiu stepped forward, shielding Zai Zai. It was still less than 12 hours, and the Hua brothers' young eyes remained active. Thus upon Nai Tuanzi's utterance, they also perceived the ominous energy enveloping old man Zhang. Their feelings complex. However, upon considering the audacity of the Zhang family to wish for Zhang Jing to replace their mother, the brothers' hearts turned cold once more. Huo spoke up, "Siqing, go get the things." "All right." Huo, though young, was swift and agile. Grandmother Zhang and old man Zhang attempted to obstruct him, but their frail limbs were no match. They called for a maid to assist, yet upon seeing the young masters of the Hua family, she dared not intervene. Huo quickly ascended the stairs. Seeing that he could not stop him, old man Zhang immediately made a phone call. While listening to the instructions from the other end, he cast a cold, menacing glare at Huo and the other 3 children. "All right, I understand." He seized a teacup from the table and suddenly smashed it to the ground. The cup shattered, shards cutting his fingers, blood dripping from his fingertips. Huo assumed he was merely furious and paid it no mind. However, when he observed the ominous energy around old man Zhang surge dramatically, beginning to spread throughout the living room, he sensed that something was amiss. Bai Mingxiu's brows knitted tightly, his expression serene. He activated the gathering Yin formation. Meanwhile, Huo furious shouts echoed from upstairs. "What the hell? Get out of my way. Don't think I'm afraid of you." Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet the vast villa suddenly turned dark within the blink of an eye. The sinister energy enveloped the space. And soon Huo and Bai Mingxiu found themselves engulfed in a thick black fog. Even standing close, they could not see each other. Zai Zai, Nai Tuanzi, with her small hands grasping one person each, blinked her big eyes, suddenly alert despite feeling sleepy from the sunlight. Upon looking around, her cherubic face involuntarily twitched. A gathering Yin formation? Bai Mingxiu felt relieved when he sensed Nai Tuanzi's little hand grasping his and quickly nodded. Turning around, they faced the villa's entrance. At that moment, the gathering Yin formation had not yet fully formed, presenting them with a chance to escape. Nai Tuanzi's eyes sparkled at the sight of her favorite delicacies. Just as she was about to devour them, old man Zhang's chilling voice resonated through the mist. "Planning to flee? Too late. Siqing, Do not blame your grandfather. If blame is to be placed, it should be on why you bear the Hua surname. Nai Tawanzi was lifted by urge, and she noticed he was vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Just as she was about to reassure him that these were all trivial matters, she suddenly pulled out her phone and quickly activated the recording function. Nai Tawanzi tilted her little head and silently closed her mouth. Urge seemed to have something important to do. She would wait a bit longer to eat. Hua Siju had already spoken, so is grandfather planning to take this opportunity to end our lives, just as he did before with our mother? Old man Zhang's voice was aged and frigid, tearing away the fa-ade of years of feigned affection to reveal his true self. Who told your mother to be disobedient? As a dignified young mistress of the Hua family, she even failed to support her natal family. What use do we have for her? Grandmother Zhang chimed in, exactly. The more she grows, the more she turns her elbows outward. Did you truly believe that marrying and having a husband would provide you with a solid foundation? Are you unaware that a woman's greatest support lies with her family of origin? The fury in Hua Siju's eyes was palpable, his voice barely squeezing through clenched teeth. So, my mother's car accident was all part of your deliberate scheme? The hearts of old Master Zhang and old Madame Zhang have already strayed. When Hua Chunling was to marry, had it not been for their favorable view of Hua San, Yihua, Chinyan, Zhang Ning would never have been the one to enter the Hua family. It would have been Zhang Jing instead. Little did they know that the one they dismissed, Hua Qinling, would become the head of the Hua family. The younger daughter aspired to be Madame Hua, while the elder daughter found herself entangled with them, continually refusing to allow the Hua family to support the Zhang family. Over time, the already tenuous familial bonds dissipated, leaving behind only resentment and bitterness. With this thought, old Madame Zhang let out a discontented snort. Who was to blame for her lack of discernment? The position of Madame Hua was originally meant for Xiao Jing. Hua Siju, the little dumpling, perceiving her second brother's extreme anger, hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck. Simultaneously, she opened her mouth, eagerly devouring her food. As she savored the final bite, her gaze met the narrowed eyes of her brother Mingxiu, who was watching her intently. Little dumpling, burp. Chapter 19. Daddy Will Comes for the Child. The ominous atmosphere was entirely consumed by the little dumpling, restoring brightness to the villa. The windows shone clean, basking in the radiant sunlight. Yet, old Master Zhang and old Madame Zhang wore expressions of horror. Old Master Zhang's complexion darkened, and the ominous aura surrounding him intensified. The little dumpling nestled on her second brother's shoulder, blinking her big, dark eyes at Brother Mingxiu, her chubby hands encircling her second brother's neck, attempting to salute Brother Mingxiu. Unfortunately, her arms were too short and her little limbs too pudgy. Instead of a proper salute, it turned into a comical poking of fingers, appearing absurdly funny yet irresistibly adorable in the little dumpling's innocent execution. Although Bai Mingxiu was astonished by the little dumpling's antics, he subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Instantly, the little dumpling beamed with delight, relaxing against her second brother's shoulder, her sparkling eyes seemingly capable of melting Mingxiu's heart. Upstairs, Hua Siken descended with a round porcelain vase. Upon seeing it, old Master Zhang's scalp tingled, while old Madame Zhang recoiled in fear. They contemplated rushing forward to snatch it, yet hesitated in trepidation. Hua Siju, holding his phone, dialed 110 directly. Suddenly, old Madame Zhang regained her composure and urged her husband. Old Master Zhang, pale-faced, nodded in agreement, and together they nervously called. The roar of an engine resonated outside the villa. Soon, a black Maybach drove in, and upon seeing the series of 8s on the license plate, old Master Zhang and his wife could not contain their widening eyes. Their hearts raced, nearly leaping into their throats. Jiang Lin exited the vehicle, swiftly opening the rear door. Hua Chunling, clad in black and white attire, emerged from the back seat, radiating an aura that seemed to melt the lingering frost under the bright sun. With a mere glance, old Master Zhang and old Madame Zhang felt their legs weaken, needing to lean against each other for support. Chunling, what brings you here? Hua Chunling disregarded them, striding into the living room, his gaze sweeping over the 4 children. Hua Siju, sensing his father's intent, quickly spoke up. Dad, we're all doing well. Hua Chunling nodded, and the little dumpling, spotting her dad, stretched her chubby hand and called out sweetly, Daddy hug. Hua Chunling promptly took the little dumpling from his second son's embrace. Lowering his head, he noticed her eyelids barely staying open, realizing she must have stayed up late the previous night. With a fond smile, he gently pinched her cute little nose. "What is the matter, little dumpling?" The little one yawned widely, struggling to keep her eyes open as she looked at her dad, her soft voice echoing with a delightful charm. "Daddy, I'm sleepy. So very sleepy." With Daddy present, she felt reassured that all the ominous energy had been dispelled. And with both Dad and Brother Mingxiu around, she believed everything was secure. As the little dumpling fought to keep her eyes open, adorably furrowing her brows to stay awake, Hua Chinling couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, little dumpling, sleep now. Daddy's here." That was precisely what the little dumpling awaited. She promptly closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Daddy's embrace was exceptionally warm and spacious, and to find a more comfortable position, she wriggled slightly in his arms. While Hua Chanling gently patted her back, he glanced at the porcelain vase cradled in his third son's arms. "What is inside?" Hua Siju explained, "It's Lu Lanlin's soul." Ever since Hua Chenling learned that the Zhang family had targeted not only him but also Siju, he had instructed Jiang Lin to monitor all matters concerning them, naturally becoming aware of the incident at Siju School Forum. While he could handle matters concerning the living, Lu Lanlan was already deceased. Before Hua Chenling could respond, Bai Mingxiu interjected, "Uncle Hua, I believe I can assist with this situation." Hua Chenling's expression remained relatively calm. "Thank you." Old Master Zhang and Old Madame Zhang had always feared Hua Chenling. Even though he was their son-in-law, they would avoid him at all costs. They never anticipated his sudden visit today, especially with such intensity. Old Madame Zhang, concerned for her 3 children, trembled as she inquired, "What about Guodong and Guolin?" Hua Chenling found the Zhang family's presence irksome. He had what he came for, and the children were safe. He merely nodded at the little dumpling while gesturing to the 3 boys. The 3 young men nodded and prepared to leave. Old Madame Zhang, infuriated, shouted, "Hua Chenling, stop right there. What about our Guodong?" Just as her words fell, sirens blared from a distance. Old Master Zhang and Old Madame Zhang felt their legs weaken, as if all strength had been abruptly drained from their bodies. How could this be? Wasn't Master Li certain of their safety? As they looked on in disbelief, the police car arrived. "Are you Zhang Jiming and Ms. Kai Yinju? You are suspected in connection with a car accident case from 3 months ago. Please accompany us to the police station." As the Zhang couple was taken away, Hua Siju suddenly exited the black Maybach. "Officer, I have evidence." The Zhang couple attempted to intervene, but the police car had already driven off. "No, Siju, we are your grandparents." Hua Siju turned a deaf ear, handing his phone to the officer on duty. By the time the little dumpling awoke around 9 that evening, the Zhang family had been incarcerated due to irrefutable evidence. With the Zhang family's troubles, the collaboration between the Hua group and the Zhang family was naturally halted. Hua Chenling, as the head of the Hua family, was exceedingly busy. Unable to accompany the little dumpling, he instructed his 2 sons to keep a watchful eye on her. As they kept vigil, both brothers inadvertently dozed off, exhausted from the previous night's activities. When they finally awoke, they found themselves on the pink princess bed with only each other for company. Hua Sikhen rubbed his eyes and asked, "Second brother, where's the little dumpling?" Hua Siju, still a bit dazed, perked up at the mention of the little dumpling. Glancing around the room, he realized she was nowhere to be seen. Recalling the previous night's encounter with the little dumpling and Mingxiu at the hospital, anxiety surged through him. It was over. The little dumpling must have gone out to play again. Without another word, he dashed out of the room and hurried downstairs. Hua Sikhen quickly followed, questioning him as he ran. "Second brother, it's late at night. Where could the little dumpling, only 3.5 years old, possibly go to play?" Hua Siju replied with a sardonic smile. "The little dumpling dares to play hide and seek with those things in the abandoned villa on the outskirts at such an hour. Where else do you think she could go?" Hua Sikhen's scalp tingled with dread. Chapter 20. The Little Dumpling's Gaming Adventure. Hua Siju and Hua Sikhen rushed downstairs, darting through the living room towards the estate's entrance. Just as they were about to burst through the door, a soft, melodious voice called out from behind, "Second brother." "Third brother, are you going out to play again?" Nai Tawanzi held a roasted lamb chop in her left hand and a large hairy crab in her right, her small mouth covered in grease as she gazed up at them with sparkling eyes. "Can we bring the little one along to play?" Huasiju and Huasikin exchange a glance, their expressions instantly revealing their surprise. The combination of mental excitement and a 100-meter dash left Huasiju relatively composed. But Huasikin, unable to maintain his focus, collapsed onto the lush green grass. Huffing, Tawanzi trotted over to her third brother. Sangij, are we playing here tonight? Huasiju wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a chill sweep down his back. At that moment, Butler Luo entered with a large box, and their gazes locked, both displaying a look of horror. Huasiju remained stoic, refraining from screaming, while Butler Luo, seasoned by years at the Hua estate, maintained his composure. Thus, they remained in a silent standoff, eyes wide, neither uttering a word. It was Tawanzi who noticed the unusual tension between her second brother and Butler Luo, and she sweetly inquired, Ergij, Luo Guanjia, are you playing a game of 1, 2, 3 wooden man? Huasiju and Butler Luo exchanged looks. Their ages combined could have made them grandfathers, and the notion of playing such a childish game was absurd. They were both clearly startled. Recovering first, Huasiju turned and sat beside Tawanzi, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yes, but it's not very fun. Tawanzi blinked her big eyes, eagerly gazing at him. Not fun? Then Ergij, what is fun? Huasiju replied, playing video games? Huasikin, catching his breath, eagerly nodded, yes, yes. Playing games. Tawanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ergij, Sangij, let us go play games. Just then, Bai Mingshu arrived from the Bai family and overheard Tawanzi's words. Are you going to play games? Tawanzi rushed over and hugged his leg. Mingshu Gij, you're here. After embracing him, she noticed that the scent that used to make her sneeze was gone, replaced by a subtle fragrance of bamboo leaves that she found delightful. She liked the scent so much that she began to climb up him with both hands and feet. Bai Mingshu bent down to pick her up, but Huasiju was quicker, scooping her up first. Mingshu, what brings you here? Bai Mingshu had come specifically to see Tawanzi, having witnessed her consume the eerie, ghostly energy with her own mouth. That dark mist was not just frightening spirits, but also those lingering souls summoned by the gathering of Yin energy. However, it was evidently not the time to discuss such matters with her. Bai Mingshu smiled, his good looks enhanced by his warm expression. Tawanzi, captivated by his smile, asked, Mingshu Gij, will you play games with us? Bai Mingshu eagerly agreed, of course. Huasiju pinched her soft cheek. Isn't it enough to have Ergij and Sangij playing with you? Tawanzi, endearingly sweet, replied, more people means more fun. The Underworld is a big family, and I've grown accustomed to the lively atmosphere thanks to my father, the King of Hell. Sikin chimed in, the little one is right. More people means more fun. Ergij, let us go to the internet CAF. It'll be even livelier, more atmospheric. Huasiju thought, is my foolish little brother IQ offline again? We haven't had enough time with our adorable little sister. And now, Bai Mingshu wants to come over and steal her away. Tawanzi cheered, yes. Let us go to the internet CAF. There are lots of people there. Ergij, let us hurry. Huasiju reminded her, Kai, it's nighttime now. You need to sleep or daddy will worry. And you want to grow tall. Tawanzi, fearing she wouldn't grow tall, reluctantly agreed. Okay, but Ergij and Sangij will take care of me at home. There are game consoles too, and after 2 hours of play, we can rest, all right? She looked at her second brother and nodded obediently. Okay, I'll listen to Ergij. Huasiju had anticipated needing great effort to soothe Tawanzi, but to his surprise, despite her young age, she was exceptionally well behaved. Let us go eat something first. Then we can play. Tawanzi waved to Bai Mingshu and Sangij. Mingshu Gij, Sangij, let us go. We need to eat well before playing games. After dinner, the four of them headed to the room at the far east of the second floor, which housed a gaming hall. It was equipped with the latest gaming devices, leaving Tawanzi awestruck. Ergij, when do we start playing? Do we just jump right into it? What if we break it? Huasiju smiled and patted her head. No, these new devices are top-notch. They're not that easy to break. Huasikin had already powered on 4 devices. And while Huasiju intended to play with Tawanzi, he noticed her enthusiasm and curiosity and decided to let her explore for a moment. Tawanzi hopped down, examining the equipment with great fascination. At Huasikin's shout of Ergu, Kai Mingshu Gu start, a series of explosive sounds filled the expansive gaming hall. After trying out the 4 activated machines, Naitawanzi's large, dark eyes fixated on the 5th one. Her expression resembled a kitten fixated on a mouse about to emerge from its hole, alert and ready to pounce. Hua Siju, Hua Siken, and Bai Mingshu watched her with amused anticipation. After a brief wait, Naitawanzi realized the 5th machine had not lit up like the previous ones. She scratched her head in confusion and turned to her second brother. Ergij, why isn't this game lighting up? Hua Siju instinctively pressed the power button. The moment the machine powered on, Naitawanzi's fist came crashing down, shattering it into pieces. Hua Siju could only watch in disbelief, while Hua Siken swallowed nervously. Kai, that is not how you play games. Naitawanzi looked at him innocently. Was my strength too weak? It didn't break enough? But if I hit harder, wouldn't it be bad if the wall got damaged? Hua Siken was speechless, while Bai Mingshu gently stroked her soft hair. Kai, that is not how games are played. Naitawanzi looked puzzled. Isn't the game to hit? Hua Siju and Hua Siken exchanged glances, struggling to explain yes, but not with physical force. Naitawanzi responded with a sweet oh, realizing no wonder this machine doesn't team move or run. It just gets beaten up. That is not fun at all. Hua Siju, Hua Siken, and Bai Mingshu couldn't help but chuckle at her logic, the gaming machine lamenting. Is it my fault for not having legs? As Naitawanzi gradually comprehended her mistake, her large eyes gazed at the destroyed machine, her small face filled with guilt. Ergij, the game machine. Hua Siju waved his hand dismissively, unhesitatingly lying. Those machines were already on the brink of being discarded. It's better that you took care of it. Naitawanzi's eyes sparkled with innocence. Really? Hua Siju, without a hint of embarrassment, assured her of course. If you don't believe me, ask Si-chun. Hua Siken's heart ached at the sight of the new equipment now in ruins, but what could he do? His little sister was just 3.5 years old. He couldn't possibly argue with a toddler. Thus, he put on a radiant smile. Kai, what Ergus said is true. Sangij will ask Luo Guanjia to come and remove these machines right away. Hua Siju had already summoned Luo Guanjia, who upon seeing the brand new gaming equipment shattered to bits, displayed an expression that was nothing short of spectacular. Fearing Naitawanzi would notice Luo Guanjia's astonishment, Bai Mingshu picked her up and opened a computer, teaching her how to play a simple matching game suitable for her age. Kai, look here. If you match the same ones together, they will disappear. Naitawanzi, filled with curiosity, eagerly tried her hand at it. Hua Siju and Hua Siken observed Bai Mingshu playing with a little darling, who was thoroughly enjoying herself, her delightful laughter resonating occasionally. The two brothers proceeded to activate 2 additional gaming consoles. Second brother, shall we team up? Absolutely. Hua Siken replied, but we still need one more person. Hua Siju gently nudged Bai Mingshu's sleeve, sitting beside him. We are online. We still require one more participant. Seeing that the little darling was engaged, Bai Mingshu placed her on a chair and moved to the adjacent console. The 3 of them logged in, and the game commenced. The little darling was engrossed in her matching game, but soon found herself overwhelmed by the flashing visuals, prompting her to rub her eyes. Observing her brothers intensely focused on their game, equipped with weapons, sparked her curiosity. However, respecting their concentration, she decided to continue playing her matching game. The little darling navigated the levels with remarkable ease, and just then, Butler Luo entered, bringing an array of snacks for the 4 children and a warm glass of milk for the little darling. She abandoned her game to savor the treats. Thank you, Butler Luo. He replied affectionately, Miss, you are too polite. It is my duty. Waving her hand, the little darling said, Good night, Butler Luo. He responded, The young master and young ladies have yet to sleep. How could I dare to rest? Since the arrival of the young miss, he had adopted a rather erratic schedule, which was proving to be quite exhausting. Sensing his fatigue, the little darling cheerfully negotiated, Butler Luo, I promise to be very good tonight and want to go out. Given past experiences, Butler Luo hesitated to fully trust her. The little darling pointed at her 3 brothers engrossed in their game. I will stay right here and play with the brothers. Eventually, Butler Luo was gently ushered out by the little darling's endearing demeanor. He mentioned, I will inform the monitoring room to keep a close watch on the gaming area, just in case. After seeing Butler Luo off, the little darling climbed back onto her chair, swinging her little legs as she munched on snacks, alternating bites of treats with sips of milk, reveling in her contentment. Bai Mingxiu occasionally cast a glance her way, unable to suppress a smile. He secretly pondered about inquiring the little darling about her unusual experiences at the Zhang residence earlier that day after they finished this round of gaming. Accidentally dropping a snack, she climbed down and, with her little bottom in the air, began searching for it on the floor. When she couldn't locate it, she decided to dig deeper. The dark space beneath the leather sofa was shrouded in shadows, and as her big, dark eyes spotted colorful threads peeking out, she reached out to touch them. They were neatly arranged and quite beautiful. Having never seen anything like it, she found it cool to the touch and decided to tug at it vigorously. In an instant, a surge of invisible energy coursed through her, causing her to gasp. The entire gaming hall was plunged into darkness. The sudden turn of events left Hua Clan, and Bai Mingxiu pale with fright as they rushed toward the little darling. Kai, call for emergency assistance. The little darling remained lucid, yet the invisible force rendered her immobile. Her wide eyes reflected disbelief that anything could potentially harm her. She saw her second brother's pale face as he lifted her from the ground, rushing toward the exit. Don't worry, second brother. I'm fine, she reassured him. Born with an invincible essence, she believed that even if this unseen force was malevolent, it could merely separate her soul from her body. However, she soon realized she might not be leaving her body at all, as her eyelids grew heavy and her consciousness began to fade. This is illogical. When Huo Clan received the call, he was engaged in a transoceanic video conference. Dad, Kai has been electrocuted. Huo Clan thought he must have misheard. What did you just say? Kai has been electrocuted and is currently in emergency care. His hand trembled, causing his phone to slip from his grasp unnoticed. As he hastily stood and bolted away, the executives in the video conference were bewildered, questioning what had transpired. The usually stoic and composed Huo Clan was now visibly distressed. Upon arriving at the hospital, he learned that the little darling had been stabilized and transferred from the emergency room to a patient room, though she remained unconscious. After clarifying the situation, Huo Clan's complexion paled as he gently patted the shoulders of the three boys. Kai will be fine. Don't blame yourselves. Ultimately, it is my responsibility as her father to care for her. Each of the boys felt a pang of guilt, believing that had they not been engrossed in their game, they could have noticed Kai's encounter with the wires and prevented the incident. In the dim and oppressive atmosphere of the hospital room, the little darling's eyelashes fluttered. Huo Clan, standing closest, was the first to notice. Kai. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her voice soft and faint. Daddy. Huo Clan, and Bai Mingxiu hurriedly surrounded her. Kai, how do you feel? She pondered for a moment, moving her little arms and legs, and sighed in relief. Kai is perfectly fine. Don't worry, Daddy, second brother, third brother, and Mingxiu brother. With her name absent from the book of life and death. Even in the face of misfortune, she knew she would not perish. Observing her father's pale complexion, she quickly wrapped her arms around his. I'm sorry, Daddy. I've worried you and the brothers. I want to touch those colorful threads again. Huo Clan and the others felt a lump in their throats. What a considerate and sweet little darling she was, waking up only to comfort them. Huo Clan stroked her hair, wishing to say something. But as he noticed her hair resembling a fluffy mess, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. The little darling looked at him curiously. Daddy, what's wrong? Huo Clan replied, the danger has passed. Huo Clan, and Bai Mingxiu finally noticed the state of her hair, their expressions a mixture of surprise and amusement. The little darling tilted her head, her bright, shining eyes filled with curiosity. Daddy? In Chapter 22, the topsy-turvy circumstances left Huo Clan deeply concerned. He gathered the little darling in his arms, casting a warning glance at the three young boys. After all, she had just emerged from emergency care, and he couldn't bear the thought of her being startled into losing consciousness again due to her wild hairstyle. He cherished the soft, endearing presence of the little darling. It's nothing. I just worry that you might not feel well, and I'm a bit anxious. The little darling giggled. Is that what you're worried about, Daddy? Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine. Recalling the invisible force that had rendered her numb and unconscious, she inquired, Daddy, what were those colorful threads? Huo Clan's lips pressed together as he affectionately ran his fingers through her still soft yet wildly disheveled hair. Those are electrical wires. They carry electricity and are very dangerous. Little ones should never touch them, or they might end up like you did today. Hua Chunling felt a pang of fear at the thought of what could have happened. What if luck had not been on our side? The mere thought tightened his grip around the little darling. Kai, promise me you will never touch electrical wires again, okay? The little darling sensed the gravity in her father's tone, the tension in his body, and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. I promise to stay far away from electrical wires and never pull them again. After chatting with her father for a while, she turned her 3 brothers standing by the bedside, beaming at them. Second brother, third brother, Mingshu brother, Kai is really fine, so don't worry. She wished to convey that, although the thing called electric wire was indeed formidable, it could not truly harm her. The 3 young boys, Hua Xiqing, and Bai Mingshu, who were directly involved, witnessed the incident where the little one was electrified, leaving them considerably shaken. Even though the little one was now perfectly fine, the fear lingered in their hearts. Hua Xiqing approached and embraced the little one's arm, his voice choked with emotion. Kai, I'm sorry. It's all because I didn't take good care of you. Upon saying this, he broke down in tears, unable to hold back his sorrow. Their mother was gone, and his heart was already heavy with grief. The little one wriggled out of her caretaker's arms, sitting on the bed and leaning against the waist of her older brother. She looked up to see him crying inconsolably, and her own heart ached with discomfort. The little one bit her lip, her voice trembling. Don't cry, big brother. It's all my fault. I made you cry. As she began to weep, Hua Xiqing, already tearful, was taken aback. Hey, Kai, don't cry. Big brother isn't crying anymore. Please don't cry. Half an hour later, the 2 little ones, comforting each other, had transformed into teary-eyed children. Hua Xiqing and Bai Mingshu, being slightly older, managed to hold back their tears, yet their eyes were still red, occasionally glancing at the sky or out the window, avoiding looking down to prevent their emotions from spilling over. Hua Chunling, observing the 4 children, felt an unprecedented softness in his heart. His concern for the children was typically limited to their academic performance. He only knew that his second son, Siju, had an unruly and carefree disposition, while his youngest son, Xiqing, had a volatile temperament, quick to resort to fighting over trivial matters. He had never witnessed the tender side of his children until now, in the hospital room, watching his clumsy younger son wipe the little one's nose, and then glancing at his second son with red eyes and tightly pursed lips. For the first time, he realized just how little he understood his sons. He was not a qualified father, but from this moment onward, he would strive to become one. By dawn, it was already Monday. Hua Xiqing, Bai Mingshu, and Hua Xiqing all had to attend school, and being Monday, they had to raise the national flag, so the 3 made their way to school early. After freshening up and having breakfast, the little one began to feel sleepy again. Hua Chunling, though pained, knew that the little one could not continue this cycle of reverse day and night, so he gritted his teeth and tried to engage her in conversation. Kai, how about I play basketball with you? The little one struggled to lift her eyelids, her tiny face almost hidden beneath a wild mane of hair, her eyes drooping with overwhelming drowsiness. Daddy, can Kai play at night? Hua Chunling pursed his lips and unleashed his trump card. Does Kai want to stay small forever? The little one turned her head to glance outside at the blazing sun, and the sight made her even sleepier. With a pitiful tone, she asked her caretaker, Daddy, if Kai doesn't grow taller, will you dislike me? Without a second thought, Hua Chunling swiftly replied, How could I? You are my daughter. A father never dislikes his own daughter. Instantly, the little one felt reassured. She grinned and nestled into her caretaker's embrace, expertly seeking a comfortable position to doze off. As long as Daddy didn't dislike her, she would take a short nap and play basketball with him once she woke up. With that said, she began to snore softly. In the living room, Hua Chunling, cradling the little one, dialed the phone of Gu Qifeng, the director of the first hospital under the Hua group. Hua Chunling replied indifferently, We need a solution. Gu Qifeng, clicking his tongue, explained, Just tire her out. Take her out to play during the day. If she is exhausted by night, she won't have the energy to turn her days and nights upside down. This method is best for a 3.5-year-old. Hua Chunling responded. The issue is that she becomes drowsy at dawn and full of energy at dusk. Right now, I can't even wake her. Gu Qifeng chuckled softly. The little one's reverse sleep schedule is quite the challenge. Are you unable to cope? Hua Chunling replied in a flat tone, No. I'm worried about her health. Didn't she go to the hospital? Wasn't she examined? Gu Qifeng inquired. Hua Chenling replied. The attending physician at the city center hospital said her health indicators are as robust as a young calf. Gu Qifeng laughed heartily. Do you wish to die? Hua Chenling retorted. You think it's a joke? Gu Qifeng quickly interjected. While she is asleep, bring her over to the first hospital. I'll take another look at her. After hanging up, Hua Chenling held the little one tightly and instructed his assistant, Jiang Lin, to drive straight to the first hospital. In the examination room, Gu Qifeng could not help but burst into laughter upon seeing the little one's wild hairstyle. What a uniquely adorable child. It seems Hua Chenling has a fondness for such little cotton jackets. Hua Chenling shot him a glance, and Gu Qifeng quickly raised his hands in surrender. I was just joking. Let us proceed with the examination. During the examination, Gu Qifeng couldn't help but smile at the sight of the little one sleeping like a piglet. After many years in medicine, he had never encountered a child who slept so soundly during the day. As they drew blood, fearing the little one would wake up startled, Gu Qifeng and Hua Chenling called out to her in unison. Kai Kai, wake up. Regardless of how they called, the little one continued to snore peacefully, her round belly rising and falling adorably with each breath. Half an hour later, they had to abandon the idea of waking her up. Hua Chenling turned and embraced the little one. Hurry up. After saying this, he suddenly fixed Gu Qifeng with a frosty stare. Be gentle, don't frighten her. The unspoken threat was palpable. Gu Qifeng thought to himself, is this the decisive and cold leader of the Hua family? He has never shown such tenderness even to his own sons. But looking at the little one, he suddenly understood why Hua Chenling had softened. She was simply too adorable. How could he bear to be rough with her? Gu Qifeng was reluctant, but the examination needed to be performed. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly drew blood from the little one, his spirit highly tense. As the test began, he noticed that the little one remained fast asleep, even rolling over in Hua Chenling's arms, and he couldn't help but smile widely. In a whimsical tone, Gu Qifeng said to Hua Chenling, You already have 3 sons. Why not let me raise this little one? She is so precious while asleep. Just imagine how adorable she would be when awake. Hua Chenling cast him a cold glance and replied, Isn't being a hospital director good enough for you? Gu Qifeng protested. I believe being a hospital director suits me better. The blood test results should be ready soon. I'll take another look at Kai Kai. With that, he hurried to retrieve the results, fearing Hua Chenling would bring up mining in South Africa again. The blood test results came out, and Gu Qifeng reviewed them numerous times. Coupled with the little one's overall health indicators, it confirmed Hua Chenling's earlier assertion. She was as healthy as a young calf. Hua Chenling frowned. Do you really wish to go mining? Gu Qifeng's lips twitched. How about you invite foreign experts for a consultation? I can guarantee, in my capacity as director, that the answers will be identical. As he finished speaking, Hua Chenling had already turned to leave with the little one in his arms. Gu Qifeng thought to himself, the leader of the Hua family is remarkable. He can so irresponsibly doubt my professional skills. Nestled in her father's embrace, the little one suddenly sensed a familiar aura and drowsily opened her eyes. She was perched on her father's shoulder, just in time to meet the gaze of an uncle grinning at her from the doorway. Gu Qifeng gasped, Chenling, is she still a little mystic? Hua Chenling, surprised by her awakening, felt a surge of joy but maintained a calm demeanor. Kai Kai is just Kai Kai, not a little mystic. Before Gu Qifeng could finish speaking, Hua Chenling shot him a sidelong glance. Whatever Kai Kai says, you should heed. It can't possibly harm you. The matter of Zai possessing the ability to see both the yin and yang realms should remain known to as few as possible. After all, she is not a member of the Bai family, nor is she affiliated with the Celestial Masters. He does not wish for his daughter, Hua Chenling's child, to engage with such entities in the future. Gu Qifeng remarked that Zhang Ning's desire for a daughter while he was still alive was indeed prescient, considering the doting nature of the Hua family's power holder. Gu Qifeng could hardly bear to watch. Noticing her uncle's expression, the little one felt that perhaps her uncle did not believe her words. What should she do? Observing the close relationship between her father and her uncle, she blinked her large eyes and gently nudged her father. Hua Chenling, with a tender voice and concerned gaze, inquired, Zai, what is the matter? With her big, dark eyes glistening with tears, she appeared particularly innocent and pitiful. causing Hua Chunling to feel even more distressed. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked. She quickly shook her head. "No, Daddy, can Zai Zai give that uncle a hug?" Gucci Feng was taken aback. Such a delightful request. He promptly squatted down, opening his arms wide. "Zai Zai, come here. Uncle Gu's embrace is always open for you," with a beaming smile, revealing tiny teeth resembling grains of rice and two sharp little canines. The adorable child rushed toward him, without waiting for her to reach him. Gucci Feng stood up and, with a few bold strides, scooped her from Hua Chunling's arms. "Zai Zai, you can call me Gu Uncle." The little one sweetly replied, "Hello, Gu Uncle. I am Zai Zai." Tilting her head, she added, "Gu Uncle, can I give you a gift for safety?" Gucci Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. "Yes, yes, thank you, Zai Zai." As they spoke, Zai Zai wrapped her arms around Gu Uncle's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Gu Uncle, it's a gift." Hua Chunling's expression darkened. "And what about Daddy?" Zai Zai swiftly climbed back into her father's embrace, recognizing him as the quintessential father figure. "Daddy, this is a gift for you." She then hugged her father's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek as well. Hua Chunling's demeanor visibly softened, revealing an affectionate smile he was unaware of. "Thank you, Zai Zai. Daddy will take you to eat something delicious." Having been reminded by Ming Su previously, Hua Chunling had ingrained the importance of ensuring Zai Zai's meals in his mind. Gucci Feng quickly interjected, "Take me along." Just then, an assistant nurse hurriedly approached. "Director Gu, the family of patient 409 has arrived, stating they have important matters to discuss with you." Gucci Feng acknowledged. Zai Zai, waving her little hand cheerfully, said goodbye. "Gu Uncle. Next time, Zai Zai and Daddy will invite Gu Uncle to dinner." Gucci Feng hurried off, his steps light as he made his way to room 409. Hua Chunling, though uncertain of Zai Zai's culinary preferences, understood that she enjoyed lively environments. After some contemplation, he decided against the serene ambience of a private restaurant and refrained from taking her to a fast food establishment, opting instead for a casual dining venue. The striking resemblance between father and daughter, coupled with Zai Zai's unique hairstyle, drew several curious glances upon their entrance. However, Zai Zai, sensing the rich aroma of the food, was somewhat disinterested, as she was rather sleepy. Yet, seeing her father's concern for her well-being, she made an effort to stay engaged during lunch. The meal consisted of rice, corn and rib soup, steamed base, sweet and sour pork, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, a delightful balance of flavors that pleased Hua Chunling. "Zai Zai, it's time to eat," he beckoned. Zai Zai, invigorated, replied, "Daddy should eat too." "All right, let's eat together." In her eagerness to sleep, Zai Zai ate rapidly. Hua Chunling watched in astonishment, his expression carefully controlled despite his surprise. "Zai Zai, slow down, don't choke," he cautioned. However, she continued to devour her food at an alarming pace. "I won't, Daddy, don't worry," Zai knows her limits. Hua Chunling chuckled at her mature tone. What limits could a 3.5-year-old comprehend? Fearing she might choke, he kept a watchful eye. As he observed, he noticed her pace gradually slowing, her eyelids growing heavy. Just as he was about to remind her, she suddenly toppled forward, her little head landing in her bowl of rice. Hua Chunling's heart raced as he quickly supported her small head. Listening closely, he realized that Zai Zai had already fallen asleep, prompting a mix of amusement and exasperation. The onlookers were equally entertained by the scene. "So adorable. Indeed, how charming. I just want to cuddle her." Amidst these praises, a particularly scornful voice stood out. "How can one be so clumsy as to fall asleep while eating? That's hardly endearing." Surrounding patrons frowned, some coming to Zai's defense. "Look at her. She is only 2 or 3 years old. How can anyone find her anything but adorable?" "Exactly. It's just jealousy that makes some people criticize others' children." Upon hearing remarks about her grandson, Zhou Chunhua's demeanor soured. With her naturally loud voice amplified by her displeasure, she retorted, "My Tao Tao is undoubtedly the cutest child. What's wrong with feeding him? You wish you had a grandson to feed." With a disdainful glance at Hua Chunling, she added, "What is so precious about that little girl? My Tao Tao is far cuter." Hua Chunling had no intention of engaging with such individuals. But Zhou Chunhua's incessant provocations crossed the line. That little girl is merely consuming leftovers from men. Bringing her to a restaurant to eat is nothing but wasteful. Hua Chunling narrowed his eyes. Rising with Zai cradled in his arms. Dressed in a black and white suit, The aura he had previously restrained now bore down on Zhou Chunhua. Her face paled significantly, and she instinctively moved closer to her elder grandson, protectively shielding him. "What do you intend to do?" she stammered, her bravado wavering under Huo Chunling's icy gaze. Yet, bolstered by her family connections, she attempted to regain her composure. "Let me tell you, even the esteemed Hua family patriarch must address me as auntie with respect. Do you dare lay a finger on me?" "Sir." Huo Chunling's expression remained impassive as he glanced at Jiang Lin, who dared not utter another word, retreating to the background to avoid incurring Huo Chunling's displeasure. Huo Chunling turned his head, issuing a few quiet commands. Jiang Lin nodded, promptly attending to the tasks. As Zhou Chunhua observed the assistant, who appeared frightened, her confidence surged. "Do you know who I am?" she boasted, looking down her nose at everyone. "Let me inform you, my daughter is the lady of the Zhang family, and Li Ming Kuei, the head of Li's department store, is my son. My Tao Tao is the sole heir of the Li family." Such individuals repulsed Huo Chunling, who typically wouldn't spare them a glance. However, her derogatory remarks about Zai struck a nerve. His expression turned frigid, the depths of his gaze darkening ominously. "If you are so esteemed, why have I never encountered you before?" As the name Huo Chunling escaped his lips, a collective gasp echoed around them. Huo Chunling, the head of the Huo family? The esteemed young men of the Huo family were known for their striking looks. This man, with his age and charisma, was truly remarkable. Could he be the head of the Huo family? Rumors had circulated that the Huo family patriarch had adopted a daughter, and all eyes turned to the charming little girl. Could she be the cherished daughter of Huo Chunling? Indeed, what a revelation. They have encountered a formidable opponent. Who among us is unaware of the swift development of the Zhang family over recent years, culminating in their public listing? All attributed to the fortune of having a remarkable daughter who wed Mr. Hua? However, did you catch the news yesterday? The Zhang family has been implicated in tax evasion and various corrupt practices, leading to the entire Zhang group being sealed off. Elder Zhang and others have been taken into custody and have yet to be released. Indeed, I witnessed it as well. That old lady Li is shamelessly boasting about being the mother-in-law of Zhang Dazhong. Where's her sense? Either she forgot it at home, or it simply does not exist. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Zhou Chunhua's complexion fluctuated from pale to flushed. Li Tao, fixated on his phone, grew impatient waiting for food and slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice even further. "It's unbearable. If you can't eat, then get lost. Don't disturb me while I'm trying to check my phone." Zhou Chunhua instinctively soothed her precious grandson. "Tao Tao, don't be upset. It's that little brat's fault for being a worthless burden. Grandma will get you food right away." The crowd chimed in. "The girl adopted by the Hua family is hardly a burden. She is a priceless little princess. This old lady Li is truly dim-witted. Equally foolish is her evidently spoiled grandchild." Li Tao, a plump boy under 7, was in his last year of kindergarten. Displeased with the thought of attending school, he took a leave of absence, having been influenced from a young age to also refer to others as worthless. "I want to eat. Get that worthless brat away from me. If not, I'll smash this place." Zhou Chunhua hastily glanced over, realizing the gravity of her earlier foolish words. She had met the Huo brothers, Huo Siju and Huo Siqing, and could easily discern their striking resemblance from a distance, with their handsome features and icy demeanor. So, was that indeed the head of the Huo family, Huo Chunling? That could be disastrous. Zhou Chunhua quickly forced a laugh, the one in my mouth stuck, and facing Huo Chunling's piercing gaze, the words simply wouldn't come out. Seeing his grandmother hesitate, Li Tao sprang up, charging toward the group's gaze, which was fixed on the little girl. Zhou Chunhua's expression turned grave as she rushed after him. "Oh no, Tao Tao, don't. That's Mr. Hua, oh no." Li Tao shoved her aside and quickly reached Huo Chunling, reaching for the baby in his arms. The baby, disturbed from sleep, sensed the approach and kicked out in response. "Ouch!" Li Tao yelped in pain. Instead of retreating, he became more aggressive. "How dare you hit me? I'll make you regret being a worthless brat." Li Tao lunged at him like a small mountain, and just as Huo Chunling was about to intervene, the baby slipped from his grasp like an eel. Charging straight for Li Tao, no one could quite see how the baby attacked, but with Li Tao's cry of anguish, he fell heavily to the side, knocking over the furniture behind him. Zhou Chunhua rushed over, distressed, to help her precious grandson. "Oh dear, my little Tao Tao. Hua Chunling, we are relatives. How could you, an adult, be so harsh to a child?" The baby huffed, lifting her chin defiantly, her expression fierce. "It was the brat who hit me. Don't you dare slander my daddy." Nearby, someone nodded in agreement. Yes. We saw Mr. Hua not lay a finger on him. Clearly, it was the little boy who charged first and got his comeuppance from a 2- or 3-year-old. Just check the surveillance. There was no need for Hua, Chunling, or Jianglin to explain. The onlookers had seen it all, leaving Zhou Chunhua speechless. Though she was furious, her heart ached for her wailing grandson. "Mr. Hua, your daughter is exceedingly rude." The baby grinned, revealing 2 gleaming little fangs, infuriating everyone. "Blame daddy for spoiling me too much." Zhou Chunhua retorted. "You." Hua Chunling stepped forward, scooping up the baby. "Jianglin, has everything been arranged?" Jianglin approached alongside the restaurant owner, who nodded vigorously. "Mr. Hua, the restaurant has officially been transferred to your name." Hua Chunling, with a frosty expression, nodded and turned to Jianglin. Jianglin understood, and after Mr. Hua left with his daughter, he addressed the crowd. "Mr. Hua's directive is that today, all guests will have their meals covered, along with an additional voucher worth 10,000 yuan, valid indefinitely." His gaze landed on Zhou Chunhua and her companion. "Remove these 2 immediately." 4 bodyguards promptly entered and escorted them out. Zhou Chunhua, dirted and disheveled, glared with malice. "Just you wait. Is wealth so impressive? I know a sorceress." Chapter 025. The unwakeable baby Hua Chunling took his beloved daughter directly to the company. The little one had to accompany him. Work could not be neglected, especially now, as they were in the midst of acquiring the Zhang group. With even Zhang Guodong's mother-in-law speaking so audaciously in public, it was imperative he personally oversee matters to prevent anyone from taking advantage. After all, during his wife's lifetime, he had turned a blind eye to the Zhang family's actions. Little did he know he had raised a den of wolves. In the lobby of the Hua group, the receptionist was startled when she saw Mr. Hua entering through the revolving door with something in his arms. Is Assistant Jiang resigning? Upon closer inspection, it was a baby. Her hairstyle was unique, resembling an electrified mess, both frizzy and curly, yet her chubby little face resting on Mr. Hua's shoulder, even in sleep, showcased exquisite features that made her irresistibly adorable. Noticing the receptionist's gaze, Hua Chunling shot a cold look. The 2 receptionists turned pale, nervously preparing to call for help when they heard Mr. Hua's deliberately lowered voice. "Don't speak. You'll wake the baby." The receptionists were taken aback. Hua Chunling suddenly remembered something and, typically terse and reserved, he made an exception to explain. "The little one is the daughter of the Hua family, my daughter." The receptionists hurriedly lowered their voices. "Hello, Mr. Hua." "Hello, young lady." Hua Chunling nodded indifferently, carrying the baby into the private elevator. The receptionists exchanged glances. Then one pinched the other's arm. "Ouch! When did Mr. Hua have a daughter? I thought he only had 3 sons. An illegitimate child? Impossible. Our boss's private life is spotless. There's only Mrs. Hua, but it was rumored Mrs. Hua passed away in a car accident 3 months ago." No wonder Mr. Hua has seemed colder and more intimidating these days at the office. The 2 whispered amongst themselves and then sent a message in the company group chat. Mr. Hua brought his daughter, the young lady, to the office. Does anyone know about her situation? The response came from a usually reticent account. "Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Hua's assistant Jianglin. The young lady is Mr. Hua's adopted daughter, and like the young masters of the Hua family, she has inheritance rights to the company." The curious employees were taken aback. No one dared to speak further in the group. Who would have thought that the usually quiet account was actually Assistant Jiang's alternate account? So, Jianglin had been lurking all along? The employees whispered Mr. Hua is indeed full of surprises. They refrained from discussing it in the department chat, but the gossip continued in the break room during downtime. Assistant Jiang mentioned that the young lady has the same inheritance rights as the 3 young masters. This is absurd. Surely she isn't Mr. Hua's biological child? Oh no, if you wish to quit, go to HR yourself. Don't drag us down with you. While discussions swirled around the company, the president's office remained remarkably quiet. The baby was still asleep, granting Hua Chunling a moment to attend to his work. Nonetheless, the devoted father had not forgotten to address the baby's night confusion. So once he finished urgent documents, he headed to the lounge to wake her. Little one, wake up. Kai Kai remained unresponsive to the calls, and Huo Chunling found rousing the little one from her slumber more challenging than negotiating contracts worth billions. With hands firmly placed on his hips, he stood at the bedside, his handsome visage marred by a furrowed brow. Just then, Jiang Lin entered the room. Sir, there's a multinational meeting in 10 minutes. Huo Chunling pinched the bridge of his nose and turned to Jiang Lin. Do you have any ideas on how to wake Kai Kai? Jiang Lin ventured, perhaps shaking a rattle? Huo Chunling raised an eyebrow. A rattle? Jiang Lin promptly explained. My 4-year-old nephew wakes up instantly at the sound of a rattle, no matter how sleepy he is. Huo Chunling replied. Very well, you will take care of Kai Kai. Jiang Lin affirmed. Yes, sir. Suddenly thrust into the role of a caregiver, although somewhat bewildered, Jiang Lin felt reassured by his experience with his nephew. Kai Kai, Kai Kai. He knocked gently on the door. The little one was deeply engrossed in her dreams and merely furrowed her brows at the noise. She turned over and continued to sleep. Jiang Lin persisted. Kai Kai, please wake up. The little one muttered. Didn't I tell the staff from the Underworld not to use such a drum during the soul summoning? It's too loud. Her acute senses magnified even the slightest sounds, making the knocking seem deafening. Jiang Lin continued, gently calling out to her while softly shaking the rattle. Kai Kai, disturbed but still drowsy, lifted her eyelids slightly. She recognized this uncle. He seemed to be the assistant to her caregiver. A sweet smile broke across her face as she greeted him. Uncle Jiang, hello. Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. After half an hour, the little one had finally awakened. Kai Kai, you who? Who? Jiang Lin had to call out again. He felt a mix of fear and helplessness as he reported. Sir, Kai Kai. This was expected, and Huo Chunling did not blame him, but instead assigned him a task. Jiang Lin, your job this afternoon is to wake Kai Kai. Jiang Lin replied, understood. He thought that attending the meeting, organizing contracts, or even traveling for business seemed easier than waking the little one. At 3 o'clock, Huo Chunling was scheduled to meet a business partner, while Jiang Lin remained in the office, continuing his efforts to rouse Kai Kai. Yet, another half hour passed, and the little one merely rolled over, snoring softly, blissfully unaware of the world. Jiang Lin couldn't help but muse, Kai Kai, if someone were to sell you, you wouldn't even know. The little one lay sprawled out, her tiny mouth slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of her baby teeth. Her chubby little fists rested beside her head, and her wild hair concealed her delicate face, making her appear as though a cluster of dark hair had sprouted a tiny, rosy mouth. The sight was utterly endearing, and Jiang Lin found himself reluctant to wake her. He shook the rattle absent-mindedly, nearly lulling himself to sleep. By 6 o'clock, Huo Chunling was in a meeting, and as night fell, the sleeping Kai Kai felt a sudden warmth in her chest, causing her to awaken swiftly. Spotting Jiang Lin by her bedside, she tilted her head and greeted him, Uncle Jiang, good evening. Before he could respond, the plump little one quickly turned around, backing off the bed and soon landing on her feet. Uncle Jiang, Uncle Gu is in danger. Kai Kai must find Uncle Gu. Would you like to come with me? Jiang Lin surmised she was referring to director Gu Chifeng and nodded earnestly. Yes, let us go. Jiang Lin hastily grabbed his phone, but before he could even look up, the diminutive Kai had dashed out of the office, prompting him to chase after her. Kai Kai, slow down. She puffed as she scampered. I can't slow down. Otherwise, Uncle Gu will end up in the underworld. Jiang Lin, fearing he might lose sight of her, summoned the sprinting speed he had honed in high school. Yet, he still struggled to keep pace with her. Her little legs moved with the precision of a machine, leaving him breathless. Kai Kai, wait for me. Determined to rescue the one in peril, she paid no heed to his calls. However, the secretaries in the office, hearing Jiang Lin's frantic pleas, rushed forward. Kai Kai, please slow down. Where are you going? I have some jackfruit for you. The throng surrounded her, and while she wished to dash past like a gust of wind, she feared that these ordinary people would not withstand her speed. Her pace naturally slowed, and soon Jiang Lin caught up to her, hands on his hips, panting heavily. Kai Kai, the sir has asked me to take care of you. With a sense of urgency, she asked, Uncle Jiang, do you have Uncle Gu's phone number? Can you call him and tell him not to drive today? Jiang Lin nodded quickly. Of course, I'll call him right away. Still uneasy, Kai Kai waddled toward the elevator. Although she had a poor sense of direction, she usually followed the ghostly energy. However, with nightfall, numerous wandering souls filled the realm, and the ghostly aura around Uncle Gu was thin. She discerned that within a radius of 100 miles, at least 3 car accidents had occurred within the past hour, resulting in 4 fatalities. Unless she employed her spiritual powers, time was not on her side. Anxiety gripped her. Using her powers would expose her presence in such a populated area. She believed her own exposure was inconsequential, but a scandal involving her caregiver-esque company would be disastrous. The phone rang unanswered, and Jiang Lin had no choice but to scoop her up and carry her downstairs. "Don't worry, miss. I've already called Assistant Chu from Director Gu's office. You should notify him." Kai Kai's gaze pierced through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, spotting the ominous clouds gathering in the distance. "The Underworld staff is here to collect souls. Uncle Gu is in danger." Upon entering the elevator, she joyfully discovered that it contained only herself and Jiang Lin. "Uncle Jiang, look at that." Jiang Lin followed her gaze, turning just in time for Kai Kai to leap and deliver a swift chop to the back of his neck. As he collapsed, she softly apologized. "I'm sorry, Uncle Jiang, but I must save Uncle Gu." The elevator filled with an eerie aura, the lights flickering ominously, and sparks crackling. Once the darkness dissipated, only the unconscious Jiang Lin remained. Gu Qifeng rubbed his eyes and shook his head. After a long night of surgery and a busy day, fatigue weighed heavily on him. While driving, he recalled Kai Kai's warning not to drive today, and a smile crept onto his face. He dismissed it as the whimsical notion of a 3.5-year-old. After entering his car, he turned on the air conditioning to stave off drowsiness, setting it to a very low temperature. The chill enveloped him, causing him to shiver slightly. Reaching for his phone to check on Kai Kai, he realized he had forgotten it. Perhaps his body was adjusting to the cold as his eyelids began to droop. Recognizing the danger, he shook his head to stay alert. Suddenly, chaos erupted as he glanced down to adjust the air conditioning. Amid the terrified screams of pedestrians outside, he looked up to see a dump truck barreling toward him from the right, the driver blaring the horn frantically. Gu Qifeng's pupils constricted, and he gripped the steering wheel tightly, veering to the side just as a small car sped past on his left, causing a searing pain on his cheek. In the blink of an eye, as thunder cracked ominously above, his mind flashed back to Kai Kai's warning. It was too late. A cacophony of crashes erupted, accompanied by the horrified screams of bystanders, as 3 or 4 vehicles collided violently under the stormy sky. Gu Qifeng felt as though his cheeks were ablaze, the pain rendering him momentarily unconscious. Before the staff responsible for guiding souls in the underworld could regain their composure, Gu Qifeng's heartbeat returned. The 2 underworld workers were perplexed. How could it be that 2 souls had perished, yet only 1 remained? Surely, they had not misread the records. No, the ledger of life and death was unequivocal. Yet, there was only 1 soul. Let us investigate the one surnamed Gu. He must have met an untimely demise today. The 2 workers circled Gu Qifeng, only to discover that a steel pipe had pierced through his heart, and he had not succumbed on the spot. He ought to have perished, yet he was somehow alive. Someone must have intervened. Quickly, check the ledger of life and death. Upon accessing the ledger's back end, they found that Gu Qifeng's fate had entirely altered. The records now read that surviving a great calamity would surely lead to blessings, living to 100 years and passing away peacefully. Indeed, the 2 underworld workers took the other soul away in haste. Concealed 100 meters away, the little milk dumpling stifled a laugh, shaking her curly hair before vanishing like the wind. In the underground parking lot, Jiang Lin awoke to find the elevator had stopped at the first basement level. He was alone in the elevator, the young lady having mysteriously disappeared. Jiang Lin's heart raced, his face turning pale. Miss. Something was amiss. In a panic, Jiang Lin immediately called his superior. Huo Clan, upon hearing, furrowed his brow but remained composed. As long as the little one had gone missing in the company, the surveillance footage could reveal her whereabouts. Thus, after finishing a meeting, Huo Clan accessed the surveillance of the executive elevator, scrutinizing the screen. As he watched, the lights in the elevator began to flicker, then plunged into darkness. Mere moments later, when the lights returned, only Jiang Lin lay on the floor of the elevator. The little one was nowhere to be seen. Huo Clan abruptly stood, ready to search for her, when he noticed another surveillance feed. The little one appeared in the 3rd basement parking lot, looking bewildered as she wandered about aimlessly. Huo Chan thought to himself that it might be beneficial for her to run around a bit. Once fatigued, she would naturally lack the energy to stay up late. He called Jiang Lin, instructing him to search the underground parking lot slowly. Jiang Lin, nearly losing his wits over the little one's disappearance, replied, "All right, sir." In the third basement, the little milk dumpling had been gone for less than 10 minutes. However, the whole corporation was blessed with excellent feng shui, devoid of any ominous presence. She recalled that Uncle Jiang had pressed a horizontal line, followed by a vertical one, that indicated the first basement level. Yet, the little dumpling was not familiar with the characters of this era. The King of Hell had only taught her ancient texts passed down through millennia, where numbers were represented in capitalized form. Standing in the third basement parking lot, she wandered in circles, growing increasingly perplexed. The little dumpling touched her forehead, her mind spinning. Where could the horizontal line and vertical line be? In the CEO's office, Huo Chan was amused by the adorable antics of the little one, chuckling softly. Chapter 027. Caring for the little one is life-threatening. The little dumpling began to circle around the cars, but seeing so many, she ultimately decided to follow the wall. After all, the parking lot was vast, but there were fewer walls. As she turned, she ended up on the second basement level. Jiang Lin, who had come down from the first basement, sighed with relief and called out, "Miss." The only response came from the little dumpling, who was energetically waddling forward. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, for there was a slope. A slope signified hope. In her exhilaration, she overlooked Jiang Lin, who was half a parking lot away. Jiang Lin, noticing this, sprinted after her. Bound by his superior's instructions to exhaust the little one's energy and prevent her from discovering the elevator, he opted not to use it. This nearly left Jiang Lin exhausted. He was aware that the little lady had slept all day, but he had not anticipated her boundless energy at 3.5 years old. He followed her closely, witnessing her transition from the third basement to the second, then to the first basement. By the time the little dumpling made her fourth descent from the third basement to the first, Jiang Lin, supporting himself against the wall, felt he might kneel before her. This was no ordinary little dumpling. This was a mighty warrior. Were those legs? They must be made of steel. Jiang Lin was utterly spent. The little dumpling, too, was dizzy. Eventually, she closed her eyes and continued to navigate by feeling along the wall. Exhausted, Jiang Lin had no choice but to drag his weary body along the wall in pursuit. The two were separated by half the parking lot, which was exceedingly vast. Without the aid of mobile surveillance, Jiang Lin would not have been able to locate the little one. Even so, he shouted until his throat was hoarse. Yet the little dumpling remained oblivious, darting about energetically. As Jiang Lin, hands on hips, chased after her, he was about to turn a corner when a black Jeep emerged from below. The little dumpling spotted him just in time. With a delighted exclamation, she joyfully cried out, "Uncle Jiang, I found you." Then, she dashed toward him with fervor. Jiang Lin's heart raced to his throat, and in a moment of panic, he shouted, "Miss, be careful." His body reacted faster than his mind, and he sprinted towards her with an unexpected burst of strength. The little dumpling glanced at the approaching vehicle and then at the rapidly advancing Jiang Lin. She quickly cast a glance at the distant camera, confirming it could not capture her. With a gust of determination, she bounded across the 40-meter expanse, reaching Jiang Lin's side in an instant, clinging to his leg. "Uncle Jiang." Jiang Lin could hear the roar of the speeding vehicle beside him. He looked at the little dumpling, then at the Jeep that had just sped by, and finally at the spot where she had been moments ago. "Miss you." The little dumpling gazed up at him with big, sorrowful eyes. "Uncle Jiang, I've been looking for you for so long." Jiang Lin silently scooped her up into his arms, gently ruffling her wild hair while glancing upward, exasperated by the heavens. In the office, Huo Chan observed the moment when the little one and Jiang Lin finally reunited, a broad smile deepening on his face. He sent a message to Jiang Lin. "See what the little one wishes to eat or play with. I will finish work in 2 hours." Jiang Lin, reading the message, wore a somewhat dazed expression. "Understood, sir." The little dumpling, feeling Jiang Lin's racing heart, reached out to touch it. "Uncle Jiang, are you very tired?" Jiang Lin managed a tender smile. "Miss, Uncle Jiang is not tired." The little dumpling, however, was not convinced. She was no fool. Uncle Jiang smelled of sweat, as if he had labored all day on a construction site. She promptly wriggled out of his embrace and marched forward on her short legs. Jiang Lin, startled, quickly grasped her chubby little hand. "Miss, Uncle Jiang will take you out." The little dumpling eagerly obliged. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lin led the little dumpling out from the second parking lot exit. The exit was about 500 meters from the Huo Corporation building, separated by a bustling food street. The aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the air, and the little dumpling could hardly contain her drool. The food of the human world was simply exquisite. Another day of indulgence awaited. The little dumpling tugged on Jiang Lin's hand, heading across the street. "Uncle Jiang, let us go there." Jiang Lin gently cautioned, "Miss, that area is crowded and not very safe." The little dumpling lifted her face, her expression adorably soft and endearing. "Uncle Jiang is not afraid. I will protect you." Jiang Lin thought to himself, how absurd for a 30-something man to be protected by a 3.5-year-old. Yet, with the little dumpling's insistence, he felt he had no choice but to comply. But this is the young princess of the Hua family, a tender 3.5-year-old darling. He reminded himself to be particularly cautious about food and drink once they arrived there. The night had fully enveloped the sky, and the food street was bustling with crowds. Not far from here lies the university town, surrounded by numerous residential complexes, where the majority of the throngs were vibrant young people. The darling ambled along, sampling various treats, purchasing 2 of everything initially. She and Uncle Jiang would taste it first to assess the flavors. If something delighted their palates, she would buy 4 more, 1 each for her father, her second elder brother, her third elder brother, and Mingshu Gich. Should something fail to please, they would simply finish their share and depart. Jiang Lin had followed the darling for 3 hours, his stomach growling in protest. As they walked and munched, the darling would occasionally sweetly inquire if he wanted water, leaving Jiang Lin deeply touched. An hour later, Jiang Lin was nearly at his wit's end. The darling continued to indulge in her feast. A massive skewer of grilled squid, larger than his face, was presented to him. "Uncle Jiang, try this grilled squid. It smells divine. Over here, there's white-cut chicken. Shall we sample it? Look, Uncle Jiang, this sugar figurine looks adorable, its head plump and perfect for a delightful bite." Jiang Lin glanced down at his belly, which felt as if it were swollen like that of a 6 or 7-month pregnant woman. "Miss, can you still eat?" "Of course. I've only just begun," she replied. "Uncle Jiang, you too, right? Let's go check over there. They have iron plate tofu." Jiang Lin, tears in his eyes, reluctantly swallowed a piece of iron plate tofu and messaged his superior. "Sir, does overindulgence count as a workplace injury?" The earthly father figure, Huo Clan, was still engrossed in his documents when he received Jiang Lin's message, furrowing his brow. "Who? Me? It doesn't count. Overindulgence is a personal choice and unrelated to work, hence not classified as a workplace injury." Jiang Lin choked on the last morsel of iron plate tofu, caught in his throat, making breathing laborious. The darling glanced up and noticed Uncle Jiang, head bowed while focusing on his phone, looking as if he were choking like someone she had seen in the underworld. She hurriedly tugged him to a secluded spot. "Uncle Jiang, I will protect you." Upon finishing her sentence, she swiftly slapped the plastic bag she held against his head and delivered a firm pat on his back. Jiang Lin gasped, "Ugh, this is going to be the end of me. My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are nearly knocked out." Half an hour later, Jiang Lin felt as though his stomach might burst. The darling finally noticed. "Uncle Jiang, have you eaten too much?" Jiang Lin replied, "Miss, you have finally noticed." The darling gazed at him with her pure, innocent eyes. "Uncle Jiang, you shouldn't be so greedy. You might upset your stomach." Jiang Lin retorted, "Greedy, you say?" She nodded earnestly. "All along the way, Uncle Jiang, your eyes haven tea strayed from those delicious treats." Jiang Lin, with a heavy heart, protested, "I have been observing which delicacies are suitable for you." He managed to voice, "So miss you." The darling cheerfully interjected, "Seeing that you want to eat, I will keep you company, Uncle Jiang." Jiang Lin, hands on his belly, sighed, "Uncle Jiang thought you were the one who wanted to eat." The darling blinked her large eyes. "I do enjoy eating, and I can eat as much as I want without feeling unwell." She then asked with genuine concern, "Uncle Jiang, do you need to go to the hospital?" Jiang Lin glanced down at his round belly, leading the darling out of the food street to a pharmacy to buy digestive tablets. The darling waited patiently for him. While she waited, a gentle voice emerged from behind her. "Are you the little darling?" "I am." "Who are you, miss?" Hua Anin smiled radiantly. So you really are the little darling. I've finally found you. The darling looked perplexed. Hua Anin quickly introduced herself. Little darling, I am Hua Anin, the eldest daughter of the Hua family, your cousin. My father is your uncle, and your father is my second uncle. My father never mentioned it. I didn't know, the darling replied. Hua Anin suppressed her dissatisfaction and took the darling's small hand. Little darling, would you like me to take you to meet your second uncle? The darling firmly declined. No, Uncle Jiang will take me to find Daddy. Hua Anin noticed Jiang Lin and recognized him as her second uncle's aide. Ever since she learned that her second uncle had adopted a daughter, her heart had raced. Though she was not truly 8 years old, she had traversed from another world into this parallel realm, binding herself to a true fate lady system. As the supposed true fate lady of this world, she was essentially the protagonist. She communicated with the system in her mind. System, didn't you say I was the only girl in the Hua family? The system was equally perplexed, as according to the plot, there was indeed only one girl in the Hua family in this parallel world, her host, Hua Anin. Let me check, Hua Anin urged. Does this little darling exhibit any anomalies? Perhaps she is a traveler like me, or even possesses a true fate lady system. That cannot be, host. A single world can only harbor one true fate lady system. Otherwise, the plot would collapse and chaos would ensue. The darling observed as Uncle Jiang completed the transaction and prepared to approach, only to find the young lady seemingly conversing with someone. She glanced around. The pharmacy was immaculate, devoid of any supernatural entities. If not supernatural entities, what could they be? She looked up. Sister Anin, who are you speaking with? Hua Anin, startled, snapped back sharply. Who am I speaking with? Besides you, who else could I be talking to? The darling scrutinized her closely, noticing a slight instability in her spirit. How strange. Just as she was about to investigate further, Jiang Lin approached. Mississippi. Upon seeing Hua Anin, Jiang Lin greeted her calmly. Miss Anin. Hua Anin instantly returned to her previous warmth upon seeing Jiang Lin, appearing particularly polite and well-mannered. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Noticing the medicine in Jiang Lin's hand, Hua Anin inquired with concern, Uncle Jiang, is something wrong with the little darling? Should we go to the hospital? Her second uncle had become the head of the Hua family, and even though her father was the eldest brother, he had to tread carefully around her second uncle. But now, a rival for her affection in the form of this little darling had appeared. What could a 3.5-year-old child fear? There were plenty of things. Jiang Lin gently shook his head with a smile. No, the little lady is quite healthy. Miss Anin, the sir is still awaiting your presence. I must take the little lady with me. Jiang Lin hesitated. Miss Anin, the sir. Hua Chunling entered, his tone cold and indifferent. I dislike strangers sitting in my car. Upon finishing his statement, he strode purposefully toward the little darling. Her eyes sparkled as she grinned widely and dove into her earthly father's embrace. Daddy, you're done with your work. Hua Chunling's previously detached expression softened in an instant. His eyes filled with a tenderness that left Hua Anin dumbfounded. System, what is the situation with this little darling? ISN T. Hua Chunling, supposed to be aloof and distant, even excessively strict with his biological son. The system conducted a search. Host, I cannot find any information regarding the little darling. How can that be? The system was equally puzzled. Let me consult the main system. Hua Anin felt restless. Be quick. The little darling once more turned to Hua Anin. Sister Anin, who are you talking to again? Hua Anin nearly scowled but quickly noticed Hua Chunling's presence, instantly revealing a gentler, more gracious smile. Second uncle. Hua Chunling showed her no courtesy, his voice colder still, his gaze sharp as ice. The little darling wishes to know who you were just speaking to. Having been manipulated by the Zhang family using supernatural entities, Hua Chunling's first thought was whether Hua Anin was also in contact with such entities, as presence was formidable, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine of, causing her to blanch and stutter. I was just talking to. When turned his gaze back to the little bundle in his arms, his expression shifted instantaneously. He was cold and authoritative towards, yet tender and indulgent with the. What did it say? Though unable to discern any sinister presence around the young lady, felt an unsettling dissonance, sensing that she was indeed conversing with someone. She whispered into hers ear, I think is a bit strange, but there is nothing ghostly around her. Still, she is definitely talking to someone. S. gaze sharpened, tinged with a subtle ferocity. Not speaking, are we? Was nearly brought to tears. her small frame trembling uncontrollably, is truly not talking to anyone else. The flicker in her eyes revealed a guilty conscience. How could an 8-year-old dare to lie in the face of his inquiry? Cast a penetrating look at her. You must speak the truth. Otherwise, the cold, ruthless glint in his eyes may collapse in fear. In Chapter 029, the wrath of this beloved daughter is unleashed. Carried the into the car, while they, curious about who the young lady was speaking to, couldn't he help but glance back at her. As drove, gestured for him to raise the partition. Once the front and back seats were separated, he gently asked "Are you tired, perhaps, and didn't see those things?" Unconditionally believed in his daughter. They shook her head, her little brows furrowing. "No, I haven't seen anything ghostly around. So I want to know who she is talking to." His imagination ran wild. Could it be a form of telepathy? Upon voicing this thought, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. While this world was rife with the supernatural he had once dismissed, the notion of telepathy seemed even more fantastical. Nestled in hers embrace, the frowned even deeper. It was not telepathy. The one she sensed communicating was seemingly right beside her, yet she could not identify them. The felt frustrated. As the daughter of she believed no demon or ghost could elude her sight. Why was she unable to see? Noticing her little brows knitting into a tight frown, gently stroked her hair. "Don't dwell on it. If you can't see, it's all right. I shall have someone keep an eye on her. If behaves herself, she remains the young lady of the family. If she dares to harm, I will ensure she regrets it deeply." Had never taken a liking to. If not for his wife bringing her to the estate a few times during her lifetime, he might not even recall her appearance. How could have encountered? The recounted her. "I met her while waiting to buy medicine at She said her father is. You are her." At this, the looked at her with curiosity. "Do I have other relatives?" It dawned on that since they had arrived at the family. He had yet to take her to the old estate. Although then favored his elder brother and the third, he was the true patriarch of the family. Did wish to meet them? They nestled comfortably against her, nodding emphatically. "S family is also his family. I want to meet them." They had said that children must be polite. Tenderly ruffled the tousled hair, indulgently responding, "Then tomorrow evening, I will take and your 2 brothers to the old estate to meet shall we?" The beamed with anticipation. "All right." Before the car could come to a complete stop, burst from the living room like a cannonball, startling nearly into a panic. Inside the vehicle, swiftly secured in his arms and opened the door. As approached, panting heavily, he exclaimed, "Is here," with a look of sheer terror on his face. Rushed over, his eyes wide with fear. "You must go check on. Something is wrong." Inquired, "What is wrong with?" His face pale with urgency, replied, "After had dinner, he locked himself in his room. Just now, I heard roaring and crashing from inside. Has already gone in, but it doesn't seem good." As he finished speaking, rushed out, panic-stricken. "Sir, you must check on the." Expression darkened as he quickly entered the living room, clutching the. Seizing the moment when her was distracted, slipped from his grasp and hurried up the stairs toward her room. At the staircase, she spotted, drenched in sweat. As and reached the staircase, their eyes widened in disbelief. The staircase had inexplicably morphed into a pitch-black void, rendering them unable to see a thing. Although the staircase lay ahead, their feet felt as though they were treading on solid ground. The soft, plaintive voice of the echoed from above. "The who just harmed? I have swallowed you." As battled a grotesque, waterlogged specter, he instinctively flung out his sealing talisman upon hearing the words. Deep down, he was aware that harbored secrets that should remain undisclosed. All and the others heard was the first half of her declaration. They inhaled deeply and unleashed a deafening howl, devouring the ghostly entity that lunged at in one swift bite before kicking open the door and charging inside. Upon seeing instinctively embraced her. "You must leave. It's dangerous here." He was bewildered as to why the entity shied away from him. Yet it still disturbed his senses, compelling him to self-harm. Maintaining his rationality, he struggled to control his body while creating chaos to attract the attention of the third brother. But they had already rushed in. "Too dangerous. You." The gently tapped her finger on her forehead, a chilling intent following as a wisp of dark energy dispersed from his brow. That icy malevolence vanished in an instant, and although sensed it, it was too swift for him to react. "Has promised to protect." A shaken questioned, "What is happening?" Hurriedly entered, relieved to find the unharmed, with even regaining clarity. leaving him in a state of confusion. "You, outside," S anxious voice called out. "Are you all right?" As the ghostly energy was consumed by and rushed in, the nestled in her arms, beaming at her, and revealing her small white teeth. "We're just fine. The only unfortunate ones are the ghostly entities she devoured and the malevolent individuals controlling them. Anyone daring to harm, who bears this blood, must face the wrath of this beloved daughter. The more heinous their deeds, the more tragic their end." In an upscale neighborhood in the western city, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from a certain building. Moments later, a tremendous crash reverberated as a 70-year-old woman, living alone, was engulfed by a chilling aura, writhing and wailing amidst a raging fire. A careless brush against a nearby candlestick ignited the curtains, and within moments, flames consumed the entire room. Night shift workers in the vicinity noticed the billowing smoke and flames, prompting them to call the authorities in alarm. When 110, 120, and 119 arrived, the entire room had been reduced to ashes. Strangely, neither the upper nor lower floors had been affected. Captain Xiangqi of 119 expressed his astonishment, remarking on the peculiar nature of the fire. In Chapter 030, the discovery of the unique Nai Tuanzi unfolds. Within the Hua family estate in the Eastern District, Huo Clan cradled Nai Tuanzi while guiding 3 adolescent boys into the study. Upon noticing the situation, Bai Mingxiu instinctively glanced at the Nai Tuanzi in Uncle Huo's arms. Unaware of the attention, Nai Tuanzi curiously surveyed her surroundings, her eyes widening at the sight of countless books filling the spacious study. As she focused intently, she realized she could not recognize a single character. "That shouldn't be," she exclaimed. Though merely 3.5 years old, she had been able to read the death ledger in the underworld. So it was inconceivable that she could not decipher the texts in this realm. Unable to hold back, she burst into laughter. "What's wrong, little one?" Huo Clan inquired, noticing her puzzled expression. "Daddy, I don't recognize any of the words in your books." With a heavy heart, Huo Siju and Huo Xiqing exchanged worried glances, concerned about the possibility of Nai Tuanzi's secrets being revealed. Bai Mingxiu, recalling something, pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to her. "Can you read the words in this notebook, Nai Tuanzi?" Eagerly, she accepted the notebook and began flipping through it. Her previously wrinkled little face instantly brightened like a sunflower swaying in the breeze, her white teeth glistening in delight. "I can read these, Brother Mingxiu. These are numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can read them. And this is from the Yin Yang Bagua." Her excitement was palpable, causing Huo Chenling to raise an eyebrow. "You can recognize traditional characters, but not simplified ones?" With a confused expression, Nai Tuanzi replied, "Daddy, we're traditional characters and simplified characters. Aren't they all just words?" Huo Chenling's curiosity deepened, yet he refrained from asking further. Instead, he carried her to the bookshelf on the left, retrieving a thick tome from the lower drawer. Upon seeing it, Nai Tuanzi exclaimed joyfully, "Daddy, you have the Shanhai Jing here too." Huo Chenling retrieved another book, and she continued to identify them, her voice sweet and endearing. "This is the Zhou. Huo Chenling produced over 10 volumes, all in traditional script, many of which Huo Xiqing could not read. Listening to Nai Tuanzi pronounce each title, he suddenly felt the need to start his education from kindergarten. With a head full of questions, Huo Xiqing remarked, "Nai Tuanzi, how do you know traditional characters?" Nai Tuanzi proudly lifted her chin, her demeanor exuding confidence. "My daddy in the underworld taught me." Since her birth, she had been constantly held by her father, the king of the underworld, who took her everywhere, as she was inherently different from newborns in the human realm. Busy with his duties, he recognized her remarkable learning ability and began teaching her to read before she was even 6 months old. Huo Xiqing's eyes widened in surprise. "The king of the underworld?" Nai Tuanzi nodded eagerly yes. Worried she might miss her biological father, Huo Siju interjected, "So you only know traditional characters and not simplified ones?" Huo Chenling recalled the incident in the company's underground garage, a smile creeping onto his face. He affectionately patted Nai Tuanzi's head, kissing her forehead. "It's all right. You're only 3.5. You'll learn at kindergarten in September." Without waiting for her response, Huo Chenling took the notebook back from her and returned it to Bai Mingxiu, then turned to both Bai Mingxiu and his second son. "What happened upstairs? Are you truly feeling all right?" Huo Chenling was concerned that if the two boys were unwell, he would need to accompany Mingxiu to visit old Master Bai. Hua Siju quickly shook his head. Dad, I'm fine. Bai Mingxiu agreed. Uncle Hua, I am well too. Hua Siqing looked at him with a mix of surprise and admiration. Brother Mingxiu, you must have driven that ghost away. You're amazing. Just moments ago, the first floor was engulfed in darkness, eerie and terrifying. Neither my father, nor Butler Luo, nor I could see anything. Bai Mingxiu felt a twinge of guilt, but he remained composed. As long as Uncle Hua didn't scrutinize him too closely, he believed he could keep his secret. Hua Siju instinctively glanced at Nai Tuanzi, recalling that it was her gentle touch on his forehead that had dispelled the chilling aura, restoring his clarity. Hua Chunling, having observed his second son's expression, looked down at the Nai Tuanzi, who was now blinking sleepily. Noticing her yawning, he instinctively exclaimed, Are you tired, little one? Shall daddy accompany you to sleep? Indeed, Nai Tuanzi was weary. The overwhelming sensation of having absorbed so many souls had left her feeling quite full. She was accustomed to feeling drowsy after a hearty meal, yawning and rubbing her eyes. Yes, I want to sleep. I'm so tired. Hua Chenling's heart soared at her words, hopeful that her sleep patterns might soon normalize. Hua Siqing, having not seen his adorable sister all day, felt a strong yearning for her. Upon seeing his father carrying her off to sleep, he hurriedly followed. Dad, I want to sleep with my sister too. As the three departed, Hua Siju exchanged a glance with Bai Mingxiu, silently communicating before they exited the study and made their way to Hua Siju's room. Sitting on the couch, Hua Siju rubbed his forehead. Now tell me, what exactly is going on with Nai Tuanzi? Understanding that Hua Siju was involved, Bai Mingxiu furrowed his brow, deciding to speak candidly. I'm not entirely sure. I planned to ask her in the last couple of days, but I haven't had the chance. Nai Tuanzi should possess more than just the yin-yang eyes. Bai Mingxiu then inquired, What did she do to you earlier? Hua Siju recounted the incident without reservation. Bai Mingxiu replied, That entity we encountered was formidable. I can't guarantee your safety, but I never expected that a mere touch from Nai Tuanzi would resolve everything. Hua Siju lightly kicked Bai Mingxiu's leg. Speak plainly. Bai Mingxiu clarified. That ghostly entity was consumed by Nai Tuanzi. Hua Siju jumped up from the couch, astonished. What? Having witnessed Nai Tuanzi devour those entities before, Bai Mingxiu remained remarkably composed. I only know that Nai Tuanzi is extraordinarily powerful. As for why it happens, I have no idea. Hua Siju's lips twitched in disbelief. Nai Tuanzi is only 3.5. How could she possibly consume such a thing? Bai Mingxiu shared his confusion. That's why I've been trying to find an opportunity to ask her, but he pursed his lips, revealing a resigned smile. Hua Siju paced anxiously. Nai Tuanzi is full of energy at night, yet she felt so tired just now. Is it because she consumed that ghostly entity? Bai Mingxiu nodded. It seems so. Feeling restless, Hua Siju declared, I need to check on her. Just as he prepared to seek out Nai Tuanzi, a call from his cousin Zhang Jifeng interrupted him. Siju, I beg you, please ask your father not to pursue the Zhang family to the ends of the earth. Regardless of the circumstances, they're still your relatives. Especially your aunt, who genuinely regards you and Si Jin and Si Chun as her own sons. Zhang Jifeng's disbelief was palpable. You all know? Hua Siju's expression darkened, his eyes reflecting a chilling intensity. So you knew all along? The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Hua Siju with a heavy heart. Despite Bai Mingxiu's partial understanding of the Zhang family's actions, he was still taken aback by their depths of treachery, realizing even the younger generation was aware of the entire scheme. As he gazed at the trembling Hua Siju, Bai Mingxiu gently patted his shoulder. Hua Siju gripped his phone tightly, wishing he could crush it in his hands. I know, I'm waiting. Initially, he had been concerned about the fate of the Zhang family, thinking of his cousins and their plight. After all, they were still just children. However, unexpectedly, a dark smile crept on Hua Siju's face. His father would undoubtedly ensure they paid a severe price for their viciousness. Thus, he longed to see the Zhang family suffer 1,000-fold. For the sake of money and profit, even kin had turned into executioners. Yes, they would certainly pay dearly for their actions. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the western part of the city. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the voice of Bai Leo Yizi. Mingxiu, are you still at the Ho residence? Bai Mingxiu replied, Grandfather, has something happened in the west? Bai Leo Yizi's voice was weary and hoarse. Old Mrs. Su has passed away. Bai Mingxiu furrowed his brow. Old Mrs. Su? I remember she was in good health, one of the healthiest elders in the Xiamen I know. Moreover, she was very attentive to her well-being and knowledgeable about Xiamen practices. She shouldn't have left us so soon. An accident? Perhaps. But it could also be said that it was deserved. Bai Mingxiu began to understand. Had she resorted to sinister arts? Yes. As a thought struck him, he suddenly inquired, "Grandfather, do you know who she was targeting with her dark arts? Or who was behind her?" Unknown. Her death was tragic. She likely perished in flames of karmic retribution, along with the restless spirits she had nurtured, all consumed by fire without a trace left behind. Bai Mingxiu probed, "When did old Mrs. Su pass away?" Bai Lao Yizi responded with certainty, 5 minutes ago." Bai Mingxiu was silent. Sensing that his grandson seemed to know something, Bai Lao Yizi slowly asked, "Mingxiu, do you know something?" Bai Mingxiu quickly shook his head, smiling, "No. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known anything had happened to old Mrs. Su." Bai Lao Yizi said nothing more. After a few more exchanges, the call ended. Bai Mingxiu's curiosity about the identity of the little one grew stronger. The timing of old Mrs. Su's incident coincided with when the little one was upstairs, consuming those ghostly entities. Those of the Xianmen had used dark arts to manipulate those entities to harm others. If they failed, they would certainly suffer immense backlash. The little one had swiftly eliminated all those entities, afterwards rushing towards Ho Siju. Bai Mingxiu suddenly turned to the dark-faced Ho Siju. "Siju, when the little one saved you, did she do anything to you?" Ho Siju raised an eyebrow. "Such as?" Bai Mingxiu recalled the time they had gone to the abandoned villa in the outskirts, where the little one had instructed them to close their eyes and gently touch the corners of their mouths. "Did she perhaps give you a gentle nudge?" Ho Siju's mind flashed with the image of the little one's chubby hand lightly tapping his forehead. "She touched my forehead gently." Bai Mingxiu took a deep breath, his gaze fervently fixed on Ho Siju. "May I see your forehead?" Ho Siju felt uneasy under Bai Mingxiu's intense gaze, but nodded slightly. "Go ahead." Bai Mingxiu stepped closer, scrutinizing intently. The Ho family possessed strikingly handsome features, and Ho Siju exhibited androgynous beauty, exuding a languid and rebellious charm. His current demeanor shadowed by a hint of darkness that made him appear chilling and forbidding. To an outsider, he might seem intimidating. However, Bai Mingxiu had known him since childhood and understood his nature, so he was unfazed. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand and gently touched Ho Siju's forehead. A fleeting chill coursed through both of them, vanishing almost instantaneously, as if it were merely a figment of their imagination. Bai Mingxiu asked him, "Just now, did you feel that?" Ho Siju nodded. "What was it?" Bai Mingxiu shook his head. "I don't know. It must have been the little one." Ho Siju murmured the little one's name, both filled with confusion, and they could no longer contain their curiosity, heading straight for Ho Chunling's room. Ho Chunling sat at the doorway of his father's bedroom, draped in a blanket, dozing off. Upon seeing his older brother and Bai Mingxiu approach, he instantly perked up. "Second brother, Mingxiu, why are you here?" Ho Siju replied, "We came to see the little one." "Is she asleep?" Ho Chunling pouted. "She is. But Dad won't let me go in and sleep with her, saying I'm already a big boy. I'm only 8 years old. For goodness sake." Bai Mingxiu asked, "What about Uncle Ho? Is he still inside?" Mentioning his father made Ho Chunling even more aggrieved. "Yes, he's in there sleeping with the little one. He says I'm a big boy at 8, but he's an old man with 3 sons. How can he shamelessly hold the little one in his arms while sleeping?" Ho Chunling never held back when it came to criticizing his father. Ho Siju was astonished. Dad is sleeping with the little one? His father's cleanliness was far more severe than his own. Even when they were children, their father rarely allowed them to sleep with him. Yet, Ho Siju felt it was only fitting. Boys shouldn't be overly pampered, and the little one, being the only girl in their family, naturally deserved to be cherished. He looked down at his foolish younger brother, who was dozing off at the door like a silly puppy. "Then why are you sitting here?" Ho Chunling's eyes suddenly lit up, sparkling with excitement. "Of course, I'm waiting for Dad to step out for work, so I can sneak in and cuddle with the little one. Who wouldn't want to sleep with such a sweet, adorable little sister? If I don't cuddle her now, when she's grown up, will I dare to hug her? Dad would probably chop off my hands." Ho Siju replied, "Dad probably won't be working late tonight." Ho Chunling exclaimed in shock. "Why not?" Ho Siju explained. "He might be worried the little one will wake up and sneak out to play." Ho Chunling was taken aback. Ho Siju turned to Bai Mingxiu. "Stay here with me?" Bai Mingxiu smiled and nodded. "It would be best if you slept together." Ho Chenling's eyes widened in surprise. You guys. Ho Siju and Bai Mingshu spoke in unison, just in case. After saying this, they disregarded Ho Chenling's clueless expression and headed upstairs. Ho Chenling looked at the door of his father's room, then at his two older brothers ascending the stairs, and upon hearing their words, just in case, he immediately scrambled up from the floor and followed after them. Wait for me. I want to sleep with you guys too, just in case. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Ho Chenling gently patted the little one's back while lowering his voice to answer the phone. Car accident? Glancing at the sleeping little one, Ho Chenling rose and stepped outside to take the call. In the early hours of the morning, Gu Qifeng arrived in a hurry, his face bearing scratches. At 3:30 in the morning, he instructed his assistant to drive him to the Ho estate. Upon entering, his first words were, Chenling, where's the little one? Ho Chenling, with a solemn expression, replied, What time is it now? Gu Qifeng responded, Did you not say the little one was in a state of day-night reversal? Mentioning the little one softened Ho Chenling's stern demeanor. The little one is asleep. Gu Qifeng exclaimed, Oh? Ho Chenling shot him a glare. Do you wish for her to continue this day-night reversal? Gu Qifeng quickly shook his head, smiling broadly. Of course not. The day-night reversal is detrimental to her health. It must be corrected. You're the one with the solution, Chenling. Ho Chenling continued to scrutinize him, confirming that Gu Qifeng only had facial scratches and no other issues. His voice deepened. You showed up at this hour? Gu Qifeng hurriedly responded. I came to pay my respects to the little one. Ho Chenling's expression turned colder. Gu Qifeng cleared his throat, feeling somewhat guilty. At that moment, with dark clouds looming, I truly felt I saw the little one. Do you think I was hallucinating? Although he had fainted, he distinctly sensed a familiar, ethereal fragrance that reminded him of the little one. Ho Chenling smirked, his voice indifferent. Is the little one like Mingshu, born with the ability to see both realms? Gu Qifeng shuddered at the thought. The ability to see both realms? Remained silent, yet his cold and indifferent expression undoubtedly conveyed the most eloquent response. Could not suppress a gulp. We are a socialist society. We must trust in science and abandon the superstitions of feudal beliefs. Suddenly, cast a smile that did not reach his eyes and inquired, What do you make of your accident then? Replied, Well, I don't believe in the family. You doubt them? Pressed on, indifferent to his acceptance or rejection of the matter. The elder is a towering figure in the realm of metaphysics. Even the family, the foremost clan in, treats him with the utmost respect. Yet, he is just a doctor. Rubbed his forehead. Give me a moment to gather my thoughts. Rose. Take your time. Looked at him, still grappling with the reality of the situation. Was this the same leader he had known? Fastidious and almost devoid of human warmth? The little one had only just arrived at the, and now she occupied the master's bed? How would, or the little tyrant, ever consent to this? Found himself questioning life while lounging on the living room sofa. The little one, having slept until midday, awoke to find herself alone in the spacious and luxurious bedroom. She climbed out of bed, glancing around, and realized this was not the room her had prepared for her. A large wedding photo on the opposite wall caught her eye, and she giggled in delight, realizing she was in her room. A maid knocked on the door and entered. Upon seeing the young lady sitting up in bed with a radiant smile, she exclaimed, You're awake, dear. You must be hungry. The little one patted her tiny, round belly, which responded with a growl. The maid's smile grew warmer. Let me help you wash up, and then you can come downstairs for breakfast. The little one raised her head. Thank you, but I can wash myself. Before the maid could assist, she rolled off the bed, demonstrating surprising agility as she landed on her feet, much to the maid's astonishment. By the time regained her composure, the little one had half her head submerged in the wash basin, scrubbing her face. Gasped, Oh dear, that is quite dangerous. You might choke. The little one, standing on a small stool with her arms resting on the sink, turned her wet face towards the maid and replied, No, I'm fine. Said, You don't need my help. The little one hastily wiped her face, droplets of water splattering everywhere, and then leaped down from the stool, bouncing joyfully towards the door. Charmed by the little one's lively demeanor, followed her downstairs with a maternal smile. In the living room, who had been lounging on the sofa for quite some time, was finally greeted by the little one's arrival. See, she exclaimed upon spotting him. Without waiting for her to descend the stairs, he rushed forward, scooping her up into his arms. See, I've missed you dearly. The little one giggled. See, Mrs. Two, remembering's words about the little one possessing a unique ability, as curiosity was piqued. See, can you see those things? The little one, momentarily puzzled, wore an adorably naive expression. Clenched his jaw, those spirits? Understanding dawned on her, and she beamed, revealing her bright smile. Yes. Would you like to see? Was taken aback. Is that something I can see? He mentally recited democracy, civilization, science. The little one laughed, observing carrying her towards the dining area, her delight evident. If you wish to see, you can immediately. Glanced around the immaculately kept home, and the little one chimed in with her sweet voice. The house is very clean. So there are none of those things here. But at your hospital, there definitely are. If you take C with you, I can help you see them. Curiosity overpowering his rationality, gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, let us eat first, and after that, I'll take you to the hospital. The little one, having yet to see her, looked around with her big, round eyes. Where's Daddy? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Very soon, you will meet your and the rest of the family, he assured her. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, is also at the old house? She had yet to meet him. Feeding her explained, yes, he is there. Have you met? Do you like her? Held a favorable impression of, despite being only 8. She was exceptionally well-behaved and sensible. The little one furrowed her brows. C does not like her. She doesn't T like C either. Pondered this peculiar aversion as they arrived at the hospital parking lot. He found it perplexing that these two children would harbor mutual dislike. Yet, he did not doubt the little one's honesty. At 3.5, she was too young for deception. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his forehead, and the little one's soft voice broke through his thoughts. You can see those things now. Looked up to find a stunning woman leaning against his car. Her fashionable attire, a striking red gown, accentuating her alluring figure. However, her excessively pale skin gave her an uncanny resemblance to a corpse. Her lips, vividly crimson, fixed on him with an intensely flirtatious gaze. Ma'am, it is rather dangerous to lean on my car like that. What if I were to back up? Her eyes glistened with an unsettling allure, as if they could ensnare him, sending shivers down his spine. You are the first to express such concern for me. Would you consider being my husband? Thought, has she escaped from a psychiatric ward? He reached for his phone to call for help, only to discover there was no signal. The surrounding environment began to distort. What was once a sunny hospital parking lot turned ominous and eerie, sending a shiver down his spine. He tightened his hold on the little one. Watching the woman sway towards him with a serpentine grace, he stepped back uneasily. What do you think you are doing? With a glint in her eye, she gazed at him as if he were a delectable dish. Handsome, be my husband. If you agree, I want to devour you. Could no longer contain his irritation. You are clearly unwell. The little one chimed in. She isn't sick. She has long since passed away. Retorted. If she is not sick, then why is she saying such things? Dead? What do you mean? The woman looked at him with a mix of coyness and anticipation, laced with a chilling aura. Indeed, handsome, I am deceased, yet still single. If you wish to be my husband, I can arrange your demise. And we can marry in the underworld. S body stiffened in fear. Why would he wish to die? He was alive and well. He had no intentions of seeking a ghostly bride in the afterlife. As the woman drew closer, her crimson lips curled into a sinister smile, exposing a terrifying grin. Repeated to himself, prosperity, democracy, science. The little one looked up at him, perplexed by his mantra, unable to comprehend why he was reciting those words. Uncle Gu, is it not the ghostly things you wish to see? Gu Qifeng. The woman gazed at Gu Qifeng, terror-stricken, her lips curling into a venomous smile of resentment. Indeed, you initiated the conversation. How dare you? Did you think you could toy with my emotions and then abandon me? Dream on. I shall end your life. Gu Qifeng felt a mixture of fear and anger. Crazy ghost. Must we resort to reason? I was merely concerned for your safety, believing you were a human, and wanted to warn you of oncoming traffic. Suddenly, the woman began to weep, blood tears cascading down her face. As she slowly lifted her head, her eyes seemed ready to fall from their sockets. You claim to worry for me, yet you are still flirting with me? Gu Qifeng, he was on the brink of madness. Are ghostly beings truly this unreasonable? The little milk dumpling noticed Uncle Gu's face had turned pale and promptly tapped his forehead lightly. All is well, Uncle Gu, you cannot see it anymore. Gu Qifeng looked up to find the sky clear and the sun shining brightly. The chilling aura that had enveloped him moments ago seemed merely a figment of his imagination. He still held the milk dumpling by the car, but the crazy ghost had vanished. Gu Qifeng felt a sense of urgency. Little one, where has that entity gone? The milk dumpling glanced over, her gaze icy, radiating a fierce, murderous intent, causing the woman to lose her form and dissolve into a wisp of dark mist. Who are you? The milk dumpling remembered her father, the king of the underworld's words, to keep her identity concealed. Thus, she tilted her head and contemplated before delivering a rather arrogant response. Someone who could crush you. The crazy ghost, Gu Qifeng. Gu Qifeng prepared to leave with the milk dumpling, but she gently clung to his arm, her voice soft and adorable. Uncle Gu, do you still wish to see? Gu Qifeng. He would not dare to gaze upon such horrors. Let us depart immediately. It is far too perilous. The crazy ghost, startled by the milk dumpling's ghostly aura, attempted to flee. Yet, she soon realized an invisible force barred her escape, instilling deep-seated dread within her. Such entities devour and scheme against one another, with the strong prevailing. The milk dumpling lightly patted Uncle Gu's arm. Uncle Gu, she is too frightened. She cannot defeat me. Gu Qifeng, you, a mere milk dumpling, think she cannot overpower you? She could easily devour you whole. Just as the milk dumpling was about to retort, the crazy ghost reverted to her original human form, kneeling upon the ground, trembling in fear. Please spare me. I was wrong. I shall never frighten anyone again. The milk dumpling tilted her head, somewhat puzzled by her. She knew the other had not shed blood. Otherwise, she would have been consumed long ago. Why do you not report to the underworld? The crazy ghost hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The milk dumpling, losing patience, exerted a powerful pressure that nearly caused the crazy ghost to faint, her pallid face quivering as she stammered an explanation. I was only 20 when I died, and I have yet to experience love. I simply wished for a husband before reporting to the underworld. The milk dumpling, unable to grasp this concept, turned to Gu Qifeng with a question. Uncle Gu, can humans and ghosts truly fall in love and marry? The crazy ghost nodded frantically. Yes, yes. As long as your uncle agrees to be my husband, I could romance him in his dreams. Gu Qifeng's lips twitched uncontrollably. He was no longer afraid of her. How could that be possible? Unless we both perished, we would become a couple in the underworld. The crazy ghost hastily explained to the milk dumpling. No, it would not happen. The old woman told me, as long as I withdrew early, he would only suffer a severe illness. The milk dumpling, perplexed, inquired, who is this old woman? The crazy ghost pointed towards the west of the city, a grim expression overtaking her face as she recalled something dreadful. A spirit medium, but she suddenly died last night. Although Gu Qifeng could no longer see the entity, he deduced from the milk dumpling's expression that, as she had stated, the ghost was indeed frightened of her. Gu Qifeng, this supernatural phenomenon is perplexing. While the milk dumpling pondered the deceased spirit medium, a gentle yet youthful voice suddenly called out from a distance. Little one? She looked up to see Hua and an approaching. Chapter 034. The little one awaits her father. The milk dumpling lifted her hand, appearing to scratch her forehead due to an itch, while in reality, she was dismissing the crazy ghost and warning her in the language of the underworld. Should I discover you have shed blood? The crazy ghost trembled. I absolutely will not. I shall promptly register at the underworld's administrative office. Hua Nation had arrived and engaged in conversation with Gu Qifeng, yet her attention remained fixated on the milk dumpling. Noticing that the little one seemed to disregard her entirely, Hua Nation, feeling both frustrated and unable to express her ire, raised her voice. Little one, did you come to the hospital because you are unwell? She quickly added, fearing that her second uncle might also be present. Where is he? Did he accompany you? The milk dumpling, waiting for the ghost to leave, finally turned her gaze towards Hua Nation. Sister Nation, what did you say? Hua Nation endeavored to maintain a gentle smile, gazing up at the milk dumpling held in Uncle Gu's embrace. Her smile grew softer. Is the little one unwell, hence needing Uncle Gu to carry her? The milk dumpling shook her head. No. Gu Qifeng was about to speak, but Hua Nation interjected. The little one does not wish to walk, so she has Uncle Gu carry her. Uncle Gu was just in a car accident yesterday and has been holding you. The implication was clear. Even if you were a mere milk dumpling, you ought to be more considerate. The milk dumpling failed to comprehend. After all, she was only 3.5 years old and had not undergone any special training. Thus, she snuggled closer to Uncle Gu, her voice particularly soft and sweet. It is Uncle Gu who wishes to hold the little one. Gu Qifeng nodded vigorously, given the little one's unique situation and the recent events. He could not possibly abandon her. As an adult with years of experience in hospitals, he was well aware of Hua Nan's underlying meaning. Was she subtly criticizing the little one for her lack of understanding? Yet, the little one was merely 3.5. For the first time, Gu Qifeng found his good impression of Hua Nan clouded. The little one was correct. It was indeed he who wished to hold her, for she was simply too adorable, and he had not sustained any injuries from the accident. Hua Nan, however, disagreed, fully aware that her positive reputation over the years had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of all. Uncle Gu, you still bear abrasions on your face. How could you possibly be unhurt? After stating this, she adopted an older sister's demeanor and reached for the little one's hand. Come down, little one. Sister Nan will hold your hand. The milk dumpling descended, but did not permit Hua Nan to grasp her hand. For those she disliked, she could hardly spare them a glance. Hence, she looked up at Gu Qifeng and asked, Uncle Gu, where shall we go now? Must we explore elsewhere? Gu Qifeng felt a shiver run down his spine, instantly recalling the ghostly woman's clingy, repugnant, and chilling gaze. No, let us not. Hua Nan could not comprehend their conversation, yet she felt increasingly uncomfortable with Gu Qifeng's unwavering attention on the milk dumpling. Before the little one came to the Hua family, aside from her second uncle's cold demeanor, everyone in the Hua household, including the present Uncle Gu, had treated her like a precious gem. Hua Nan was on the verge of losing her composure, but the system quickly intervened to stabilize her. Do not be angry. She is merely a milk dumpling. You are the true, destined princess. Maintain your composure. Hua Nan retorted. Maintain my composure? Did you not see her blatantly ignoring me? What is she even worth? The system soothed the host's emotions. She is nothing, merely a foster child of the Hua family. At 3.5 years old, with such a disrupted sleep schedule, it remains uncertain if she can grow up healthily. Hua Nan paused for a moment. Indeed, she has a severe disruption in her sleep schedule. Are you suggesting she may never grow up? Have you managed to uncover her information? Who is she, really? The system responded vaguely. It remains unclear for now, but her lifestyle certainly appears unhealthy. Be patient with her. There are others present. Hua Nan managed to regain her composure. As she raised her eyes, they met the dark, curious gaze of the little one, who seemed to be observing her for quite some time. That look was imbued with a sense of exploration, curiosity, and a hint of chilly apprehension that left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Hua Nan suppressed her dissatisfaction and gently coaxed the child. The little one expressed a desire to visit her father's home, but certainly not with Hua Nan. After work, her father would take her there. Just as Hua Nan was about to say something more, the little one firmly took Gu Qifeng's hand, urging him to leave. Uncle Gu, let's go play somewhere else. Concerned that the little one had been frightened earlier, Gu Qifeng bent down and picked her up. Nan, goodbye. Hua Nan bit her lip and waved with a smile. As Gu Qifeng walked away with the little one, Wang Lingyu, who had come to accompany her daughter for a health check, happened to exit the office building. Noticing her daughter's pale complexion, she quickly embraced her. Nan, are you still feeling dizzy? Hua Nan shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on the direction the little one had departed. Mom, did you know that my second uncle has adopted a daughter? Wang Lingyu nodded, her eyes filled with disdain. Yes, what of it? A 3.5-year-old little girl, not even of the whole bloodline. Even if she is adopted, does she dare to act presumptuously before you? Hua Nan lowered her head, her expression one of profound disappointment. Mom, I just met the little one, and she doesn't seem to like me very much. Wang Lingyu immediately retorted. How dare she not like you? Hua Nan replied, when I spoke to her earlier, she completely ignored me. Wang Lingyu, visibly displeased, took her daughter to the car. Your second uncle is bringing her to the old residence for dinner tonight. Your mother will make sure she knows her place. Hua Nan, filled with concern, asked, Mom, will that make my uncle unhappy? Wang Lingyu had never held a favorable impression of Hua Chenling, especially since he was not the eldest son of the Hua family, but had usurped the family authority that rightfully belonged to her husband. She smiled coldly. That will be even better. If he is unhappy, your father and I will be pleased. In the past, due to Hua Chenling's strict discipline over his 3 sons, she often felt powerless to act. But now, With the arrival of the little one, what could a 3.5-year-old possibly know? Surely, she wouldn't even be able to articulate her thoughts, allowing her to indulge in mischief. Meanwhile, the little one, nestled in Uncle Gu's embrace, suddenly sneezed multiple times. Achoo! 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 Gu Chifeng watched as she rubbed her little nose with her chubby hand. Her delicate skin, particularly fair, soon turned rosy from the rubbing. Are you cold? The little one wrinkled her nose and shook her head. The Underworld father had told her that if one sneezes unexpectedly, it certainly meant someone was thinking of her, and it was likely of a negative nature. Gu Chifeng was surprised that the little one remembered her deceased father's words so clearly and affectionately patted her head. Don't worry. Uncle Gu and your Hua father will protect you. No one dares to harbor ill intentions towards you. The little one beamed with delight, her large eyes sparkling, her soft voice conveying a sense of assurance. Even if someone wishes me harm, I'm not afraid. Gu Chifeng suddenly recalled the little one's unique ability to see spirits and her seeming precognition, prompting him to affectionately ruffle her hair. Remembering some fantasy novels he had perused a few days prior, which featured a celestial princess, he indulgently remarked, Indeed, you are the celestial princess. The little one instinctively corrected him, No, I am the underworld princess. Gu Chifeng responded, Isn't the celestial realm superior to the underworld? The little one, now agitated, revealed the truth. No matter how grand the celestial realm is, it isn't my father. A father is irreplaceable. As Gu Chifeng comprehended the little one's loss of her biological father and her association with the underworld, his heart ached for her. Yes, you are the underworld princess. At this, the little one beamed with joy, correct. After a moment, she glanced around and lowered her voice to confer with him. But Uncle Gu mustn't tell anyone. It's a secret. The fewer people who know, the better. Gu Chifeng was amused by her anxious expression. All right, it's a secret between Uncle Gu and you. The little one's tense demeanor instantly relaxed, and she inquired, Uncle Gu, will you really stop looking at those things? Gu Chifeng replied, It seems you are aware of my concerns. She immediately puffed out her little chest, assuring him, Uncle Gu, don't worry. Those things can't defeat me. My father from the underworld said that if they behave, they will eventually be my soldiers. If they don't listen, I will simply swallow them. Gu Chifeng pondered. What kind of existence was her biological father? He spoke so freely with the little one. Wasn't he that teaching her the wrong lessons? Gu Chifeng carried the little one into the elevator, heading to his office. We won't discuss it any further. Uncle Gu believes you are very capable. But such matters should not be shared with others lightly. The little one nodded cheerfully. I understand because Uncle Gu is a good person, I felt comfortable sharing with you. Gu Chifeng's heart melted. Upon reaching their floor, he stepped out of the elevator, only to encounter his assistant, Chu Jing. Chu Jing had already prepared various treats, snacks, and children's favorites like comics and building blocks in the office, as instructed by Gu Chifeng. Director Gu, you've arrived. Gu Chifeng nodded. Is everything ready? It is. Then you may proceed with your tasks. Understood. As Chu Jing departed, Gu Chifeng entered the office, discovering a wealth of food and drink laid out on the coffee table. Even the fruits were cut into small pieces, clearly to prevent any choking hazards for the little one. He placed her on the sofa, little one. See if there's anything you'd like to eat. The little one surveyed the abundant spread, her large, glistening eyes crinkling with delight. Uncle Gu, I'm not picky. I like everything, and there is plenty. No need to eat a little and then play. The little one thought the uncle she had just met was truly kind. Uncle Gu was even better. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Who would adore a polite, sweet, and adorable little one like her? Gu Chifeng wished he could hold her and play with her forever. Although he didn't have to work these days, he felt compelled to check on matters since he was already there. Chu Jing returned. Director Gu, Chairman Liang wishes to see you. Gu Chifeng frowned. Liang Guamin from the Defone Group? Yes. Gu Chifeng queried. What ailment does he have? Chu Jing shook his head, hesitating to speak further. Just say it. Chu Jing responded. Chairman Liang is aware of your accident yesterday. He wishes to discuss it with you. Gu Chifeng grew more perplexed. What was there to discuss about an accident? It was purely coincidental, and he was fortunate to have escaped without harm. Otherwise, he would have been reporting to the underworld. Chu Jing lowered his voice. Director Gu, Chairman Liang believes that your safe escape yesterday was not merely by chance. Glancing at the little one, who was contentedly sipping her fruit tea. Gu Qifeng's gaze softened. He silently pondered. Could it be that Chairman Liang came for the little one? That would not do. She was still so young, merely the Hua family's little princess. He couldn't take such matters upon himself. Tell Chairman Liang that I am not at the hospital. Chu Jing replied. Director Gu, Chairman Liang's secretary witnessed you carrying the little miss out of the car. Gu Qifeng's lips twitched. Has he been keeping an eye on me all along? Chu Jing affirmed. It seems so. The little one looked up and noticed a shadow of unease crossing Uncle Gu's features. How intriguing. She widened her eyes and asked Chu Jing, good person uncle, where did you just go? The corridor was so clean. Chu Jing was momentarily stunned. Good person uncle? Smiled brightly at him and said, indeed, the little one does not know what to call you uncle, but since you have prepared so many delicious treats for me, you must be a good person. After saying this, she did not forget to serve water, adding, Uncle Gu is even better. Before Gu Qifeng could savor the flavor, he was pacified by, why does the little one want to know where Uncle Xujing has gone? Pointed at Uncle Xujing's forehead, which bore a shadowy aura, explaining, Uncle Xujing is tainted with negative energy. When the little one and Uncle Gu arrived, Uncle Xujing was clean. He must have encountered someone unpleasant while outside. Gu Qifeng, aware of S' ability to see the balance of yin and yang, believed her words without question. However, Xujing appeared somewhat puzzled. Miss Zai, do you feel heavier or colder than before? Xujing replied, now that you mention it, I do feel heavier. It's as if a weight has settled from the crown of my head to my feet, and I suddenly feel very fatigued. I was full of vigor this morning. Gu Qifeng narrowed his eyes, commanding, let Chairman Liang in. Xujing glanced at and nodded eagerly yes. Within a minute, Liang Guomin entered. He was in his 50s, robust and plump, resembling an over-fermented bun. His face was cheerful, yet dark circles and bags under his eyes betrayed his lack of rest, making his eyes resemble fish eyes, alarming at first glance, but his gaze remained gentle. Upon seeing him, also beamed with laughter. Liang Guomin had evidently done his homework, greeting Gu Qifeng first. After their exchange, he surprisingly called out S' name. You must be Miss Zai, the daughter of President Hua? You are truly adorable. With a more affectionate smile, he added, hello, Miss Zai, I am Liang Guomin. Observing the ominous aura surrounding him, furrowed her small brow. Zai is well. But Uncle Liang, you're not well. Liang Guomin was more than just unwell. He was in a dire state. After 2 months of relentless nightmares, his once abundant hair was reduced to a mere 3 stubborn strands. He forced a grim smile, apologetically looking at. I'm sorry, Miss Zai, did I scare you? Shook her head with a smile, her voice sweet and innocent. Uncle Liang is a good person, and Zai likes you very much. Though Liang Guomin was surrounded by a faint light of merit, it was rapidly being consumed by the negative energy enveloping him. If weren't the daughter of the king of hell, it would be challenging to perceive this. Good people should live long lives, not be sent to the underworld by chaotic sorcery. Liang Guomin was momentarily taken aback, perhaps touched by the innocent words of a child, or perhaps overwhelmed by his recent nightmares, nearly brought to tears. Thank you, Miss Zai. Sitting on the sofa, swung her chubby legs, and Gu Qifeng noticed she seemed about to say something. He hurriedly gathered her into his arms. What do you wish to say, Zai? Uncle Gu, this Uncle Liang will encounter misfortune within 2 hours. Gu Qifeng responded, what do you mean? Softly added 2 more words, he will die. If this were previously, Gu Qifeng would have dismissed words as mere nonsense. However, after experiencing the uncanny events himself and being aware of gift, he became serious. Liang Guomin was not only the chairman of the phone group, but also a well-known philanthropist in Jing City, with a generally good reputation despite his inability to raise children, as his sons and daughter were all lacking. Gu Qifeng's brow furrowed further as he pondered whether there was a way to avert this fate. Yet, discussing such matters was considered revealing secrets of the heavens. If he were to unravel it further, would it bring harm to? While Gu Qifeng was deep in thought, leaned in close, whispering in his ear, Uncle Gu, Uncle Liang still has a trace of merit light, but it is very weak, so it cannot shield him from this calamity. Gu Qifeng was taken aback. Zai, you can see the merit light? The existence of merit was indeed real. After all, if there were yin and yang, could there not also be merit? Harmony between the two is essential. As Gu Qifeng mused, Liang Guomin spoke again, his voice laden with fatigue, clearly overwhelmed. Director Gu, I came today. Suddenly whispered in Gu Qifeng's ear, tell Uncle Liang not to go into any basement today. Gu Qifeng was momentarily stunned, but quickly responded, Little Chu told me about your intentions, Chairman Liang. Please hold on. I will make a call to confirm. He then carried into the inner lounge, squatting down to look at her seriously. Zai Zai is a good child, but you are still small. You must not tell anyone about this, except your father, Uncle Gu, and your brothers from the Underworld. Okay? Blinked her big eyes. Uncle Gu, don't worry. Zai Zai understands. Gu Qifeng gently patted her head, affectionately pinching her chubby cheek with a mixture of care and helplessness. Next time, you must not mention this in front of Uncle Tsujing. Nodded obediently, though she didn't fully comprehend the reason. Nonetheless, she promised to be good. Uncle Gu, Zai Zai knows. I will only tell Uncle Gu, Daddy, and my brothers from the Underworld in the future. Gu Qifeng sighed in relief and kissed her forehead. Good girl. Zai Zai, wait here. Uncle Gu will tell Chairman Liang what you just said. Very good. Gu Qifeng surveyed the lounge, ensuring there were no sharp objects and that the floor-to-ceiling windows were safe. Upon spotting a human skeleton model, he hurriedly blocked view. Zai Zai, close your eyes. Uncle Gu has something to attend to. Had already seen the skeleton model and was particularly curious. As soon as Gu Qifeng finished speaking, she dashed past him to the model, her chubby hands touching the leg bone. Gu Qifeng thought, if were to be frightened, not only would he feel guilty, but Hui Chunling would surely flay him alive. I'm sorry, Zai Zai. It's all Uncle Gu's fault for not tidying up this place. Looked bewildered. But Uncle Gu, you have kept it very tidy. She gazed at him, her little voice soft yet fierce. Uncle Gu, why do we need to cover that fake skull? I want to see if it can be used as a bowl. Gu Qifeng exclaimed, no. Was this truly a 3.5-year-old child? Although it was still young, one would think she would be frightened by such things. Seeing Gu Qifeng's expression stiffen, as if he could not accept the reality, lowered her head, twiddling her fingers. Then, Uncle Gu, can I not lift this fake skull? Gu Qifeng sighed. This isn't about whether or not to lift the skull. It's about whether you are scared. Evidently, was genuinely unafraid. Gu Qifeng's mouth twitched. Aren't you afraid, Zai Zai? Wore a proud expression as if to say that all ghostly entities should fear her. Uncle Gu, I am very powerful. What else could Gu Qifeng say? Knowing that was indeed fearless? As long as she behaved, that was enough. All right then, Uncle Gu will step out for a moment. Laughed merrily, waving her chubby hand. Uncle Gu, see you later. See you soon. With a heart full of unease, Gu Qifeng exited, glanced around before diving beneath the air conditioning blanket, fully engaging with the model. As she groped around, a hint of astonishment graced her baby voice as she exclaimed, This phalange is remarkably agile. And the crown of the head, it's particularly smooth. If turned upside down, it surely wouldn't leak, would it? Upon entering, Gu Qifeng saw the little one circling around the model, chanting to herself with an expression of utmost satisfaction. Gu Qifeng felt an odd illusion that the little one was probing his calf bones through his muscles. The little one gestured, Uncle Gu, the length of this model's calf bone is the same as your own, to which Gu Qifeng replied. That is because Uncle Gu made it according to his own height and build. The little one displayed a look of sudden realization. No wonder. Gu Qifeng, puzzled, asked, Darling, does your father know you are unafraid of these? The little one nodded, then shook her head. Daddy from the Underworld knows. He has even let me touch many of them. This one is the most aesthetically pleasing. But Daddy from the human realm does not know. Gu Qifeng mused. What kind of father would permit a 3.5-year-old to observe and touch human models in such a heartless manner? Moreover, this one is the most beautiful. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Gu Qifeng inquired, what would be considered unattractive? The little one pondered, her large, dark eyes blinking adorably as she spoke, for instance. One with half a head missing, or one covered in pus and blood, or those little round, swollen bugs that float in the sea for too long. All right, darling. Stop right there. Could this be her biological father? Perhaps she was picked up by the father who met his demise long ago. Gu Qifeng could no longer sit still. Play here for a bit, dear. Uncle Gu needs to make a phone call. The little one obediently replied. Okay, Uncle Gu, I can play by myself. If I get bored, I can even call upon a ghost to keep me company. Just then, a ghostly figure with disheveled hair and a sunken skull was lurking outside the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at her with a fierce and greedy stare. Chapter 037. Little One. You stab my heart. Once Gu Chiefing stepped out, the little one waddled over to the window. The sky, unbeknownst to her, had turned ominously dark, and a tempest was brewing outside, hinting at an impending storm. The ghost was poised to seep in, but the little one had inadvertently presented herself. This little one can see me? How delightful! The flavor of a frightened human is far more exquisite, especially one of such diminutive size, tender and soft. This little one appears plump. A single bite would surely yield an abundance of flesh. The ghost was nearly salivating. Blood tears began to trickle from her eyes as she spoke in a chilling and dreadful tone. Little one, I shall devour you. The little one lifted her head, and as the ghost climbed higher, she sweetly proposed, Naughty Andy, could you come down? Could you come in? The ghost, startled, thought, oh. She is not afraid because she believes I cannot enter? How embarrassing. The ghost's face penetrated through the vast window, her body coiling like a serpent. To frighten the little one, her hair was tossed wildly by the wind, her eyes a terrifying crimson, revealing streaks of blood on the sunken side of her skull. Naughty Annie, you look quite ugly like this, the little one remarked. The ghost retorted, even in death, a woman still loves beauty. Seeing that the little one was unfazed, and even called her ugly, the ghost began to lose her composure. She circled the little one, demanding, Why are you not afraid? All my previous prey screamed and begged for mercy before their demise. The little one, gazing at the floating ghost, furrowed her brows and reached out a hand. The ghost didn't even see her move, yet she was suddenly immobilized. The little one noticed a faint red thread around the ghost's neck. A thread so elusive that even masters with yin-yang eyes might fail to perceive it. Having never seen it in the underworld, she curiously tugged at it, asking Naughty Andy, Why are you tied to this thread? She recalled that Uncle Bai had a dog, quite majestic, yet was also tied with a line to prevent it from straying. So, Naughty Annie, are you treated like a dog? The ghost, caught off guard by the bluntness of the little one, felt her heart sink. Ouch, that hurts. She was merely a puppet enslaved by humans. To be so brazenly called a dog by a little child was tantamount to courting death. The ghost's fury surged, and she lunged at the little one. However, the little one gently pulled the red thread, halting the ghost, whose pale face and gaping maw were mere inches from her. The little one wrinkled her nose in disdain. Naughty Annie, not only do you look ugly, but you also smell terrible. The ghost, enraged, struggled violently, filling the room with a chilling aura. Should anyone enter, they would find the darkness overwhelming. Amidst the eerie atmosphere, the ghost screeched, I will consume you. I will devour you. The little one blinked and stood her ground. Then go ahead and eat me. But if you explode in the end, it's not my fault. As the ghost prepared to devour her with a terrifying, gaping maw, she hesitated. After all, not just anyone with yin-yang eyes could see the red thread behind her. Was this little one hiding something extraordinary? The little one innocently inquired, Why aren't you eating yet? The ghost replied, I suddenly feel full. The little one discerned the truth. You're afraid. The ghost countered, Whatever you say goes. As a puppet, she had always been able to take and let go. The little one tilted her head, her dark pupils piercing through the layers of ghostly mist to gaze at the ominous sky outside. Are you here to kill Uncle Yang? The ghost was horrified, staring at the little one, who, despite her adorable and chubby appearance, emanated an unprecedented aura of terror. It was even more intimidating than her own master. The ghost stammered, Who are you? Why do you exude a presence more fearsome than the ghost kings my master keeps? Yet this was not the aura of a master of the occult. The little one flashed a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth amidst the thick, dark mist. Naughty Auntie, if you tell me who your master is, I might let you live a little longer. The ghost, once a formidable entity, found herself threatened by a mere human child. Yet, as the little one's overwhelming presence bore down upon her, she could not help but submit. The strong command respect, especially among ghosts. In an instant, the ghost collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Please spare me. I'm also a victim of circumstances. Just as the little one was about to respond, the ghost's neck began to glow fiercely red. With a piercing wail, the little one watched as the ghost was pulled away by that very red thread. Simultaneously, the lounge door swung open, and Gu Chiefing entered. A chill swept through, causing him to shiver. Darling? The dimly lit room quickly brightened, but the outside remained overcast, casting dark shadows within. Gu Qifeng switched on the lights. "Darling, did you feel a chill just now?" The little one, enveloped in a cold aura, replied, "Not at all." Gu Qifeng examined her plump little figure, chuckling as he lifted her into his arms. "Uncle Gu is a bit cold. Let us warm up together." The soft, fluffy milk dumpling, possessing a temperature akin to that of a human, is a delightful comfort when held close. However, Gu Qifeng's thoughts drifted to Liang Guomin's situation, stirring a sense of unease within him. "Little one, are you certain that keeping Chairman Liang away from the eaves and walls ensures his safety?" The milk dumpling shook its head, declaring, "It will be safe in half an hour, but not now, for the wicked aunt has arrived with her accomplices." Gu Qifeng, perplexed, inquired, "Where did this wicked aunt come from?" The milk dumpling, in a sweet, childish tone, explained, "When you left me here, that wicked aunt was peering in from the window." Gu Qifeng felt his heart race, slowly turning his gaze toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Nothing. There was nothing there. The milk dumpling's soft voice continued, "Uncle Gu, the wicked aunt should be looking for Uncle Liang now. She is not here." Gu Qifeng pondered. So Chairman Liang did not die a natural death, but rather was targeted? The milk dumpling nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed, those with virtuous light do not fall victim to calamities. They typically turn misfortune into fortune." Gu Qifeng hurriedly retrieved his phone to contact Old Master Bai. Chapter 038. Do you really think this piece has no temper? At the Bai family's ancestral home, Old Master Bai was enjoying tea in the small garden when he received Gu Qifeng's call. Before he could respond, the other party began to speak frantically, losing the calm demeanor he usually possessed. After hearing Gu Qifeng's account, his expression darkened. "Understood. I shall head over immediately." As he exited, he happened to see his grandson, Ming Su, leaving in haste. Ming Su? Bai Mingxiu, preoccupied and tense, did not hear his grandfather's call. He drove off swiftly, disappearing through the main gate of the ancestral home. Old Master Bai summoned the driver and quickly made his way to the first hospital. Meanwhile, in the car, Bai Mingxiu clutched a shimmering jade pendant, his usually composed lips pressed into a thin line, his mind alert. The pendant in his possession was a counterpart to one previously gifted to the milk dumpling. The pendant given to the milk dumpling was engraved with a crescent moon design, while the one in Mingxiu's hand bore a star pattern. This dual pendant was a mark of the Bai family's designated heirs, allowing the two holders to sense each other's well-being. Should one encounter danger, the other would be instantly alerted. In earlier years, when the Bai family's spiritual lineage thrived, such paired jade pendants were held by the family head and the youngest but most gifted spiritual heir. This was a precautionary measure, ensuring that if the strongest heir faced peril, the family head could swiftly come to their aid. However, as the spiritual heirs dwindled, Mingxiu was the sole heir among the 5 grandsons capable of spiritual connection. Old Master Bai had gifted him the crescent jade pendant upon discovering his abilities, while its counterpart remained in the ancestral hall, where the Bai family's revered elder resided, being the most powerful spiritual figure in the family. As Bai Mingxiu sensed something amiss, he happened to greet his grandfather in the ancestral hall and noticed the star pendant on the nearby table trembling violently. Being in the ancestral home, the elder, despite being in seclusion, would naturally know that his great-grandson was not in danger, hence his lack of reaction. But for Bai Mingxiu, witnessing the frantic quivering of the star pendant ignited urgency within him. He quickly seized the pendant, apologizing to his grandfather for borrowing it, and dashed out. With the jade pendant in hand, he felt its intense vibrations. Bai Mingxiu was consumed by anxiety, fearing for the milk dumpling's safety. Upon arriving at the first hospital, he flung open the car door and rushed out before the vehicle had completely come to a halt. The sky was overcast, roiling ominously, imbued with an indescribable sense of dread. The moment Bai Mingxiu stepped out, he sensed something was amiss. There were malevolent forces at play. Typically, such malevolent entities operate under the cover of night. But now, despite the dark clouds threatening to envelop the sky, it was evident that someone was employing sinister magic, compelling these entities to act brazenly in daylight. Why the urgency? The milk dumpling lacked a phone, and both Si Ju and Si Chun had gone to school. This morning, while jogging, he had coincidentally encountered Uncle Huo's vehicle, learning that today, Uncle Gu was looking after the milk dumpling. Bai Mingshu swiftly dialed Gu Qifeng's number. On the other end of the line, Gu Qifeng, observing the increasingly bizarre weather and the rumble of thunder, felt his anxiety escalate. The milk dumpling, however, was quite exhilarated. Uncle Gu, would you like me to open my yin-yang eye to see the spirits? Gu Qifeng was nearly on his knees in disbelief. How could the milk dumpling remain so spirited in such dire circumstances? Yet, upon reflection, Gu Qifeng quickly consented. Yes. The milk dumpling gently touched his forehead, her smile softening further. Uncle Gu, there are quite a few spirits coming. You can take a good look at their types. Some are truly grotesque, horrifically ugly, and utterly repulsive. Having practiced medicine for over a decade, and buoyed by the backing of Hua Chunling, Gu Qifeng had risen to the position of director at the first hospital at a young age, having encountered countless harrowing sights. Yet, as a chill swept over his forehead and he beheld the scene before him, his pupils dilated in shock. Even in the presence of decomposed remains, or bodies missing limbs or heads, he had never witnessed a figure exceeding 6 feet in height extending over 10 meters. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a grotesque apparition, its head before him, yet its features and limbs were grotesquely mismatched. The right arm elongated, the left remarkably shorter. The nose and mouth bizarrely positioned on the thigh, with eyes perched atop its head and hair cascading from its backside. Most disturbingly, the facial structure was unmistakably male, yet the back bore evident female characteristics. Was this a failed transformation, or was the spirit itself mentally unhinged? Gu Qifeng remarked, I sincerely apologize. This aesthetic is beyond my appreciation. The milk dumpling, witnessing such an odd spirit for the first time, was filled with curiosity. Uncle, it looks so strange. The peculiar spirit, in a raspy, chilling voice, retorted, as if I wanted this. I have been nurtured for years, pieced together haphazardly, as my handlers could find no suitable materials to repair me. After countless battles, devouring others, and occasionally dealing with disputes among spirits, I loathe looking at myself. It emitted a chilling proclamation. You shall all perish. Anyone who gazes upon my form deserves death. After all, it was on a mission, and being in a hospital, the demise of a few individuals was inconsequential. It could easily disguise the deaths as falls from height. As the spirit contemplated its wicked intentions, its gaze turned increasingly malevolent. Gu Qifeng, cradling the milk dumpling, was about to make his escape when he heard the milk dumpling's innocent inquiry directed at the spirit. You exist despite being so horrid and ugly. So surely Uncle Gu and I, being so beautiful and handsome, are destined for eternal life and longevity. Gu Qifeng, tense and alert, failed to register that the milk dumpling had referred to eternal life regarding herself. He assumed she merely meant longevity for both of them. At that moment, was it truly wise to provoke such a revolting spirit? Gu Qifeng acknowledged the milk dumpling's abilities, but they stemmed from her capacity to foresee and perceive spirits. However, it was evident that she intended to confront the spirit head-on. Gu Qifeng felt a cold sweat cascading down his back in a moment. He was sprinting while clutching the milk dumpling. He exclaimed, Kai Kai is quite right. Such a repulsive thing should indeed not exist. The loathsome creature, utterly despised, retorted, Do you truly believe this entity has no temper? Suddenly, the beast went into a frenzy, its body writhing violently like a giant python under the influence of some narcotic. Its mouth, grotesquely positioned on its belly, opened wide, revealing a blood-red tongue that slithered forth. Give birth to a hammer. I've reached my limit. Let's eliminate them. Chapter 39. The bronze provokes the sovereign. The milk dumpling gazed in rapt attention. Her curiosity piqued. She innocently inquired of Gu Qifeng, who was carrying her as he fled. Uncle Gu, what does it mean to deliver oneself? Gu Qifeng's lips twitched. He had forgotten that a milk dumpling was nestled in his arms. How could he possibly explain this to her? Just then, the grotesque creature emitted an ear-piercing shriek, a sound so piercing that it seemed to echo within his skull, making him feel as though his head might explode. The milk dumpling gently embraced Gu Qifeng's head, their foreheads touching, her voice soft and soothing. Uncle Gu, it's all right. Kai Kai will protect you. As the overwhelming sensation subsided, Gu Qifeng felt a coolness wash over him. clearing his mind of pain. This is quite astonishing. Before he could further contemplate the milk dumpling's abilities, she innocently asked, Uncle Gu, is the thing you mentioned that can deliver itself referring to what we see now? What do you mean by now? His gaze was drawn to the creature, and his years of medical experience revealed that the quivering mass before him was, in fact, a tongue. His initial thought was a curse. The repulsive creature was capable of performing a gruesome act of tongue separation. Yet his eyes could not resist drifting toward the small hand grasping the tongue, and then up to the milk dumpling's curious face. Gu Qifeng swallowed hard, struggling to speak. Kai, Uncle Gu has been holding you all along, hasn't he? The sheer horror of the situation made him forget that he was supposed to be fleeing with her. The milk dumpling nodded earnestly, then furrowed her brow in confusion. But Uncle Gu, why are you running while holding Kai? Initially puzzled, she then seemed to grasp something, nodding in understanding. Oh, so that's how it is. Gu Qifeng, his thoughts muddled, realized he had come to a halt while still holding the milk dumpling. Instinctively, he glanced back at the creature. At that moment, his feet felt as though they were glued to the ground. He observed the creature's mouth slowly sprouting a new tongue while it twisted and writhed in a menacing display. To his horror, the thing that had been discarded on the ground by the milk dumpling had transformed into a pool of black mist. The creature was truly capable of regeneration. The milk dumpling corrected him. Uncle Gu, didn't you say it was delivering? Gu Qifeng pondered the depths of his misdeeds. Forced to witness such a nauseating and suffocating scene, while striving not to taint the innocent mind of the 3.5-year-old milk dumpling with adult vocabulary. Taking a deep breath, he explained, it is both delivering and regenerating. Delivering implies continuous growth, does it not? So it essentially means to grow again. The milk dumpling's face lit up with realization. So it can indeed deliver itself. The creature interjected. So, are these practitioners of the arcane arts so ineffectual that they can only rely on verbal attacks against me? How delightful! I shall obliterate them in an instant. Without hesitation, the creature's lengthy, tree trunk-like form shot up from the ground, quickly closing the distance to Gu Qifeng, who had managed to run a few meters away. Bronze provokes the sovereign, he thought, feeling as though he were courting disaster. The milk dumpling piped up, innocently. Who raised you? Enraged, the creature dismissed the two feeble humans, its voice oozing with malice. I shan't tell you. You thought you could repulse me. I can repulse you as well. When you perish and descend to the underworld, you shall be utterly lost for. The creature abruptly ceased speaking, its peculiar fish-like eyes glaring at them. The milk dumpling sensed its anticipation. Not telling? Then you have no reason to exist. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she quickly covered Gu Qifeng's eyes with her small chubby hand. He only heard a cacophony of screams and pleas for mercy, followed by an icy chill enveloping him. Before the world fell silent. Simultaneously, Bai Mingxiu disposed of a malevolent creature with a talisman and kicked open the office door. The milk dumpling, just finishing wiping her mouth, turned to see her brother, Bai Mingxiu, drenched in sweat and pale. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Brother Mingxiu, you're here. She released her grip on Gu Qifeng's eyes and slid down his arm, quickly making her way to Bai Mingxiu. Bai Mingxiu hastily bent down and scooped her up, cradling her chubby frame. Kai, are you all right? The milk dumpling exhaled, her cherubic face scrunching in distaste. I feel a bit nauseous, Brother Mingxiu. Kai wants candy. Something very sweet. Bai Mingxiu, a most capable heir, typically scorned such childish desires. Yet, upon hearing her soft voice, he readily agreed. All right, let us go buy some right away. He then turned to Gu Qifeng. Uncle Gu, are you all right? Gu Qifeng surveyed his surroundings, realizing that an intense downpour had begun outside, rendering the world nearly pitch black. He noted that although he had been sprinting with the milk dumpling, they still remained in the office, yet the loathsome creature was nowhere to be seen. Quickly, he inquired, Mingxiu, where is that repulsive creature? The defeated creature replied, I've already met my end. Can you not refer to me with such disgusting terms? Is it so hard to use a more humane term? Bai Mingxiu smiled gently, recalling the milk dumpling's disdainful gesture of wiping her mouth. Uncle Gu, that creature has been eliminated. Gu Qifeng was taken aback. You eliminated it? Bai Mingxiu nodded. Uncle Gu, I am a medium of the Bai family and well-versed in the arcane. Although that creature was repulsive, it was not particularly formidable. The truly powerful one is currently on the next floor. I received a call from Grandpa while making my way up. He should be on the next floor now. With that thought, Bai Mingshu hurriedly carried the milk dumpling and headed outside. Someone has set up a formation here at the hospital, using dark arts to harm others. And my grandfather has also arrived. I need to investigate. Gu Qifeng, upon seeing the swirling black mist in the corridor, understood it was not a manifestation of the living realm and quickly followed. I'll accompany you. If necessary, I will stand before the two children without hesitation. The milk dumpling closed her eyes and suddenly asked Gu Qifeng, Uncle Gu, where's that chilly place at the bottom of the hospital? Both Gu Qifeng and Bai Mingshu replied simultaneously, the morgue. The milk dumpling declared, Brother Mingshu, Uncle Gu, let us go there. Gu Qifeng and Bai Mingshu both understood that the Nai Tuanzi was unlike any ordinary child. They exchanged a glance and then turned to the eagerly blinking Nai Tuanzi, whose large, sparkling eyes were fixed on them, and they instantly capitulated. Bai Mingshu declared, all right, we shall go at once. Despite being significantly older, Gu Qifeng couldn't help but ask, child, why must we go there? It is not a pleasant place, and will Nai Tuanzi not be frightened? After all, she is only 3.5, but it seemed that the prospect of going excited Nai Tuanzi who chirped joyfully because there are many ghostly beings there. As Gu Qifeng stumbled slightly while carrying Nai Tuanzi, he could hardly believe his ears. Many ghostly beings? Nai Tuanzi nodded earnestly. Uncle Gu's yin-yang eye can last for 2 hours, and when we arrive, Uncle Gu will be able to see. Gu Qifeng felt torn between curiosity and a natural aversion to the unknown. He was truly a skeptic when it came to the supernatural. Yet, Nai Tuanzi persistently demonstrated through her actions that whether the supernatural existed or not, ghostly entities were indeed omnipresent. He then pondered another question. Mingshu, does your grandfather require assistance? With such commotion outside, the atmosphere seems ominous. Even without understanding the intricacies of the occult, I can sense something dreadful. Given that Mingshu was the only spiritual medium from the Bai family, he wondered if his presence was needed. Bai Mingshu shook his head, but as Nai Tuanzi mentioned the multitude of ghostly beings in the morgue, a bold speculation arose in his mind. The most significant presence was likely within the morgue itself. No need. We shall head to the morgue. Gu Qifeng, despite not fully comprehending the situation, noted the composure of the two children. What could he say? His only role, it seemed, was to carry Nai Tuanzi, serving as her mobile seat and, when necessary, as a human shield. The trio soon arrived at the second basement level. Gu Qifeng had visited the hospital's morgue numerous times, yet never had he felt such an eerie chill. As they reached the entrance, he shivered from the sudden cold. Bai Mingshu rubbed his arms for warmth, while Nai Tuanzi appeared quite exhilarated. This concentration of yin energy, although inferior to that of the underworld, was still a welcome presence. Nai Tuanzi exclaimed, Brother Mingshu, there's something over there. The moment she spoke, Bai Mingshu's gaze followed hers. Gu Qifeng, a step behind, felt his lips twitch upon seeing what they were pointing at. Was that a formation? The enormous yin-yang Bagua diagram was unmistakable, even without understanding the occult. Who in Hua wouldn't recognize a Bagua diagram? It was clear that someone had set up a formation here, deliberately gathering ghostly beings in this space. Bai Mingshu's expression turned serious as he nodded. Indeed, it appears to be a Ghost King formation. Gu Qifeng recalled the repulsive appearance of the ghostly beings he had encountered before. Would a formation capable of summoning a king not be formidable? Feeling the gravity of the situation, he tightened his embrace around Nai Tuanzi as she attempted to climb down. Little one, do not wander. This place is far too perilous. Nai Tuanzi shook her head. It is not dangerous. The one in danger is Uncle Liang. That circle is about to close. Gu Qifeng squinted and noticed a faint outer circle surrounding the Bagua diagram, which he had initially overlooked due to its light color and the morgue's dim lighting. Bai Mingshu had already moved towards it, without hesitation biting the tip of his left index finger and letting a drop of blood fall onto the edge of the closing circle. The lights in the morgue flickered ominously, sparks flying, and soon the entire space was engulfed in darkness, the terrifying atmosphere intensifying dramatically. Gu Qifeng steeled himself and rushed towards the Bagua formation, the only area still illuminated, albeit with a gruesome red glow. Nai Tuanzi clutched Gu Qifeng's arm. her sweet voice inquiring, "Uncle Goo, why are we going over there?" "Indeed, why are you going over there? There's already a living person present. Would it not be better to stay here and play with us?" Goo Chiefing replied, "Play with you?" A sinister voice chuckled, "Yes, play with us. Rest assured, we are quite reasonable. As long as you agree to play with us, we want to dispose of you immediately." "And then?" Goo Chiefing retorted, "Once you tire of the game, you'll eliminate us?" The chilling laughter echoed, sending shivers down his spine. "Ah, young brother, it is best not to state the obvious." Goo Chiefeng realized that this group of ghostly beings was merely seeking amusement, waiting to feast on him and Nai Tuanzi when hunger struck. "I thank you kindly." Nai Tuanzi, intrigued by the prospect of a game, proposed, "Uncle, shall we play red light, green light?" This was her favorite game to play with the ghostly beings, especially the mischievous ones, as they were the worst at it and could be eliminated swiftly. The malicious spirits broke into laughter, while chaos erupted around them. The morgue filled with an ominous wind, as if death had already arrived. Goo Chiefing quickly lowered his voice and cautioned Nai Tuanzi, "Child, do not engage with them." The ghostly entities chorused, "Devour, devour, devour." Nai Tuanzi attempted to offer them a chance. "Do you truly want to eat us?" The spirits were eager. Although Nai Tuanzi remained silent, the souls of the two men were undeniably pure. One radiated merit, while the other was a practitioner of the occult. Both were bountiful offerings. Nai Tuanzi sighed with a maturity beyond her years and waved her small hand. "Very well. The game begins now." As her words faded, all the ghostly beings shivered in unison. Something was changing. The bone-chilling cold, which they as spirits should not feel, now pierced them to the core, penetrating their very souls. Nai Tuanzi gently tapped Goo Chiefeng's forehead to prevent revealing her secret. Once she confirmed his consciousness was fading, she began to count. Her voice remained soft and sweet. But as she counted down, the Yin energy coalesced in her beautiful, round eyes. In the gaze of the ghostly beings, the once plump and innocent Nai Tuanzi gradually became indistinct. The spirits cried out in alarm, "This is bad. Run." 2 or 3 dozen ghostly beings scattered in panic. And even the souls maintaining the Ghost King formation trembled, instinctively retreating. The diagram, which was about to form a complete circle, suddenly revealed a gap as the spirits withdrew. Bai Mingxiu cast a glance downward, releasing Yin talismans without restraint. The blood-red Ghost King formation began to tremble violently, as the entity within opened its blood-red eyes, filled with resentment and fury, staring at the indistinct figure of Nai Tuanzi in the distance. Chapter 041. A terrifying scene. Why can't I see clearly? It could not discern the specific form of the hazy Nai Tuanzi, let alone her features. This was impossible. Even the most formidable masters of the occult should have clarity at this stage of their power. There was something amiss with that Nai Tuanzi. Bai Mingxiu observed the ghostly being's resentful gaze directed at the child, his brow furrowed. The realization struck him. Being targeted by a ghost was a terrifying prospect. Unless one possessed exceptional strength, as long as these spirits persisted, one could never expect peace. Now this entity was focusing its ire on Nai Tuanzi? Such a notion was absurd. Bai Mingxiu unleashed another lightning talisman. A torrential downpour erupted as a bolt of lightning cleaved through the ominous clouds, striking the top of the hospital building. The malevolent entity, on the verge of manifestation, was struck by a thunderclap, dispersing a significant portion of its sinister aura. Its venomous gaze finally settled upon BIMNGX. Upon seeing him, the entity's chilling voice echoed, "The Spirit Communication Clan, a member of the BI family." "So what? Is that indistinct mass over there a helper summoned from the underworld by the BI family?" BIMNGX's voice was frigid as he replied, "Since you recognize a member of the BI family, cease your actions immediately." The entity let out a cold laugh. "In your dreams." Despite being severely weakened by the lightning strike, it still launched an attack against BIMNGX. In the distance, a voracious figure devoured all the entities that had violated the rules of engagement. As it swallowed the last of the malevolent beings, its eyes, previously starkly divided into black and white, suddenly turned pitch black upon witnessing the audacity of the entity that dared to harm MNGX. In that instant, the attacking entity was rendered motionless. It lacked the time to warn its master behind it, for the voracious figure was already upon it. Knowing that MNGX was aware of its ability to consume these entities, it revealed its intent without hesitation, opening its mouth wide to devour. BIMNGX mused. Is it because he knows she can consume these creatures that he has abandoned all pretense? His emotions were a tumultuous mix of astonishment and delight. Within mere seconds, the voracious figure had consumed all the malevolent entities in the mortuary. At that moment, a frail figure stumbled in from outside, clad in a white lab coat stained with blood over a blue shirt. His sunken eyes and pronounced cheekbones gave him an air of distress as he rushed toward the B-Goo diagram. Upon seeing the diagram intact but the outer circle incomplete by a mere inch, his eyes, filled with malice, turned toward the voracious figure and BIMNGX. Did you destroy the formation? GQF-ing, having had his senses sealed by the voracious figure, slowly regained his faculties as the malevolent entities were vanquished. Upon recovering, he recognized a familiar silhouette. Doctor L turned and, noticing GQF-ing's presence, froze momentarily, quickly glancing down at the bloodstains on his own attire. Director G, what brings you here? GQF-ing, detecting the unease on his face, hastened to shield BIMNGX and the voracious figure behind him. I received reports of someone engaging in superstitious practices and formations here, so I came to investigate. What about you, Dr. L? Dr. L swallowed hard, managing a forced smile. Me too. BIMNGX spoke slowly. Uncle G, he just asked if we destroyed the formation. Dr. L replied. GQF-ing raised an eyebrow, noting the pristine surroundings, which confirmed that all malevolent entities had indeed been eliminated. Although shocked, as the head of the hospital, he maintained an outward composure, even as his inner thoughts screamed like a startled groundhog. Dr. L is not lamenting the destruction of those entities, is he? Dr. L chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. This is a hospital mortuary. Such practices are strictly taboo. Their destruction is fortuitous. As he spoke with increasing ease, he began to commend BIMNGX, acknowledging the timely dismantling of the formation. Had it not been for this child's swift actions, there could have been complications had family members witnessed anything untoward. The hospital would have had no explanation. GQF-ing nodded, his gaze sweeping over Dr. L's bloodstained garments. Did something go awry during a procedure? Dr. L's forced smile waned as he quickly assessed the situation, recalling the circumstances surrounding Li Ingumn. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes. The two children were inconsequential. If he could swiftly eliminate GQF-ing, then Dr. L's smile became increasingly forced. Director G, may I have a word with you privately? Just as BIMNGX was about to respond, the voracious figure gently tugged at his finger. BIMNGX looked down and instinctively lifted the voracious figure into his arms. They began to converse quietly. Little one, Dr. L seemed suspicious. The voracious figure, soft and pliant, agreed. No worries, his lifespan is up. BIMNGX inquired. What do you mean? He can communicate with spirits, but cannot perceive life and death. Can you foresee? With a hint of pride, the voracious figure puffed out its small chest. Indeed. In 5 seconds, BIMNGX felt a sudden tension in his heart. And Uncle G? The voracious figure smiled sweetly. Uncle G is a doctor. He will have merit to protect him, and with me around, he will be fine. As these words lingered in the air, the sound of sirens echoed from outside. Dr. L's pupils constricted as he suddenly drew a fruit knife from his waist, viciously lunging at GQF-ing's heart. BIMNGX's heart raced as he heard a gunshot ring out, followed by Dr. L collapsing to the ground, a bloody hole in his forehead. Simultaneously, 4 police officers burst into the room. Director, are you all right? 2 officers quickly approached BIMNGX and the voracious figure. What are 2 children doing here? Quickly, follow the officers. This is no place for children. BIMNGX greeted the officers politely before obediently leaving with them. Even though he knew it was unnecessary, he still acted, gently covering the voracious figure's large eyes. His heart raced violently at the harrowing scene and the voracious figure's alarming premonition. As the voracious figure had stated that Dr. L would die in 5 seconds, he instinctively began to count in his mind. Upon reaching 5, Dr. L fell lifeless. Dr. L's body was taken away, and, as the head of the first hospital and one of the involved parties, GQF Ing was obliged to cooperate with the police investigation. Meanwhile, the two children, a middle school student and a 3.5-year-old voracious figure, were about to be questioned when BIL, OI, and Hu CHNL entered, one after the other. Officers, is it appropriate to question with us present? The child is too young. Mr. BIL, OI smiled warmly. Yes, that is my grandson. The officer then turned to Hu CHNL. Mr. Hu. Hu CHNL's demeanor was indifferent. The voracious figure is my daughter. The officer acknowledged the gravity of the situation, recognizing that one was the head of an ancient family and the other the head of the foremost family in Hugu. With one of the mentioned children being a voracious figure, it was unreasonable for the officers to deny their presence. Of course you may. The officer's tone was sincere. Mr. Hu, your daughter is too young and may be excused from participation. Without outright refusal, Hu CHNL swiftly moved to BIMNGX's side, taking the voracious figure into his arms. He lowered his gaze, and his previously cold demeanor softened, revealing a gentleness tinged with anxiety. Could a mortuary be a place for a 3.5-year-old? Had GQF not been at the police station giving his statement, he might have pierced through Hu CHNL's icy glare. Hu BBA had no idea that the voracious figure in his arms possessed extraordinary foresight. GQF Ing had become a victim of circumstance. The voracious figure's eyes regained their striking contrast, with her dark pupils glistening like exquisite glass. In a tender voice, she said, Daddy, I want to go. She sensed the faint traces of malevolence lingering on these officers, likely remnants from their journey or previous locations. The voracious figure felt compelled to see more. According to her father, the Underworld staff required protection, and thus, the personnel of the human realm must also be safeguarded. The voracious figure was genuinely a caring child. Hu BBA thought she would refuse without a second thought. To his surprise, she didn't blink and instead beamed with anticipation. Revealing her bright smile, Daddy, I want to go. Huanaiba, my dear, are you not feeling sleepy? Is this not a form of torment for the little ones? Does it not stimulate their tender hearts? Those sinister beings in the morgue are not the same as the ones one might unexpectedly encounter on the street. They are summoned with intent and can evoke thunder and torrential rain, possessing immense destructive power. When he received the news and rushed over, he learned from Old Master Bai that someone had deliberately resorted to underhanded means to target Liang Guomin, the chairman of the Dafeng group. It is said that Liang Guomin suddenly jumped from the 8th floor corridor. Fortunately, he is not in life-threatening danger, yet he remains in a state of unconsciousness. However, the instruments indicate that there is no damage to his brain. Clearly, it is the work of those sinister beings again. The little one is not sleepy. It is not as if she is exposed to the scorching sun. Today is overcast and rainy, and she is quite spirited. Daddy, I am not sleepy. With eager anticipation, Huanaiba thought he could not afford to break his promise and leave a poor impression on her. So he reluctantly took the little one and got into the car to the police station. Upon arrival at the police station at noon, Huanaiba used lunchtime as an excuse to take the little one to a private office. He had his assistant Jiang Lin bring in their lunch, feeding the little one while gently guiding her. Do you know why we are here, my dear? With her cheeks puffed out and her mouth smeared with grease, the little one shook her head adorably. I know. I am here to help protect the police officers. Her purpose was crystal clear. Well, Huanaiba pressed on. Actually, your brother Mingxiu could assist as well. Since arriving at the police station, the little one had sensed the source of the ominous energy, which was in the office next door where she and her father were. However, she did not know whose office it was. After pondering her father's words, she obediently expressed her thoughts. Daddy, I want to contribute as well. Huanaiba, such obedient and righteous little one, I am afraid to hold her too tightly. He took a sip of cold water, his concern evident. Aren't you scared? The little one finally understood why her father seemed uneasy. It was because he worried for her safety. She leaned closer to him, cuddling his arm. Daddy, don't worry, I am very capable. Usually, they're the ones afraid of me. I am the daughter of the king of the underworld. Indeed, in the hierarchy of the food chain, she stood at the pinnacle. Huanaiba was rendered speechless. Yet, Upon seeing the little one's bright eyes and confident demeanor, much of his concern dissipated. But you must have me accompany you wherever you go, all right? The little one nodded without hesitation. Okay. After they had their fill, while Hua Naiba was wiping her mouth, she suddenly inquired, Daddy, whose office is next door? Hua Qinling recalled that the office next door belonged to the director. And even if it were later discovered that Zhang Jing sought to replace him, it would not concern the personnel at the police station. Although the little one had been with the Hua family for less than a week, Hua Qinling felt he understood her well. She would not speak of trivial matters, especially concerning people. Did she sense something amiss in the next room? Hua Naiba pondered. Could she have seen something? The little one blinked her round eyes, nodding cutely. There is ominous energy in there, and the police officers who came to save Uncle Gu also carry it. It is tainted from the next room. Hua Naiba swiftly embraced the little one as a knock sounded at the door, which was then pushed open. Director Wu Haochuan appeared in their line of sight, followed by 2 police officers. Hua Qinling's expression was indifferent, his gaze inscrutable. Director Wu, is there something you need? Wu Haochuan smiled amiably. Mr. Hua, I have come to take a statement from Miss Ci. The little one nestled comfortably in her father's embrace, her chubby form appearing even more endearing in Hua Qinling's strong arms. What does Uncle Wu want to ask? Is it whether you have seen the ominous energy intentionally left by the police officers you know? Wu Haochuan. The 2 police officers behind him. Wu Haochuan chuckled heartily, seemingly very amiable. Miss Ci, you are quite amusing. The little one, uninterested in wasting time, spoke with a soft yet menacing tone that only the sinister beings could perceive, like a surging flood rushing toward Wu Haochuan. Hua Qinling sensed something and quickly turned to the other 2 officers. You 2 may leave. The officers, startled and frightened, decided to seize the opportunity to find Old Master Bai for assistance. The little one focused on the sinister being controlling Wu Haochuan. Will you dissipate on your own, or shall I take care of it? Hua Naiba, is my little one truly that formidable? Chapter 043. Little Ci, are you cursing me? The sinister being controlling Wu Haochuan's body scoffed. Since it was exposed, it ceased to hide. Transforming into a dense fog, it emerged from Wu Haochuan's body, causing his towering figure to collapse to the ground with a thud. As the little one witnessed the sinister being emerge from Wu Haochuan, she swiftly turned to cover her father's eyes, ready to devour the wicked entity whole. However, sensing the impending danger, the malevolent being transformed into a shadow and fled through the wall. The little one, Hua Naiba, though he could see nothing holding his daughter, he could palpably feel the killing aura radiating from her. Once again, Hua Naiba's concerns resurfaced. The door swung open once more, revealing Old Master Bai and Bai Mingshu, accompanied by 4 police officers. The officers gasped upon seeing the director lying on the ground and rushed over to check on him. One of them, clearly aware of the situation, looked to Old Master Bai for help. Old Master Bai crouched down, examined the director, and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he will not die. However, he will be weak for the next month. Ensure he gets plenty of sunlight daily to disperse the ominous energy. Likely, the sinister being had sought to exploit Wu Haochuan's position but refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Moreover, it probably underestimated Hua Qinling and the little one with her yin-yang eyes as mere trifles, hence its reluctance to kill. The 3 pale-faced officers remained skeptical. Is there truly such a thing? Old Master Bai. Where there is belief, there is existence. Where there is none, there is nothing. The officers, we believe your nonsense. Is this truly a matter of belief? Our director is such an upstanding and kind-hearted man, an absolute atheist who firmly believes in science. And yet, look what has happened. With Hua Qinling and Old Master Bai simultaneously present at the precinct, and the sudden unconsciousness of Director Wu Haochuan, rumors of malevolent forces infiltrating the body spread quickly, leading to the police station sealing off information, while national special departments promptly dispatched personnel to handle the situation. Although the Bai family possessed spiritual abilities, they never joined any occult organizations. Yet, due to their centuries-old lineage of spiritual power, even the personnel from national special departments treated them with deference. They did not enter the occult, but existed as a towering figure within it, especially since the Bai family had an elder in seclusion. A presence even the ministers of national special departments revered. The little one did not comprehend the complexities involved. She felt uneasy for not directly eliminating the sinister being. If not for the concern of her father discovering her true identity, she could have effortlessly dealt with 100 such entities. Now, because the little one was naturally endowed with yin-yang eyes, even though the National Special Department personnel deemed her presence unnecessary, Old Master Bai insisted on her staying. Naturally, Hua Neighbor remained as well. With his daughter here, how could he possibly leave? One of the deputy ministers from the Special Department is Song Qiao, a man in his 50s with thick eyebrows and big eyes, tall and upright, exuding an air of cultured composure. Accompanying him are a man and a woman, both in their 20s, who are his subordinates and disciples. The man's name is Zhou Yu, and the woman's name is Su Yao. Upon first seeing the little girl, Su Yao was immediately disenchanted. She held another identity as Wang Yuling, the sister-in-law of Hua Chunling and the cousin of Hua Nation. Due to her uncle, the powerful figure of the Hua family, being usurped by Hua Chunling, Su Yao outwardly displays great respect for him while harboring deep-seated resentment inside. After all, the authority of her uncle and that of his discordant brother are entirely different matters. Since Hua Chunling's rise to power, the Su family has lost all the advantages they previously enjoyed from her uncle. Even her father's company has faced oppression from Hua Chunling for various reasons. Contemplating this, after the handover was complete, Su Yao stood up and approached Hua Chunling, obediently calling out, "Uncle Hua." Hua Chunling remained expressionless, not even glancing at her. Feeling awkward, Su Yao quickly shifted her gaze to the little girl in his arms. This must be the younger sister Anin told me about. The little girl, with her heightened sensitivity, sensed Su Yao's disdain, mirroring Hua Anin's feelings towards her. Ignoring her, the little girl nestled her head into her father's embrace, mumbling, "Daddy, I'm sleepy." After Hua Chunling and Old Master Bai, accompanied by Bai Mingxiu, departed, the once cultured and composed Song Qiao's demeanor darkened in an instant. "What? Are you declaring war on the Hua family?" Su Yao hurriedly shook her head. "Master, no, I..." Song Qiao, with an impassive gaze, fixed a stare on her. "Then are you declaring war on the Bai family?" Zhou Yu quickly intervened. "No, Master, it's that Hua Chunling and his daughter are too overbearing." A hint of coldness flickered in Song Qiao's eyes. His previously calm voice now turned frigid. "Even if they are overbearing, what can you do about it? Declare war? Do you think you're worthy?" He then shifted his gaze to Su Yao. "Do you have the qualifications?" Su Yao remained silent. Song Qiao regarded them with the disdain one might show towards insects, his contempt unabashed. "Let me remind you one last time. If you seek trouble and wish for your demise, remember to die far away and do not involve the special department." Zhou Yu and Su Yao turned pale, particularly Su Yao, whose nose began to sweat coldly. Song Qiao's gaze fell upon her, his voice icy. "Su Yao, you should know the department's rules. No leader wishes for their subordinates to settle personal scores under the guise of public duty." The implication was clear. Suppress your hidden agendas. I am aware of everything. Su Yao bit her lip, nodding stiffly. Song Qiao cast one last warning glance at the two before departing. Su Yao's phone rang. It was Hua Nation calling. "Sister Yao, the bag you liked last time has arrived. I was going to bring it to you, but I'm not feeling well today. Can you come to my house to pick it up?" Su Yao felt a flicker of displeasure, but her eyes lit up at the mention of the bag. "Okay, I'll come over this afternoon." Zhou Yu, who overheard their conversation, shot her a disapproving glance. "Did you not hear what Master just said?" Su Yao, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Of course, I did, but I'm going to the old Hua residence, not the Hua estate." Zhou Yu hesitated. Su Yao winked at him. "You come with me. Anin is particularly generous. Perhaps that Rolex you liked last time will be there." Zhou Yu's heart stirred, and their moods brightened instantly. However, neither of them anticipated that later that evening, while staying at their aunt's house in the old Hua residence, they would come face to face with the 3.5-year-old little girl they had seen at the police station earlier that day. The little girl stepped out of the car and immediately spotted a familiar pair of adults not far away. Her delicate brows knitted together as she asked, "Why are you at my house?" Hua Xiqing rushed out of the car, lifting the little girl with an imposing glare. "What are you saying? Dare to repeat that, so that Master Chun can hear." Su Yao was taken aback, clearly puzzled as to how Hua Xiqing could still be so lively. She recalled the last time she was on a mission in the city, unexpectedly witnessing members of the Zhang family meeting privately with a figure from the mysterious sect, overhearing their plot to replace Zhang Ning's twin sister, Zhang Jing. Less than a week later, Zhang Ning died in a car accident, and Zhang Jing became Mrs. Hua. Given the Zhang family's impatient and ruthless nature, shouldn't they have already taken action against Huo Chan and the three sons of Zhang Ning? Hua Xichen was well, and Su Yao felt a twinge of apprehension around him. This was because he had always been unruly, being the youngest son of Huo Chan and the smallest grandson of the Hua family. Even in the presence of Hua Nen, the only girl in the Hua family, he had never shown her any kindness. Even before Huo Chan ascended to power, Hua Xichen was already uncontrollable. Now, with a father in power, she feared he could become even more audacious. Su Yao made an effort to maintain her composure, softening her voice. Xichen? Hua Xichen coldly stared at her. I'm Hua Xichen. Don't call me Xichen as if we're close. In reality, we are not acquainted at all. My father is not your uncle. Zhou Yu could no longer bear to listen, but as he noticed Huo Chan and Hua Siju approaching from behind, he quickly lowered his head, wishing to disappear. Huo Chan clearly showed distaste for them, and encountering him now would only lead to humiliation. Su Yao also saw Huo Chan and his son, and her expression shifted momentarily before she managed to force a smile. Uncle Hua, young Master Siju. She dared not be overly familiar with Siju, fearing he would treat her as mercilessly as Hua Xichen did. Hua Siju wore a lazy smile, taking a few steps forward, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Yu before he chuckled lightly. Ah, Miss Su, have you changed boyfriends again? Su Yao was taken aback. Zhou Yu interjected, young Master Siju. What do you mean? Hua Siju replied, I saw her with a pretty boy a few days ago at the old residence, claiming he was her new boyfriend. But he is certainly not you. Su Yao's mouth fell open in disbelief, her face reddening with anger. Young Master Siju, I did not. Zhou Yu added. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hua Siju, with a lazy grin, hands in his pockets, spoke leisurely. Yes, if you believe her, a magnificent prairie will sprout on your head. Zhou Yu turned pale, nodding to the group before hastily leaving. As Su Yao was about to follow him, she was stopped by Hua Siju. Miss Su, if I hear any disrespect towards the little girl again, it won't just be about changing boyfriends. Su Yao gazed at him in disbelief. Are you doing this on purpose? Hua Siju sneered indeed. Su Yao's anger flared. Yet she was acutely aware that they were at the Hua family residence, leaving her unable to retaliate. No, perhaps she could. She had never considered using the arcane arts against the Hua family, as it would easily lead suspicion back to her. But now, she wanted the Hua family to understand the consequences of ridiculing, mocking, and humiliating her. Just as she was about to take action, Hua Nen rushed over from a distance. Knowing she would not be acknowledged, Hua Nen grasped Su Yao's hand and quickly led her away. The little girl suddenly turned to Su Yao, saying, Miss Su, Daddy said the old residence is also his asset. Since it is Daddy's asset, and I am Daddy's daughter, this is naturally my home. Su Yao exclaimed, huh? Hua Nen lowered her gaze, her eyes flickering before she raised them with a gentle indulgence. The little girl is correct. Grandpa and Grandma have long said that the old residence belongs to the second uncle. We all live here because Grandpa and Grandma enjoy a lively atmosphere. Su Yao felt as though an invisible slap had struck her face. It hurt. Su Yao's complexion fluctuated between red and pale as she was led away by Hua Nen. Hua Siju approached Nai Tuanzi, intending to embrace her, but was thwarted by Hua Xichen, who whisked Nai Tuanzi away in a burst of speed. Gay, I haven't hugged enough yet, exclaimed the little one. Kai Kai is truly remarkable. Kai Kai is amazing. Sangge is also wonderful. Sangge is incredible. Hua Siju hurried after them, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he heard Nai Tuanzi praise the third brother. Kai Kai, what about Erge? Isn't he wonderful? Nai Tuanzi giggled and leaned against San Ji's shoulder, adorably extolling the virtues of Erge. After praising Erge, she also lauded the last person trailing behind, the gentle Huo Chan. As he walked along, his expression softened upon witnessing the lively trio of children ahead, their joyful laughter creating a warm and harmonious scene. Watching them frolic, his lips gradually curled into a smile. Meanwhile, in a bedroom on the second floor, Huo Chenhui stood by the window, observing the approaching family of four and listening to the children's laughter, his brow furrowing slightly. Particularly, He noted the corner of Hua Chinling's mouth lifting in a smile, causing his own lips to twitch. When did this rascal learn to smile? And especially while watching children. In Hua Chenhui's memory, his second brother had always been stoic, possessing an expressionless face that exuded coldness. Yet now, he was smiling at the children. Hua Chenhui was taken aback as his gaze fell upon Nai Tuanzi in Hua Xiqing's arms. As he drew closer, he could see her features distinctly, delicate and exquisite. Her large eyes sparkling with joy from the playful antics with Siju and Xiqing. A gust of wind would occasionally reveal a small, round belly peeking out, making her all the more endearing and lively. He recalled his daughter in her younger years, just as plump and adorable. However, at some point, that cherubic little girl had grown up. This thought brought a pang of melancholy to Hua Chenhui. He pinched his brow and hurried downstairs. As he settled into the living room, Hua Chenling arrived with the 3 children in tow. Nai Tuanzi, spotting her grandparents seated on the sofa, dashed over without needing an introduction. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I am Ming Kai Kai, Daddy's daughter, your little granddaughter. I am 3.5 years old." Grandma Hua attempted to maintain an air of aloofness, but the little one's familiarity was disarming. "Grandma, your white hair is so beautiful. Snow White also has white hair. Are you going to become Snow White?" Grandma Hua was at a loss, unable to withstand the innocent charm of the little girl. Grandpa Hua coughed heavily, his imposing figure still straight and commanding despite his 70-plus years. Upon hearing his cough, Nai Tuanzi turned to him anxiously. "Grandpa, are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to check?" Upon closer inspection, she noticed a small black circle on his ear, similar to what she had seen on her father's ear before. "Grandpa, do you often have nightmares?" The old man, who had kept this secret for years, was caught off guard. Seated beside Hua Chenhui, Wang Yuling frowned and spoke up disapprovingly. "What is this? A 3.5-year-old thinking of becoming a doctor to treat the old man?" Hua Chenhui glanced at his wife, pursed his lips, and remained silent, though his gaze remained on Nai Tuanzi. Perhaps due to having a daughter himself, he felt an unexpected softness in his heart upon seeing her, even longing to embrace her. Grandma Hua coughed again, looking at the soft little girl with affection. "Kai Kai, that is your Dabobo, and beside him is your Dabofu." Nai Tuanzi dutifully acknowledged them with a sweet voice. "Hello, Dabobo." "Hello, Dabofu." Before Grandma Hua could introduce the young man sitting next to Dabofu, Nai Tuanzi eagerly inquired, "Dabofu, which brother is this?" Wang Yuling, noticing the eager look on her husband and son, frowned deeper. "You," Hua Chenhui interrupted gently. "His name is Hua Silin, your cousin. You should have met him before. She is your cousin." Nai Tuanzi responded with an O, and flashed a charming smile at Hua Silin. "Good evening, Silin Gij." Hua Silin stood up with a smile, approaching Nai Tuanzi and presenting her with a small gift box he had prepared. "Hello, Kai Kai. This is a welcome gift from Silin Gij." Wang Yuling was taken aback. She had no idea her son had prepared a gift for Nai Tuanzi. Nai Tuanzi beamed as she accepted the gift, hugging Hua Silin. "Thank you, Silin Gij. Kai Kai really likes it." Hua Silin, being fond of little sisters, couldn't resist lifting her into his arms upon hearing her delight. "As long as you like it, Silin Gij has plenty of toys. Would you like to see them?" Hua Xiqing instantly objected, rushing to reclaim her from Hua Silin's embrace. "Let go of Kai Kai. She's our Kai Kai." Hua Silin reassured, "Kai Kai, Silin Gij is also our brother. She belongs to all of us. We are one family." Hua Xiqing found it hard to accept this notion. However, being in the ancestral home, he could not utter such foolishness in front of their grandparents. Hua Silin quickly pulled him closer, gently patting his shoulder. "Xiqing, I mean no harm. I just really like Kai Kai." Hua Xiqing huffed. "As if you don't have a sister. You have one in." Hua Silin frowned slightly, yet his gaze remained warm. "And has grown up. She isn't as cute as she used to be." Hua Xiqing retorted, "That sounds nice." Hua Siju chuckled and joined them. "All right, Xiqing. Isn't it better that another brother likes Kai Kai? You're 8 years old and still don't understand such simple reasoning?" Hua Xiqing protested. "It's not that he doesn't understand. He is just afraid that his sister will be taken away by his cousin. After all, Hua Anin could not compare to Kai Kai's cuteness." Watching the cheerful and obedient little girl, Hua Chenhui approached, tenderly running his fingers through Nai Tuanzi's soft, dark hair with genuine concern. "Kai Kai, I heard you were hospitalized before. Are you feeling better now?" Nai Tuanzi, feeling fondly towards her Dabobo and cousin, replied sweetly. "Debobo, Kai is very healthy now. Thank you for your concern. Too well-behaved. Too soft. I long to embrace you," Huo Chenwei thought, reflecting on the rivalry with Huo Chunling over the years. He imagined that Huo Chunling would not permit him to embrace his daughter, so he refrained. "That is good." After gently patting Nai Tuanzi's head, Huo Chenhui took out a card and placed it in her soft little hands. Kai, this is a welcome gift from Debobo. I hope you like it." Nai Tuanzi blinked her large eyes, her little mouth beaming with sweetness. "Thank you, Debobo. Kai wishes you good health and all the best." Wang Yuling. How could she be unaware that her husband had prepared a gift for that little ghost? It appeared to be a black gold card. Unable to contain her anger, Wang Yuling turned to glare at Huo Chenhui, silently questioning his intentions. Yet, Huo Chenhui seemed oblivious, greeting Huo Chunling instead. "Second brother," Huo Chunling acknowledged with an indifferent expression. "Chunyin is still on a business trip abroad and will miss this family reunion dinner." Huo Chunling added casually. He and the elder generation had never been particularly close, despite sharing the same surname, Hua. However, Huo Laotai was not pleased. Strangely, she observed her eldest grandson, who seemed to get along well with the little one, and for a moment refrained from scolding Huo Chunling as she usually would. The younger generation had become perplexing, yet the grandchildren seemed to be acceptable, especially as Huo Laotai recalled the little one's innocent question, "Grandpa, do you often have nightmares?" Narrowing her eyes, she called out to the little one, "Come here, dear. Grandma has prepared a gift for you in your grandpa's study. Let us go fetch it together." The little one, delighted at the prospect of a new brother, eagerly scrambled from Siling's embrace and threw herself into Huo Laotai's arms. "All right, Grandma, I'll help you." Huo Laotai looked down at the little one, who barely reached her thigh, and couldn't help but chuckle at her sweet words. "Very well, dear. You may assist Grandma," while tenderly holding the little one's hand. She slowed her pace, clearly cautious of the child stumbling. Wang Yuling pondered. What madness had seized this family today? Her husband gifting a black gold card, their biological son seemingly smitten, and even the elder couple preparing a gift? Wasn't it supposed to favor their branch? What gone awry? When Hua Anan entered, she spotted her grandmother leading the little ghost into the study. Observing her grandmother's protective demeanor, a shadow passed over Hua Anan's eyes. System. Was it not said that after activating the preferential mode, Grandpa and Grandma would favor our family and scrutinize the second uncle's family? Why is she taking the little ghost to Grandpa's study? The system was equally baffled. It was supposed to be flawless. Let me investigate. In the study, the little ghost received a gift from her grandmother, a beautifully crafted longevity lock and a key to a villa. Huo Laotai placed the longevity lock around the little one's neck, reminiscing this was worn by her father when he was a child. His name is engraved upon it. The little one, unable to read, examined the exquisite dragon carved upon it, marveling at its beauty. "Thank you, Grandma." She then planted a kiss on Huo Laotai's cheek and innocently inquired about her grandfather. "Grandma, does Grandpa often have nightmares?" Huo Laotai hesitated before narrowing her eyes suspiciously. "Why do you ask, dear?" The little one candidly replied, her large, bright eyes filled with innocence. "I can see it." Huo Laotai, perplexed, pressed for clarification. "What can you see?" With a playful smile, the little one explained, "Grandma, I can see a small black circle on Grandpa's earlobe. As long as that black circle is there, Grandpa will keep having nightmares." Unable to contain herself, Huo Laotai stood up and called for Huo Laozong. Meanwhile, in the living room, Huo Chunling rose to his feet. The little one, ever observant, shouted eagerly to her father, "Daddy, I want to play with Grandpa and Grandma for a while." Concerned for the little one, Huo Chunling responded, "All right, surely, even if they favor one side, they wouldn't do anything to a 3.5-year-old. Despite his self-assurance, he found it hard to remain seated and began to pace in the living room, gradually moving towards the study. Even if the study had good soundproofing, if something were to happen, he would rush in immediately. Wang Yuling watched, unable to suppress a scoff. "Aren't you fond of children? Why dote on an adopted daughter so much? Who are you trying to impress?" Huo Chenwei instinctively frowned. "You should speak less." Huo Anan, sitting nearby, was taken aback. "Dad, Mom, what is this black gold card?" Wang Yuling irritably explained, "It's the same as the one you have. Your father gave that adopted daughter another one." Hua Anan was flabbergasted. Her father had gifted the little ghost a black gold card? How could this be? Thanks to the system's preferential influence, for the past 4 or 5 years, not only had Grandpa and Grandma favored their family, but her father had also grown cold towards the second uncle's family. Although they were one family, the second Uncle S family rarely visited the old residence outside of New Year's Eve. What was happening today? Suddenly, a scream echoed in her mind, followed by the system's glitchy electronic voice. System under attack. System under attack. Immediate retreat required for upgrades. Host, please adhere to the original plan. Beep, beep, beep. Hua Anan. Wang Yuling was startled. Anan, what's wrong? Hua Anan regained her composure, realizing she had stood up at some point, clutching her head in distress. Hua Chenhui and Hua Xiling approached, concerned. Hua Anan suppressed the sharp pain in her head and, with a pale face, shook her head. Mom, Dad, brother, I'm fine. I might just have a slight headache. I'll rest for a bit. Wang Yuling felt her forehead. At least you don't have a fever. You should go upstairs to rest. Yet, Hua Anan wished to wait for the little one to emerge. She had a premonition that the system's sudden malfunction was related to the little ghost, especially since the little one had previously asked her who she was speaking to, indicating she could sense something different about her. Perhaps because the little one was still young, she did not realize that the thing in her mind was called a system, and she was bound to the true fate goddess system as the protagonist. Mom, I'm fine. I'll wait for the little one. Wang Yuling, unable to convince her otherwise, allowed her daughter to lean against the sofa to rest and brought her a cup of warm milk. Why do you want to wait for that adopted girl? Hua Chenhui inquired, stroking his daughter's head. Do you think the little one is as adorable as you were at her age? Adorable? As the bound protagonist of the true fate goddess system. How could anyone be cuter than her? Hua Anan scoffed internally, sipping her milk and mumbling a response. Hua Chenhui, her father, noticed her distraction. Did Anan not like the little one? Why not? The little one was so well-behaved and endearing. He glanced at his son. Xiling, what do you think? Brotherly love for his sister. Hua Xiling nodded without hesitation. Dad is right. Hua Anan, during her brief absence, how had her father and brother been so easily enchanted by that little ghost? What could the little ghost possibly have done? Hua Anan increasingly suspected that the little ghost, like herself, was also bound to a system. Otherwise, she couldn't fathom any other explanation. If that were the case, the system had assured that there could only be one true fate goddess system in a world. If the little ghost truly possessed a system, what system could it be? Over the years, she had rapidly developed under the system's guidance, and although she appeared merely as an 8-year-old girl, her thoughts were remarkably mature. Could it be the villain system that the system had occasionally mentioned? The conflict between a true wealthy heiress and an adopted daughter. The true fate goddess versus the newly arrived villainous adopted daughter. Such narratives have been discussed several times by the system. If that were the case, Hua Anan tightened her grip on the cup, her lowered brows revealing a fierceness uncharacteristic of her age. In the study, Neichuanzi lay nestled in the embrace of old Master Hua, gently removing the black ring from his ear. The moment it was removed, the ring vanished without a trace. Neichuanzi softly exclaimed, "Not a ghostly thing. What else could it be if it resembled the effects of a ghostly entity?" Furrowing her delicate brows, she cradled her chin in one hand while the other tenderly stroked her grandfather's ear. It was clean and devoid of anything. Observing Neichuanzi's expression, Mrs. Hua felt a tumult of emotions. Little one, what has happened? Before Neichuanzi could respond, old Master Hua exhaled deeply, unable to resist enveloping her in a tight embrace. Thank you, dear. Neichuanzi blinked. Can you feel it, Grandpa? Old Master Hua nodded. Suddenly, he felt extraordinarily light, particularly in spirit, overwhelmed by an unaccustomed sense of ease and comfort. Furthermore, upon seeing Neichuanzi, memories of the past years flashed through his mind, especially his favoritism towards his eldest son, the oppression of his second son, and the indulgence of his youngest. Despite being a family, it had led to discord. With a paternal gaze, old Master Hua asked, "Do you know why, dear?" Neichuanzi shook her head, her small voice tinged with confusion. "I don't know. It isn't a ghostly thing." Yet, old Master Hua was elated, even lifting Neichuanzi high into the air with glee. "It's all right. Grandpa is very happy now." "Thank you, dear. I will handle the matters ahead. Just be a good child." He embraced the now airborne Neichuanzi once more, exuding a sense of grandeur. Come, dear. Grandpa will take you to enjoy some delicious food. With that, he disregarded the astonished Mrs. Hua and strode confidently out of the study, cradling the adorable Neichuanzi. Mrs. Hua felt a wave of disorientation as memories of the years spent in conflict with her second son flooded her mind, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. After all, they were her children, especially Chunling, who, having been kidnapped in his youth, was more sensitive and required more attention than his elder brother Chenhui and his younger brother Chenyin. How could she have been so harsh with him? What had transpired with her over the years? Chapter 047. Neichuanzi's Little Dilemma in the Living Room. Everyone was taken aback upon seeing old Master Hua emerge with Neichuanzi in his arms. Particularly, Wang Yuling was so astonished that she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. While doing so, she asked her daughter Hua Anin, please check, is there something wrong with my eyes? Hua Anin, her voice slightly ethereal, replied, Mom, do you also think your eyes are faulty? Wang Yuling paused, turning to her daughter. Anin, what do you mean? What did you see? Hua Anin opened her mouth, rubbing her eyes as well. Mom, why is Grandpa holding the little one? Wang Yuling gasped. She isn't mistaken. Old Master Hua is genuinely holding that adopted child. As Wang Yuling's lips twitched, Old Master Hua had already carried Neichuanzi toward the dining room. Aunt Wang, prepare all your signature dishes today and see what the little one likes. Make extra servings. The Hua family was bewildered, not just Wang Yuling and the others, but even the trio of Hua Chenling and his sons were perplexed. However, apart from Hua Xiqing, who was a bit anxious due to his youth, the other two sat on the sofa with unchanging expressions. Hua Xiqing stood up, Dad. I'm going to play with the little one. Hua Xiqing immediately jumped up, Dad. I want to go with second brother. Hua Silin also rose, Dad. Second uncle, I want to join them to see. The three children stood and marched toward the dining room, especially Hua Xiqing, who sprinted, fearing he might arrive late and find his dear one being bullied by Grandpa. Hua Chenhui suddenly looked up at the indifferent Hua Chenling. Chenling, shall we have a talk? Hua Chenling's eyes darkened, his voice frigid. I do not believe there is any necessity for us to converse. Hua Chenhui seemed to recall something and quickly clarified. Chenling, I'm not here to discuss the Southern Development Zone. Sensing Hua Chenling's impending refusal, Hua Chenhui stood up, his demeanor exceptionally gentle, tinged with a hint of unease. Chenling, can we talk with eldest brother? Wang Yuling and Hua Anin turned to look, their faces filled with disbelief. Particularly Hua Anin, who felt a sharp pain in her head. She wanted to express something, but at that moment, Mrs. Hua emerged from the study, her eyes red, as though she had been crying. Hua Anin rushed towards her without hesitation. Grandma, what is wrong? Mrs. Hua waved her hand, glancing around the hall. Chenling, where are your father and the little one? Hua Chenling replied, while Wang Yuling and Hua Anin remained silent. Hua Chenhui, however, seemed to have anticipated this, maintaining a gentle expression as he gazed hopefully at Hua Chenling. Doubts arose in Hua Chenling's heart, and he spoke expressionlessly. The little one is not picky. Mrs. Hua opened her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, and she quickly nodded while wiping her tears, glancing at her second son, afraid to lose control of her emotions, and hurried into the kitchen. Wang Yuling asked Anin, what has happened with your grandparents? Hua Anin rubbed her temples, lips pressed tight, her lowered brows betraying a chilling intensity. It must be the mischief of Ming Zai Zai. Is the villainous female supporting system truly that powerful? To directly cause my true destiny female system to malfunction and be forced to shut down for an upgrade? Hua Anin felt uneasy and resolved to check for herself. Mom, I'm going to see the little one. The brothers have already gone to the dining room, and her sitting here alone would seem as if she doesn't like the little one. In the dining room, Ming Zai Zai was nestled in old Master Hua's arms. Savoring durian, Hua Silin, Hua Siju, and Hua Xiqing surrounded her, with one peeling durian, another holding a plate, and the third fetching forks and spoons, while also pouring water. Hua Anin thought, is the villainous female supporting system truly that formidable? Capable of instantly influencing so many people? Her unease deepened, despite her maturity. Her age and experience rendered her vulnerable. Without the true destiny female system whispering in her ear, her expression nearly faltered. Grandpa, you all. Old Master Hua glanced at her, his expression calm. Anin, are you here to eat durian? Huatanen's heart sank. After binding her to the true destiny female system, it had awakened her favoritism skill to gain the entire Hua family. But it was a gradual process, not like Zai's method, which seemed akin to casting a spell on Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa, I'm allergic to durian. Moreover, she couldn't bear the scent of durian. Old Master Hua nodded, acknowledging her. There are grapes and apples over there. Help yourself. Hua Anin replied softly, striving to appear cheerful as she approached. However, the pungent odor of durian was overwhelming, nearly making her retch, prompting her to quickly retreat. Hua Xiqing frowned at her. Hua Anin, what are you doing? If you dislike the smell, just stay away. No one is forcing you to come. Hua Anin inhaled deeply. Brother Xiqing, even though I'm allergic to durian, it's the little one's first visit to our home, and I'm the only girl here, so I came to play with her. Hua Xiqing inquired about the little one nestled in Old Master Hua's arms. Little one, do you only like sisters and not brothers? Nei Chuanzi gazed intently at Hua Anin with her bright, dark eyes, causing Hua Anin to shiver and instinctively lower her head to avoid her gaze. Third brother, Nei Chuanzi likes her brothers. Hua Xiqing burst into laughter, finding Nei Chuanzi remarkably astute. Not fond of sisters? Nei Chuanzi giggled, no, because sisters have secrets and are not nice to second brother and third brother. Hua Anin could no longer contain herself. Was this not an open affront to her in front of Grandpa? She looked up, her eyes filled with grievance, seeking help from her elder brother Hua Silin. Go. Nei Chuanzi also looked at Hua Silin, mimicking Hua Ainen's way of being coy, even going so far as to hug his arm. Gij Silin, her soft, tender voice was intentionally sweet and endearing, enough to melt anyone's heart. Hua Silin quickly moved the durian fruit away, fearing it might hurt Nei Chuanzi. Kai Kai. Gij Silin is here. Just wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Hua Ainen's eyes widened, appearing twice their usual size, huffing and puffing in clear frustration. Go. Guchen Gij is clearly slandering me, and you won't help me. Hua Silin maintained a calm demeanor, his expression indulgent. Ainen, Kai Kai is only 3.5 years old. Does she even know how to write the word slander? Nei Chuanzi sincerely shook her little head, looking slightly distressed. Her chubby cheeks puffed out like an angry puffer fish. Gij Silin, Kai Kai doesn't know how to write slander. I'm not literate anymore. I've turned into a little illiterate. What Ainen exclaimed, Ming Kai Kai. How could she sell cuteness and pretend to be pitiful? This villainous system is too shameless. Chapter 048. Under suspicion, not only Hua Silin, but even Old Master Hua was amused by Nei Chuanzi's frustrated and indignant expression, laughing heartily. It's all right. Kai Kai doesn't recognize words. Grandpa knows how to read and will teach you. Hua Silin chimed in. Gij Silin can help Kai Kai learn as well. Hua Xiqing interjected. Kai Kai is the sister of me and Gij Silin. Where is your sister? Hua Silin chuckled softly, shaking his head, unperturbed by Hua Xiqing's comment. He was a year older than his cousin Hua Xijin, currently a sophomore, known for his gentle temperament. Yes, she's your sister and Siju's sister. Gij Silin simply adores Kai Kai and wants to be your brother. I want to compete with you for her. He couldn't help but glance toward his biological sister. Upon seeing her, his brows furrowed. Just then, a hefty durian was finished being peeled, and he noticed Siju was plating it. He approached his sister Hua Ainen, leaning down to converse with her. Ainen, what's wrong? Ainen, lively and adorable since childhood, had become increasingly inscrutable over the years, making him question whether she was truly his sister. Kai Kai is only 3.5. As an older sister, you shouldn't fuss over a little girl. Ainen, you are now the older sister. You must take care of your little sister, understand? Hua Ainen was on the verge of exploding with frustration. That was no mere 3.5-year-old sister. She was clearly a malicious antagonist bound by the villainous system. No matter how young, she was still a villain. Hua Ainen was reminded of the melodramatic family drama she had seen through the true destiny system, growing increasingly agitated and her expression darkening. Hua Silin sensed something was off and gently pinched her cheek, which she did not evade. He couldn't help but chuckle, affectionately pinching again. Hua Ainen recoiled in disgust. Go, what are you doing? I'm not a child anymore. Stop pinching my face. You didn't help me just now. What is so great about Ming Kai Kai? She is here to oppose me, the true destiny girl. In a lowered voice, she added, don't be deceived by Ming Kai Kai. She looks 3.5, but she is definitely more than that. She acting. Huisilin thought, could this truly be his sister Anan? She was usually gentle, obedient, and considerate. How could she say such things about Kai Kai? He assumed she was still upset with him, and earnestly explained, Anan, it wasn't that I didn't help you just now. It was that your words were incorrect. As an older sister, Hua Anan had had enough and abruptly interrupted. Enough. I knew that once she arrived, you all would change. You all like her and don't like me anymore, woo-woo. Unable to control herself, Hua Anan covered her face and ran off in tears. Huisilin and Huasiching were left stunned. Gijsilin, I never realized you could make your own sister cry. Huisilin chuckled lightly, sighing in helplessness. Anan may have some misunderstandings about Kai Kai. She is not ready to hear my explanation. Let her cool off. Huasiju, who had been silent, squinted and chuckled softly. Could it be that she has been the only girl in the family for so long that she cannot accept Kai Kai's arrival? Huisilin pondered carefully and nodded gently. That is quite possible. If that is the case, it truly cannot be. Huasiju smiled faintly, saying nothing more, as he handed a freshly plated durian to old Master Hua, who began to feed Kai Kai. Neichuanzi glanced around at everyone, then at the durian on the plate. Grandpa, Gijsilin, Urge, and Sange are all eating together. It's not nice to eat alone. These were all the relatives of her milk father. And if there was something delicious, they should enjoy it together. Old Master Hua and the others beamed with delight, as who could refuse such a soft, cute, and considerate Neichuanzi? Thus they all shared the durian. The rich aroma wafted from the dining room, causing Wang Yuling to feel nauseous. What are you doing? Don't you know there are people in the house who can't stand the smell of durian? If you want to eat it, can't you go out? Old Master Hua's robust voice resonated from the dining room. Knowing you can't stand the smell, why don't you just go outside? Wang Yuling's face turned green. Wasn't he the old master one who didn't eat durian? And didn't he dislike the smell? In the living room, she was left alone, while Hua Chenhui and Hua Chanling had seemingly retreated to the study. Wang Yuling took a deep breath, stifling her anger, almost choking herself in the process. Yet, she dare not confront the old master. From the kitchen, the voice of old Madame Hua called, Yuling, come over and help wash the vegetables. The more people, the faster it goes. Kai Kai is little and gets hungry quickly. Before she could refuse, old Madame Hua's voice rang out again, tinged with dissatisfaction. Hurry up. Are you waiting for mushrooms to grow? Wang Yuling's face turned green and red, her anger having no outlet, ultimately leading her to quickly help in the kitchen. The Hua family was affluent, and even with so many guests, the dining room still had ample space. Neichuanzi was held in old Master Hua's arms, fed a bite of vegetables when suddenly a large hand lifted her away. Old Master Hua frowned in displeasure, only to see his second son, who had come over unbeknownst to him, already taking Neichuanzi away. Old Master Hua and Wang Yuling, along with Hua Anan, hoped the old master and old madam would unleash their fury upon Hua Chenling. To their astonishment, they were left speechless. Old Master Hua coughed lightly, speaking gently to Hua Chenling. Chenling, Kai Kai is still little. Remember to let her eat in small bites, especially with fish. Always ensure the bones are removed first. Blah, blah, blah. Wang Yuling began to question her life, losing her appetite. Hua Anan quickly bowed her head, shoveling food in her mouth, treating the meal as if it were Ming Kai Kai, swallowing it in large bites. Old Madame Hua chimed in, making sure to instruct Hua Chenling, fearful that he might inadvertently choke Kai Kai. Hua Chenling replied coldly, I know. The moment he spoke, his icy tone and expression caused old Master Hua and old Madame Hua, who had been rambling endlessly, to fall silent. Hua Anan, sipping soup, suddenly turned to her brother Huisilin, asking, Go, I heard from classmate that in some southern countries they can cast spells on people. Go, what is a spell? Old Master Hua, old Madame Hua, Hua Chenhui, Hua Chenling, Huasiju, and Huasiching all turned to her simultaneously, while Hua Anan did her best to feign ignorance. Huisilin frowned. Which classmate told you that? Hua Chenhui mentioned someone. Was it your cousin Yao Yao? Hua Anan was momentarily confused, Dad. What does this have to do with cousin Yao Yao? Hua Chenhui, usually patient and gentle with his children, lowered his voice, laced with some sternness. Among those you interact with, only she understands such things. Hua Anan, Chapter 049, The Frustration of Hua, and in the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly grew exceedingly tense. The clock on the wall ticked away steadily, producing a soft yet unmistakable sound. Hua Nation pressed her lips together, her pupils slightly widening, displaying an expression of disbelief. After a while, she finally found her voice. "Dad, do you suspect Cousin Yao Yao?" Before Hua Chenwei could respond, Hua Nation quickly added, "No. Dad, are you doubting me?" The usually gentle Hua Chenwei's face took on a slightly grim expression, a fleeting glimmer of severity flashing in his eyes, so quick that Hua Nation barely caught it. "Dad, am I not even allowed to ask about curses? The Bai family is rumored to be a century-old spiritual family. Why don't you suspect them?" Hua Chenwei fell into contemplation, and Wang Lingyu finally seized the opportunity to speak. Though she was dissatisfied, she dared not confront Hua Chenwei in front of Hua Leiazizi and Hua Laotai. Suppressing her anger and speaking softly, "Chenwei, today is Zai Zai's first time at the old residence. Let's eat first, or the food will get cold." Hua Laotai interjected, "Yes, let us eat. Zai Zai, come, let Grandma feed you the shrimp ball. It's fresh, tender, and particularly delicious, with high nutritional value." Zai was open to anything, and the taste was indeed delightful. Hua Leiazizi seemed reluctant to let Hua Nation's issues disrupt the meal, speaking in a calm tone. "Eat. Come, Zai. Try this sea urchin. It's exquisite. And this Buddha jumps over the wall. Just take a small bite. Be careful not to burn yourself." Wang Yuling and Hua Nation nearly crushed their chopsticks in frustration. By the end of the meal, both mother and daughter were utterly oblivious to the flavors, inwardly cursing the little demon. Meanwhile, Zai had unsurprisingly overeaten, her little belly swollen like a ball, round and wobbling with each breath, adorably comical. She even began to snore softly. Hua Laotai noticed that Zai still had half a chicken leg in her mouth. "Oh dear, this won't do. What if she chokes while sleeping with that chicken leg?" As she reached to take the chicken leg, Zai mumbled sleepily and swiftly finished it off, closing her eyes while still savoring the taste, exclaiming, "Delicious." Everyone stared in astonishment, not expecting Zai to possess such a talent. Once they regained their composure, they couldn't help but laugh. Wang Yuling and Hua Nation looked at the others doting on the little demon, nearly turning sour with jealousy. "Nation, what on earth is wrong with your grandparents, father and brother?" Hua Nation thought to herself, what else could it be? It's all because of that little demon. But her true destiny system was currently in seclusion for an upgrade, leaving her helpless. The malevolent antagonist system was so powerful that it could influence everyone in the old residence in just over 10 minutes, raising her anxiety to new heights. Suddenly, she looked at Wang Yuling. "Mom, will you end up like Dad and brother, thinking that Zai is cuter and more obedient than I am?" Wang Yuling immediately shook her head. "How could that be? That orphan, who knows where she came from, being adopted by your second uncle, is already a miracle. But she is merely a foster child. Your second uncle only took her in out of respect for your deceased second aunt. How could she possibly be compared to you, the sole princess of the Hua family?" As she spoke, Wang Yuling seemed even more agitated. "In my eyes, she isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. She is as round as a ball and has never seen the world. When she sees delicious food, it's as if a starving ghost has reincarnated. Even when she is sleepy, she still insists on eating. It's simply infuriating. I don't understand why your grandparents and others find such a child adorable." Suddenly, Wang Yuling recalled Hua Nation's earlier mention of curses, sending a shiver down her spine. She quickly glanced at her daughter, lowering her voice to a whisper, and then, "Did Cousin Yao say something to you? Is there really something wrong with Zai? Can she cast a curse?" Hua Nash's eyes darted, and she replied vaguely, "Mom, I don't know about those things, but Cousin Yao seemed very anxious when she left today." Wang Yuling broke out in a cold sweat. "Your cousin Yao is from a mystical family, and she felt anxious just meeting Zai. What does that imply?" "It suggests that Zai, despite appearing as an innocent child, possesses formidable supernatural powers." Wang Yuling could no longer remain seated. "I need to make a phone call." She intended to take her daughter with her, but upon seeing that Zai had already fallen asleep and Hua Chanling was carrying her upstairs, she relaxed her mind. Hua Nation lowered her eyes, a smile creeping onto her lips. "Okay." As Hua Chenling ascended the stairs with Zai in his arms, He glanced over at Wang Yuling as she got up to leave, then turned his attention back to Hu Chenwei. He nodded slightly and soon disappeared at the top of the staircase, cradling the sleeping Zai Zai. The little one snored softly, her round belly rising and falling, occasionally letting out a little grunt, which amused the otherwise indifferent Huan Naipa. Before long, Huan Naipa could no longer maintain his amusement. Zai Zai had eaten far too much, while Hua Leizizi and Hua Laodai were relatively moderate in their feeding. Si Lin, Si Ju, and especially Si Chun were overly eager, fearing that Zai Zai wouldn't tea like them if they didn't feed her enough. They kept piling food and soup in her small bowl and offering her fruit. It was a stark contrast to when his wife was still around, requiring supervision to eat properly. The curtains were thick and heavy, blocking out any light. As Hua Si-chan followed his father inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Dad, why is it so dark here? Will Zai Zai be scared sleeping alone?" Hua Chenling looked at his youngest son. "Dad will stay here with Zai Zai. Aren't you going to play?" Hua Si-chan scratched his head. "Dad, it's Zai Zai's first time at the old residence. I was thinking of taking her to the lake amusement park, but now she is asleep, and I feel so anxious." It seemed that if Zai Zai came and didn't get to play, he would feel it was a loss. Hua Chanling recognized his son's thoughts and softened his expression. Hua Si-chan was astonished. "Stay here?" Hua Chanling nodded. "Don't you want to?" Hua Si-chan grinned. "Absolutely. I'll go tell my second brother right away." Although Hua Si-chan felt that his grandparents favored his uncle's family, tonight seemed to present a turning point. Despite being young, children often have complex feelings. It would be best if they could stay longer, infuriating the inconsistent Huanin. Chapter 050 Huan Naipa calls it a night. Hua Chunling exerted tremendous effort, but failed to awaken Zai Zai. Instead, he himself, cautious not to startle her, kept his voice low. While trying to rouse Zai Zai, he inadvertently fell asleep himself. When Hui Si-ju entered, he gently pushed the door open to find his father lying beside Zai Zai. The little one was sprawled out, her mouth slightly agape, her chubby arms wrapped around her father's arm, creating a heartwarming and harmonious scene. Looking at his father, Hua Si-ju noticed one of his father's arms encircling Zai Zai's plump waist, protecting her close to him. Unable to suppress a smile, he covered his father with a thin blanket and quietly exited. Hua Chunling woke as his second son draped the blanket over him, but kept his eyes closed. Once his son had left, he glanced at the peacefully sleeping Zai Zai and then at the gently closed door, a smile creeping onto his lips. He intended to handle some work, but, upon noticing the blanket over him, abandoned the idea. This gesture was a sign of Si-ju's affection. He could not refuse it for the sake of work. A strange, bittersweet emotion swelled within Hua Chunling's heart. In his embrace lies the gentle, rhythmic breathing of the little one, accompanied by the charming sound of her soft snores, which is utterly endearing. Hua Chunling cannot help but lower his head to gaze upon her. The little creature sleeps exceptionally soundly, her tiny mouth forming a pout as she turns over, her entire small frame resting upon his arm. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she shifts closer into his embrace. After a few minutes of fidgeting, she finally finds a comfortable position, still clinging to one of his arms, with her chubby little legs draped over one of his. Hua Chunling is utterly smitten by her small movements, and memories of his 3 sons as children flash through his mind. The lively one is Si-chun, who, as it is said, had his days and nights reversed in the first 3 months, much like this little one. During that time, he was developing markets abroad, residing overseas. Whenever he saw Si-chun, it was always a fleeting encounter or through video calls. Glancing again at the little one in his arms, Hua Chunling cannot help but think of his wife. He knows she always longed for a daughter, yet they never had another child after that. After her passing, the little one appeared, not only arriving, but also unraveling the Zhang family's conspiracy, rescuing their family of 4. No, perhaps it is much more than that. The old man and the old lady, along with his elder brother, seem to have been influenced by some unseen force. However, the little one did not mention encountering any frightening apparitions tonight. Even when Hua Ainin intentionally brought up the topic of curses, the little one continued to eat heartily. Reflecting on his conversation with his elder brother, Hua Chunling's expression darkens. If what his brother suggests is true, and there exists a force beyond human control that has subtly altered their temperaments over the years without their awareness, what could that force be? He does not believe his brother is lying. Particularly, the emotions of the old man and the old lady are evident. They genuinely feel remorseful and guilty towards him, which explains their eagerness to dote on the newly arrived little one. Lost in his thoughts, Huo Chunling begins to feel drowsy again. He lets out a light chuckle and decides to cease his musings. Whatever challenges may arise, he shall confront them, even if human efforts prove futile. There are still the special departments of the Xianmen clan to rely on. As the sun climbs higher, the little one stirs awake, still in a daze. Huo Chunling ascends from downstairs just in time to see the little one awaken. Kai Kai, she rubs her eyes and calls out in a sweet, innocent voice, Daddy. Good morning. Huo Chunling draws back the curtains and turns on the night light in the room, fearing that when he leaves, the little one might awaken to find herself in complete darkness and feel frightened. He did not expect her to sleep so soundly. It is already past 10 in the morning. Are you hungry? The little one pats her plump little belly. Yes. Although she consumed a considerable amount of human food last night, it seems her appetite for the supernatural remains unquenched. Huo Baba scoops up the little one and carries her to the washroom. After getting her ready, he attempts to tie a lopsided, somewhat unattractive little bun, feeling quite pleased with himself, and then descends with the little one to have breakfast. Hua Si-ju and Hua Si-chun have already gone to school, while Hua Si-lin, who usually would have left for school by now, appears to be lounging on the living room sofa today. He perks up upon seeing his uncle descend with the little one in his arms. Uncle, Kai Kai is awake. The little one beams, raising her tiny chubby hand to greet him. Good morning, Brother Si-lin. After speaking, she curiously inquires, Brother Si-lin, aren't you going to school? Hua Si-lin wishes to take her into his arms, but seeing his uncle's reluctance to release her, he feels a twinge of disappointment. Brother Si-lin has no classes this morning. I'll go to school in the afternoon. The little one recalls her father's words, understanding that her purpose in this world revolves around two things: finding a nurturing father and pursuing knowledge. Observing that Brother Si-lin does not seem as burdened with studies as her second and third brothers, she tentatively asks him, Brother Si-lin, can Kai Kai go to school with you? Huo Chunling is taken aback. Why does Kai Kai want to go to school? The little one's earnest expression catches his attention. Daddy, Kai Kai also wants to go to school. Huo Chunling responds, is Kai Kai truly so eager for knowledge? I remember when my youngest son would wail for 3 days and nights to avoid school. However, Brother Si-lin is in university. If Kai Kai wishes to attend, she must start at kindergarten. The little one innocently asks her father, does kindergarten teach how to read? Huo Chunling suddenly understands why she inquires about this, recalling that she recognizes only traditional characters and not simplified ones. Yet, he is not well-versed in kindergarten education. Well, Hua Si-lin interjects quickly. There's a public kindergarten right next to our school. How about I take Kai Kai there this morning to have a look? The little one tilts her head and asks her father, Daddy, can Kai Kai go with Brother Si-lin to see the kindergarten? Huo Chunling does not hesitate. Yes. But first, we must have breakfast. Hua Si-lin swiftly takes the little one into his arms. Uncle, you go ahead and handle your business. I'll take Kai Kai to eat, and afterward, I'll take her to the kindergarten. Huo Chunling watches as his arms, once filled, are now empty, glancing at his nephew, who is already carrying the little one toward the dining area. Is he afraid that he might change his mind? The old man and old lady, who were originally strolling in the garden, hearing the little one's voice, abandon their walk and head towards the living room. However, the living room is empty, and Si-lin, who had been in the living room, seems to have vanished as well. The old man inquires of the maid, has Kai Kai awakened? The maid smiles and nods yes. Young Master Si-lin fed her breakfast and has taken her to school. The old man remarks, old lady having taken sick leave to rest at home. Hua Anan has just awakened and is still on the second floor. Hua Anan is fuming. Ming Kai Kai, don't you dare try to take away her brother. Chapter 051. Ming Kai Kai is doing it on purpose. She is deliberately targeting me. Hua Si-lin is pleased to carry the soft little one out, now of age and holding a driver's license. However, today he opts to let the driver take them out, wishing to hold the little one close at all times. 10 minutes after leaving the old residence, his phone rings. Anan, what's wrong? Well, Anan sounds extremely weak. Brother, I have a headache. Mom and Dad have gone to work, and I don't know where Grandma and Grandpa are. Can you take me to the hospital? 10 minutes later, Hua Anan finds herself seated in the back seat of the car. Seeing her brother holding Ming Kai Kai as if she were a treasure, Hua Anan feels increasingly uncomfortable. Before she can voice her thoughts, Hua Lin seems to sense her discontent and frowns as he explains, Anan, when you were as little as Kai Kai, I held you just like this. Hua Anan, endowed with the destiny of a true daughter, knows her brother speaks the truth. But so what? Brother. She is uncle's adopted daughter. How can she compare to me? There's absolutely no comparison. The little one in Hua Lin's embrace is displeased. An adopted daughter is still a daughter. Kai Kai's daddy's girl. Daddy Ming said, once a father, always a father. Since I have come to the human world to find a nurturing father, no matter how long he raises me, I will always remember this kindness. She cannot confront her brother about her feelings towards Ming, Kai Kai. The system has shown her various melodramatic battles of the wealthy, where malicious female characters often sow discord in front of their relatives. If she does not remain composed, her brother will inevitably be influenced by Ming, Kai Kai, leading to a rift between them. She does not want that. She is the only little princess of the Hua family. Yet, she cannot entirely conceal her emotions. So she simply huffs and turns away from Ming Kai Kai. Hua Lin feels somewhat helpless and slightly pained. Anan, Hua Anan lowers her head, concealing the coldness in her eyes, her voice softening to sound somewhat pitiful. I want to hold it against her like a little child. Just don't dislike me, okay, brother? Seeing his sister's attitude soften, Hua Lin lets out a gentle sigh. Both you and Kai Kai are my sisters. I will only love and protect you. How could I ever dislike you? Hua Anan absent-mindedly uttered a sound of acknowledgement, deciding to hold her tongue for the time being. Otherwise, with her simmering anger, she might truly lose control. Half an hour later, they arrived at the first hospital. The little bundle of joy, having been well-fed and comfortably cradled in Hua Lin's arms, had fallen into a deep slumber. Hua Lin held the little one in one arm while guiding his sister to the examination room with the other. Upon exiting the room, Hua Anan was still rubbing her temples. Brother, I feel like my sleep has been decent lately. Why does the checkup indicate that my headaches are due to poor rest? Hua Lin frowned. Should we seek out Dingu for a personal examination? Hua Anan also frowned in response. But didn't Dingu have a car accident? Can he still be working? Hua Lin, well-informed, smiled as he explained. Indeed, there had been an accident, but fortunately, he had emerged unscathed. Although he had been resting for the past couple of days, he was still at the hospital. Hua Anan recalled what the system had told her. Gu Qifeng would succumb to his injuries within 2 weeks of the accident. However, the current situation was evidently at odds with the system's prediction. Anan? Hua Anan felt a twinge of guilt, as she had been aware of the impending accident due to the system's warning, but had refrained from alerting Gu Qifeng, given his close ties with her second uncle. Brother, it's all right. I've noticed that my headaches have subsided. Hua Lin remained unconvinced. Really? Hua Anan nodded eagerly. Yes, really. Fearing her brother would continue to press, she swiftly shifted the topic to the sleeping child. Brother, why is Zai still asleep? Hua Lin, having learned about Zai's situation from Si Ju and Si Chun, couldn't help but smile fondly. Zai is still adjusting her sleep cycle. Once we near the kindergarten, I will wake her. Hua Anan's mischievous thoughts took shape. Brother, how about when we get to the car, I hold Zai? She looks so adorable while sleeping. I want to cuddle her. Hua Lin naturally hoped for the bond between his two sisters to flourish. All right, brother, if you keep staring like that, how could she do anything sneaky? She had initially planned to pinch Zai discreetly, but now it seemed impossible. Hua Anan, at a loss for ideas, suddenly brightened as they neared the kindergarten. Brother, are we almost at the kindergarten? Should I wake Zai? Hua Lin cautioned her. Just keep your voice down. Zai is a deep sleeper, and loud noises might startle her. Hua Anan nodded with a smile. I understand. I'll be gentle. She softly called out and, using her phone, playfully nudged Zai's rear, unafraid of causing any discomfort. Zai, wake up. We're at kindergarten. Initially, Hua Anan's voice was tender, but as she noticed Zai remained unresponsive. She wondered if she was indeed in a deep sleep, making it easier for her to poke her with her phone. Just as Hua Anan took advantage of her brother, Hua Lin, joining in the calling, she quickly pressed her phone against Zai's little bottom. Before the phone could make contact, Zai's eyes suddenly snapped open. Her gaze was as dark as ink, with the pupils taking up nearly half of her eye sockets, leaving little white visible, exuding an eerie chill. Hua Anan jumped in fright, and instinctively tossed Zai away. Ah, Zai. Huo, quick on his feet, caught the little one thrown by his sister, his heart racing. For the first time, he shot a stern look at his sister, reprimanding her coldly. Anin, trembling, pointed at Zai, stammering, brother, She woke up. It was truly terrifying. Huo quickly lowered his gaze to the little one in his arms. And after recognizing there was no danger, he observed that her eyes had naturally closed again, her expression one of cherubic sweetness in slumber. Huo's brow twitched as he regarded his sister with a newfound incredulity. Anin, when did you learn to lie? Anin, feeling a mix of fear and frustration, replied. Brother, I am not lying. She truly opened her eyes. They were so dark, I nearly had a heart attack. As Huo cradled the little one, gently patting her chubby back, he scrutinized Huo, flustered and irate. Huo insisted, brother, there are cameras in the car. You can see for yourself if I'm lying. Huo pursed his lips, and before he could respond, Huo had already instructed the driver to pull over, adamantly demanding to view the footage. Seeing his sister's determination, Huo pondered that he might have indeed misjudged her intentions. Preparing to apologize when she had already activated the video feed, he then witnessed Huo, while calling out to Zai, sneakily pushing her phone towards Zai's bottom. Huo, not a fool, quickly grasped his sister's intentions. Huo blushed, stammering, I was afraid my phone would fall. Huo's expression darkened as he continued to watch the video without responding. The video froze momentarily, and when it resumed, he saw Huo suddenly scream and toss Zai aside. Huo, now crimson-faced, accused, brother, Zai did it on purpose. She deliberately scared me. Chapter 052. The System Weeps. This host is utterly brainless. The little bundle felt an itch in her nose and rubbed it unconsciously. Once the itch subsided, she resumed her peaceful slumber. Yet soon enough, the itch returned. The little one furrowed her brow and rubbed again. When the itch faded once more, she continued to sleep. However, barely a second passed before the itch returned. The little one turned her head, instinctively snuggling closer. Huo, watching the adorable scene, felt his heart melt. Yet, as Zai remained asleep, he had to resort to his previous tactics. The little one, unable to sleep due to her persistent itch, maintained her sweet temperament. Even when disturbed multiple times in her dreams, simply rolling over and continuing to sleep soundly. Huo, sitting opposite him, cast a glance at her brother, who was lovingly teasing Zai, feeling utterly exasperated. Brother, at this rate, when will we have lunch? Indeed, it was already noon, because Zai had been asleep. Even after Huo brought her to the kindergarten, they did not get out of the car, as the main character remained asleep. After viewing the footage, Huo quickly perceived his sister's intent to poke Zai's bottom with her phone, leading him to give her a stern lecture. Huo felt utterly wronged, nearly exploding with frustration. No matter how she defended herself, her brother remained convinced she was lying. She almost revealed the existence of the true fate-daughter system, but was fortunate that the system intervened in time to prevent her. At this juncture, she was still seething with anger. Seeing her brother so tenderly and affectionately engaging with Zai only fueled her jealousy. After all, he was her own brother. Huo, hearing her words, replied, we'll eat once Zai wakes up. If it weren't for the surveillance footage, he would have believed his sister's claims. Zai. Huo, fearing she might lose her temper again, began questioning the system. System, have you discovered anything? Does Zai possess some sort of malicious antagonist system? Otherwise, how could such a swift transformation occur among Grandpa and Grandma? The system, unwilling to admit its own incompetence, found itself at a loss. It could not uncover a thing. According to the script the system stored, Zai's character simply did not exist. Most likely, Huo believed it without question. Then what shall we do now? What skills is she utilizing to be so formidable? The system, equally frustrated, just couldn't identify any issues, which was infuriating. Yet it had to maintain control over the host. The host was still too young and could not remain calm. I just upgraded and am still familiarizing myself with many functions. I will look into it further once I get accustomed. Huo urged, hurry. Otherwise, I might lose my favor. The little bundle, feeling another itch at her nose, groggily opened her eyes. The first thing she did was not greet her brother Huo, but rather turned to Hua Nation, sitting across from her. Sister Nation, who are you talking to again? Hua Nation pondered. System. Why is that little milk bun able to perceive it? This makes it feel quite insecure. I have never heard of a malicious villainous system being so formidable. It has already obtained the true fate goddess system. And there can only be one true fate goddess in a world, unless the other party is the ultimate male antagonist. Otherwise, it should never be able to detect its existence, especially since its skills surpass its own. This defies logic. Hua Clan, surprised, glanced between the little milk bun and Hua Nation. Little one, what are you talking about? Under the system's urging, Hua Nation quickly replied, Brother, I mentioned that she is doing it on purpose. Look at her now, spouting nonsense. Hua Clan was unaware of the little one's ability to see spirits. But a rational person would never suspect a 3.5-year-old, adorable and gentle, of lying. Some little one struggled to articulate such grand claims. So how could she possibly be deceitful? Hua Clan gently patted the little milk bun's head, affectionately calling her little one. The little milk bun furrowed her thick brows and said, Brother Clan. And sister was just talking to something, but I couldn't see what it was. Hua Clan replied, I don't quite understand. But as a good brother, I must not discourage the little one's eagerness to speak. Did you hear what they were saying? The little milk bun shook her head in frustration. I couldn't hear, but I sensed they were talking. The true fate goddess system felt an instant sense of relief. It seemed that the little milk bun's system, upon closer inspection, was rather ineffective. Moreover, judging by the little milk bun's expression, it was evident she had no idea what kind of existence the system truly was. Maintain composure. The system warned Hua Nation. They have no idea what I truly am. If you keep speaking this way, it will easily lead them to believe you are mentally unwell. Hua Nation, being clever, quickly grasped the system's implication. She blinked, looking at Hua Clan with a mix of confusion and grievance. Brother, is the little one still half asleep? Why would she accuse me the moment she wakes up? There are only the three of us here. I didn't say anything just now. Hua Clan responded. Sister is stating the facts. The little milk bun grasped Brother Clan's hand, resting her small head against his neck and whispering in her tender voice, Brother Clan, don't move. Feel it for yourself. Hua Clan was utterly perplexed. Feel what? Just then, he sensed a coolness pierce his brow, and in that fleeting moment, he heard his sister in his voice. Hua Nation was inquiring of the system. Has my brother already succumbed to her? Why does he believe her words so readily? What should I do? The upgraded system detected the risk of exposure and swiftly cautioned its host. In the future, do not converse with me in her presence. I sense a risk of exposure. Hua Nation exclaimed, Hua Clan. Hua Clan instinctively nodded, quickly turning his gaze to Hua Nation. She felt an overwhelming sense of exposure regarding the system's existence, her complexion paling uncontrollably. The system, incensed, exclaimed, maintain composure. They have no understanding of what I truly am. Just firmly deny any knowledge. They cannot harm you. You are the true fate goddess of this world. Why fear a little imp that has appeared out of nowhere? The true fate goddess system felt quite distressed. This host was far too young, frequently revealing vulnerabilities. Moreover, the little milk bun clearly possessed some peculiarities, raising the difficulty of this task significantly. The little milk bun raised her eyebrows. That thing is speaking again. The system urgently logged off, even setting an alert for itself. Whenever the little one was present, it would remain in a logged-off state. Hua Nation exclaimed, Hua Clan. Hua Clan squinted, taking a moment to carefully scrutinize his younger sister. After a brief silence, he slowly asked, Nation, do you have something to tell your brother? Hua Nation felt a mix of panic and fear, but predominantly anger. She exploded. Brother, you are my real brother. Why do you not believe anything I say? That little imp has only been here for 2 days. Yet you trust her words without question. Why do you always protect her? Why? The last sentence Hua Nation shouted out loud. Hua Clan's brow furrowed tighter, his voice steady. Nation, tell your brother. Who exactly are you speaking to? Hua Nation clenched her fists and stomped her foot fiercely. I will go find mother and tell her that you are bullying me for that little imp. Boo-hoo! Hua Nation cried as she ran away. The little milk bun suddenly spoke, Brother Clan, Nanin's sister is in danger. Hua Clan, concerned for his sister, disregarded any inquiries about what the little one had done to his brow and swiftly rose, carrying the little milk bun as he pursued her. Their reserved room was on the third floor, and Hua Nation had descended a minute earlier. By the time Huo reached the restaurant's entrance with the little milk bun in his arms, Hua Nation had already crossed the street. The little milk bun's gaze shifted, spotting the source of danger. Brother Silin, that old lady over there with the child, is the source of danger. Huo was somewhat confused, yet he placed his trust in the little milk bun. Let us hurry over. As Huo approached, he saw the old lady conversing with Hua Nation, who was sobbing uncontrollably. The old lady's granddaughter, aged around 8 or 9, was offering her cloth doll to Hua Nation to play with. Nation, where is your mother? My grandmother knows many people. Would you like me and my grandmother to take you to find your mother? Hua Nation, crying bitterly, nodded without a second thought. Okay. Thank you, Sister Jejia. Grandma Jejia took her hand and led her forward, comforting her, don't cry, and then my grandmother will take you to find your mother. Hua Nation wiped her tears and nodded. Huo, holding the little milk bun, reached the trio. Nation. Before Hua Nation could speak, Jejia's eyes darted. Who are you? Big brother? This is my sister Nation. We have matters to attend to, so please step aside. Grandma Jejia quickly added yes. Don't delay us. Step aside. Huo inhaled deeply. And then, I apologize for earlier. Come here. I will take you to find mother. Jejia whispered to Huan and then, don't believe his words. Look, he is still protecting that little imp. He is deceiving you. He wants he take you to find your mother. Perhaps when your mother is not around. He will hit you. Huan froze. Hit me? Jejia nodded. Yes, after all, adults favor little milk buns. Look how your brother dotes on that milk bun. If you truly anger him, would he not hit you? Hua Nation hesitated. Sensing her uncertainty, Jejia quickly added, and then, my grandmother and I will take you to find your mother. My grandmother's car is just ahead. We can get there quickly. Hua Nation relented. All right. She lifted her head, glaring at Huo. I am not going. Jejia quickly interjected, Big brother, please step aside. We do not know you. She confronted Huo while Grandma Jejia swiftly took Huan's hand, leading her towards a nearby car. The little milk bun exclaimed, Brother Silin. That bad grandma is taking Nana's sister away. Huo noticed as well and, without a moment's hesitation, bypassed Jejia to pursue them. Suddenly, Jejia began to wail loudly. He hit her. Boo-hoo. Help. My brother hit my sister. The commotion escalated, attracting nearby onlookers. Indeed, young man, this is not right. Huo quickly explained. She is not my sister. My sister was taken by her grandmother. Seeing that Hua Nation was about to be taken away by the wicked grandmother, the little milk bun swiftly slipped from Huo's embrace. Though she was chubby, her small frame was remarkably agile. After slipping away, she darted through the crowd, quickly escaping the onlookers. Facing the wicked grandmother who was about to board the vehicle, called out loudly, Stop. The wicked grandmother hesitated for a moment upon hearing her voice. Noticed that was rushing towards her, while her brother was still surrounded by a crowd, leaving her at a loss for words. What are you doing here? Hurriedly ushered towards the car, saying, Don't waste your breath on her. She is definitely sent by your wicked brother to delay us from finding your mother. In your family, apart from your mother, doesn't everyone else favor her and not you? This remark struck deep, causing to turn away, silenced by her feelings. Observing this, swiftly got her into the car and closed the door. The door could not be fully shut, as there remained a gap the size of half a palm. Simultaneously, a thunderous cry erupted from beside the car, her wails echoing, Wicked grandmother, don't abandon your granddaughter. Hua, incapable of faking her tears, cried out with all her might. Furthermore, she was unaware that, and were working separately, despite being the daughter of the king of hell, was still merely 3.5 years old. She could sense the ominous aura emanating from the wicked grandmother's shoulder, indicating her malevolent nature. The young lady accompanying the wicked grandmother was similarly shrouded in a thin layer of dark energy, marking her as an accomplice in the realm of the underworld. With the wicked individuals intent on seizing to flee, would never acquiesce. How could they exchange her for? That was simply unacceptable. Although occasionally spoke to herself, they were, after all, family. How could she allow her family to be taken away? Thus, summoned her strength, gripping the car door with her small, chubby hand to prevent it from closing, her feet firmly planted on the ground, transforming her 30-some pounds into an immovable boulder. Planning to escape? Not a chance. in a state of agitation, realized that just as she had secured the larger prize, a small obstacle had unexpectedly emerged, clinging to the door and wailing. In a desperate bid, ignited the engine, flooring the accelerator. The roar of the engine instantly drew the attention of the onlookers nearby. Upon witnessing the commotion, S' heart raced in alarm. "Caution! Let go!" The crowd gasped collectively, echoing sentiments of danger. Just as it was about to reach, she clung to his legs, sobbing, "Brother, don't leave me behind. I know I was wrong. Why, I want to do it again." Fury surged within as he wrestled with S' grip, which, though not strong, was executed with surprising skill, indicating she had done this before. He thought to himself, what a troublesome child. A blade-wielding assailant struck on the back of the neck, seizing the opportunity to dash away and rescue her. Seated in the driver's seat, glared in disbelief as the car remained utterly still. "This is absurd." Who was tugging at the car door seized the moment to innocently inquire, "Wicked grandmother, do you wish to see a ghost?" Exasperated, retorted, "Yes. I want to see ghosts. Encountering a jinx like you is infuriating." With sincerity, explained, "Grandmother is a human now, not a ghost. This is the human realm, not the underworld. But if you wish to meet unfortunate souls or cursed spirits, I can certainly assist you." Utterly flustered, realized that her attempts to leave were futile. Her thoughts raced as she became aware of the gathering crowd and the looming presence of, "Should I give up? But I'm not ready to concede." The vehicle seemed to have malfunctioned, refusing to budge even with the accelerator fully pressed. What on earth is happening? Employing her connection to the underworld, released her grip on the car door and snapped her fingers lightly in the air. A faint sound echoed, causing S' spirit to tremble, and her previously sweating back turned icy, a chilling sensation that instilled fear. "Nai Tawanzi, this is what you have brought upon yourself." Corrected her, "No, wicked grandmother. It is you who insisted on meeting them, which is why is assisting." Who initially intended to take with her, now thought this child may be pretty, but her mind seems questionable. Is the reason said everyone in the family protects not just because she is small, but perhaps because she is not quite right in the head? What use is there in taking her away? The air inside the car grew increasingly frigid and foreboding, rendering even, seated in the passenger seat, to shiver unexpectedly. Why is it suddenly so cold in here? Also found it perplexing, but knew she must keep calm. Perhaps I set the air conditioning too low. Let me adjust it. Softly urged, "You should exit the vehicle." Irritated, retorted, "You should leave." Asked, "Really let go?" Fuming, replied, "Yes. Go. Don't let me see you again." Surveyed the two entities in the car and wondered whom wished to see instead. Reason that was still young and surely did not wish to see ghosts. Without thinking, said seeing ghosts is better than seeing you. Blinked her large, dark eyes, slowly confirming, "Do you truly wish to see ghosts?" With a scowl, affirmed, "Yes. So don't appear before me again." Struggling to comprehend, eventually thought that perhaps was merely curious, so she responded sweetly, "All right then." Seeing this, swiftly closed the door on S' side, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, a chilling breeze crept from behind her, prompting to frown. "Don't blow air into my ear." Horrified, looked at the two ominous entities flanking, releasing a terrified scream. Noted, last time, and encountered her while accidentally opening their eyes to the world of the dead. They didn't scream nearly as frightfully as does. They merely stumbled upon it, standing by the roadside, furrowed her little brow, lightly tapping on the car, and communicated with the two spirits in the language of the underworld. "Please don't intentionally frighten." The unfortunate spirit protested, "I didn't I'm not. I haven't even bled from my 7 orifices yet." The cursed spirit yelled, "Clearly, she saw us. We appeared, and she screamed. What is the point? If you can't handle it, don't play." The unfortunate spirit chimed in, "Exactly. It's too noisy. The sound is too piercing." The cursed spirit inquired, "Might we frighten her into unconsciousness?" Before could respond, the unfortunate spirit interjected, "No need to scare her. She has already fainted." Pondered, why are they so eager to encounter ghostly entities? Moreover, these two spirits appear quite obedient. If a fierce spirit were to be summoned, wouldn't that send her straight to the underworld? While was lost in thought, she was suddenly scooped up from behind. "Hey!" Tightly embraced, exclaiming to the onlookers, "They're the unfortunate and cursed spirits." The unfortunate spirit continued its conversation with, "My dear, could we request a favor to reveal the mischievous little spirit that has been perched upon her shoulder?" And Itunzi busied herself soothing the frightened SLNGG, murmuring a vague response. "SLNGG, the little one is fine. The little one is very well." She pointed towards a vehicle. "SLNGG, it is NG Jia who is in distress. NG Jia has fainted from fright." Upon hearing that it was her NBIFNZ, everyone rushed over. The vehicle had barely moved. How could she have fainted? She must have been drugged. Indeed, my heavens. How could it be our NBIFNZ? Wasn't she accompanied by a child? Could they be in cahoots? Yes. Call the police. As the crowd searched for GG, they soon realized that the previously unconscious GG had mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, a shrill, anguished scream erupted from within the vehicle, accompanied by the trembling of the car's body, interspersed with the terrified cries of a child, causing everyone to turn pale. How heartless! They are harming a child inside the car. Yes. Quickly, open the car door. Amidst the clamoring crowd, Huo SLN, after confirming that the little one was unharmed, placed her down and attempted to pry open the door with his bare hands. And I2 and Z hurriedly assisted. SLNGG, let me help you. Hua SLN, concerned for his sister, cautioned and I2 and Z to keep her distance. CICI, it's dangerous, stay back. Meanwhile, someone peering through the windshield spotted GG's bloodied face as she suddenly grasped the steering wheel, screaming in terror. This is bad. They are killing someone. The murderer is trying to escape. Everyone, stop her. As I2 Z observed as LNGG hastily trying to open the door. She kicked it with her chubby little leg. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, and the unconscious Hua tumbled out of the vehicle. Despite the efforts of the citizens to smash the car open, they could not succeed. All attention was focused on the safety of the two sisters. And Hua SLN swiftly pulled Hua into him while lifting I2 Z. And CICI. In Chapter 055, due to CICI's extraordinary strength, I2 and Z noticed Hua SLN's face had turned pale with fright and smiled as she embraced him. SLNGG. CICI is truly fine. Hua SLN, having spotted the blood on our NBIFNZ's face, gently stroked I2 Z's head before quickly checking on NN's condition. Upon confirming that NN bore no injuries and remained unconscious, he let out a sigh of relief. Someone had already called for emergency services, and while waiting for their arrival, he promptly examined I2 Z's feet. The soles bore the mark left by her father, the King of Hell, barely visible at first glance. Sensing the gravity of the situation, I2 Z instinctively recoiled. SLNGG, what's wrong? What SL? And tenderly reassured her. CICI, be good. Let SLNGG check if your feet are hurt. With a powerful kick, he forced open the aluminum car door, leaving a gaping hole. A testament to I2 Z's immense strength. I2 Z attempted to hide her small feet, but it seemed there was no place to conceal them. She squirmed, her chubby face turning crimson. SLNGG, I'm really fine. The more composed she appeared, the more worried Hua SLN became. He had learned about I2 Z's past from SJU and knew she was an orphan before being adopted by her second uncle. She often mentioned her father in the Underworld, who was said to be particularly unreasonable. Hua SLN felt his heart twist in anguish. His voice softened, almost incredulous, as though fearing to frighten I2 Z. CICI, be good. SLNGG would never hurt you. And I2 Z replied, all right. It seemed that unless she showed SLNGG her feet, he would not relent. The crowd buzzed with concern. With such strength, will the child's foot be ruined? Indeed, but be careful. Don't touch her before the ambulance arrives. And I2 Z earnestly explained, CICI is really fine, truly unharmed. Hua SLN reached out again, lifting I2 Z back into his embrace. Before she could utter a word, he gently but swiftly removed her shoes. I2 Z squirmed. She squirmed again. Hua SLN, afraid of hurting her. hesitated, but managed to remove her shoes, leaving her socks intact. The pink socks, adorned with delicate little bows at the ankles, wrapped around her milky soft ankles, creating a delightful sight. And Itunzi shrank back, and Huo Clan, while soothing her with gentle patience, secured her tiny frame with his legs. Just as he was about to remove her socks, he suddenly paused, glancing around swiftly. Emergency services had arrived, and both his sister Hua Nin and the unconscious Gigi were being lifted into an ambulance. Meanwhile, Gigi's vehicle remained parked nearby, with the street curb and several stone blocks in front. The bystanders, having previously misjudged Huo Clan, felt a wave of embarrassment. Now, they were all diligently moving the stone blocks. When a car came barreling towards them, 3 or 4 stone blocks were piled together. Despite the car's power, it crashed into the blocks with a deafening thud, causing the front end to crumple significantly, leaving Gigi's fate uncertain. Seizing the moment, Hua Clan called his father, Hua Ch, while cradling in Itunzi as they boarded the ambulance. As the police searched for the culprit, Gigi remained the only one unaccounted for in the vehicle, cuddled in Hua Clan's embrace, and Itunzi whispered to the 2 wandering spirits nearby, instructing them to report to the Underworld office. After doing so, she noticed Hua Clan staring intently at her bare feet. Nervously, her delicate little toes curled up. Seizing the opportunity, she planted a foot on Hua Clan's leg to obscure the faint mark on her sole. Little did she know, Hua Clan had already seen it and was puzzled. He was not so much curious about the fiery birthmark on her foot as he was about how an Itunzi remained completely unscathed. Hua Clan murmured to himself, could it be that the car was made of paper? That seemed implausible. Despite his efforts to force the door open, it remained shut, and the well-meaning citizens had tried kicking it open, yet it had not budged, indicating it was no flimsy construct. While Hua Clan pondered this, he met in Itunzi's sparkling eyes. SLNGG. CIC, I is truly fine. 10 minutes later, the ambulance reached the nearest central hospital. Before exiting, Hua Clan leaned down to whisper to Itunzi, CICI, if anyone asks why you kicked open the car door. And Itunzi interjected, because CICI is born with extraordinary strength. Hua Clan replied, that works. This explanation sounded absurd, but many had witnessed the incident, making it impossible to conceal the truth, whether the police would believe it was their concern. With Hua Ch's arrival, even though Itunzi was a key witness, the police did not approach her for questioning. Only after Hua Clan handed Itunzi over to their father did he proceed to give his statement. CICI, and Itunzi eagerly called out, DB Bo. Hua Ch was already aware of the events that transpired and scrutinized Itunzi closely. You are truly unharmed? And Itunzi gleefully declared, of course. DB Bo, CIC is incredibly powerful. Hua Ch smiled warmly, filled with admiration and gratitude. Thank you, CICI. And Itunzi hugged DB Bo's neck, giggling, no need to thank me. DB Bo is Daddy's brother. We are family. It is only right for CICI to protect her family. Meanwhile, in the hospital bed, Hua Nin awoke and overheard Itunzi sweet-talking her father. Momentarily forgetting the prior events, she sat up and exclaimed to Hua Ch, Daddy, why do you always hold her? She is just an adopted daughter. What is she worth? Hua Ch's smile instantly froze, glancing at the bewildered Itunzi before softening his expression as he gently patted her head. Zai Zai is truly wonderful. The most beautiful and adorable baby in the world, a source of pride for our whole family. Then, covering Zai Zai's ears, I turned to gaze upon my pale daughter seated on the bed. Hua Nin, apologize to your sister Zai Zai and express your gratitude. Hua Nin stared incredulously at Hua Chenhui, feeling as though the world had darkened. Father, what has happened to you? What has transpired between you, my brother, and our grandparents? I know, you must have been influenced by the maliciousness of Ming Zai Zai. It must be so. Hua Chenhui furrowed his brow, examining and probing his daughter intently. Anin, what are you talking about? Hua Anin repeated herself quickly. I said you must have been influenced by the maliciousness of Ming Zai Zai. After speaking, Hua Nation realized the issue. The phrase malicious female supporting character was only partially audible, the latter part muted. Why? Hua Nation silently cried out. Hua Nation. Hua Chenwei spoke again, his expression extremely serious. Hua Nation, apologize to Zai Zai and express your gratitude. Chapter 056. What do you think you are to be worthy? The little dumpling blinked her big eyes, her mind filled with Hua and Anne's words about being influenced by the maliciousness of Ming Zai Zai. Malicious? Even at 3.5 years old, the little dumpling understood that it was not a good term. It was an insult directed at her. The little dumpling was indignant. However, she was extremely polite and earnestly explained. Sister Nin, Zai Zai is not malicious. The part she could not comprehend, she replaced with me, nearly causing Hua Nation to laugh aloud, thinking Ming Zai Zai had inadvertently revealed the system situation. She recalled the system once warned her that if the existence of the system became known to the outside world, the host would face punishment. It was said that the punishment was particularly terrifying. Although she had never experienced it, the system had vividly described it to her, even urging her to watch the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. The imagery still sent shivers down her spine. Hua Chenwei's expression changed in an instant, hurriedly soothing the little dumpling, gently patting her head. Zai Zai, dear, Uncle knows you are a good child. It was your sister in whom he spoke. Uncle will have an apologize to you, all right? The little dumpling felt the necessity to apologize. Father Ming had said that a person's character should not be slandered. That was utterly unacceptable. As the esteemed daughter of the Ming king, how could she allow a mere human child to discredit her? It would be a disgrace to her father. Thus, the little dumpling nodded earnestly. Hua Chenwei found the little dumpling exceptionally well behaved. He remembered his daughter and was also very obedient at that age. Yet, if today's accusations of malice were directed at the little dumpling and at 3.5 years old, would have likely caused a ruckus. After all, the little dumpling, raised under the loving care of her parents, certainly had the capital to be willful, especially as a member of the Hua family. Reflecting on this, Hua Chenwei's heart ached for the little dumpling. She had lost her biological parents. After being adopted by his second brother, she had only her father left, without her mother. Hua Chenwei recalled the actions of the Zhang family, as described by his younger brother, igniting a surge of anger within him. He considered Anne's gradual estrangement from them over the years, unable to determine whether Anne had been bewitched by someone or was, in fact, a participant herself. Regardless of the scenario, based on Anne's current behavior, it was evident that something was amiss. Hua Chenwei softened his expression, his tone gentle, and then apologized to Zai Zai. You are sisters, lifelong and intimately connected family. The little dumpling listened attentively, her gaze fixed on Sister Nin, waiting for her to apologize. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. Sister Nin, if you say sorry to Zai Zai, she will forgive you. Hua Chenwei felt his temples throbbing. Hua Chenwei had now crouched down, meeting his daughter's resentful gaze. He struggled to suppress the anger boiling within him, maintaining a gentle voice, guiding her softly. And when one says something wrong or does something wrong, an apology is necessary. You are our Hua family's little princess. A little princess does not behave impolitely, right? Hua Nation remained steadfast, her rejection of Ming Zai evident in her eyes. No, father, I'm not wrong. Mother is right. Ming Zai is merely an adopted child. She is not worthy to serve me. Hua Chenwei's pupils contracted in shock. What did you say? Hua Nation repeated defiantly. I said Ming Zai is merely an adopted child. She is not worthy to serve me. Why should she be my sister? In our Hua family, I am the only little princess. There will be no second. I am unique. Hua Chenwei. Hua Chenwei could hardly believe such impolite and uncultured words were spoken by his own daughter. He couldn't help but question. Hua Nation, do you know how old you are this year? Hua Nation huffed. 8. Hua Chenwei gasped. Is such a statement, claiming one's sister is unworthy to serve her, something an 8-year-old child would say? Hua Nan's anger flared at the mere mention of Ming Zai. She decided to abandon all restraint, shouting vehemently. That is what mother said, but I believe mother is right. Ming Zai has nothing. I am the little princess of the Hua family. She is simply unworthy. Hua Chenwei erupted in fury. Be quiet. Hua Silin entered just in time to witness this scene. Father? Hua Nation was taken aback. feeling even more wronged. Throughout her life, her father had always doted on her, never raising his voice. All her grievances transformed into anger, and she suddenly charged towards Ming Zai from her bed. Ming Zai, it's all your fault. It's all because of you. Get away from me. Hua Chenhui quickly shielded the little dumpling. Huanin, Huasilin rushed forward to grab his sister. And then, what on earth is wrong with you? Huanin wailed uncontrollably. Boo-hoo, father, brother, you have all been bewitched by Ming Zai. Boo-hoo, you no longer love me. Ming Zai furrowed her little brow, being held in her uncle's arms, turning to glare at Hua, and then, who was crying uncontrollably. You don't like Zai? Well, Zai doesn't tea like you either. But Zai didn't tea bewitch Uncle and Brother Silin. Uncle and Brother Silin like Zai because Zai is obedient and cute. Unlike you, who cries and wails at the slightest provocation, making a mess with snot and tears, so ugly and dirty. The little dumpling crossed her arms, her expression one of unyielding pride. Hua Anin cried even louder. Amidst her tears, she reported to Hua Chenhui and Hua Silin. Father, brother, look at her. She, a girl with nothing, dares to mock me. I want to tear her mouth off. Huanin wailed and charged once again towards the little dumpling. Hua Silin held her hand, naturally preventing her from advancing. Huanin, regain your composure. Hua Chenhui, protecting the little dumpling, rubbed his aching temples. Then, in front of the three children, he called Hua Chunling. Chunling, it's your elder brother. You have a good relationship with the old man of the Bai family. See if you can ask him to help take a look at it and something seems off with her. I suspect she has been bewitched. Huanin was both furious and exasperated, yelling at the top of her lungs. You are the one who has been bewitched. Your entire family has been bewitched. Hua Chenhui, hearing this, was not angry but instead chuckled. Yes, our entire family has been bewitched. But thanks to Zai's arrival, apart from you and your mother, who are still under control, your father, your brother, and your grandparents are all fine. Huanin was so provoked that she forgot the system's warning. That was because the last word of the system was left unspoken. She was knocked unconscious by Hua Silin. Zai, Brother Silin will take care of you. The little dumpling spoke softly. It's not a bewitchment. There are no evil spirits. Zai cannot understand. When Zai's father in the underworld is not busy, Zai will ask him. This statement startled both Hua Chenhui and Hua Silin. They thought the little dumpling had been wronged. Even when she confronted Inin with an air of arrogance, she was, in truth, wounded by Inin's words. Indeed, Zai, being so clever and well-behaved, naturally comprehended the sarcasm in Inin's remarks. Both father and son were overwhelmed with guilt and shame. Hua Chenhui urgently embraced the soft, small bundle before him, solemnly assuring, Zai, rest assured, the Hua family will always be your home. Your sister Inin will be made to apologize to you and express her gratitude for your assistance. The little one appeared somewhat bewildered. Hua Silin observed, assuming she was lost in thought about her absent father, and failed to hear his words. He quietly resolved to educate and guide Inin properly, to cherish this youngest sister of the family. Chapter 057. Who is Ming Zai? Come out, you scoundrel. When Hua Chunling arrived, Inin awoke once more. Upon catching sight of Ming Zai, she instinctively felt the urge to curse. However, a glimpse of her second uncle entering caused a chill to run down her spine, prompting her to shut her eyes and feign sleep. The little one, seeing her father had arrived, quickly wriggled out of her uncle's arms and dove into her father's embrace. Before she could utter a word, Hua Chenhui hastily began to apologize. Chunling, it's my fault for not properly educating Inin. She said some hurtful things that upset Zai. I am truly sorry. Typically stoic and indifferent, Hua Chunling's expression betrayed a rare display of emotion, his sharp brows furrowing deeply. What hurtful things did she say? Hua Chenhui, understanding his uncle well, knew that once he asked, he would demand an answer. Noticing his father's awkward demeanor, Hua Silin pursed his lips to speak. Uncle, it was indeed Inin's fault. Father has been urging her to apologize to Zai and thank her for saving her today, but Hua Chunling's eyes narrowed coldly. But she has persistently resisted. Even ridiculing my daughter? Hua Silin responded affirmatively. Suddenly, Hua Chunling scooped up the little one and strode to the bedside. Just as Hua Silin was about to mention that his sister had yet to awaken, he noticed her eyelashes quivering gently, her eyes rolling beneath her eyelids. Hua Silin urged. Anin, if you are awake, sit up and speak. He quickly adjusted the head of the hospital bed, forcing Hua Anin, who had been pretending to sleep, to abandon her charade, especially since her uncle's imposing presence made her break into a cold sweat. Second uncle, Hua Chunling chuckled, his laughter devoid of warmth, his gaze sharp enough to cut, rendering her breathless. Hua Anin instinctively sought her father's help. Although Hua Chenhui's brow was furrowed, he remained silent. Anin, undeterred, looked pleadingly at her brother. Hua Silin frowned, but eventually spoke. Anin, apologize to Zai Zai and express your gratitude. Uncle is magnanimous. He will not hold it against the child. Hua Chunling scoffed, his voice as frigid as ice. No, even if she is merely 8 years old, I shall hold her accountable. As a member of the Hua family, she must understand our family's rules. Hua Silin, the little one, noticed her brother's awkward expression and tugged at their father's sleeve. Daddy, Brother Silin, and Uncle have always protected Zai Zai. Hua Chunling's demeanor softened for a fleeting moment, his voice gentle. That is only fitting. One is an elder, and the other is a brother. Zai Zai is merely 3.5 years old. Should they not protect her? Should they instead protect an 8-year-old who, despite being saved, shows no gratitude and instead mocks Zai Zai? The little one blinked her eyes, cutely nodding. Daddy is right. Hua Chenhui, Hua Silin. The little one spoke again, addressing Hua Anin. Sister Anin apologized to Zai Zai and thanked her. Hua Anin felt tears brimming in her eyes, just as they threatened to spill over. Hua Chenling's rebuke of the Hua family does not tolerate crybabies, forced her to tilt her head back. She loathed her second uncle. She had detested him her entire life. So cold and devoid of warmth. Recalling her divine system, Hua Anin summoned her courage and met her uncle's icy gaze head-on. Second uncle, you are also Anin's elder. How can an elder speak so of a younger one? Hua Chunling raised an eyebrow, his expression indifferent. An elder? You acknowledge my daughter, so why should I acknowledge you before her? Hua Anin turned to her father and brother, finding both wearing expressions of agreement. Her inner thoughts were, look at uncle. Now look at yourselves. You are all fathers. Why such a stark difference? Hua Chunling spoke again, clearly running out of patience. Hua Anin, I shall give you one more chance. Apologize to Zai Zai, or you and your mother will have to vacate the Hua family home. Hua Anin, incredulous, exclaimed, second uncle. Hua Chunling began counting down. 3, 2. Hua Anin closed her eyes, urgently speaking. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Woo. Hua Chunling's voice was cold. Crying does not count. Hua Anin 3, 2. Hua Anin finally managed, I'm sorry, Zai Zai. Sister is wrong, I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me. Thank you, Zai Zai. Though Hua Chenhui and Hua Silin felt uneasy, they exchanged glances and discerned the same message. Anin had been spoiled by her mother, and being educated by her uncle was preferable to her being guided by outsiders in the future. Children must mature. They hoped Anin would remember this lesson. Having apologized and expressed gratitude, a call came from the police station, laden with thanks. Thank you. You have saved 15 families. Those wretched criminals had abducted over 10 children using the same method, all confined in a basement. Hua Chenhui pondered a question. What about the girl named Jia? The officer promptly explained, that child is indeed clever, but unfortunately, she was led astray from a young age. She is the granddaughter of that old lady and has now been sent to a juvenile facility for rehabilitation. After a brief conversation, Hua Chenhui hung up, smiling as he pinched the little one's cheek. Zai Zai, you are amazing. You helped so many children. Hua Silin finally mustered the courage to ask the question weighing on his heart. How did Zai Zai know they were the bad guys? The little one pouted. Because Zai Zai saw the ghostly things on that wicked grandma's shoulder. The ghostly things that she harmed. Hua Chenhui, Hua Silin, no. What was Zai Zai talking about? Why could they not comprehend? Hua Chunling glanced at them, explaining with indifference. Zai Zai, like that boy from the Bai family, possesses the ability to see things we cannot. Hua Chenhui, Hua Silin. The father and son swiftly turned to the bed where their daughter was quietly wiping away tears, too afraid to cry out. Anit, they recalled the little one's earlier words. It's not a curse. There are no ghostly things. Zai Zai cannot comprehend. When Zai Zai's father in the underworld is free, Zai Zai will ask him. Thus, the little one wasn't truly sad. She was simply perplexed by the unknown entity surrounding Anin. A furious roar erupted from outside. Who is Ming Zai Zai? Which room are you in? Get out here. The little one looked at Hua Chunling with confusion. Daddy, someone is looking for Zai Zai. Hua Chunling gently patted his daughter's chubby face. It's all right, Daddy is here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was kicked open from the outside, and a robust youth with multicolored hair and a bright red vest stormed in. The expressions of Hua Chenhui, Hua Silin, and Hua Nen were indescribably peculiar, especially those of Hua Chenhui and Hua Silin, whose expressions were truly complicated. Chapter 058. Hua Daddy's sarcastic tongue father and elder brother are bullying me. Sob, sob, sob. Su Zhuo was somewhat bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend how his uncle and cousin could possibly mistreat Anin, considering that Anin was the sole girl of the Hua family and had always been showered with affection. However, whatever Anin said was gospel, as his pocket money and various toys depended entirely on her generosity. Su Zhuo let out a sound of acknowledgement, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Hua Chunling and his daughter. Ming Zai Zai. The man's demeanor was aloof, and his commanding aura was intimidating. Curiously, he cradled a chubby little bundle that seemed so incongruous with him. The little one was exceptionally adorable, her plump cheeks making Su Zhuo long to pinch them. As he gazed at the little bundle, he thought, "You must be the Ming Zai Zai that Annie mentioned was bullying my sister in." Uncertain whether it was due to Hua Chunling's overwhelming presence or the little one's endearing cuteness, his demeanor softened. "Are you Ming Zai Zai?" The little one blinked her large eyes and replied in a sweet voice, "I am Zai Zai, big brother. Who are you?" Her gentle and tender voice was irresistibly charming, appealing to any robust brother. Su Zhuo found himself utterly enchanted. Yet, upon seeing An's expression, he quickly steadied himself, before the little one could utter another word. Hua Chunling's cold voice interrupted. "Who did you hear that from?" "That aunt of yours, Ms. Wang Yuling, whose mind is consumed with greed and jealousy, corrupted by foolishness?" Hua Chenhui interjected, "Second brother." Hua Silin, surprised, thought it was the first time he discovered that his usually indifferent uncle possessed such a sharp tongue, even if it was directed at his own mother, which felt somewhat uncomfortable. Su Zhuo felt the urge to retort, demanding to know who dared to speak so freely of his aunt's name. However, Su Zhuo, despite his robust physique, was wise enough to remain cautious. Who are you?" Hua Silin, concerned for his cousin's safety in front of their uncle, quickly cleared his throat and introduced, "Su Zhuo, this is my second uncle, the head of the Hua family." Su Zhuo felt as if an invisible weight had suddenly crushed his previously upright posture, his back slumping, trembling as he greeted, "Hello, Uncle Hua." Hua Chunling's voice was particularly frigid. "I am not well." The little bundle interjected softly, "Su Zhuo Gij, Zai Zai did not bully Sister Anin. It was Sister Anin who said Zai Zai was wicked, and that Zai Zai was not worthy of holding her shoes." Hua Chenhui and Hua Silin exchanged glances, realizing Anin was likely to face Hua Chunling's wrath. As if on cue, Hua Chunling's voice, as cold as ice, rang out, "Hua Anin." Without waiting for her response, he commanded, "I hereby announce that from this moment on, Hua Anin loses all rights to dividends from the Hua Group. Any benefits from the Hua Group will have no relation to Hua Anin." Hua Silin was momentarily taken aback, pressing his lips together. Hua Chenhui maintained a calm demeanor, though he cast a worried look at his daughter. Hua Nan's face turned pale, her mouth opening in shock, unable to utter a single word of denial. Why was this happening? Wasn't she the destined one? Hadn't her uncle begun to view her more favorably? Everything had changed with the arrival of Ming Zai Zai. Hua Anin bowed her head suddenly, concealing the deep-seated resentment in her eyes, wishing she could tear Ming Zai Zai apart. She spoke softly, her voice clear yet faint. "Uncle, I know she was wrong. I'm sorry." Hua Chunling, disinterested, merely continued walking out with the little bundle. Just then, Old Master Bai and Bai Mingxiu arrived, encountering them at the door. The little bundle smiled brightly, "Grandpa Bai, Brother Mingxiu." Old Master Bai nodded at Hua Chunling, while Bai Mingxiu stepped forward, concerningly inspecting the little one. "Zai Zai, I heard you help your sister when she was in trouble. Are you hurt?" The little bundle beamed, shaking her head, No. Zai Zai is very powerful." Even though he had learned about the incident from Hua Silin, seeing the little one's joyous demeanor helped Bai Mingxiu finally relax. "That's good. Uncle Hua, may I examine Zai Zai more closely?" Without hesitation, Hua Chunling handed her over, recalling her unique abilities. Assistant Jiang Lin rushed up the stairs. Sir, the South City construction site, by Mingshu, quick-witted, suggested, Uncle Hua, you go ahead with your business. I will take care of Zai Zai. Hua Chunling was about to respond when Old Master Bai interjected, Chunling, you go ahead. Zai Zai is in good hands with Mingshu and me. Hua Chunling's expression darkened at the thought of the construction site incident. The little one, noticing this, leaned forward and planted a kiss on her father's handsome cheek. Daddy, don't be angry. You are destined for greatness. Everything will be all right. Hua Chunling chuckled at the little one's innocent yet bold words. He pinched her cheek affectionately and kissed her forehead. Be a good girl, Zai Zai. When your second and third brothers finish school, I will have them come to Grandpa Bai's to pick you up. Okay, Daddy, Zai Zai will be very obedient. So good. Hua Chunling was reluctant to leave, but his assistant's anxious demeanor indicated that matters were pressing. He squeezed the little one's hand gently, placing a black gold card and a set of keys into her soft palm. If you get bored, take these to play with. Thank you, Daddy. Zai Zai loves you. Daddy loves you too. It was the first time Hua Chunling had expressed love to a little one, initially thinking it would be difficult to voice. It flowed out so naturally. No longer able to delay, Hua Chunling hurried away. In the hospital room, after finishing his admonishment of his nephew, Hua Chenwei looked up to see Old Master Bai and Bai Mingshu entering, along with the little bundle who had just left with his brother. The little one met her uncle's puzzled gaze and explained cheerfully, Daddy went to work, so Zai Zai is playing with Grandpa Bai and Brother Mingshu. Hua Chenwei felt a pang of discomfort. As Hua Chenling's elder brother and Zai Zai's uncle, he believed he should have been the first choice to take care of her. However, as the years had passed, Hua Chenwei thought of this and immediately turned to Old Master Bai. Thank you for making this trip, Old Master Bai. Old Master Bai appeared in good spirits. Not at all. I would have missed seeing Zai Zai otherwise. Hua Chenwei nodded with a smile, indicating Su Zhuo to wait outside, while he recounted the circumstances surrounding himself and his eldest son over the past few years. After listening, Old Master Bai scrutinized the father-son duo closely. This has nothing to do with curses, but based on what you've said, it does seem they were affected by something. Old Master Bai furrowed his brows in contemplation, suddenly asking Hua Chenwei, over the past few years, who in the Hua family has undergone the most noticeable change? Do you have any impressions? Hua Chenwei nodded. Yes, it's an N. The spiritless Hua, an N, stripped of all rights within the Hua group, bore both hatred and fear towards Hua Chunling and his daughter. Was this truly her biological father? Old Master Bai approached the hospital bed, murmuring a few words before placing his fingertip on Hua and An's forehead. Nothing appeared unusual. Huasilin quickly added, I did overhear and in communicating with someone mentally. Hua Anan shot him a fierce glare. Why couldn't it be Ming Zai Zai causing trouble? Before she met her brother, had he heard anything? The little bundle, in her sweet voice, explained, Sisternin, we don't cause trouble. That's illegal. Disobedient spirits would be eaten by Zai Zai. Old Master Bai and Bai Mingshu understood the little one's implication, astonished yet suppressing chuckles. Hua Chenhui and Hua Silin, though unclear about the true meaning behind her words, found her innocence and adorableness irresistible, leading them to smile indulgently. One exclaimed, what nonsense is this? You people must have a few screws loose. Chapter 059, Zai Zai Strikes Back. Hua Anan, on the verge of exploding with rage, could not resist shouting out the door, Cousin, cousin, Daddy and the others are bullying me again. Su Zhuo remarked, to be honest, both your father and brother are here, and they are bullying you. I believe that Cousin Anan is indeed at fault. Su Zhuo ambled in, a high school student, his academic performance average, yet adept in indulging in life's pleasures. In front of his uncle and Old Master Bai, he ruffled his colorful hair, his expression twitching slightly. Anan, Uncle and Cousin Si-Lin are only looking out for your best interests. You should heed their advice, for it is sound. Without waiting for Hua Anan to respond, Su Zhuo nodded at Hua Chenhui and the others before vanishing in an instant. Hua Anan seethed in anger, gritting her teeth. Old Master Bai noticed her pale complexion and handed her a talisman, saying, keep this, it is best if you do not need it, but it may offer some protection when the time comes. Hua Anan felt disdainful, yet Hua Chenhui accepted it on her behalf, expressing gratitude to Old Master Bai. After exchanging a few words, Old Master Bai prepared to leave with his grandson and the little girl. The little girl blinked her big eyes and exclaimed, "Uncle." But Daddy asked Grandfather Bai and Brother Mingshu to take care of me, so I must listen to Daddy. Hua Chenwei responded with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "Ouch. That hurt." Hua Si-Lin gently patted the little girl's head, tousling her soft hair. The little girl rolled her eyes and giggled. "This is acceptable. Daddy said so." Hua Chenwei replied with another slap. "Now my face hurts even more. What kind of uncle am I?" After Old Master Bai left with the two children, Hua Chenwei turned back to his daughter. "And then, tell me honestly, what has been influencing you all these years? What is it that has affected so many of us?" With the little girl absent, the true fate goddess system promptly activated. "Host, you cannot reveal this. Punishment awaits if you do." Hua Anin felt a twinge of fear at her father's stern expression. The system encouraged her. "He is your father. The worst he can do is adopt a dark demeanor to frighten you. Can he truly harm you? Have you forgotten what I taught you? Even the fiercest of beasts will not harm their own offspring. Moreover, your father has always treated you well." Hua Anin was stirred by the reminder of her father's kindness. Indeed, she adamantly refused to concede. What could her father possibly do? If all else fails, she still had her mother. Meeting her father's intense gaze, Hua Anin declared, "Daddy, I don't know. I know nothing. My head hurts. I'm going to sleep." Before Hua Chenwei could respond, she closed her eyes and feigned slumber. Hua Chenwei realized once more that his daughter had truly been spoiled. His tone turned cold. "If you choose not to speak, then from today forth, hand over your black gold card. All gifts given to you by your father are to remain in your bedroom. If I catch you with any of them, I shall confiscate them one by one." Hua Anin sprang up from her bed, exclaiming, "Daddy, have you lost your mind? Am I still your daughter? Have you been brainwashed by Ming Zai Zai? She is nothing but a bad seed, born of malice." Hua Chenwei suddenly raised his hand, startling Hua Si-Lin, who quickly interjected, "Daddy." Hua Anin shivered in fear, yet emboldened by the system's encouragement, she held her head high, indignantly stating, "I never imagined that my father could be so heartless." After uttering this, she swiftly lay down, burying her head beneath the covers. The hospital room fell into a profound silence. Hua Si-Lin murmured, "My sister and wasn't always like this. She used to be exceptionally obedient, never uttering a word of disdain. Even when her mother spoke harshly, she would retort like a little angel." Just after Old Master Bai exited the hospital with the two children and entered the car, he suddenly turned to glance at a convenience store diagonally across the street. Bai Mingshu followed his gaze, his handsome features creased with concern. "Grandfather, there's an aura of malevolence." Old Master Bai responded, "I contacted the special department. We shall keep a watchful eye on this area for now. The aura is potent. We are not its match." The little girl chimed in with her soft voice. "Grandfather Bai, Brother Mingshu, there is a large weasel over there." As soon as the little girl finished speaking, a portly middle-aged man abruptly turned, his piercing gaze sweeping across the wide road, creating an overwhelming pressure akin to a sword piercing the little girl's eyes. Old Master Bai's heart raced as he swiftly pulled his grandson Mingshu back, stepping in front of the two children. He stumbled slightly, and blood tears welled from his eyes. To prevent alarming the little girl, he turned his back to her and instructed his grandson, Mingshu, call Vice Minister Song immediately. The little girl, momentarily dazed, quickly regained her composure. She caught a whiff of a faint, metallic scent of blood nearby. Her pupils widened in shock. "Grandfather Bai, you are injured." The little girl was indignant. She swiftly jumped down from Mingshu's embrace and stood before Old Master Bai, gazing up at him. Upon seeing the blood tears streaming down his face, her fury ignited. Her voice, though that of a 3.5-year-old, resonated with a chilling authority that bore down upon the leering, disdainful middle-aged man across from them. An overwhelming force surged forth, catching the man off guard. As he prepared to resist, it was already too late. Pain shot through his chest, and he coughed up blood. Simultaneously, a cold, emotionless voice echoed in his ears. "Come here." The middle-aged man thought, "What kind of ghostly creature is this? That chilling aura must originate from the underworld." He felt as if his very essence was freezing. Narrowing his eyes with a sinister glare, he sneered, "Cower and hide. Do you dare to face your grandfather Huang in a duel?" The dispassionate voice returned, and even though it was devoid of warmth, the middle-aged man recognized it as a child's voice. "A little child? Ha! Come and bow to your grandfather Huang. When I drink, I shall ensure you receive a painful lesson." Just as he concluded his mockery, his pupils constricted, and he found himself uncontrollably dashing across the road at blinding speed. Drivers honked angrily, cursing. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Are you rushing to your demise? Watch where you're going. You deserve to be hit." The cacophony of curses, honking horns, and the screeching of tires created a chaotic symphony, culminating in a man's piercing scream. The little girl's pupils were dark, her expression devoid of emotion. "Your life lies within my grasp. Without my command, you shall be reduced to mere remnants." Huang Daxian thought, where did this little girl come from? She is truly fierce. Huang Daxian struggled to maintain his human form, the chilling aura striking him with the force of dual blows from both the icy blades and the collision with the vehicle. That he had not collapsed was nothing short of a miracle. Bystanders gawked in disbelief. Goodness, that man is incredibly lucky. He was flung about 10 meters and seems unscathed. Surely he won't collapse next? Some speculated about internal injuries, fearing he might have suffered severe trauma. Huang Daxian acknowledged, indeed his heart and lungs are compromised. But he is not human. Revealing his true form under the gaze of the crowd would undoubtedly attract the attention of special departments. His actions would not withstand scrutiny. The opera in the eyes of passers-by, he walked with his head held high and a smile on his face, apologetically nodding as he jogged across the road. Huang Daxian remarked, "What a level of oppression! Which deity has he provoked?" As traffic resumed its normal flow, the driver who had struck him looked both fearful and enraged when he glanced over. Huang Daxian tilted his head, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes, though the driver, from a distance, could not discern this. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been marked by an entity beyond human comprehension, his life hanging in the balance. Nai Tuanzi observed everything with clarity, having witnessed the man's spirit rapidly diminish after colliding with Huang Daxian. Her gaze grew colder, her pupils darkening. When she looked at Huang Daxian, her eyes were like an abyss, deep and terrifying. "Do you dare to harm others?" Huang Daxian hesitated, confronted by her gaze that resembled a bottomless chasm, instinctively bending down and tensing his nerves. The little adult, in pain, was at risk of losing his human form if not treated, which might frighten ordinary people. With a wave of her small hand, Nai Tuanzi unleashed an invisible pressure that bore down on Huang Daxian's crown. By the time he regained his composure, he had transformed into a plump weasel the size of a garden cat. "Ah!" Huang Daxian exclaimed. Nai Tuanzi frowned, displeased as she glared at the weasel lying at her feet. "Now he won't scare ordinary people, but if you speak human language, you might frighten them," she warned. "Ooh, I can't even cry out," Huang Daxian lamented. Which deity raised such a fierce and powerful creature? "Please spare me." Nai Tuanzi gazed at the weasel and then at Grandpa Bai, whose eyes were filled with tears of blood. "If you can't heal Grandpa Bai's wounds." Huang Daxian quickly straightened himself, despite the pain in his chest threatening to explode, and devoted all his efforts to healing the injuries. In the blink of an eye, Grandpa Bai opened his eyes, clarity restored, even alleviating his long-standing presbyopia. Yet, Huang Daxian collapsed, as if half of his life had been drained. Nai Tuanzi, dissatisfied, kicked him. "Find a cage and lock yourself up. Animals should have the awareness of their own kind." Huang Daxian truly began to cry. "Ooh, little adult. I am also a guardian deity." The mention of a guardian deity made Nai Tuanzi's expression shift to one of disdain mixed with surprise. "Which guardian deity looks as ugly and bloodstained as you? Aren't you afraid of your ancestral grave being desecrated for eternity? Little adult, why is your tongue so sharp at such a young age?" Huang Daxian retorted, "What do human ancestral graves and reputation have to do with me? I'm not a proper guardian deity." Grandpa Bai coughed lightly, bending down to pick up Nai Tuanzi. Bai Mingxiu, who had been stunned into silence, finally regained his composure and quickly scanned the surroundings. The weasel's ability to harm Grandpa from such a distance demonstrated its formidable power. Yet Nai Tuanzi, though Bai Mingxiu knew she was peculiar, was unexpectedly strong. He then looked at the weasel, which lay prostrate in a posture of worship. "You better follow along. If you run away, I'll devour you whole." He thought, perhaps I might only gag and feel nauseous. But there were indeed some things that could not be tolerated. This weasel had just attempted to retaliate against the innocent driver. Should that driver have perished, the workload in the underworld would increase, leaving his father the King of Hell. Even busier. The King of Hell had once mentioned that traffic accidents caused by non-humans were the most troublesome, along with the so-called butterfly effect. Nai, unaware of what the butterfly effect entailed, understood that if it was described as troublesome, it must indeed be exceedingly so. Nai cheeks puffed up in anger, resembling an inflated pufferfish. Bai Mingxiu noticed her fury and felt anger himself. After all, humans were weak in the presence of non-humans, and the weasel had clearly harbored resentment towards the driver it had struck, seeking revenge. Bai Mingxiu had a concern. What if the weasel was seen by the public? Nai, in a sweet voice, reassured him, "Don't worry, Mingxiu Gij, just treat it like a ball. Don't all monsters transform? It can change itself." Huang Xian protested. It is, after all, a formidable spirit, making its debut in the world. How can it transform into a ball for human children to kick around? What about dignity? The truth proved that in the face of overwhelming strength, dignity meant nothing at all. Huang Xian began to curl up and roll. Having become a ball, I can't truly be kicked. I could just roll myself. Nai was adamant. No running. Mingxiu Gij hasn't kicked it yet. You've reached the city. Surely you know that whether it's a basketball, soccer ball, or baseball, they can't just run by themselves without being kicked or hit. Are you deliberately provoking me? Instantly, Huang Xian cowered, rolling himself to the tips of Bai Mingxiu's feet. Bai Mingxiu found himself at a loss for words. Although he had encountered such spirits before, this was the first time he had treated one as a ball to kick, and it was the spirit itself that urged him to do so. Nai, observing, recalled what her father, the King of Hell, had said about the strong, vengeful nature of spirits. While she was unafraid of retaliation, Mingxiu Gij was human. Thus, she invoked the ancient language of the underworld with absolute authority. I declare that anything rolled into a ball is a mere object, devoid of life, and thus cannot seek revenge. As thoughts of countless ways to exact revenge on human children raced through her mind, she realized that the obscure language she spoke rendered the weasel devoid of all awareness. At the same time, in the depths of a primal forest in the southwest, a mass of black mist that had just emerged from the underworld felt the power of the ancient language and let out a sinister cackle. Little hellspawn, so you truly are in the human realm. Capturing you will be far easier than in the underworld. Chapter 61. Please be human. At the Bai family residence. South Garden football field, Nai sat on a chair and suddenly sneezed loudly. Achoo! Bai Mingxiu kicked the weasel, now shaped like a soccer ball, into the distant goal and turned to rush towards Nai. Are you feeling unwell, little one? Nai rubbed her nose and shook her head, her small, chubby face appearing especially adorable. She glanced at the Huang Xian soccer ball nestled in the goal, clapping her tiny hands in delight. Mingxiu Gij, you're amazing. Another goal. Meanwhile, Huang Xian, whose spirit was on the verge of collapse, felt as if his heart was shattering. I am a formidable spirit, not a ball. Please, treat me like a person. Nai completely disregarded him, as it would pay attention to a lifeless toy. She picked up a cup of water and cheerfully handed it to Bai Mingxiu. Mingxiu Gij, have some water. Thank you, little one, Bai Mingxiu replied, accepting the cup but instead poured half into Nai cup, presenting it to her. You should drink too. Although he was playing with the weasel, his peripheral vision remained fixed on Nai. Noticing Bai Mingxiu's gaze upon her, Nai couldn't help but touch her chubby little face. Mingxiu Gij, is there something on my face? Bai Mingxiu quickly shook his head with a smile. No, your face is particularly clean, white, and tender, so beautiful and adorable. His ears turned slightly red as he coughed and lowered his head to drink. Nai, in her sweet voice, asked, Is Mingxiu Gij curious about something? Bai Mingxiu, realizing how astute she was taken aback. You know, of course I know. I'm quite clever, she replied, though it was a secret she couldn't disclose. Naturally, the King of Hell had also mentioned that unless the other party was bold and had strong endurance, Nai believed that Mingxiu Gij possessed remarkable resilience. In previous instances, she had observed him effortlessly dispatching malevolent entities without a hint of the panic that had accompanied San Gij's first encounter with such apparitions. Compared to Gushu Shu, he exhibited a far greater composure. Seated upon a chair, Nai tilted her head in contemplation. Surely, Mingxiu Gij harbored no fear of these ghostly beings? Bai Ming Su smiled and shook his head, explaining that he was the only one in the Bai family of this generation endowed with spiritual abilities. Thus, he naturally did not fear such entities. However, he had indeed been frightened to tears in his youth, having once encountered a particularly grotesque specter that haunted his dreams for 3 consecutive months. Nai Tawanzi's large, dark eyes sparkled with curiosity. Has Ming Su Gij ever met their leader? Bai Ming Su paused, caught off guard by Nai Tawanzi's eager gaze, unsure of her meaning. Their leader? Nai Tawanzi nodded earnestly, her eyes wide. Yes, indeed. Bai Ming Su inquired. The Ghost King? Nai Tawanzi quickly corrected him. No. Ming Su Gij. That is called the Ming Wang. Bai Ming Su chuckled shyly, his refined features appearing even more handsome, prompting Nai Tawanzi to exclaim with delight. Ming Su Gij looks just as handsome as Papa in the Underworld. Before Bai Ming Su could respond, Nai Tawanzi added in a sweet voice. Papa in the Underworld is the most handsome, and Ming Su Gij is the second most handsome. Hua Siju's voice echoed from a distance. Kai Kai, what about our Papa, and Heir Gij and San Gij? Nai Tawanzi tapped her smooth forehead in realization. No. The order should be that Papa in the Underworld is the most handsome. No. Both of Kai Kai's Papas are the most handsome. Heir Gij, San Gij, and Ming Su Gij are the second most handsome. Hua Siju teased her. There can't be so many firsts and seconds. Each number is unique. Nai Tawanzi was momentarily bewildered. Hua Silin, who had approached, chuckled affectionately, but for Kai Kai. They're all Papas and Gij, so they're all first and second, the most important family to Kai Kai, right? The bewildered Nai Tawanzi nodded vigorously. Yes. What Brother Silin said is correct. Both Papas and the Gij are family to Kai Kai, and they are all incredibly important. Kai Kai will protect them well. Huasichin's surprised voice came from the far side of the goal. What kind of ball is this? It feels exceptionally soft. The Huang Daxian wished to curse, but refrained. Bai Ming Su, considering that Sikhin and the others were ordinary people, hurried over and kicked the Huang Daxian aside. The person who bought the ball was deceived. The quality is poor. I will have someone bring a new football. Hua Sikhin, however, pursued the kicked Huang Daxian, scooping it up and unable to resist squeezing it again, marveling at its pleasant texture. This ball is quite strange. It looks round, but why does it feel like petting a plush little animal, so smooth and soft? Can it be kicked? Seeing that San Gij appeared eager to play, Nai Tawanzi smiled and nodded. Of course it can be kicked. Ming Su Gij just kicked it for quite a while. The Huang Daxian exclaimed. So it truly has become a ball? Sikhin sent the ball flying with a kick, causing it to collide with a distant railing. He then rushed over to Nai Tawanzi, lifting her in his arms and planting a kiss on her forehead. Kai Kai, I miss you so much. Nai Tawanzi giggled, affectionately nuzzling against San Gij. San Gij, do you want to play football? Sikhin, who loved playing football, insisted. We must play. Will you join me, Kai Kai? Nai Tawanzi, sensing the Huang Daxian's growing restlessness, expressed her concern. But San Gij, Kai Kai doesn't know how. Sikhin laughed heartily, carrying Nai Tawanzi towards the field. It's all right. With San Gij here, I will teach you. Nai Tawanzi turned to the other 3 Gij. Heir Gij, Silin Gij, Ming Su Gij. Do you want to play too? Everyone was eager to join Nai Tawanzi in her game. Let us kick, the Huang Daxian remarked. It's hard to believe. I might become the first creature in history to be kicked to death by human children. Observing San Gij preparing to retrieve the ball, Nai Tawanzi gently interjected. San Gij, don't touch it. It's very ugly and smelly. The Huang Daxian retorted. If you despise me so much, just throw me away. Sikhin, accustomed to having a soft little sister at home, always deferred to her wishes. However, when his fingers inadvertently brushed against the ball's surface, he found it oddly moist. Glancing around, he was puzzled. It hasn't rained today, and the ground isn't wet. Why is the ball damp? The Huang Daxian sneered. That is the tears of this great deity, foolish human child. Nai Tawanzi pondered aloud. Perhaps the ball is crying? It's okay. Once it gets used to being kicked, it won't cry anymore. Hua Silin and Hua Siju raised their eyebrows, unable to resist examining the ball closely. Hua Sikhin, in his innocence, burst into laughter at Nai Tawanzi's words. Kai Kai, you are so adorable. But remember, the ball is not alive. It cannot feel pain or cry. Nai Tawanzi nodded earnestly. Yes. The Huang Daxian, feeling the weight of Nai Tuanzi's gaze, suddenly felt compelled to cease its lamentations. Half an hour later, Special Department's Song Qiao arrived with Zhou Yu. Upon their first glimpse of the peculiar ball, their pupils dilated in shock. Is that Huang Yuwei, the Huang Daxian who has evaded capture for 5 years? Huang Daxian, upon seeing Song Qiao, immediately scurried to his side, having sustained serious injuries and unable to fully regain its human form. Deputy Minister Song, save me, Hua Siken screamed, while Hua Silin and Hua Siju each grasped one of his arms, covering his mouth. Siken, calm down. It's just a Huang Shu Xuan. Hua Siken, eyes wide with fear, forcefully pried his brother's hand from his mouth. What is that? Bai Ming Su replied with a gentle smile. It's a Huang Shu Xuan. Hua Siken felt a wave of relief wash over him. A Huang Shu Xuan? I thought that slippery thing felt soft. And Kai Kai warned me it was ugly and smelly. He grimaced in disgust and hurried to the nearby faucet to wash his hands. The Huang Daxian exclaimed, Did this deity ask you to touch me? How dare you, puny human child? If it weren't for the fear of Nai Tuanzi's formidable strength, I would have dealt with you all in an instant. Nai Tuanzi turned sharply, her large, round eyes fixed on the Huang Daxian. In response, the Huang Daxian promptly knelt. Little adult, I was wrong. Aside from Bai Ming Su, who observed Nai Tuanzi with a gentle smile, the others stood wide-eyed, instinctively positioning themselves protectively around her, glaring at the kneeling Huang Shu Xuan. What do you intend to do to our Kai Kai? The Huang Daxian pleaded. I SNT'd enough that I admit my mistakes. Must you be so unreasonable? Nai Tuanzi's soft voice drifted from behind Sangij. Huang Shu Xuan, if you dare to show disrespect to my Sangij again, Bai Ming Su quickly interjected to prevent her from finishing. Rest assured, Kai Kai, even if it harbors ill intentions, it lacks the courage to act upon them. Displeased, Nai Tuanzi huffed. It shouldn't even entertain such thoughts. My brothers, do these creatures have designs on us? The Huang Daxian nodded eagerly. I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare. Please. Bai Ming Su turned to Song Qiao, cutting off the Huang Daxian's protests. Deputy Minister Song, we will leave it in your hands. Nai Tuanzi added anxiously, but Ming Su Gij, Sangij still want to play football. Hua Siken, visibly disgusted, interjected, please don't Kai Kai. Your third brother has no desire to play football anymore. What a misfortune. The weasel exclaimed, if you have the ability, try not being the milk dumpling's brother. I shall gulp you down in one bite. This thought crossed his mind, and suddenly, the weasel found himself staring into the dark. Beady eyes of the milk dumpling peeking out from behind Hua Sicheng. The weasel silently shed tears. Little adult, in truth, I would rather gulp down my own self. Overcome by severe injury and fright, the weasel could no longer withstand the pressure, rolled his eyes, and fainted, transforming into a plump weasel the size of a domestic cat. The milk dumpling shot him a cold glance before shifting her gaze away. When she looked towards her brothers, she was once again the adorable, soft, and obedient milk dumpling. Third brother, shall we play something else? Hua Sicheng eagerly agreed and was also very curious about what was happening with the milk dumpling. Despite his apparent disdain, he was bursting with curiosity. All right, let us go. Third brother will take you to play over there. Hua Silin and Hua Siju exchanged glances before stepping forward to follow. Bai Mingxu was about to leave when he was called by Song Qiao. Young Master Bai, do you have anything to say regarding Miss Ai Zai? Bai Mingxu maintained a graceful smile, but his eyes darkened considerably. At merely 8 years old, he exhibited the composure of an adult. Deputy Minister Song wanted to inquire about matters related to Zai Zai, and Mingxu felt it would be better for you to directly ask Uncle Hua, as he is Zai Zai's guardian. Zhou Yu was immediately displeased. Young Master Bai, we are from a special department, and this is our Minister Song. Even your grandfather would treat Minister Song with respect. Once Song Qiao finished speaking, he lightly reprimanded Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu pursed his lips, dissatisfied, and fell silent. Bai Mingxu listened, watching Song Qiao with a gentle smile. Deputy Minister Song, do you find Mingxu to be impolite? Please point out where, and I shall make the necessary amendments. Song Qiao interjected. Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu scoffed. Bai Mingxu, don't think just because your Bai family can communicate with spirits. You can act recklessly. You are at best half a member of the Xianmen, with little understanding of the true path. How dare you question our Minister Song like this? Song Qiao frowned. Zhou Yu apologized to young Master Bai. Zhou Yu turned his head, looking up to the sky. Bai Mingxiu continued to wear a smile that was both elegant and pleasing, speaking with refined grace. Deputy Minister Song need not go to such lengths. Mr. Zhou is correct. Our Bai family is indeed insignificant. It is our lack of understanding that necessitates Minister Song's personal visit. Tomorrow after school, I will personally visit Uncle Chun to apologize. Song Xiao's mouth twitched. Zhou Yu's expression changed. The milk dumpling returned alone. Brother Mingxiu, who is Uncle Chun? Zhou Yu recalled the previous incident, and, seeing Zai Zai, felt a surge of anger. Taking advantage of Hua Chunling's absence, he reprimanded the milk dumpling without a second thought. Kid, get away. What do you know? Both Song Xiao and Bai Mingxiu spoke simultaneously. Zhou Yu. Song Xiao's tone was admonitory and laced with warning. Bai Mingxiu's voice turned icy, as if his patience had been tested. Before Bai Mingxiu could speak again, Song Xiao's voice turned cold. Zhou Yu apologized. He thought Zhou Yu must have forgotten his brains at home to offend both the future heir of the Bai family and the apple of the Hua family, as I in one go. Zhou Yu pursed his lips, sensing the coldness in Song Xiao's tone. Reluctantly, he muttered an insincere apology, his voice mumbled. Sorry. The milk dumpling shot him a glance. You're going to be in big trouble, the kind that breaks arms and legs. Zhou Yu retorted, You little brat, are you cursing him? Song Xiao hurriedly stepped in to mediate, offering apologies and compliments, before finally taking the weasel and leading Zhou Yu away. The milk dumpling began to count with her little hands. 1, 2. Bai Mingxiu, puzzled, asked Zai Zai, Why are you counting? The milk dumpling replied softly, Because when I count to 120, the bad uncle who bullied me and Brother Mingxiu will have broken arms and legs. Bai Mingxiu. Just as the car departed from the Bai family's old residence, the milk dumpling reached 108. 20 seconds later, a loud crash echoed down Xiangzhong Road. As Zhou Yu was hurled from the car, his right hand and left leg broken by a flying steel bar. Zhou Yu fainted on the spot. Song Xiao opened the car door and felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing Zhou Yu's dire state. He recalled the milk dumpling's words, You're going to be in big trouble, the kind that breaks arms and legs. In the backyard of the Bai family's old residence, Old Master Bai was inviting the 4 children to dinner. When the butler arrived, Bai Mingxiu swiftly turned his gaze. The milk dumpling whispered in a low voice to Brother Mingxiu, Brother Mingxiu, it's time. Bai Mingxiu indeed overheard the butler mention that Deputy Minister Song Zhou Yu had encountered an accident involving 4 or 5 broken bones. Hua Xiqing looked at the milk dumpling, who was whispering to Brother Mingxiu, with a forlorn expression, grumbling. Zai Zai, you didn't even give third brother a kiss. The milk dumpling looked up in confusion, no? Zai Zai really likes third brother. Hua Siju teased her. What about second brother? The milk dumpling nodded eagerly, fearing that Hua Silin and Brother Mingxiu would also inquire. Zai Zai likes all her brothers, and also likes Grandpa Bai. A heavy cough echoed from nearby. So, do you no longer like your own grandparents? Everyone quickly looked up to see Grandfather Hua, who should have been at the Hua family residence. Old Master Bai stood up. Old Master Hua, Old Madam Hua. Old Madam Hua, being quite familiar, chimed in, Old Bai, we're having dinner. Just in time, your brother Hua and I haven't tea eaten yet. Can we join you? Old Master Bai replied, Since you've already asked, how could I refuse? The milk dumpling, who had been sitting between Hua Siju and Bai Mingxiu, quickly slid down from her stool and waddled over to the 2 elders. Grandpa, Grandma. Before the milk dumpling could say anything, Old Madam Hua filled in the gaps. The milk dumpling couldn't help but lick her lips, making Old Madam Hua laugh heartily. Oh, my dear, you're just so adorable. Everyone chimed in, indeed, so cute. Especially that little action of licking her lips, utterly delightful. Old Master Hua and Old Master Bai moved to a side room to chat. Old Master Bai surmised that Old Master Hua was still unaware of his granddaughter's unique abilities, so he spoke conservatively. Old Master Hua waved his hand, Old Bai. These past few years, I've been a fool, and you two have been foolish that you don't even want to call me Brother Hua anymore. Old Master Bai had already learned from Hua Chenghui about the fundamental reasons for the changes in Old Master Hua and others over the years. However, in truth, there was nothing to uncover regarding Huanan. Nevertheless, he observed the transformations in Old Master Hua and the others and knew they were speaking the truth. Thus, the question arose, what exactly was wrong with Huanan? Old Master Bai furrowed his brow, gently asking, Brother Hung, have you considered seeking the help of the Xianmen regarding it? A smile danced in old Master Hua's eyes. Can Brother Bai help with this? Old Master Bai, who had been irked by old Master Hua and his wife's narrow-mindedness for years, had cut off contact with them. However, he viewed the capable and composed Huo Chengling with a different perspective. If you all agree. Old Master Hua eagerly responded, of course I agree. Then I must trouble you, Brother Bai. Old Master Bai rarely smiled. It's no trouble at all. As long as you can regain your clarity, that is more than enough. Initially, he had harbored doubts about the transformation of old Master Hua and others, and had privately investigated but found no leads, ultimately having to abandon the matter. Old Master Bai furrowed his brow, his tone gentle. Brother Hua, how did you suddenly come to your senses? Mr. Hua gazed at the little one nestled in his companion's lap within the adjacent dining hall, indulging in a tender smile that revealed the softer side of a man who had maintained a stern demeanor throughout his life. It was the child who had not only assisted us, but also aided Chun Ling and his family. The Hua and Bai families were once closely tied, but due to the influence of systemic skills, the relationship had drifted apart. Now, as they sat together, the conversation flowed freely, and Mr. Hua recounted all the previous grievances. His gaze, however, remained fixed on the little one, who was energetically consuming her meal. I recalled a gentle touch on my ear from a child, which instantly filled me with a sense of ease. It was at this moment that Mr. Hua broached the crux of his visit today. By Laudi, Chen Hui informed me that Chun Ling mentioned the child possesses a dual sight. Is this true? She is merely 3.5 years old. Can such a gift be contained? At such a tender age, what if she encounters something frightening? Mr. Bai pondered the words of the housekeeper and speculated that the child's abilities might extend beyond mere dual sight. So far, she had exhibited remarkable bravery, far surpassing our expectations. She seemed unperturbed by the supernatural entities. In fact, it was said that whenever Ming Su mentioned her in relation to those ghostly beings, her eyes would shine with enthusiasm, suggesting a genuine fondness for them. Even today, outside the hospital, her aura when confronting a weasel was astonishing, leaving even the most seasoned among us taken aback. Mr. Bai remained non-committal. As for sealing her abilities, Chun Ling had previously brought her here, but my skills were lacking, and I could only wait until my elder emerged from seclusion to assess the child further. Mr. Hua expressed surprise. You lack skill? That is impossible. Mr. Bai, renowned as the most formidable of the 3 mediums within the Bai family, was respected even by those from specialized departments. Mr. Bai smiled faintly. Has Chun Ling ever mentioned the child's lineage? Do you know what her biological parents did during their lifetime? Mr. Hua frowned. I had someone investigate. All I discovered was that her parents had both passed away, and she subsequently resided in an orphanage before being adopted by Chun Ling. Mr. Bai suspected that the true identity of the little one was far from simple. If possible, you might want to investigate her biological parents. There may be more to uncover. Mr. Hua nodded, just as the little one, clutching her bowl, wobbled into the room. Grandpa, Grandpa, why aren't you eating together? Mrs. Hua hurriedly followed from behind, steadying the unsteady child. Oh dear, my sweet little one. What would happen if you fell? Mr. Hua's gaze softened as it fell upon the rosy cheeks of the child. Hua Xiqing, peeking from the doorway, gulped nervously upon hearing his grandfather's words. Grandpa, I thought that was grape juice, so I poured a cup for the little one. Mr. Bai, startled, asked the bottle in the corner. Hua Xiqing nodded, yes. I noticed she kept looking that way, and thought she wanted some, so I quietly poured her a cup. From across the dining hall, Hua Siju's voice erupted with indignation. Hua Xiqing, you secretly gave the child alcohol. Hua Xiqing flinched. The little one, with her moist, large eyes, giggled and tugged at Hua Xiqing's sleeve, her soft voice enchanting. Third brother, the grape juice tastes so good. I want more. Hua Xiqing protested. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. In Chapter 64, the furious king of the underworld, the little one, having consumed a cup of potent red wine, succumbed to slumber before 7 o'clock. Hua Xiqing, the instigator of this mischief, faced a united front of punishment from Hua Silin and Hua Siju. Initially, Hua Xiqing admitted his fault, but later stubbornly defended himself. But she likes it. I'm her third brother. If she enjoys it, what is wrong with red wine? We must cultivate her tolerance from a young age. Hua Siju retorted. Hua Xiqing, isn't it better to be alive? To which Hua Nation lamented, weak, helpless, crying. Meanwhile, the intoxicated little one drifted into deep sleep, her dreams leading her to an incredibly dense black mist. With a playful leap, she called out, "Daddy." The mist paused, warmly embracing her as it remained shrouded in darkness, its voice deep, hoarse, and chilling. The little one cheerfully exclaimed, "I'm so happy. I found my daddy in the human realm, and I have many brothers." Despite the king of the underworld appearing to be preoccupied with work, the little one did not forget to plant a kiss on his inky forehead. "Daddy, I miss you so much." The black mist chuckled softly. "You are such a good child." Remembering something important, she said, "Daddy, I want to see the book of life and death." The mist replied gently, "But don't you remember everything?" The little one pouted, "But the book changes. I might have altered the fates of the human realm as daddies and brothers." The mist discerned her intent, and, amidst the inky darkness, a finger materialized and gently tapped her forehead. "Are you hoping to help them find Zhongning?" The little one nodded vigorously. "Daddy, you're so smart. I'm your daughter. I know to ask you for help. So I'm clever too." The black mist chuckled, the inky substance rippling as if amused. "Sleep well, dear. Once I finish my tasks, I will come to find you." The little one felt reluctant. It had been ages since she last saw her father. "Why do you have to look like this? I can't see your face." The mist chuckled. "If you can't see my face, will you forget what I look like?" The little one straightened up defiantly. "How could I forget? My daddy is handsome, strong, and wealthy, the most attractive in the underworld." The mist smiled indulgently, caressing her chubby cheek, and soon noticed her struggle to keep her eyes open as she began to snore softly in his embrace. "You've come to the underworld while asleep. Aren't you afraid of scaring your human brothers?" The mist playfully tapped her forehead, then waved his hand, transforming into a fearsome visage as he turned towards the anxious staff waiting behind. His gentleness evaporated in an instant, replaced by a chilling fury. "What is this? As the king of the underworld, I don't even have time to speak with my daughter? Hurry up. Why the rush? Are you eager to be reborn?" The underworld staff sighed. "Here we go again. The king of the underworld is furious." But they felt helpless. Major incidents had occurred at the human realm's border, resulting in numerous casualties, not to mention the foreign souls lost unjustly they needed to ensure their return. Most critically, the malevolent entities suppressed beneath the waters of the weak river had escaped. If they reached the human realm, chaos would ensue, leading to countless more souls trapped in the underworld. With the recent reforms in the underworld's reincarnation system, individuals could now choose their next life freely, driving the restless spirits into a frenzy, all aspiring to be wealthy in their next incarnation. The underworld's staff was perpetually overwhelmed, and the chaos caused by those who brought about death was incalculable. The black mist surged ominously, sending chills through the staff as they hurriedly retreated. "Let us go. If it weren't for wanting to let the little one leave." The underworld staff sighed in relief and quickly followed suit. A newly appointed staff member hurriedly approached. "Wang, we just discovered that one of the Ming Dang has suddenly gone missing, and some ghostly entities were seen heading in your direction." The chilling and sinister voice of the irascible Ming Wang echoed throughout the underworld. "What is the meaning of this? I have no time to babysit, and you expect me to provide a Ming Dang for the little ones to play with?" The new staff member, terrified by the Ming Wang's frigid aura, immediately fell to their knees. "I can explain," Ming Wang retorted. "With such cowardice, you dare to prattle before me. Depart immediately." The staff member quickly huddled together and hastily retreated. Upon returning to their workplace, they solemnly warned their fellow new recruits, just as the rumors suggested. Mentioning anything related to the little princess made Wang exceedingly fearsome and irritable. The new colleagues replied, "You have worked hard." The little bundle of joy stirred awake, appearing confused. It seemed she could hear her third brother crying. The cries were loud and heart-wrenching, accompanied by shouts of "Mama, don't go." The little one blinked her eyes open and saw a beautiful mother, radiant with a gentle, loving smile, reminiscent of the one she had seen in the human realm. Her second brother and third brother knelt on the ground. The second brother bowed his head, wiping away tears, while the third brother continued to cry out for their mother. Turning her head, the little one noticed her father standing by the bedside. The room was dimly lit, obscuring her father's expression, but she could sense his profound sorrow. In a soft voice, she called out, "Papa." The ethereal Zhang Ning turned to her, his tone especially tender. You must be Shun Ling's promised daughter. I am your mother. But alas, I cannot care for you. However, I will always love you. Your father and 3 brothers will love you in my stead. As her words fell, the soft glow around her began to fade, and Zhang Ning's figure gradually vanished from the room. Ho Sichen wailed, Mama, don't go. Mama. Ho Siju choked back a sob, pleading, Mama. Ho Chenling's voice was hoarse as he called out, shouting. Zhang Ning's voice grew faint. Mama must depart. But you must take care of your sister, just as I have cared for you. The little one reached out, and in an instant, the nearly fading glow filled her hands. The room plunged into darkness, yet no one turned on the lights. In the enveloping darkness, the little one's soft voice emerged. Second brother, third brother, Papa, do you still wish to see Mama? Ho Sichen responded eagerly, yes. Baby, third brother wants to see Mama. Just as Ho Si-chun finished speaking, the little one released her grip and infused strength into the dimming glows, suddenly rendering Zhang Ning's image more vivid and clear. Ho Si-chun cried and laughed simultaneously, calling out, Mama! Mama! Ho Si-ju's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly glanced at the little one. She, with her innate power, reignited the Ming Deng. The light shone brightly, illuminating Zhang Ning's image with remarkable clarity. Ho Si-ju gently reached out, his fingertips passing through Zhang Ning's, but grasping nothing, leaving him empty-handed. He explained to the little one, this is an image similar to. This was also their mother from a human realm. The little one refrained from using the term ghostly entities and instead pursed her lips, straining to comfort her sorrowful family. It cannot be touched, but with baby here, we can forever preserve Mama's image. Ho Chun-ling, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, his voice still hoarse and heavy. All right, baby. The little one turned to her father in confusion. Papa? Ho Chun-ling approached the bedside, sitting down and gently stroking her. When a person dies, it is as if a light has gone out. Being able to see your mother again is our greatest fortune, but we must not be greedy. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on the little one's forehead, Ho Chun-ling swiftly turned to his 2 sons. Si-ju, Si-chun, say goodbye to your mother. Ho Si-ju realized what was happening, his throat tightening as he spoke, Mama, goodbye. Ho Si-chun, unwilling to part, cried uncontrollably. Ho Si-ju, observing the little one's increasing perspiration and pallor, recognized the gravity of the situation and adopted a serious tone. Si-chun, quickly say goodbye to Mama. She is no longer with us. We must accept reality. The fact that baby allowed us to see Mama again, as Papa said, is already our greatest fortune. We cannot be selfish, putting baby's life at risk for our own desires. Ho Si-chun sobbed, struggling to catch his breath. As Ho Si-ju whispered urgently in his ear, Mama is sustained by baby's strength at this moment. If she fades, do you wish for baby to vanish as well? Ho Si-chun instinctively shook his head in fright. No, I don't. I want to protect baby. Goodbye, Mama. With a quivering voice, he added, Mama, goodbye. We will take care of our sister. Ho Chun-ling quickly interjected, Baby, that's enough. The little one hesitated. Really? Baby can hold on for a little longer. Oh no, baby, third brother was wrong. It's all my fault. Please be safe. The little one blinked rapidly, her face puzzled, but instinctively she comforted her third brother. Don't worry. Baby is fine. As she spoke, beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, some trickling down her cheeks, others sticking to her long lashes. She carelessly wiped them away. Third brother, even though baby is sweating, I'm really okay. Ho Si-ju, filled with concern, reminded her, Baby, your complexion is very pale. The little one opened her mouth, unsure how to explain. As one of the so-called ghostly entities, pallor was their nature. Ho Si-ju assumed she was feeling unwell and quickly reassured her. All right, baby, rest well. Thank you. Ho Chun-ling gently laid her down, meticulously wiping the cold sweat from her forehead with a tissue. Sleep now. Papa will stay with you. The little one's large eyes darted around. She was not sleepy and had no desire to rest. However, upon glancing at the Ming Deng on the bedside table, she suddenly realized that she had seen her father, the Ming Wang, while asleep and had discussed their mother from the human realm. Seeing her second brother preparing to reach for the Ming Deng, she anxiously exclaimed, Second brother, don't touch it. Ho Si-ju's fingers were merely half an inch from the Ming Deng, which appeared exquisitely delicate yet intricately crafted, clearly not an ordinary item. However, as he approached, He could feel a chilling aura emanating from it. The little one, fearing that her father and brothers might accidentally touch the Ming Dang, hurriedly grasped it and held it close. Ho Si-chun, still with tear-streaked cheeks, asked, "Baby, what is wrong with this lamp?" It was when Papa touched it that we could see Mama. The little one looked troubled. She remembered the old man guarding the Ming Dang had told her that living beings should not touch it, for it easily attracted ghostly entities. Their human mother had a lingering image because she had always engaged in charity, helping countless people. Many ghostly entities lingered in the human realm, reluctant to report to the underworld, as they held onto their memories. The Ming Dang's lingering images served as a means of connection for the living, and they naturally sought to seize it. The little one scratched her head, her big eyes blinking. Ho Chen Ling noticed the dilemma and couldn't help but chuckle. Does baby have something to say to Papa? The little one felt it best to inform her father to prevent him from being startled later. Papa, touching this lamp easily attracts ghostly entities, remained unfazed, stating, "It's nothing. My father is resilient. Even if they come looking for him, they will fear him." This reassured Nei Chuanzi, who had given her father her own Mingwang blood. What foolish entity would dare to seize the Ming lamp from her father? With that thought, Nei Chuanzi felt a sense of calm. Slowly, inquired, "Are you not sleepy, little one?" Just as Nei Chuanzi was about to nod, interjected with questions, "Why do you possess this lamp? How can you let us see Mother? Can you communicate with spirits, too?" Feeling guilty, Nei Chuanzi sensed she was on the verge of revealing too much. Observing her anxious expression, couldn't he help but affectionately tousle her soft hair. "All right, let her rest well. It's 4 in the morning. You should return to sleep." Attempted to protest, but was swiftly silenced and pulled away by. Sitting at the edge of the bed, watched Nei Chuanzi gaze at him earnestly and couldn't help but chuckle. "So, have you decided how to share your little secret with me?" In Chapter 066, as Nei Chuanzi clutched the blanket, her expression was utterly pitiful. "Father, the king of the underworld says I cannot speak." S gaze grew more indulgent as he lay beside her, wrapping her in his embrace. "Then we shall not speak of it. All I need to know is that you're my precious child." Nei Chuanzi felt even more guilty, realizing how good her father was to her. She couldn't betray his kindness. Twisting and turning, she nearly contorted herself into a little twisted pretzel in his arms. "Papa," her soft voice was almost a whisper, gently patted her chubby back. "Be good. Sleep now, dawn is still far away." Unable to sleep, Nei Chuanzi had her own worries and longed to express them. Should she ask the king of the underworld again? But he was too busy to pay her any mind. She wiggled in his embrace, seeking comfort. Hearing her restlessness, chuckled softly. "Be good. Now is the time to sleep." Nei Chuanzi quickly glanced at her father before closing her eyes, pretending to sleep. Her small voice chimed, "Papa, the king of the underworld says I am a little princess of the underworld." This was the answer she arrived at after much deliberation, not wanting to deceive her father, who treated her so well. After all, the child of the king of the underworld was indeed a little princess of the underworld, though she did not disclose that she was a child. With her little secret tucked away, fatigue began to overwhelm her, and her eyelids grew heavy as she drifted into slumber. Could only watch, bemused, as Nei Chuanzi fell asleep. Suddenly, his brow furrowed with concern. How could a father, on the brink of departure, tell his child she was a princess of the underworld? It was absurd. Contemplating Nei Chuanzi's peculiar behavior that night, dialed, instructing him to cancel all appointments for the following day. Who had just settled into bed after a long day, received the call around 4 in the morning. Understood, he responded. Consequently, was roused from his slumber and began messaging in the senior management group, proclaiming that no one could sleep anymore. The upper management of the company, awakened by the specially set ringtone, hastily checked their phones, muttering complaints for his untimely disturbance. Yet, the high-intensity nature of their work left them with poor sleep quality, making it hard to return to sleep. They formed a small group, venting their frustrations. When Nei Chuanzi awoke in the manor, she was surprised to find her father still by her side, peacefully asleep. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she quietly slipped out of his embrace, employing a classic backward maneuver to get out of bed. Careful not to disturb her father, she grabbed his phone, which she had never used before and didn't know how to operate. As personal phone was password protected, as no one dared to touch it except for Nei Chuanzi. She tapped left and right, fascinated by the various lines and movements displayed on the screen. After a few taps, Neichuanzi realized something was amiss. The long curve she enjoyed viewing were not fully displayed on the phone. She proceeded to tap through all the long lines she could see from the past month, totaling 4. Once she finished, feeling bored, she decided to explore something else. Just then, a message from popped up. Sir, have you voted for 4 stocks? Neichuanzi, unable to read, recognized only the question mark at the end. Scratching her head, she accidentally opened the subtitle window, but still couldn't comprehend it. She randomly tapped on the screen. Add me to the executive group. Was puzzled when he saw the message. His employer wished to join the executive group? While pondering this, another message arrived. Hurry and add me. I'm eavesdropping. With an epiphany, understood his employer's intent. He wanted to observe the interactions among the senior management. Curiosity piqued. He noted the small group was still busy venting their frustrations, all directed at him. Suddenly regretting pulling his employer into the group, felt a wave of apprehension. Meanwhile, Neichuanzi noticed her father's phone vibrating incessantly with numerous messages. One of them, written in traditional characters, caught her attention and her eyes widened. Remember to modify your nickname upon entering the group. With sparkling eyes, Neichuanzi realized it was her father's phone, which required her to input a name. However, she was unsure how to change it or where to do so. Observing the newly added members, grew increasingly frustrated when one of them failed to modify their nickname. Determined to prevent any future mishaps, he shared a screenshot detailing how to change the settings in the group. Curious, Neichuanzi opened the message and, after understanding the steps, eagerly followed them to modify her nickname. In a group of 10, upon seeing the newcomer's nickname change, everyone's expressions twisted in disbelief, igniting a wave of outrage. Upon seeing the nickname, couldn't resist going to's office to vent. Do you know who this is? Equally exasperated, exploded with indignation. Which fool would use such a name? The reactions among the others were similar, unleashing a flurry of complaints in the group chat. That newbie should use their real name. Didn't they see the group announcement? Yes. Use your real name. Don't provoke the group's wrath. As they finally glimpsed the nickname, they nearly choked on their drinks. In Chapter 067, Neichuanzi's nickname was simply Daddy. Neichuanzi has indeed become illiterate, yet in recent days, she has managed to learn how to write and pronounce the word father, expending considerable effort to achieve this. Consequently, the executives in the company chat group erupted with excitement upon noticing this new addition. Who is this scoundrel? There are only a few people in this group. Let us scrutinize each one. Indeed, I have no fear of uncovering the truth. Father, what does this mean? Do they expect us to call him father? To assume the role of our patriarch and take advantage of us? Is living not good enough? The executives, overwhelmed with agitation, flooded the chat with messages, leaving Neichuanzi, who could hardly recognize a few characters, utterly bewildered. The barrage of messages dazzled her eyes. Finding it all tedious, Neichuanzi decided to simply shut down WeChat. Hearing footsteps from outside, she glanced at the still slumbering Nai Ba, crouched down, and quietly tiptoed to the door. The doorknob was slightly out of her reach. Without waiting for a knock, she called out in her sweet, childish voice, "Please don't knock. Daddy is still asleep. You can gently push the door open. I'm already awake." Huo Clan, who had come to fetch Neichuanzi, felt his heart melt at the tender sound of her voice. He changed his intention from knocking to gently grasping the doorknob, pressing down softly before pushing it open. Neichuanzi had already stepped aside, and upon the door's opening, she looked up to see Gij Silen. With a high-pitched voice, she greeted, "Good morning, Gij Silen." Huo Clan noticed that the room of his second uncle was shrouded in darkness, while the outside world was already bathed in daylight. He quickly scooped up Neichuanzi into his arms. "You've been so good. Gij Silen will take you for breakfast and then to play." "Thank you, Gij Silen." Hua Chunling was roused from his slumber by incessant phone calls. By the 4th ring from Jianglin, he rubbed his temples, sluggishly answered the phone, his voice low and indifferent. "Speak." Jianglin stammered. "Sir, do you think it might be wise to change your name in the group?" Hua Chunling's voice grew colder, as he had no clue what Jianglin was referring to. Jianglin swallowed hard. "Sir, it's not good for everyone to keep attacking you." Hua Chunling's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint passing through them. "Who dares to attack me?" "In the group." Hua Chunling pinched the bridge of his nose, sitting up, and glanced toward the dark corner of the room, which seemed to harbor a thick, inky shadow. Have you lost your tongue? Speak plainly. Jianglin took a deep breath. Sir, regarding the internal executive group you're about to join, your name is set as father. Everyone has objections to this title, and it complicates your ability to eavesdrop. What nonsense is this? Joining the internal executive group? Eavesdrop? The title father? Hua Chunling furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on that dark, inky shadow. Turning his head, aided by the dim light from his phone, he confirmed there was no soul lamp on his bedside. Thus, that dark mass could not possibly be Zhongning. I have matters to attend to. Do not call me unless necessary. Without waiting for Jianglin to respond, Hua Chunling hung up. Meanwhile, the dark shadow in the corner began to writhe, slowly expanding throughout the room. Hua Chunling grew wary. Were you? His tone was steady, his expression cold and indifferent. From the shadow emerged a graceful woman, her long hair cascading down, clad in a striking red dress. She laughed alluringly. You can actually see me? You are of the Xianmen. Then consuming you would be even more nourishing. Hua Chunling narrowed his eyes. Are you a ghost? The woman's flirtatious laughter suddenly turned frigid, filled with a sinister aura. Indeed, hand over the soul lamp, and I shall grant you a swift end. As Hua Chunling spoke on the phone, he began to approach the door, only to find a chilling ambience enveloping him. He realized the door had vanished without a trace. The icy voice slithered behind him. Where's the soul lamp? Where have you hidden it? Hand it over. As she finished speaking, the woman lifted her head, revealing a ghastly face, pale and haunting. Her eyes bulging, lips crimson and smeared with blood. Hua Chunling recalled Nai Tuanzi's earlier warning about the lamp attracting spirits, and he expected their arrival to be so swift. Suddenly, his phone lost signal, and he found himself trapped in the bedroom by the specter. A wave of relief washed over him at the thought that Nai Tuanzi was not present. Yet, in the next moment, her soft, innocent voice echoed from outside. Daddy, are you awake? Hua Chunling remained silent. At this moment, he would never let Nai Tuanzi enter. The woman's bloody lips curled into a sinister grin. You wish to protect your child? You are dreaming in broad daylight. With that, the woman floated toward the door. Hua Chunling's expression changed drastically as he rushed forward. However, upon touching the doorknob, she sensed a terrifying presence, causing her dark hair to fall in clumps, transforming her into a bald specter. Blood began to spew from her mouth uncontrollably, staining the floor. Just as Hua Chunling reached her, the door swung open violently, and the ghost let out a shriek, caught between the door, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Nai Tuanzi dashed in, Daddy. Upon seeing the clumps of hair and pools of blood on the ground, she was incensed. Daddy, wait. I will avenge you. Without waiting for Hua Chunling to speak, she turned and ran. Tuanzi. Hua Chunling's heart raced, and he hurried after her. Hua Silin and Jianglin, who had come to explain things to the boss, also joined the chase. As Hua Chunling reached the staircase, Nai Tuanzi emerged from the front door, dragging along the very ghost that had threatened her. Hua Chunling. Upon lifting her head and spotting her father, Nai Tuanzi grinned widely, revealing her sparkling white teeth. Daddy, I caught her. Hua Silin pondered, while Jianglin remained utterly confused. Hua Chunling swiftly instructed, Silin, Jianglin, you both wait in the living room. I need to speak with Tuanzi. The two nodded, watching as Hua Chunling scooped up Nai Tuanzi and entered the study on the right side of the first floor. Jianglin, puzzled, noted that Nai Tuanzi seemed to be holding something. Hua Silin noticed it too. However, upon closer inspection, there appeared to be nothing in her hands. If Bai Mingxi were present, he would undoubtedly see the extensive blood trail leading from the courtyard to the first floor study. Oh, and the large clumps of hair scattered about. Additionally, the piercing screams and pitiful pleas from within the study echoed through the air. Hua Anan and Su Yao happened to arrive just at that moment. Upon seeing the bloodstains exuding a sinister aura and the disheveled hair, Su Yao's eyelids twitched. Chapter 68. It is this little ghost that frightens her. Su Yao pursed her lips, glancing at Hua Anan. Hua Anan, oblivious to any irregularities, had been compelled by her father to come and apologize to the little ghost, hoping she would visit the old residence to play. Thus, her expression was quite grim. Sister Yao, I'll wait for you here. Once you arrive, we can go in together. Su Yao nodded with a smile and quickly departed. In the living room, Huo Clan approached his sister. Anan, you're here. This morning, he had intended to bring her along, but she had resisted fiercely, so he had come alone. After all, they were family. Although Anan had changed, unfortunately for the worse, she was still young, and with proper guidance, she could be corrected. Uncle and Toanzi are in the study. Let us wait. Hua Anan kept her head down, her eyes filled with resentment and frustration. Had it not been for the family's current inclination towards Ming Zai Zai, she would have never returned to the home manor again before it became her domain. I understand. Hua Lin gently patted her head and sighed softly. Anan, you are a good sister, aren't you? Hua Anan couldn't help but sneer internally. Under the relentless indoctrination of the system, she had matured rapidly over the years, rarely exhibiting childishness, akin to her elder brother who was already in university. Rest assured, brother, I understand. I will no longer quarrel with Zai Zai. Zai Zai is the younger sister, and I am the elder sister. I will always yield to her from now on. Hua Lin sighed in relief. Anan is truly wonderful. Hua Anan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The system prompted her, control yourself. Your acting skills are lacking. Your brother will definitely see through your facade the moment you look up. Hua Anan complained to the system. I am his real sister. Yet he is entirely devoted to that orphan, Ming Zai Zai. He even hopes for a peaceful coexistence between me and that orphan. The system was pleased with Hua and An's attitude. Fear not, you are the destined one, while Ming Zai Zai is merely a villainess with a wicked system. If you don't stir up trouble in the early stages, how will you be tragically defeated later? Hua Anan felt a sense of relief. You are right. She gazed towards the study, her eyes darting, then shifted her attention to the distant outdoor swimming pool, a plan flashing through her mind. Without waiting for her cousin, she strolled leisurely out of the manor and wandered in the garden on the right. Meanwhile, in the study, the little dumpling tossed the ghostly object she had been dragging onto the floor. Daddy, is this the ghostly thing that scared you earlier? Hua Ba exclaimed. He originally intended to take his son and daughter to Ming Ju Temple in the suburbs today to show it to Master Ming Chong. But now, there's no need. His little dumpling was indeed quite extraordinary, and in terms of combat prowess, she was nearly off the charts. Perhaps having prepared in advance, Hua Ba appeared remarkably composed. Yes, the little dumpling kicked the ghostly object in the stomach, causing it to wail on the ground, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Young adult, please have mercy. I shall never do it again. The little dumpling looked at the ghostly creature, which was covered in filth, blood bubbling forth, and disdainfully stomped her chubby leg on her own bony, pale leg. Hua Ba stared in disbelief. Out of curiosity, he approached and attempted to step on it as well, only to find nothing beneath his foot. Hua Ba, the little dumpling noticed and grabbed her father's hand, secretly transferring some strength to him. Daddy, try again. Hua Ba squinted and stepped down harder than before. The ghostly creature let out a piercing scream as its shin bone cracked and broke. Woo, I was wrong. Little adult, please spare me. Hua Ba was quick to adapt. Although they were not of the same world, he showed no mercy to the ghostly creature that dared to assault him. You're already dead. What mercy is there to plead for? The little dumpling blinked her large eyes and nodded innocently. Daddy is right. The ghostly creature was more concerned about the little dumpling than the man. The aura surrounding the little dumpling was so dark that it seemed more horrifying than some of the malevolent entities she had encountered. Thus, she realized that they were essentially the same kind, but this entity had taken over the man's daughter's body long ago, likely for the purpose of that lantern of the underworld. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, it would make no sense. This little dumpling bore no trace of spiritual energy, yet her aura was more intimidating than that of other malevolent beings. No wonder she had pursued her relentlessly earlier. Now, she sought to ingratiate herself with the man. The ghostly creature, feeling unfortunate, pleaded, Little adult, I will not dare again. I was wrong. Please show mercy this once. I only wanted to give my child a glimmer of hope, to tell her not to be deceived by her aunt, or else I would have reincarnated long ago. Since it was possible to interact with the ghostly creature, Hua Ba naturally did not want Zai Zai to come back. Hua Ling kicked the ghostly creature away and was about to inquire about the situation when a rapid knocking echoed from outside. Song Qiao stood at the door. a fleeting glint of malice crossing his eyes. Mr. Hua. Before Hua Chunling could respond, the previously wailing ghostly creature suddenly trembled and curled into a ball, wishing to disappear on the spot. Yet, fearing the little dumpling's power, it dared not leave. My eyeball fell out at some point, with my hollow, blood-stained dark eye sockets. I gaze at Hua Chunling. Mr. Hua, please help me. I cannot be caught by him. He is a devil, more terrifying than a devil. Hua Chunling spoke coldly while the little dumpling suddenly sneezed heavily, her inky black eyes swiftly darting to the door. As one golden mark after another slowly unfolded, she realized that the entrance had been sealed with powerful restrictions. If the injured, ghostly creature were to touch it, it would undoubtedly vanish completely. The little dumpling looked at her father. Daddy? Hua Chunling picked her up, his deep, dark eyes fixated on the ghostly creature. The ghostly entity seemed particularly fearful of Song Qiao outside. Its hair began to fall in strands, and blood continued to ooze from its form, quickly making the study a chaotic mess. Hua Chunling spoke icily. If you dirty my study any further, I will hand you over immediately. The ghostly creature, both terrified and cowardly, hurriedly gathered its fallen hair and ceased the blood flow. With its hollow, dark eye sockets, it gazed at Hua Chunling, appearing both terrifying and pitiful. He helped my sister kill me, and now seeks to harm her daughter. I came to steal the lantern to warn my daughter to flee. Outside, Song Qiao's impatient voice called, Mr. Hua, please open the door. We have detected anomalies in your vicinity. Are you trapped? Hua Lin and Jiang Lin simultaneously interjected. Deputy Minister Song, our uncle should be fine. However, Song Qiao ignored them entirely, swiftly retrieving a talisman made of peach wood adorned with intricate patterns, inserting it at the door's threshold while chanting incantations. In a blink, there was a loud crack, and the door swung open. Chapter 069. Who is this little dumpling? Just as Song Qiao was about to enter, he met the icy, dark gaze of Hua Chunling, who held the little dumpling in his arms. Jiang Lin and Hua Lin quickly entered. Jiang Lin explained, Sir, I apologize. It was I and young Master Si Lin who failed to stop Deputy Minister Song. Su Yao stepped out from behind Song Qiao, quickly speaking up, Mr. Hua, our minister is also concerned for your safety. We detected malevolent energy in your living room and study. Jiang Lin asked, what malevolent energy? Hua Lin was preparing to lead Jiang Lin out when Hua Chunling's frigid voice cut through the air. Jiang Lin, call Minister Chun Jiantao. Yes. Upon hearing the name, Chun Jiantao, Song Qiao felt an ominous chill. Yet today, he must take that ghostly entity away. Even if he couldn't bring it along, he needed to deal with it thoroughly on the spot. With a smile plastered on his face, Song Qiao expressed, Mr. Hua, I sincerely apologize for barging in without your permission. He exchanged glances with Su Yao, who began adjusting the compass to locate the ghostly being that had escaped from them. Meanwhile, he stepped in, continuing to apologize to Hua Chunling. Mr. Hua, Su Yao witnessed a ghostly entity entering your study, and it is exceptionally powerful. A moment's carelessness could lead to unforeseen consequences. As the head of the Hua family, how could we allow you to be in danger? I hope you will forgive our disrespect. Lowered his gaze, observing the little one nestled in his embrace, who was enthusiastically pressing a ghostly entity into a Mont Blanc pen she had casually picked up from the table. The corners of his mouth twitched. After completing her task, the little one looked up, beaming a radiant smile at her father while shaking the pen in her hand. Daddy, all done. Detected a hint of malevolence and swiftly glanced towards location, discreetly casting a sidelong glance at. Understanding her cue, hurriedly approached side. Upon reaching the desk, he caught sight of the little one proudly holding the pen, proudly announcing her accomplishment too. At such a close range, the ghostly entity, having shed a considerable amount of hair, left bloodstains scattered across the hall floor, making it improbable for it to evade detection. Yet, despite reaching the desk and taking the compass from, nothing was uncovered. The compass remained eerily still, its needle unwavering. Noticing the change, In's expression questioned, why isn't it moving? Could the compass be broken? Both he and knew that was unlikely, and they retrieved additional items capable of detecting malevolent energy, yet still found nothing. The little one gazed curiously at them, shaking the pen in her hand. Uncle, are you looking for this? Trapped within the pen, the ghostly entity thought to itself. She has finished. It attempted to flee, but a powerful force rendered it immobile. Inquired, "Darling, are you certain it's fine for them to see this?" A shiver ran through him, yet his expression remained as cold as ever, akin to glacial ice, exuding an aura of extreme chill. Cast a quick glance at the pen in the little one's hand, quickly smiling to appease her. "Thank you, little one, but Uncle isn't looking for that." The little one, perplexed, asked, "Really? With all the talismans and compasses, what else could you be searching for?" Sensing the trembling entity within the pen, the little one innocently exclaimed, "Oh," and then curiously inquired, "So what are you looking for?" Suddenly realizing that this child was no ordinary little one and might possess some insight, devised a plan. Having already offended, he needed to resolve the ghostly issue before Minister arrived. "Little one, have you seen anything dark in the study?" The little one raised the black Montblanc pen. "This one," replied, "it's that sort of hazy, yet frightening thing." S voice turned icy. Awkwardly chuckled, hastily clarifying, "Mister, I meant no offense to the little one. It's just that many children can see things that adults cannot, and they don't lie, so I thought I'd ask." He then turned to the little one and quickly added, "Did you see an ant in a red dress?" S expression darkened, yet he secretly scoffed. The ghostly entity hadn't lied, was clearly hiding something, and was willing to risk confrontation to eliminate it before arrived. The little one indeed could not tell a lie. She had repeatedly waved the ghostly entity in front of him. Seeing S' ignorance, shifted the little one back slightly, his handsome face displaying indifference. Yet his eyes glimmered with coldness, making feel uneasy. "Mister, we are genuinely concerned for your and your family's safety. We just wish to conduct a thorough check. Please be understanding." Ceased speaking, merely fixing them with a frosty stare. As felt a chill run down his spine and was about to personally inspect the area, a commanding voice echoed from outside. "Have you lost your mind, daring to intrude into Mr. S' private study? Get out here immediately." With his back turned to the door, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossed eyes before it quickly vanished. He shot a glance at who understood and began searching. Suddenly, a talisman flew in and adhered to's back, rendering her completely uncontrollable. She rolled the compass across the floor, tumbling out of study. The little one clapped enthusiastically. After a moment, she realized something was amiss and turned to the rigid. "Uncle, that man outside is telling you to leave. Has already gone. Why are you still standing here?" Fearing the temperament of, worried he might also be afflicted by a puppet talisman, and hastily turned to exit. The little one snapped her fingers, releasing a wisp of malevolent energy. Immediately sensed it, swiftly turning around. Unknowing of what he had kicked, he stumbled and fell, rolling out of the study. The malevolent energy dissipated instantly. The little one fixed her gaze on him without reservation, her eyes wide and round, appearing both fierce and adorable as she bared her tiny teeth. "If you break Daddy's study door, then you must leave." Recognized the little one's peculiar nature, astonished that she could even trip him. "Who exactly are you?" The little one turned to her father, her smile radiant and voice sweetly soft. "I'm Daddy's little girl." Felt a mix of anger and astonishment. That was not the question he intended to ask, as his confusion and fury mounted, ignoring the now risen. Politely knocked at the study door. Standing nearly 6 feet tall and weighing close to 200 pounds, he resembled an imposing iron tower. His fierce countenance starkly contrasting with his unexpectedly gentle and polite tone as he inquired, "Mister, may I enter?" It felt particularly incongruous. Chapter 070. No one is allowed to touch my little one. Rose, carrying the little one, and moved to the nearby sofa, nodding at. "Minister, please come in." Afterward, he gestured to and at the door. "Show them out," and exchanged glances with the now embarrassed, and their expressions equally cold. "Deputy Minister, miss, please." S' face turned a shade of iron, while appeared as pale as a ghost. Despite his reluctance, had no choice but to suppress his anger and hurriedly exited with. As the car drove alongside the towering walls for over 1,000 meters, suddenly pulled over. Feeling anxious, looked at him. Minister S' eyes narrowed coldly as he exited the vehicle and opened the trunk, retrieving a specially crafted iron cage inscribed with talismans, containing none other than the yellow weasel. "You've been missing for 4 or 5 years. Now that you've suddenly reappeared, are you after something?" The yellow weasel lay listlessly in the cage, speaking human words. "Yes," thought to himself, as expected. What is it? The yellow weasel, having suffered greatly its hands, realized that following him had been a grave mistake. It would have been wiser to stay with the little one. At least, although the little one was powerful, she was young and easily deceived. I was summoned by someone to handle a task, to deal with a person. Queried who? The yellow weasel replied weakly. His eldest son? The yellow weasel nodded, filled with regret. A glint of calculation flickered in S eyes. Who summoned you? The Zhang family? The yellow weasel shook its head, then nodded. It's somewhat related to the dying wish of Ma Shunpa. An old woman named Zhou Chanhua gave her a substantial sum of money to deal with the family. Afterward, Ma Shunpa died mysteriously due to backlash, and she always claimed I was her protective deity, compelling me to intervene. However, the power of the Huo family is formidable, and I dare not act recklessly against Hua Chunling. Currently, only his eldest son, Hua Sijin, is outside his watchful gaze, which is why I've set my sights on him. Alas, tragedy struck. Before I could even lay eyes on Hua Sijin, I was defeated by Hua Chunling's adopted daughter. The thought of it brings tears to my eyes. A 500-year-old Huang Daxian was bested by a mere 3.5-year-old child. How shameful. After listening, Song Xiao remained silent, his mind racing with calculations. The last time that little one claimed that Zhou Yu would lose an arm and a leg. It was only moments after I had left the Bai family residence that calamity struck, resulting in Zhou Yu losing a leg and an arm. As he pondered this, he traced his fingers over the runes on the iron cage, his voice taking on a sinister tone. Have you ever crossed paths with that little one? Do you know what she truly is? Huang Shuang, fearing that Song Xiao might activate the runes, hurriedly replied. I am not entirely certain, but she cannot be considered human. Song Xiao was not surprised. Much like you, she is a spirit? Huang Shuang remained uncertain. During our encounter, I could only perceive a dark mass, entirely unable to discern her true form. However, her aura was so formidable that I scarcely dared to look a second time. Song Xiao gently echoed Huang Shuang's words. Was it a cold, dark mass? Huang Shuang dared not lie. It was chilling to the bone. Song Xiao's heart began to piece things together. It is highly likely that she is a vengeful spirit, drenched in blood, which accounts for her formidable strength. Huang Shuang held his tongue, uncertain of his own conclusions. Should Song Xiao suffer at the hands of that child, a man as duplicitous and venomous as he, it would not be surprising if he turned his wrath upon him. Su Yao, who had been listening intently, gasped in realization that the child might indeed be a malevolent spirit. Minister Song, if that child really is a ghost, why does she remain with the Hua family? Song Xiao snorted dismissively. Hua Chunling is the head of the Hua family, the foremost family in Huagua, and many envy and seek to eliminate him. If that is the case, Song Xiao would welcome it. Contemplating this, he glanced at the towering walls of the Hua estate. He instructed Su Yao, in the coming days, make several visits to the Hua estate. Seek an opportunity to bring that child out. I wish to speak with her privately. Su Yao felt a chill run down her spine, her expression troubled. Song Xiao coldly reminded her, Su Yao, do not forget that I still have your photograph. Su Yao's face drained of color as she stammered in response. Yes. Finally, at a dirt mound near the car, he retrieved a small black box from his bosom and buried it. Furthermore, he swiftly crafted a small gathering of Yin energy formation. As the formation neared completion, he took Huang Shuang and drew a few drops of his blood to solidify it. Once the formation was established, the already weak Huang Shuang spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. This was not within the confines of the Hua estate, and far from its entrance, so he was not concerned that Chun Jiantao would discover it. Having completed his task, Song Xiao left in high spirits with Su Yao. Inside the study of the Hua estate, Chun Jiantao collapsed onto the sofa opposite Hua Chunling the moment the door closed. The cautious demeanor he had previously maintained vanished, and he grinned at Hua Chunling. Chunling, why the sudden call? Have you begun to believe in the existence of the supernatural? Before Hua Chunling could respond, Chun Jiantao tossed 2 shimmering golden talismans across the room. Take these. They're the most powerful talismans I currently possess. The moment the child saw the talismans, she began to sneeze repeatedly. As her father picked up the talismans, she wriggled out of his embrace, rubbing her nose. Hua Baba noticed her unusual behavior and promptly placed the talisman on the tea table beside them. He recalled that the child was allergic to scents like sandalwood. The talismans undoubtedly carried a sandalwood scent, hence her incessant sneezing. Chun Jiantao's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as he raised his dark brows and stood up. Child, come here, so that Shinuncle can have a look. Huo Baba instinctively frowned. The child is well. There's no need to check. Chun Jiantao had already approached the child, extending his sturdy hand, his fingertips about to touch her forehead. The little one bent her pudgy waist and evaded him. Huo Baba swiftly scooped her up, his expression indifferent, his eyes radiating a warning. Do not touch the child. Chun Jiantao was taken aback, stroking his strong jaw. Oh, there is something amiss. The little one glanced between her father and the towering Chun Jiantao. She pursed her lips and earnestly explained. Uncle Chun, there is no trickery. There's a child. It is me, Chun Jiantao. Huh? Initially, Chun Jiantao was taken aback. The child pointed at herself, her voice sweet and clear, reiterating. Daddy has no trickery, and there are no cats in the house, only the child. Chun Jiantao, upon grasping the child's meaning, burst into laughter. He wished to embrace this adorably soft little one, only to be thwarted by Hua Chenling. TSK, not even a hug. Hua Chenling glared at him coldly. Unless you promise not to use your methods to examine the child. The child is evidently special. He had intended to bring a few children to Mingjue Temple today to seek the Master-esque guidance, but Song Qiao's arrival had delayed him. As the head of a special department, Chun Jiantao possessed formidable skills in the realm of the supernatural. The crux of the matter was that the child was small, and Huo Baba worried that the large Chun Jiantao might not be gentle enough and could potentially harm her. Thus, Huo Baba resolutely forbade Chun Jiantao from approaching her. The little one, however, was unafraid of anything. Yet she did not wish to be held by Chun Jiantao due to the overwhelming scent of sandalwood emanating from him. Chun Jiantao endeavored to soften his tone, interacting with her. Little one, how about letting Uncle Chun hold you? The child shook her head in refusal. No. If Uncle Chun holds me, I will sneeze nonstop. Chun Jiantao, to ascertain the child's condition, he quickly stood up. All right, wait here for Uncle Chun. I will clean myself up thoroughly. The child replied, fine. Just as Chun Jiantao took a few steps, a girl's terrified scream erupted from the right side of the garden. Ah, there's a ghost. Chun Jiantao's expression hardened as he instructed Huo Chenling not to leave the study. In case of trouble, hold tightly to those two talismans. And then he swiftly exited. The child peeked outside and clung to her father's neck. Daddy, something has happened to Anan's sister. Although Huo Chenling was displeased with Hua Anan, she was still of Huo blood. The child softly implored, Daddy, shall we go take a look? Observing the child's confident expression, Hua Chenling disregarded Chun Jiantao's warning and strode out of the study, carrying his daughter. Before they reached the garden, just at the entrance of the drooping flower gate, the child furrowed her brow. Daddy, over there, I can smell the weasel. Hua Chenling was astonished. A weasel? The child suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to mention the weasel to her father. Thus, she chattered about it once more. After finishing, she looked at her father. Daddy, that weasel should be with Uncle Song, but there is blood over there, quite a bit of it. Hua Chenling, he did that on purpose. Huo Baba narrowed his eyes, gazing at the suddenly darkened sky, and suddenly asked the child, Little one, can you help Daddy see those things? The child giggled, of course. Daddy, wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Hua Chenling expressed concern. Will it be harmful to your health? The child smiled brightly and shook her head. No, I am perfectly fine. Hua Chenling sighed in relief. That is good. A sudden sensation brushed against the corner of my mouth, as if something had slipped inside. Hua Chenling let the tip of his tongue gently glide over, discovering a faint aroma, cool to the taste. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a spot of crimson on the chubby, tender fingertip of the little one. Kai. The little one raised her small hand, shaking it at her father. Daddy, look again. When Hua Chenling glanced back, the delicate fingertip was pristine once more. My little one, you are becoming more extraordinary. Hua Chenling couldn't help but swell with pride. As for how the little one possessed such remarkable abilities, he thought little of it. As long as she was healthy and his own, he had no reason to ponder further. When he lifted his gaze again, he realized that the previously dim sky had darkened ominously, a thick shroud of blackness enveloping the garden. With chilling winds sweeping from that direction, exuding an unspoken danger. Hua Chunling furrowed his handsome brows. Over there. The little one also turned her gaze, noticing that the formation had activated. Due to the blood of a spirit, a terrifying, bloody aura began to emanate from the center. It resembled a gaping maw of a ghastly creature, cold and fierce, waiting for its prey to fall into its trap. The unsuspecting prey was Hua Nation. Daddy, an Jia is caught in that formation. Uncle Chun went over, but he can't see her due to the obstructions within. Hua Chunling scrutinized the scene, and apart from the eerie fog, he could only distinguish a few crimson spots. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Kai, Daddy cannot see them. The little one pondered for a moment and raised her small hand. Daddy, lower your head. I can see more clearly. Hua Chunling instinctively avoided her request. No need. Daddy doesn't require that. You needn't hurt your finger for me to see. Seeing that her father wished to avoid her bleeding, the little one couldn't help but giggle. Then, Daddy, lower your head so we can touch foreheads. This method was acceptable to Hua Chunling. He quickly leaned down, allowing their foreheads to meet. The little one's skin was delicate and smooth, pressing softly against his own, and suddenly, a bone-chilling sensation coursed through his brow. It felt like an electric current, surging through his entire mind. He instinctively closed his eyes, but when he opened them again, his deep, dark pupils revealed a flicker of fear. The formation, the little one, pressing her forehead against her father's, could sense the situation beyond the formation without needing to see. The little one remained particularly composed. After all, she had grown up in the underworld. Although she didn't comprehend the concept of formations, she was most familiar with ominous energy. That was her sustenance. If Uncle Chen couldn't emerge within half an hour, both he and Jia would have to register in the underworld. Hua Chunling noticed Chen Jiantao raise his head, and through the layers of black mist, he spotted Hua Chunling holding the little one. His expression changed immediately as he shouted, "Leave? Is this a place for the little one? Can't you see that girl is in grave danger?" After his outburst, Chen Jiantao slapped a talisman onto the newly completed Shuangguan formation. Golden light erupted, piercing through the darkness like dawn breaking through a shadowy door, spreading in all directions. The little one observed, taking advantage of her father's diverted attention to keep her forehead pointed forward while her lower face swiftly turned 90 degrees, opening her mouth wide to consume the dense, ink-like ominous energy before her. The golden light was blinding, and Hua Chunling sensed something was off with the little one. However, the brightness made it difficult to keep his eyes open, so he tightly embraced her, shielding her eyes with his hand. Beneath his palm, it felt as though he was touching not the little one's soft, chubby face, but rather fine, silky strands of hair. Hua Chunling's fingers instinctively pressed gently. This did not feel like eyes, nose, or mouth, but rather the back of her head. Hua Chunling's heart skipped a beat, disregarding the blinding light as he quickly lowered his head. As the little one adjusted her head while Hua Chunling covered her eyes, she rapidly swallowed the sustenance she had just devoured. When Hua Chunling squinted and looked down, he saw the little one gulp down the last remnants of the ominous energy. But she had eaten too hastily, causing her to choke slightly. Hua Chunling instinctively moved his hand from covering her face to gently patting her back. Kai, what's wrong? The little one smacked her lips. Daddy, I ate too quickly and choked. Hua Chunling was puzzled. Ate? The little one nodded earnestly, yes. Hua Chunling noticed a half-eaten piece of beef jerky fall from her pocket, bearing a tiny bite mark, and couldn't help but chuckle. Yet the situation was urgent, leaving no room for distraction. The soft strands of hair he had felt earlier must have been a mere illusion. The little one appeared perfectly normal. He took 2 steps back while holding her and swiftly glanced toward Chen Jiantao. The once terrifying crimson energy had dissipated significantly. Chen Jiantao had leaped into the formation, bringing Hua Nation to safety. With a swift motion, he cast a talisman, reducing the crimson bloodstains within the formation to dust. A wretched scream, akin to that of a weasel, echoed from within. The ominous energy vanished without a trace, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted, revealing a bright blue sky. The roses in the garden bloomed vibrantly, their rich fragrance wafting in the gentle breeze. The little one took a deep breath, also opening her mouth to savor the last remnants of her treat. Hua Chunling noticed a wisp of ominous energy rushing toward her just as Chen Jiantao approached. cradling Hua Nation. Chunling, how could you bring the little one here? Weren't you told to stay in the study? It was incredibly dangerous. What if something happened? How would you live the rest of your life? The little one swallowed her last morsel, her voice sweetly chiming in. Uncle Chun can live however he wishes. Daddy in the underworld said that a person's life is their own. If one dies, it belongs to them. Chun Jintao's attention was primarily on Hua Chunling, so he didn't quite catch what the little one said. However, Hua Chunling heard her clearly. The strange sensation that had arisen when he had covered her eyes, which felt akin to covering the back of her head, resurfaced. His little one, Chan Jintao's rough voice rang out again. This child must have accidentally wandered into that formation. Her soul is unstable. I need to find a room to help her stabilize her soul. Before leaving, Chun Jintao added, by the way, Chunling, send someone to search around the outer wall. We should be able to find something. Once you do, bring it to me. I want to see which scoundrel dares to set such a sinister formation to harm others in your vicinity. Hua Chunling's thoughts were disrupted as he noticed Hua Nation, cradled in Chun Jintao's arms, appeared pale and wan. He nodded slightly, understood. Just as Chun Jintao was about to stabilize Hua Nation's soul, the latter, who had been drawn into the formation by a terrifying force, was awakened by the system, which urgently warned her. Hua Nation, you are soul-crossing. You must not allow the Shuangguan practitioners to probe your soul. Hua Nation snapped awake. Seeing the imposing man before her reaching to touch her forehead, she instinctively recoiled. Who are you? Get out. Don't touch me. Chun Jintao frowned. Noticing her strong resistance and fearing further chaos, he decisively slapped a soul-binding talisman on Hua Nation's forehead. Realizing she might have seen something ghastly, he also placed another talisman to erase her memories of the encounter. Hua Nation, whose soul nearly separated from her body, trembled as she fully merged with her physical form. However, this body was only 8 years old, while the soul of Hua Nation was in her 20s, akin to an adult trapped in a child's shell, leading to a brief moment of disorientation. As Chun Jintao prepared to depart, he sensed an unusual atmosphere and turned to gaze at Hua Nation. Hua Nation, feeling the weight of Chun Jintao's puzzled stare, was overwhelmed with guilt. The system also grew tense. After all, Chun Jintao was the minister of a special department, and even with assistance in cheating, it would be impossible to conceal the truth from him. Just as Chun Jintao opened his mouth to speak, a knock at the door interrupted him. A servant, having gone to the estate to fetch something, entered with a small box in hand. Mr. Chun, we have found this. Chun Jintao did not glance back at Hua Nation, but took the pitch-black box from the servant and proceeded to find Hua Chunling in the living room. Inside the small box lay a blood-red paper figure, an object that exuded an eerie and sinister aura. Chun Jintao stared at the crimson figure, puzzled, realizing that whoever buried this item did not intend it for the living inhabitants of the Hua estate. Hua Chunling entered, cradling a baby in his arms. Upon hearing Chun Jintao's words, he immediately recalled the malevolent entity that had previously attempted to harm him and confirmed who was responsible for the burial. It was Song Qiao. Chun Jintao instinctively thought of Song Qiao, still unable to grasp the reality. Are you certain? Hua Chunling retrieved a Mont-Blanc pen from his pocket and tossed it to Chun Jintao. It will reveal the truth to you. Chun Jintao, puzzled, examined the contents of the pen, his pupils widening in horror. How did you seal that? Despite being the head of a prominent family in Huagua, Hua Chunling was merely an ordinary citizen unfamiliar with arcane practices. He pinched the baby's chubby cheeks and encouraged, Kai Kai, tell Uncle Chun what happened. The baby glanced at the Mont-Blanc pen, her voice cheerful. I just grabbed it and stuffed it inside. Chun Jintao mused that the entity within was quite formidable. Having witnessed much bloodshed, it was a powerful spirit. As the minister of the special department, he could easily seal such entities, but the fact that this small child could do so was perplexing. A realization struck him. Were Kai Kai's biological parents also members of the special department? Hua Chunling replied coldly, I don't know. The baby was adamant, no. I am a genuine resident of the underworld. My busy father sent me to the human realm to find a caretaker and learn. Both Hua Chunling and Chun Jintao turned to the baby. Chun Jintao quickly inquired, Kai Kai, do you remember what your father does? The baby nodded enthusiastically, having seen him just the night before. He manages the spirits. Chun Jintao's mind raced. concluding that anyone capable of handling spirits was likely a reclusive master rather than a member of the special department. Yet, he also knew that Kai was an orphan, indicating that her extraordinary parents had passed away. This thought filled him with melancholy, loss of talent. At the same moment, Chun Jiantao considered Song Qiao, a talented individual within their department, now lost. He discreetly glanced at the baby and approached Hua Chunling, lowering his voice to ask, Chunling, I believe Kai possesses special abilities. Perhaps we should cultivate her in our department? Hua Chunling's voice turned icy. Repeat that. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Chun Jiantao coughed awkwardly, scratching his nose while coveting the baby. Chunling, Hua Chunling's cold gaze silenced him. Realizing he had crossed a line, Chun Jiantao resolved to speak with the baby privately at another time. A child capable of sealing such entities at merely 3.5 years old was a rare prodigy in that domain. Such talent must be nurtured within their special department. He envisioned a future where they could tackle the terrifying spirits that wreak havoc and claim lives. Hua Chunling, aware of Chun Jiantao's intentions, narrowed his eyes. This discussion was inappropriate for the baby, so he gently set her down and affectionately ruffled her hair. Kai, why don't you go play while your father and Uncle Chen have a chat? The baby, obedient and sweet, replied, okay. As her voice faded, the Mont Blanc pen began to quiver uncontrollably, influenced by the baby's underworld blood. Hua Chunling, capable of perceiving all spirits, sensed the malevolent energy emanating from the pen. Simultaneously, cries for help echoed from within. Help! Save me! He wants to obliterate me. He is after my remains. Little adult, help! Help! Chun Jiantao felt the intense hatred and fear pulsing from the pen, concerned that the entity might become agitated and pose a threat to Hua Chunling and his daughter. He turned to leave. However, the pen, possessed by the spirit, flew from his grasp and hovered before the baby. The cap opened, yet remained attached to the body of the pen, bowing repeatedly like a small person as it pleaded, Little adult, help, help. Chun Jiantao stood in shock, bewildered by this turn of events. Isn't it supposed to seek assistance from me, the minister of the special department? Why is it bowing to the baby? He glanced at the baby, who asked, Uncle Chun, will you help it? The spirit, sensing the moment, quickly amended its plea. Minister Chun, please help. Song Qiao conspired to kill me along with my sister, and they intend to harm my daughter as well. Minister Chun, please. Chun Jiantao, upon discovering the object unearthed by the servant, had begun to harbor suspicions about Song Qiao. Where is your grave? The spirit provided an address, at the foot of the mountain in Yeshan Park, south of the city. Minister, you must hurry. Song Qiao has tampered with me, and I sense he is already on his way there. Understood. Chun Jiantao contemplated before addressing the baby. Kai, would you like to accompany Uncle Chun to the park? Hua Chunling's icy gaze shot toward him, his voice frigid. Chun Jiantao, are you courting death? The baby clung to her father's neck, inquiring sweetly, Daddy, is the park fun? I've never been. Can we go together? Hua Chunling replied, Daddy will take you to another park. The baby's eyes dimmed with disappointment, her head drooping. Hua Chunling's heart softened, and he quickly relented. Then we shall go with Uncle Chun. The baby's eyes sparkled brightly, filled with joy, as she hugged her father's neck and planted a kiss on his handsome face. Thank you, Daddy. Chun Jiantao stood astonished, taken aback by Hua Chunling's sudden warmth. Very well, let us go. The baby, possessing extraordinary talent and an evident curiosity about spirits, excitedly anticipated joining the special department, where Chun Jiantao envisioned personally mentoring her as she grew. Hua Chunling entrusted Hua Silin with the care of the unconscious Hua Enin and exited the estate with the baby. Yeshan Park, located south of the city, was somewhat remote, adorned with lush greenery and tranquil surroundings. However, due to its distance from the urban area, even during the day on a weekday, few people ventured there. An hour and a half later, Hua Chunling and the two others arrived at their destination. They stood on a hillside overlooking a meandering stream below. This area of Yeshan Park was known to be perilous, with a warning sign at the entrance cautioning against proceeding further, as it was undeveloped and unsafe. The spirit remained within the pen, becoming agitated upon seeing the stream, causing dark energy to surge from the pen. About 10 meters ahead is a path that leads down. They pushed me off from there. I didn't fall into the stream, but rather into an abandoned well beside it. Chun Jiantao nodded, instructing Hua Chan to wait with the baby while he ventured forth with the pen, quickly disappearing down the path. 5 seconds later, Nai Tuanzi suddenly spoke. Daddy, Uncle Chun is in danger. Hua Chanling had never doubted Nai Tuanzi's words and swiftly rushed towards Chun Jiantao while holding her. A muffled bang echoed, not loud, but clear enough for Hua Chanling to hear. Simultaneously, shouts erupted from those hiding below. Attack! The order is to leave no one alive. Before the encircling assassins could converge, Hua Chanling instinctively tightened his hold on Nai Tuanzi, whispered urgently in her ear, and bent down to place her on ground. Kai run. But Nai Tuanzi did not flee. Instead, she clung to his leg. No, Kai wants to protect Daddy. Just as she finished speaking, 3 masked men aimed their firearms at them. At that moment, Hua Chunling scooped up Nai Tuanzi again and dashed between the 3 men. His speed was so swift that they were caught off guard. Bang! Bang! The sound of silenced firearms was minimal, yet it filled Hua Chunling with dread. He was unafraid for himself, but he worried for Nai Tuanzi. He never anticipated that Song Qiao would audaciously attempt murder in broad daylight. He swiftly took down one masked man, seizing the firearm from his grasp as he fell, aiming it at the other 2 masked men. He was startled to see them collapse without a fight. Hua Chunling was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Nai Tuanzi, who was clapping her hands silently after dispatching the 2 villains. Daddy was so cool just now. Hua Chunling pondered whether he should inform Nai Tuanzi that they had nearly perished moments ago. He realized that she seemed not to fear monsters, but rather possessed an innocent disregard for death. Was it possible that her youth rendered her unaware of death's significance? Reflecting on the gleam in her eyes, whenever she mentioned her deceased biological father, Hua Chunling felt an unsettling premonition. In Nai Tuanzi's mind, perhaps death was merely a relocation to another realm. Or perhaps her father, who understood the mysteries of the other world, had conveyed such notions to her before he departed. Contemplating this, Hua Chunling's heart sank. It appeared he had thought deeply, yet it had transpired in the blink of an eye. However, during that brief moment, Nai Tuanzi slipped from his embrace, her little legs darting away like a blur, disappearing into the roadside grass. Daddy, I'm here. Hua Chunling felt a jolt of alarm. Kai. The figure before him sharpened from an indistinct shape to a more tangible form. He was frantic, hardly aware that he had passed through the 2 figures. Yet the surroundings were shrouded in a chilling darkness, an oppressive cold that penetrated to the bone. Where's Kai? Did you take her? The newly appointed staff member, Xiao Wang, of the Underworld, turned in horror to his seasoned colleague. Is he asking me? Can he see me? Lao Chan had explained to him that even those from spiritual families could not perceive them without summoning spirits. Lao Chan shook his head calmly. Impossible. We are legitimate civil servants of the Underworld. He is a human and cannot see us. Hua Chunling, frantic, thought to himself, am I not the dignified head of the Hua family, appearing both deaf and blind? Chapter 074, Performing Cutely for Third Brother Without a Brain. Xiao Wang sensed that Lao Chen's assessment was flawed. The man's gaze seemed almost palpable and was steadily advancing towards him. Despite not belonging to the same realm, he felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from the depths of the Underworld Palace. Xiao Wang instinctively stepped back. Lao Chun, something is off with this person. Lao Chun also sensed the anomaly, but remained unfazed. He prepared to unleash the sinister aura typically reserved for unwelcome intruders, revealing his grotesquely distorted body to frighten the man away. Lao Chun was infuriated with these inept beings. It was evident that his eyes were not functioning properly, displaying a ghastly visage of mingled blue and white. His dark pupils vanished, replaced by an unsettling whiteness that appeared even more terrifying than empty eye sockets. Hua Chunling was desperate to locate Kai. Even knowing these entities might not be human did not deter him. He unleashed his aura, enveloped in a swirling purple mist, which even contained a hint of a glaring red blood droplet. Upon seeing the blood droplet, Lao Chen's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Xiao Wang was bewildered, filled with questions. From the thick fog, Nai Tuanzi's soft voice emerged. Daddy, Kai is here. Kai found Uncle Chun, and he is okay. Upon hearing her voice, Hua Chunling had no time to concern himself with the 2 figures. he followed Nai Tuanzi's voice and charged forward. Realizing her father might be unable to see her due to the dense aura, Nai Tuanzi opened her mouth and inhaled deeply, swallowing the mist. After consuming a significant amount, her big, dark eyes paused. She spotted the two Underworld staff members. She then looked down at Uncle Chun, who was covered in blood, understanding that the two staff members were there to collect new souls. In the eerie atmosphere, Huo Chenling's anxious shout broke through. Kai Kai! Nai Tuanzi exhaled some of the mist and swiftly scooped up Uncle Chun, dashing back to her father. Daddy, Uncle Chen's car is over there. Let us hurry. With that, she lifted Uncle Chun with one hand and pulled Huo Chenling along with the other, racing ahead once more. Upon reaching the car, Nai Tuanzi halted, but being too short, she could not reach the door and had to seek her father's assistance. Daddy, quickly open the door. Uncle Chun is bleeding. We need to get him to the hospital. Huo Chenling's heart raced. He was worried about Chun Jiantao and astonished by Nai Tuanzi's ability to lift a 200-pound man effortlessly. It's nothing, just a minor situation. Strength is not an issue. I can accept that. He swiftly opened the car door. Before he could assist, Nai Tuanzi had already placed Uncle Chun in the back seat. Huo Chenling inhaled deeply, then exhaled. Meanwhile, Nai Tuanzi raised her little chubby hands and began to clamber into the vehicle. Chun Jiantao's car was a Hummer, with wheels higher than an ordinary SUV. Nai Tuanzi tiptoed, her little bottom sticking out, half her body leaning against the back seat door, exerting all her might but struggling to climb inside. Huo Chenling watched, gently lifting her little bottom and easily placing her inside the car, fastening her seatbelt. He then moved to the driver's seat, started the engine, and sped away. Nearby, Xiao Wang watched Lao Chun, stuttering as he spoke. Lao Chun, you also think that person is unusual, right? Lao Chun replied, not just unusual. That man possesses a hint of the terrifying aura of the king from the Underworld Palace. Although it is faint, it is astonishing. Ghosts cherish their lives. If they cannot win, they will definitely not provoke him, regardless of how unusual he is. We have already departed, so let us leave quickly, Xiao Wang remarked. It seems the new soul has vanished. Lao Chen was also puzzled. After carefully sensing, he opened his eyes, his new pupils bouncing around uncontrollably. I can no longer sense any new souls here. Let us move on to the next location. Yes. Xiao Wang opened his notebook, unable to suppress his thoughts. A major car accident, 9 fatalities? Lao Chun sighed. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. It seems many have not heeded this lesson. At the first hospital, Gu Qifeng personally operated. The bullet had struck Chun Jiantao in the chest. Ordinarily, survival was impossible. Yet, miraculously, Chun Jiantao had survived. After Chun Jiantao was admitted to the intensive care unit, Gu Qifeng sought out Huo Chenling to inform him of Chun Jiantao's condition. What a stroke of luck. His heart had suffered a slight rupture, yet his life was preserved. With a week's rest, he should be able to leave the hospital. Huo Chenling instinctively glanced at the little one, Nai Tuanzi, and noticed that she had fallen asleep at some point. He gently covered her with a thin blanket. Meticulous in his care, once she was settled, he sat beside her, shielding her from rolling off the bed, and spoke softly. He was a member of a special department, likely possessing some form of technique that protected his heart. Gu Qifeng found this reasoning to be the only plausible explanation. He had grown accustomed to the inexplicable phenomena that existed in this world. Thus his capacity for acceptance was remarkably high. No wonder. Truly, a person from special department. Huo Chenling merely acknowledged with a sound, offering no further explanation. He gazed quietly at Nai Tuanzi, convinced that Chun Jiantao's survival was undoubtedly linked to her. As for Nai Tuanzi, during Chun Jiantao's perilous state, when his life was slipping away rapidly, even the Underworld staff responsible for guiding souls had arrived, and his fate seemed sealed. However, Nai Tuanzi's situation was different. She was already gravely injured. In a moment of urgency, she summoned the Book of Life and Death. But due to her tender age, the strain was overwhelming, and she automatically entered a state of self-nurturing recovery. Nai Tuanzi slept soundly until 7:30 the next afternoon, when the sky had darkened. Just 5 minutes prior, Huo Baiba and Huo Siju had just switched shifts with Huo Siqing, who had kept a vigil over her throughout the night. Nai Tuanzi rubbed her eyes and was greeted by the excited voice of her third brother. Kai Kai, You're finally awake. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see the delight radiating from her third brother's face. However, in the next moment, she noticed his eyes were swollen like walnuts. Third brother, who bullied you? Hua Xiqing, upon hearing Nai Tuanzi's voice, burst into tears. No one bullied third brother. He was just scared that you would sleep like mother and never wake up again, and couldn't help but cry. Nai Tuanzi paused, her chubby little body swiftly climbing out of bed and diving into Hua Xiqing's embrace. Don't cry, third brother. It's Kai Kai's fault for oversleeping and worrying you. To comfort her tearful third brother, Nai Tuanzi pondered for a moment and decided to share a little secret with him. She lowered her voice and, in a conspiratorial tone, whispered to him, Third brother, even if Kai Kai's head fell off, I wouldn't die. Hua Xiqing thought his sister had lost her wits after a long sleep. Who can survive with their head detached? Nai Tuanzi proudly patted her little chest. Some can, but it's a secret. Third brother mustn't tell anyone. Hua Xiqing held back his laughter and nodded. Okay, third brother absolutely won't tell anyone, not even dad or the older brothers. Nai Tuanzi felt reassured. Third brother, look at Kai Kai. With her chubby little hands, she grasped her head and pulled upwards. With a crack, her neck and head successfully separated. The adorable headless little body still moved about, and the head, held to the side, continued to chatter joyfully. Third brother, see, Kai Kai is still lively. Hua Xiqing, Chapter 075. The head and body, each busy with their own affairs. Hua Xiqing rolled his eyes and fainted. Third brother? Third brother? Nai Tuanzi patted his face, but he remained unresponsive. Undeterred, she continued to pat him. Third brother, wake up. After a while of fussing, the dazed Hua Xiqing finally began to regain consciousness. Upon seeing his third brother awake, her little head zoomed in front of him, their eyes meeting. Great. Third brother, you're awake. Are you hungry? Or did you not sleep well? Why did you suddenly faint? Hua Xiqing, still a bit dazed, was jolted awake as he beheld his sister's head and body separated. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his muddled mind cleared in an instant. Just as he instinctively opened his mouth to scream, Nai Tuanzi's headless body rushed over and covered his mouth. With their eyes locked, her expression was slightly vexed. Third brother, I told you, this is a secret. No shouting. Hua Xiqing. The little boy finally cracked under the pressure and fainted again. Nai Tuanzi suddenly noticed someone at the door. While her body remained beside her third brother, her head had already flown over. Upon seeing Ming Su standing at the entrance, Nai Tuanzi instinctively turned to check on her body next to her third brother. I've been here for a while. By Ming Xiu. Nai Tuanzi's dark eyes whirled as she racked her brain on how to enlist Ming Su's help in keeping her little secret. Her body, standing beside her third brother, quickly waddled to the door. By Ming Xiu, unsure of what he was thinking or perhaps stunned into silence by Nai Tuanzi's unusual state, instinctively pushed the door open, entered, and swiftly locked it behind him. Bai Mingxiu pressed his lips together, staring directly at Nai Tuanzi. Kai Kaiyu. Nai Tuanzi tilted her little head and interrupted Bai Mingxiu with a soft, sweet voice. Brother Ming Su, Kai Kai wants to play a game of marbles with you. Will you help me keep a little secret? Bai Mingxiu, suppressing his shock, instinctively followed her lead. How do we play? Nai Tuanzi's eyes widened. Was Brother Ming Su agreeing? That was wonderful. She quickly popped out her two eyeballs and, standing on tiptoe, placed one in Ming Su's hand. Here, Brother Ming Su, hold this marble. I'll teach you how to play. Turning, she dashed her fainted third brother, placing the other eyeball on the ground. Brother Ming Su, look, I've put this marble here. You use the one in your hand to aim at mine. If you hit mine, you lose. If you miss, then it's my turn to hit yours. Whoever hits wins. Bai Mingxiu. He recognized that Kai Kai was rather peculiar, yet he firmly believed she was indeed a person. However, in this situation, what kind of person could have their head and neck severed and still frolic about? And who would play marbles by using their own eyeballs as the marbles? Nai Tuanzi waited for Bai Mingxiu to play, but, after a while, noticed he remained motionless, staring at her intently. Confused, she tilted her head, peering up at the wooden statue that was Bai Mingxiu. Brother Ming Su, do you not want to play this game? Then we. Nai Tuanzi's words were cut short as Bai Mingxiu, resembling a wooden post, suddenly strode towards her. However, he was a moment too late. Hua Xiqing, who had just regained consciousness, slowly pushed himself up from the ground. His hands felt slippery and cool, and when he pressed down, it had a peculiar bounce to it. Curious, Hua Xiqing momentarily forgot the circumstances before fainting and instinctively released his hand to look at what he had been pressing. Xiqing, don't look, but it was too late. Hua Xiqing's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the object on the floor, even picking it up. It was distinctly black and white, and he couldn't help but give it a gentle squeeze. It was wonderfully elastic, but upon closer inspection, Hua Xiqing leaned in for a better look. Upon witnessing Sangu awakening, Nai Tuanzi was filled with immense joy. Noticing Sanji's interest in her, she eagerly inquired, Sangu, is this fun? Hua Xiqing, still fixated on the beads in his hand, replied, very entertaining. Nai Tuanzi continued her inquiries, is it soft to touch? Hua Xiqing nodded vigorously, it's soft, smooth, and bouncy, truly delightful. With a fervent determination, Nai Tuanzi rummaged through her pocket, producing a handful of beads. Here, I have plenty, Sangu, let's play together. Hua Xiqing's gaze fell upon the multitude of round, bouncy beads, instinctively lifting his eyes to meet Nai Tuanzi's dark, hollow eye sockets. Hua Xiqing froze as Nai Tuanzi, devoid of eyeballs, continued to smile cheerily, placing a large handful of eyeballs into his hands. Here, Sangu, these are for you. Let us play with the marbles. Hua Xiqing glanced at the eyeless Nai Tuanzi, then at the small beads clutched in his hand, and finally at the large collection of beads, emitting a high-pitched scream akin to that of a startled prairie dog. On the other side, Bai Mingxiu had anticipated this reaction. Fortunately, he quickly intervened by sealing the room with a soundproof charm. Hearing Hua Xiqing's shriek, he rushed over to grasp his hand. Xiqing, do not be afraid. This is just Nai Tuanzi. Trembling with fear, Hua Xiqing's face turned pale. I know this is Nai Tuanzi. The issue is, how can her eyeballs come out? Yet she still speaks? Oh, her head is detached, and yet she remains lively. Wu Mingxiu, what has happened to Nai Tuanzi? Nai Tuanzi finally sensed something amiss. It appeared that Sangu was frightened by her. Uncomprehendingly, she queried, Sangu, weren't you unafraid of ghosts? Sangu had encountered such sights before, but had exhibited even greater composure than Uncle Gu. Hua Xiqing tensed, gazing at Nai Tuanzi's dark eye sockets, swallowing repeatedly, his voice faltering. So, Nai Tuanzi, you're not human? Nai Tuanzi pursed her lips, a hint of shyness in her smile. Sangu, Nai Tuanzi is still considered a person. Hua Xiqing retorted, what do you mean by considered? Chapter 76. Nai Tuanzi, what exactly are you? With her eye sockets now filled with bright, clear eyes, Hua Xiqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Remarkably, he managed to remain conscious. After a moment of shock, he finally found his voice, still considered a person. Realizing she had startled Sangu, Nai Tuanzi felt a pang of guilt. Thankfully, with Sangu possessing the blood of the Underworld King, he was unlikely to faint. Otherwise, she would have to assist in stabilizing his spirit. Nai Tuanzi observed Sangu, then glanced at Bai Mingxiu, who wore a concerned expression as he watched them. She then plopped down on the floor, leaning back against the bed's edge, misjudging her height. As she leaned back, her small frame toppled, leaving her sprawled on the ground. The abrupt turn of events caught Bai Mingxiu off guard, and Hua Xiqing was left dumbfounded. If Nai Tuanzi were not human, but rather a ghost, surely no ghost could be so adorable. What kind of ghost could fall and hurt itself? Hua Xiqing felt a laugh bubbling up, but upon realizing she was his sister, he hurried over to pull her up into his arms, his heart aching with concern. Nai Tuanzi, are you hurt anywhere? Nai Tuanzi blinked and shook her head. Thank you for your concern. Sangu, Nai Tuanzi is fine. Hua Xiqing sighed in relief, but still reached out to touch the back of her head. Meeting Nai Tuanzi's bright, clear eyes, he suddenly realized that the handful of eyeballs she had given him earlier was now missing. Noticing Sanji's gaze, Nai Tuanzi hesitated before asking, Sangu, do you still want those marbles? Hua Xiqing felt a wave of panic wash over him, nearly leaping up. No. I just realized they are gone. It's actually a good thing. Hua Xiqing questioned, so, Nai Tuanzi, are you still not human? Bai Mingxiu, surprised that Hua Xiqing had not fainted again, spoke up at the right moment. Nai Tuanzi, does Uncle Hua know about your situation today? Nai Tuanzi shook her head, her soft voice gentle. Daddy doesn't he know? Nai Tuanzi didn't he want to worry Sangu, so I pulled my head off to show him that I wouldn't he die. Hua Xiqing mused, such a unique demonstration. How could he not be concerned? Yet, considering Nai Tawanzi's intentions, a warm feeling blossomed in his heart. Even if Nai Tawanzi was indeed strange, she cared for him. She was his sister. Hua Xiqing gritted his teeth, swallowed hard, and looked at Nai Tawanzi. Nai Tawanzi, what are you exactly? Although Bai Mingxiu did not voice his curiosity, he too yearned to know the answer. Just as Nai Tawanzi was about to respond, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, followed by the concerned voice of old Madame Hua. Xiqing, Mingxiu, has Nai Tawanzi awakened? Bai Mingxiu and Hua Xiqing simultaneously exclaimed, Nai Tawanzi. This matter must not be disclosed to grandfather and grandmother. Remember? Nai Tawanzi obediently nodded. Nai Tawanzi understands. Grandfather and grandmother are old, and we must not frighten them. Bai Mingxiu and Hua Xiqing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling grateful for Nai Tawanzi's obedience. They patted her head affectionately. Bai Mingxiu hurried to the door, stowing away the soundproof charm before opening it. Old Madame Hua, after calling out, he stepped aside to allow her entry. Ah, Xiqing, Nai Tawanzi has just awakened. Why are you playing on the floor? Old Madame Hua rushed over, her pace quickening. What if she catches a cold? You are robust. But Nai Tawanzi is a girl and only 3.5 years old. She cannot withstand the same as you. Hua Xiqing replied, yes. Nai Tawanzi is not fragile. She can detach her head and still play with me. Nai Tawanzi was lifted into old Madame Hua's arms, quickly explaining Grandma. It was Nai Tawanzi who pulled Sangu to play on the floor. It's not Sangu's fault. Old Madame Hua's affection for Nai Tawanzi was more than just that of a senior for a junior. It was also due to Nai Tawanzi's assistance to their family patriarch, leading to a special favoritism toward her. It is also your Sanji's fault. He is already 8 years old and should know to take care of our Nai Tawanzi. As old Madame Hua carried Nai Tawanzi away, Hua Xiqing, misunderstood, could not help but chuckle. Despite the misunderstanding, he found joy in the situation. Bai Mingxiu, puzzled, asked, What are you laughing at? Hua Xiqing replied cheerfully, Grandma likes Nai Tawanzi even more than she liked Huan before. It's wonderful. Bai Mingxiu recalled the previous strained relations between Uncle Hua's family and the Hua family, and couldn't he help but smile. Indeed, both old Madame Hua and old Master Hua have a great fondness for Nai Tawanzi. It's truly delightful. Hua Xiqing scratched his head, glancing around before lowering his voice to ask, Mingxiu, do you think Nai Tawanzi is human? Bai Mingxiu smiled at him. Does it matter? Hua Xiqing paused, then quickly shook his head. Not at all. As long as she is Nai Tawanzi, she is our sister. Everything else is irrelevant. Their aunt was still their biological aunt. Yet she conspired with their grandparents to harm their mother. Without Nai Tawanzi's arrival, they would still be unaware that their mother was no longer with them. Lost in thought, Hua Xiqing suddenly looked up, gazing intently at Bai Mingxiu. Mingxiu, Nai Tawanzi. Bai Mingxiu, sensing Hua Xiqing's unspoken concerns, gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry. This matter is known only to the three of us. Hua Xiqing felt reassured by Mingxiu's trustworthiness, and a smile once again graced his face. BIMNGX, however, reminded him, what if Uncle Hua or S-Ju inquire about it? Hua SCHN smile became even more radiant, his eyes sparkling with the anticipation of a forthcoming spectacle. Both his father and second brother were exceptionally astute. They must have already sensed something amiss with the little one, who was merely 3.5 years old. It was only a matter of time before they uncovered the child's little secret. As for the process of discovery, BIMNGX understood. This young lad intended for Uncle Hua and S-Ju to experience the same emotions he felt today. Indeed, he too was eager for the revelation. Naturally, he yearned to comprehend the true nature of the little one. What does it mean to be human? A daring thought emerged in his mind. Could the little one be a living dead? Yet, the living dead could not deceive the various instruments of the hospital. Thus, this notion was swiftly dismissed. BIMNGX did not anticipate that this question would soon find its answer. Chapter 077. The elder brother returns a week later. As various universities commenced their summer break, the little one had noticeably extended her sleeping hours. At this moment, it was already 10:30 in the morning, and she remained soundly asleep in her room. After leading his eldest son to pay respects to his wife, he gently patted his son's shoulder before stepping outside. Though no words were exchanged, it felt as if everything had been said. Hua SJN, the eldest among the three sons, bore the closest resemblance to him, not only in appearance, but also in temperament. Both shared a solemn demeanor and an air of indifference. Yet, this seemingly aloof son had shed tears while kneeling before the memorial earlier, glancing down to wipe away his tears. Observing his father's concerned, yet slightly anxious gaze, Hua Sjn felt a peculiar sensation within. His father had always been distant and stern with the three brothers, and it was only natural for them to grieve the absence of their mother. However, regardless of how heartbroken he might be, their father would never display such emotions in front of them. He was a figure of unwavering rigidity and coldness, sometimes appearing as an unapproachable entity. In the present, Hua Chnl understood what his eldest son was pondering, and he patted his shoulder once more. Sjn, I acknowledge that I have previously overlooked your feelings, but I shall not do so again. Hua Sjn responded with a stiff expression, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to even his father's gentle touch. He could scarcely recall the last time his father had touched him so lightly. It felt like a distant memory from his childhood. Hua Chnl noticed this, and a fleeting look of shame crossed his eyes. However, being the patriarch of the Hua family, he quickly gathered himself, returning to his usual demeanor of strictness and authority. Sju must have mentioned to you over the phone that you have a new sister named Zii. Hua Sjn indeed recalled hearing Sju mention this before boarding his flight from abroad. Reportedly, she was an exceptionally well-behaved and adorable little one. He remembered when their mother was still alive, she had occasionally glanced at the three brothers and said, "How wonderful it would be if you had a sister." Hua Sjn inquired, "Adopting Zii was mother's wish during her lifetime?" Hua Chnl shook his head. "No, it was my decision." Hua Sjn pressed his lips together. "Mother had always wanted to give us a sister." Hua Chnl nodded. "I am aware." Hua Sjn frowned. "Why did she not have one?" Hua Chnl replied calmly, "Your mother experienced severe hemorrhaging when giving birth to Schn. Even though she has been recuperating since, it would not be wise for her to bear another child. Otherwise, as the head of the foremost family in Hugu, if the patriarch's wife wished for a daughter, he would certainly oblige." Hua Sjn raised his gaze, scrutinizing the tall, impeccably dressed, and imposing figure of his father. He could sense the changes in him. The subtle shift was far more apparent than the previous silent pat on his shoulder. Had he posed such questions in the past, his father would have likely dismissed him outright. To their father, they were merely children, expected to behave as children should. As for everything else, their father would handle it. There was no need for them to pry further. In their home, their father embodied absolute authority. He noticed his father's assistant, Ln, anxiously glancing at his watch outside, clearly pressed for time. Yet, Hua Chnl remained focused on him, showing no inclination to depart immediately. Sjn, although Zii is not your mother's biological daughter, she is a wonderful child, and you will understand this once you meet her. Hua Sjn suddenly smiled. "Are you worried I might not like Zii? Hua Chnl indeed harbored such concerns and elaborated. Zii possesses the ability to see spirits. The eldest son, resembling me in temperament, tends to dismiss any person or thing he does not favor, regardless of the other's efforts or the merits of the object. His own fondness for the little one had been instantaneous, but the eldest son might not share the same sentiment. Moreover, he was a staunch believer in science and found the notion of spirits utterly distasteful." Hua Sjn's brow furrowed in an instant. The ability to see spirits? In this day and age, do people still believe in such things? Although he was aware of the Zhang family's wrongdoing toward his mother, he did not fully grasp the specifics. Hua Chnl, knowing his son revered science, had meticulously eliminated all notions of the supernatural from his understanding. Observing the expression on his son's face, Hua Chnl's gaze darkened, yet he continued to regard him with an air of stern authority. Indeed, Hua Sjn, sensing his father's severity, nodded slightly. "I understand." Hua Chnl wished to say more, but upon noticing L pacing anxiously in the distance, Hua Sjn finally reminded his father of the pressing matter. "Father, you should head to work. Zii is only 3.5. I will not hold any grievances against the toddler." Hua Chnl awaited this affirmation from his eldest son and nodded gently. "Very well, son. Farewell. Goodbye, big brother." Over here, the vehicle halted on the lawn in front of the villa, and as soon as the door opened, Hua and rushed over. Big brother. The two brothers embraced, and Hua Ju arrived shortly after, still appearing lethargic and as if he had just awakened. Big brother. Hua N's demeanor softened as he interacted with his younger brothers, contrasting sharply with his earlier sternness toward their father. The three brothers exchanged light taps on each other's shoulders as a form of greeting. Hua began to circle Hua demanding gifts. What about those limited edition sneakers I wanted? Big brother, hurry and get them for me. Hua chuckled. Well, have I ever failed to provide you with what you desired? Hua noticing the pristine living room and the absence of the little one their father frequently mentioned, expressed surprise. Where is Zizei? As if summoned by the mention of her name, Zizei emerged in a rather unconventional manner. Although still in slumber, she had begun to sleepwalk. Hua and Hua descended the stairs, concerned that Zizei might awaken and call for them. Consequently, the door to her room was left ajar, facilitating the sleepwalking little one's quiet escape. Upon reaching the staircase landing on the second floor, Zizei, still in a daze, heard her brothers calling for her and promptly opened her eyes. To her bewilderment, the living room appeared to be upside down, then righted again. What is happening? As she surveyed the scene, she quickly realized that she was precariously close to tumbling down the stairs. Her head poised downward and her little bottom in the air. Through her legs, she could see the handsome faces of her two older brothers. Second brother and third brother. Who was the other one? Tuanzi, driven by curiosity, bumped her head heavily against the ground, causing her body to bounce back up. Hua Xijin, the tallest and fastest among them, dashed to the entrance of the first-floor staircase in the blink of an eye, already ascending 2 steps with his long legs. Just as he was about to continue running upward, Tuanzi, still halfway up, suddenly charged towards him. Hua Xijin quickly halted and reached out to catch her. Tuanzi leaped straight into his arms, her large, dark eyes blinking up at him. Without needing an introduction from this elder brother, she exclaimed in her sweet voice. Big brother. Hua Xijin was startled, swiftly checking her for any visible injuries. Once he confirmed she was unscathed, he fixed a stern gaze upon the bright-eyed Tuanzi, who showed no sign of fear. Ming Zai, that was very dangerous, just now. Tuanzi recalled that she had likely sleepwalked down the stairs and sensed that she had frightened her elder brother. Hence, she obediently lowered her little head in apology. Big brother, I'm sorry. Zai know she was wrong. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing rushed up as well, with Hua Siju wearing a worried expression. Elder brother, quickly check if Zai has hurt herself. Hua Xiqing, looking up at the sky, remained surprisingly calm, having witnessed many scenarios where headless beings still played adorably with him. He even asked, Zai, are you hungry? Tuanzi nodded eagerly, her little head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Third brother, Zai is hungry. Hua Xiqing scooped her from Hua Xijin's arms and headed straight to the dining room. Come on, third brother will take you to eat something delicious. Hua Xijin and Hua Siju hurriedly followed. Xiqing, slow down. First, take Zai to get checked. The staircase was long, and they had only ascended 3 or 4 steps. Zai had tumbled down directly from the second floor. If they did not check her promptly, what if she had injured her head? Hua Xiqing's calm voice drifted from the dining room. Zai is fine. We can wait until she is full to visit Uncle Gu for a checkup, or we can directly call Mingxiu Gu to have a look. Hua Siju pondered Zai's peculiarities and found Hua Xiqing's reasoning sound, so he called by Mingxiu. While making the call, he hurriedly followed his elder brother to the dining room. Bai Mingxiu had intended to visit them for some fun, and by the time he answered the call, he was already outside the gates of Hua's manor, arriving promptly. Upon entering the dining room, he immediately spotted Tuanzi being fed by Hua Xiqing. What happened to Zai? Upon seeing Bai Mingxiu, Hua Xijin frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. She fell from the second floor. Hua Siju nodded. Yes. Mingxiu, please check on Zai. Hua Xiqing remarked. She should be fine. Look how happily she's eating. Indeed, Tuanzi was relishing her meal, devouring her favorites. In her joy, she managed to consume 3 large bowls. Seeing her cheerful expression and the unconcerned demeanor of Hua Xiqing, Bai Mingxiu guessed Zai must be all right. After all, she was someone who could play with both her head and her eyes independently. Nevertheless, to reassure everyone, He pretended to examine Nai Tawanzi. Seizing the opportunity, Nai Tawanzi pushed her seafood porridge towards him. Mingshu go, drink the porridge. Bai Mingshu activated his innate abilities, carefully inspecting Nai Tawanzi's head and observing no signs of bruising through her skull. Zai Zai is perfectly fine, no injuries. Hua Xiqing chuckled. I knew it. Hua Siju insisted. We still need to check to be sure. Since Mingshu says she is fine, it should be all right. Hua Xijin interjected. Zai Zai tumbled down from the second floor. Shouldn't she go to the hospital for a checkup? Why let the rumored heir of the spirit family examine her? When did the Hua family start believing in such things? Hua Xijin remained unconvinced, insisting on taking Nai Tawanzi to the hospital for a checkup after her breakfast. Hua Xiqing shrugged. Then let's go. It's summer vacation. We have plenty of time. The first hospital is not far from Minghui Huading, and there's a huge amusement park nearby. We could take Zai Zai there to play. Hua Siju deemed it entirely feasible. All right. Bai Mingshu had no objections. Hua Xijin concluded it's best if Zai Zai is fine. If something is wrong, I will have to deal with my two younger brothers harshly. Upon arriving at the hospital, under Uncle Gu's supervision, every indicator was normal except for her weight being above average. Hua Xijin, confronted with the data before him, had no choice but to accept that Nai Tawanzi was truly fine. Having eaten her fill, Nai Tawanzi recalled the amusement park mentioned by her third brother and, being held by her elder brother, could not help but sweetly inquire, Big brother, are we still going to the amusement park? Though Nai Tawanzi was slightly overweight and plump, her features were exquisite and adorable. Her soft, thick hair framed her face, and her long, curled eyelashes accentuated her bright, glistening eyes as she gazed up at him. Hua Xijin found it difficult to refuse. Zai Zai, he began, but Hua Siju, noticing her eager expression, quickly interjected. Elder brother, since Zai Zai is fine, let us go. It's not far and on our way. Hua Xiqing chimed in, exactly, elder brother, let us go. Bai Mingshu added, Xijin go, let us go. With everyone so eager, and Nai Tawanzi looking up at him with her big, watery eyes, he could only relent. All right, let's take a look then. Nai Tawanzi planted a kiss on Hua Xijin's cheek. Thank you, big brother, you're so nice. Startled by the sudden kiss, Hua Xijin froze. Hua Siju swiftly took Nai Tawanzi into his arms. Elder brother, that is how Zai Zai expresses her affection. Hua Xijin, who had a severe aversion to cleanliness, expected to feel repulsed. Yet, after a moment, instead of feeling offended, a peculiar warmth spread within him, causing his cheeks to flush. Fearing his three younger brothers might notice, he cleared his throat and strode forward. You all wait here. I'll go get the car. All right. Hua Siju took the opportunity to remind Nai Tawanzi, Zai, don't randomly kiss elder brother. He doesn't tea like others touching him. Although big brother disliked being touched, it was essential for Ming Wang blood to touch the corner of his mouth. Otherwise, absorption would be too slow, attracting other ghostly entities to seize it away. As Nai Tawanzi hesitated, she was lifted into the car. Inside, Hua Xiqing, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, suggested, Elder brother, let us go to the haunted house. I promise you'll have a brand new experience. Hua Xijin had no anticipation for such fake haunted houses that were clearly staged. However, he relished the thought of watching his timid third brother brave the challenge. With a faint smile, Hua Xijin gripped the steering wheel, exuding an air of indifference and charm. All right, Chapter 079. To the haunted house for a terrifying experience on a scorching summer day, the blazing sun could not dampen the children's enthusiasm for the amusement park. Nai Tawanzi anxiously asked Hua Xiqing, Third brother, are we really going to the haunted house? Hua Xiqing nodded seriously, of course. Nai Tawanzi reminded him, Third brother, aren't you afraid? Hua Xiqing straightened his back at the thought of the limbless ghosts. Zai Zai can be adorable without a head. So why fear ghosts with missing arms or legs? They're just pitiful creatures. Nai Tawanzi gave Hua Xiqing a thumbs up. Third brother is so brave. Since third brother was not afraid, and the previous time in the car, second brother was also unafraid, and Mingshu Go was even more so. Nai Tawanzi turned to her elder brother, who was looking for a parking spot. Big brother, are you sure you want to go to the haunted house? Hua Xijin, thinking Nai Tawanzi was scared, parked the car, got out, and opened the back door, lifting her from Hua Siju's arms. If you're scared, big brother will take you to ride the carousel. Nai Tawanzi, however, was still looking forward to the haunted house. to enter the haunted house and enjoy some snacks without hesitation. Thus, the little one shook her head energetically, her voice soft and delicate as she expressed her thoughts to Huo. Big brother, Zai Zai also wants to play in a haunted house. But Zai Zai is worried that Big Brother might be scared. Huo was momentarily taken aback. He never expected that the little one was concerned about his fear of the haunted house, which prompted her question. It warmed his heart to realize that such a small child could show such care for others, although he appeared indifferent and aloof. He lacked the life experience of Hua Chunling, and deep down, his heart was tender. The little one's words were like a gentle breeze, softly caressing his tender heart. Unable to resist, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. The little one froze in surprise. Huo, confused, inquired Zai Zai. She covered her forehead with both hands, her small voice soft and whiny. It was Big Brother who initiated the kiss. Zai Zai didn't do it first. Big Brother shouldn't rub Zai's forehead so hard. Zai Zai doesn't mind Big Brother. Huo found himself smiling at the playful exchange. Huo, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Big Brother, Zai Zai knows you have a cleanliness obsession, so... Huo was miffed. You have a cleanliness obsession, yet still hold Zai Zai? Let me hold her instead. I have no such issues. Huo tightened his embrace around the little one and kissed her chubby little hand that was covering her forehead. Don't listen to them, Zai. Big Brother has no cleanliness obsession towards you. The little one looked worried. Really? Huo smiled at her. If Zai Zai kisses Big Brother, you'll find out. The opportunity had arrived. The little one's eyes sparkled even brighter. Then, Big Brother, close your eyes. Huo obliged, closing his eyes with a look of indulgence on his handsome face. The little one giggled mischievously, quickly biting her finger and touching it to the corner of Big Brother's mouth. Huo, Huo, and Bai Mingxiu witnessed this scene, exchanging glances as they observed the little one's fingertip, once red, instantly turn transparent and vanish upon contact with Huo lips. Huo quickly asked Big Brother, how does it feel? Huo opened his eyes. Pretty good, I like it. Huo felt disappointed. Who asked you that? Huo raised an eyebrow. What do you want to ask then? Huo was interrupted by Huo. Si-chun, it's broad daylight. Huo smacked his thigh. Right? It's daytime. Let's hurry to the haunted house. It must be dark inside. With that, Huo dragged Huo toward the haunted house. Huo stood still, turning to speak with Bai Mingxiu. Si-chun is up to something. Bai Mingxiu, recalling that Huo was also part of Si-chun's antics, felt compelled to warn him. Stay steady. Don't be afraid of anything strange you might see. Huo chuckled at Bai Mingxiu. What do you think could possibly scare me now? It must be something, like Zai Zai. However, Bai Mingxiu decided against voicing this thought. The little one's secret, as her guardian, was more meaningful for him to discover on his own. There were not many people queuing at the haunted house in the amusement park, with a warning sign nearby stating that visitors with conditions like heart disease or asthma were prohibited from entering. Huo, cradling the little one, accompanied his 3 younger brothers to this area, where they encountered 2 couples they knew. The staff promptly stepped in, noticing the little one in Huo arms. I'm sorry, but such a small child is not allowed inside. The little one, eager to enjoy some snacks, protested with her sweet voice, Uncle, Zai Zai is not small. Zai Zai is already 3.5 years old. The staff shook their head with amusement. 3.5 is still too young. You need to be at least a middle schooler. What if you get scared? Even in the regular mode, you can't enter. It's just not allowed. After some discussion, it was decided that Huo, Huo, and Huo would venture into the haunted house, while Bai Mingxiu would take the little one to enjoy the nearby Ferris wheel. The little one waved goodbye at the ticket gate. Big Brother, don't be scared. They won't hurt you. Huo, still puzzled, smiled in response. Huo and Huo exchanged glances, somewhat astonished. Did the little one genuinely believe there were real ghosts inside the haunted house? Bai Mingxiu discreetly pulled 3 safety talismans from his pocket and handed them to Huo, just in case. Since they had chosen the hell mode, they barely entered the haunted house when darkness enveloped them, rendering them unable to see their hands in front of their faces. The 2 couples behind them were excited, with one girl named Xiao Yu quickly exclaiming, "Hurry up! This environment is perfect. It has a terrifying atmosphere. Let's try it out." Were you trying? Huo lips twitched slightly. So, you came to the haunted house, and in hell mode, no less, to summon a spirit? Xiao Yu's boyfriend, Ma Cheng, chuckled. You play your game, and we'll play ours. If you want to join us, we don't mind. The other couple, a boy named Jiang Yu and a girl named Shu Xiaoya, cheerfully invited them. Why not play together? In hell mode, we can have a round of spirit summoning. It will be quick. Hua Siju frowned. Have you played here before? Shu Xiaoya nodded. We VE played before, although there's no real spirit. The atmosphere is still quite thrilling. Hua Chen interjected. Is that what you call seeking death? Jiang Yu was dissatisfied. What do you mean, you little brat? Hua Sijin intervened, his voice cold as ice. What I mean is, if you're looking for trouble, that's your business. Don't involve us. Jiang Yu, furious, was about to act when Ma Cheng stopped him. Forget it. If they don't want to play, we'll just do our own thing. Hua Siju and Hua Chen, knowing that ghosts truly existed in this world, reminded them one last time as they departed. I advise you not to play. It's better to be safe than sorry. However, the four of them paid no heed to the warning. As the three brothers turned around, the four eagerly began their first round of games. Hua Sijin, leading the way, suddenly fixated on a figure standing against the wall in a white dress. In the middle, Hua Chen was puzzled and gently nudged his elder brother back. Big brother, what's wrong? Hua Siju, at the back, felt an unsettling premonition and rubbed his arms. Don't you feel the temperature drop significantly? Hua Sijin nodded steadily. At least 10 degrees. Hua Chen quickly turned to survey the surroundings. Unfortunately, it was pitch black, with the only light coming from the eyes of the figure in the conspicuous white dress standing nearby. Damn, the lighting in this place is truly fitting for a hell-level haunted house. Generally, even in complete darkness, there would be some necessary illumination, yet nothing was so glaringly obvious. Using eyes as light bulbs, thanks to the green glow from her eyes, the three brothers slowly adapted to the dim light, scanning their surroundings. They found themselves in a garden that appeared quite classical, walking along a long corridor, while the two couples were seated at a stone table in the center of the garden, engaged in their game, uncertain of what had been discussed. Xiao Yu suddenly shot up, glaring furiously at Shu Xiaoya across from her. Shu Xiaoya, tell me, did you really sleep with Ma Cheng? Hua Sijin turned sideways, covering Hua Chen's ears. Although Hua Chen was unaware of what his brother had said, he observed his elder brother's stern and serious expression and nodded vigorously. Following closely behind him, after approximately 3 minutes, they finally traversed the corridor and spotted several figures hiding behind the corridor's pillars. Even Hua Chen couldn't help but scoff. With such shoddy production and those flower-paste faces, this is supposed to be hell level? A ghostly voice echoed near their ears. What kind of girl does that younger brother like? A soft, playful voice echoed, seemingly filled with anticipation, even tinged with a hint of greed. Yes, how dull this is. We should engage in something more entertaining. Si-chun, who are you conversing with? With the staff, replied Hua Si-chun. What do you see any staff in this haunted house? Hua Si-ju questioned, bewildered. Hua Si-chun paused, puzzled. Oh, right. Then who was speaking to me just now? The three brothers stood at the end of the long corridor, and Hua Si-ju looked up, momentarily stunned. Look, over there, Jiang Yu just raised his head. You haven't left yet? Come join us for some fun. And lend a hand with the setup. The whole brothers became alert. Hua Sijin quickly surveyed their surroundings, identical to when they first arrived, with the white dress against the wall unchanged. Hua Si-chun stepped a few paces towards them, arriving right behind Shu Xiaoyu. Weren't we told not to play such games? Shu Xiaoyu slowly turned around, suddenly lifting her head. Her ponytail had transformed into disheveled hair, her complexion pale, and blood tears trickled down from beneath her eyes as she extended her hand towards Hua Si-chun. Brother, this game is quite captivating. Come play with us. Ah, there's a ghost, Hua Si-chun exclaimed. Hua Sijin and Hua Si-ju hurriedly shielded him from behind, both recognizing the ominous aura surrounding the girl before them. This is truly a ghost sighting, Hua Si-ju remarked. Hua Sijin had barely glanced at the two girls earlier, so he had not noticed Shu Xiaoyu's transformation. Frowning, he questioned, what purpose does a normal person have in wearing such makeup? It's rather distressing for your friends. Shu Xiaoyu's voice turned sinister. They invited me to join their game. This is just how I am. Scaring them is their own fault. He. Before Hua Sijin could respond, Hua Siju pulled him away urgently. Everyone, step back. She has been possessed by something sinister. The voice of the possessed pen spirit echoed ominously. Oh dear, what a dreadful name. I have a name, you know. I am called the pen spirit. Huo Jin could hardly believe his ears. Pen spirit? The pen spirit was already summoned, and whoever called it would be instantly targeted. It detached from Xu Xiaoyu's body, its voice exuberant, infused with unabashed eagerness. Oh, what a handsome young man. I like you. As Xu Xiaoyu collapsed, a wave of dark energy surged towards Huo Jin. The terrifying force transformed into a gaping maw, releasing chilling winds that pushed Huo Ju and Huo Chun back 2 meters. Brother, Huo Ju and Huo Chun scrambled to their feet, rushing towards Huo Jin, who was engulfed by the thick, dark energy. Just as they lunged toward him, the pen spirit, opening its gaping mouth, let out a piercing scream. Simultaneously, Xu Xiaoyu, lying on the ground, regained consciousness. With a pale face, she rushed towards Ma Cheng. Ma Cheng, save me. We must leave. There truly is a ghost. Jiang Yu and Xiao Yu exchanged incredulous glances at Xu Xiaoyu and Ma Cheng. So the pen spirit was correct. You two really did this? Ma Cheng swiftly pulled Xu Xiaoyu to the entrance. Why worry about that now? We need to survive. The pen spirit is indeed real. Xiaoyu, eyes wide with shock, replied. Ma Cheng. Xiaoyu clutched her chest, tears streaming down her face as she nodded. All right, thinking of escaping? Do you believe my pen spirit can be summoned and dismissed at your whim? Everyone who entered this haunted house shall remain. The pen spirit, floating in mid-air, suddenly shuddered, shedding several bristles from its brush. Its voice shifted from a delicate tone to a more sinister and gruff timbre. I allowed you to leave. Why do you still cling to me? Unscathed, Huo Jin grasped the threatening pen spirit, scrutinizing it closely. What exactly are you? Can you not guess? Huo Ju and Huo Chen arrived at the scene, speaking in unison. Brother, it is a malevolent entity. It can take lives. Recalling the earlier oddities, Huo Jin furrowed his brow and inquired further. Are you truly a malevolent entity? The pen spirit responded. It is aware of its nature. Yet it harbors doubts about the humanity of the one holding it. How can a fearsome spirit be so easily captured by a mere human, and still dare to pluck its bristles? The pen spirit seethed with rage, yet it had to suppress its fury. For this young man possessed something that instilled fear in malevolent beings. This was indeed remarkable. Although it had never encountered the ruler of the underworld, it had heard tales of their youth. Had this individual mastered the art of rejuvenation? Having birthed a child, I've heard the child is already 3.5 years old. Is this preparation for a second spring? Does the child agree? Chapter 081. Attempted, unable to overcome. Nearly annihilated, the pen spirit scrutinized Huo Jin and suddenly burst into laughter. So you are a simpleton. Huo Jin felt no fear before the pen spirit. His mind was consumed by disbelief, for this was a society of scientific advancement. Spirits and demons were relics of the past. Thus, he had momentarily thought he was hallucinating. However, upon witnessing the pen spirit exuding an ominous aura once more, he quickly turned to Huo Ju and Huo Chun, who had rushed to his side. This is unscientific. Moreover, he perceptively detected an undercurrent of malice in the pen spirit's laughter. Run. The final 2 words erupted from Huo Jin's lips. As distant screams echoed down the corridor, the light within the haunted house dimmed further, as if those props had come to life, drawing closer to them. Meanwhile, the 2 actors stationed at the first checkpoint began conversing. I find it strange. There are only 3 props down the corridor. Since entering, one would find it difficult to adjust to the darkness, hence the 3 actors dressed in white. To challenge a hellish haunted house, one should not faint at mere props, right? Let us call the monitoring room and inquire about the situation. One of them pulled out their phone to make a call. Darn, no signal. The other checked their phone and was equally perplexed. What? I have no signal either. Has the monitoring room blocked our signal because they noticed we were only playing games? Surely not. With no guests, who we scare? Are we not just sleeping on the job? What if we accidentally let them pass? All right, if we cannot see, we cannot see. I know the layout of this haunted house even with my eyes closed. Follow me. I will guide you to rescue them. Honestly, if you're timid, don't attempt a hellish challenge. We haven't even begun our act. Suddenly, Actor 1 encountered a disheveled girl with a severed arm. Wow, your makeup is impressive. So realistic. Is this ketchup? Applying so much on your chest seems wasteful. You could save it for bread. The girl raised her hand, rummaging through her pocket, producing a bloody severed arm to offer. Who needs bread? Eat meat. He marveled. When did our haunted house props become so lifelike? This fake arm feels incredibly real. And this blood. Actor 2 touched the tomato juice and licked his tongue, his expression changing instantly. No, no, no. Actor 1 chuckled at him. It's fake. All of it is fake. You're one of them. Why fear this? The girl spoke softly. It's not fake. It's real. The female lead, with long hair obscuring her face, revealed a pallid countenance, marred by a few sparse whiskers on her chin. Her mouth slightly askew as she gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. Real person 1. Real person 2. There, S.A. Ghost. The fake woman. An abomination with a crooked mouth and missing limbs, huffed in dissatisfaction at the sight of 2 terrified staff members fleeing in panic. A haunted house devoid of ghosts is hardly worthy of its name. With that, she transformed into a wisp of black mist and swiftly pursued them. The entire hellish haunted house echoed with screams. Meanwhile, the monitoring room was empty as the staff had stepped away to the restroom, leaving the surveillance of the haunted house unobserved, which had devolved into a snowy static due to the interference of malevolent energy. Sitting on the Ferris wheel, Neichuanzi leaned against Mingxiu Gu, drowsily fighting off sleep. The scenery from the Ferris wheel was indeed beautiful, yet the sun was too blaring. Neichuanzi, who preferred the shade, couldn't he endure it for more than 3 minutes. Observing the slumbering Neichuanzi, Mingxiu Gu called out a few times without success and hastily cradled her in his arms. Just as he did, he suddenly glanced towards the haunted house below. There was malevolent energy. Mingxiu Gu quickly stood up, holding Neichuanzi, who promptly opened her eyes. Mingxiu Gu, there are ghostly beings frightening elder brother, second brother, and third brother. As Mingxiu Gu prepared to press the call button, Neichuanzi sensed through the bloodline of the underworld that her brothers were in dire straits, wrapping her arms around Mingxiu Ji's neck. Mingxiu Gu, quickly close your eyes. Instinctively, Mingxiu Gu shut his eyes, feeling as if he were being propelled into the air. When Neichuanzi's voice returned, they found themselves enveloped in an oppressive shroud of malevolent energy. With her chubby fingers outstretched, Neichuanzi clapped her hands down forcefully. At the sound of her obscure incantation, the surrounding malevolent energy retreated as if scorched by infernal flames. Mingxiu Gu stared in astonishment, yet remained focused on the task at hand. As the malevolent energy dissipated, he quickly scanned the vicinity, spotting the Huo brothers collapsed on the ground 3 meters ahead. He rushed towards them, holding Neichuanzi tightly. Si Jin Gu, Si Ju, Si Chun. How are you? On the ground, Hua Si Jin and Hua Si Ju shielded Hua Si Chun closely, their faces pale, yet their consciousness intact. Upon seeing Mingxiu Gu and Neichuanzi, the 3 scrambled to their feet. What brings you here? Neichuanzi surveyed the area, realizing there was more than one ghostly entity lurking about. Mingxiu Gu, you and elder brother, second brother, and third brother stay here. I will deal with them. Mingxiu Gu stood resolutely. Kai, Mingxiu Gu will accompany you. Hua Si Jin, Hua Si Ju, and Hua Si Chun also rose to their feet. And us, especially Hua Si Jin, who scooped Neichuanzi into his arms. It's unreasonable for a sister to protect her brothers. Neichuanzi hesitated for a moment. Elder brother, can you see those ghostly beings? Hua Si Jin's expression stiffened. Yes. At this point, disbelief in the existence of ghosts was no longer an option. Neichuanzi softly inquired. Then, can elder brother defeat them? Hua Si Jin replied, I've tried. It's futile. We almost got wiped out. Neichuanzi embraced Hua Si Jin's neck, softly comforting him. With that, she dashed into the chilling, malevolent energy. Chapter 082. The Cold and Irritable Spirit Rider. After all, the sun was blazing outside, and as someone not entirely human, she had felt lethargic. But now she was invigorated. With her hands on her plump waist, she activated the Underworld office mode barrier, confining all specters within her controllable range. The Spirit Rider, a ghostly being of great malevolence, instinctively fled upon sensing the sudden surge of the Underworld bloodline. Meanwhile, the earlier apparition in a white dress, now a grotesque figure with missing limbs, felt a surge of malevolent energy and glared at Neichuanzi with cold, predatory eyes. Upon spotting Neichuanzi, it charged toward her with the ferocity of a famished demon. The spirit rider hesitated, contemplating the situation. After all, it was aware that this malevolent entity had been suppressed in the haunted house for many years. And now that it had reemerged, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Having only recently become a malevolent spirit, it realized it could not contend with the formidable presence of Neichuanzi, who radiated a powerful aura, even more potent than its own. The spirit rider decided to play the role of an observer, waiting to see who would emerge victorious from the confrontation. As it concealed itself within a brush, it quietly rolled on the ground. Suddenly, a hand picked it up. Upon being lifted, it beheld a fair, exceptionally handsome youth, just as the spirit rider intended to seize the moment for an attack. It detected the aura of a powerful underworld aristocrat emanating from the boy, leaving it flabbergasted. Wasn't it said that the underworld aristocrat was too busy to even attend to his own daughter, leaving her in the care of underworld staff? What was going on with a series of youths bearing the bloodline of the underworld aristocrat making appearances? The spirit rider was astonished by this thought. Perhaps the underworld aristocrat wasn't as busy as rumored, but instead was engaged in procreation? The spirit rider was taken aback by its own musings. Had the underworld become a place that permitted eternal life? Mingshu Gu, entering the scene, noticed the spirit rider clinging to the brush and quickly retrieved a talisman from his pocket, one he had taken from the old man's study. The spirit rider, caught off guard, felt an intense burning pain enveloping it, causing the entire brush to tremble. It hurts. This was Mingshu Ji's first encounter with such a malevolent spirit, and the situation appeared precarious. He hastily pulled out another talisman to affix it. The spirit rider could no longer maintain its feminine voice, transforming into a coarse, masculine tone, filled with cold fury. Young man, if you apply another talisman, I will perish. Killing a spirit without cause violates the Underworld Resident Protection Law. Mingshu glanced at it. The Underworld Resident Protection Law only safeguards law-abiding residents. You are not among them. The spirit rider exploded in rage, its form disintegrating like popcorn in a hot pan. Mingshu Gu, concerned for Neichuanzi, had no time to engage in banter with the specter. Ensuring the spirit was subdued, he hastily tucked the entire brush into his pocket and rushed to find Neichuanzi. The spirit rider found itself trapped, bewildered as to why the son of the underworld aristocrat possessed so many talismans designed to combat spirits. Was this a rebellion against its own father? In life and death, the spirit rider had no other interests apart from indulging in various melodramatic romances. Ah, how thrilling! Unbeknownst to Mingshu Gu, he could not locate Neichuanzi. Kai, Hua Jin, Hua Ju, and Hua Chun had gathered Ma Cheng and two other real individuals together. Hearing Mingshu Ji's voice from the dark mist nearby, they couldn't help but glance over simultaneously. Mingshu, how is Kai? Mingshu Gu glanced down at the starry jade pendant around his neck, noting it showed no signs of disturbance. So was Kai safe? Ma Cheng, Xiao Yu, Shu Xiaoya, and Jiang Yu, terrified, huddled closely together. Amusingly, Ma Cheng clung tightly to Shu Xiaoya, while Xiao Yu inadvertently bumped into Jiang Yu. Initially awkward, they exchanged glances and held each other even tighter. Ah, ghost! The real individuals were equally terrified by the commotion. Ah, ghost! Hua Chun, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, "Be quiet. The spirits are over there. Cease your clamor, or I shall cast you to the spirits." He and his two brothers could perceive the chaotic apparitions around them, yet they were assured that their immediate vicinity was remarkably pristine. All the malevolent energy lingered 5 meters ahead, dense enough to seem almost tangible, like coal ready to solidify. The two brothers quickly covered their mouths, while Xiao Yu glanced at them anxiously. "I apologize. It's primarily due to your ghastly attire." The two boys hastily shed their bloodied, horrifying garments. What is happening? How can there truly be spirits? Who can argue otherwise? The key question is, has the monitoring room failed to detect our predicament for so long? Is no one coming to our rescue? Jiang Yu's gaze shifted to Hua Jin. Concern etched on his face. Has your sister entered as well? Where is she? It is perilous inside. I have heard that younger children are more susceptible to attracting spirits. Hua Nation recalled the peculiar yet adorable Nai Tuanzi with a hint of confidence. Just as he was about to praise his little sister, Hua Nation interjected, "You are mistaken. Our sister has gone to play in the Mo Tianlun." Hua Nation exclaimed, "Huh?" Hua Nation nodded affirmatively. "Yes. She went with another brother to play in the Mo Tianlun. After all, she is merely 3.5 years old, and it is expressly forbidden for such young children to enter haunted houses, lest they be frightened." Jiang Yu, who had previously seen Nai Tuanzi in a panic, pondered, "Could it be that I was mistaken?" Jiang Yu was not one to meddle, and at this moment, it was better to avoid complications. "What should we do now?" Xu Xiao leaned against Ma Cheng, a glimmer of calculation in her eyes, and suddenly spoke sweetly. "Jiang Yu, I trust you saw that little sister earlier. Could she have rushed inside? Why don't you go look for her? Ma Cheng and I will check the entrance. We will surely find a way out." Jiang Yu ignored her, and Xiao Yu's expression darkened. If Jiang Yu says he didn't see her, then he didn't see her. "What do you mean by suggesting we search inside? Do you want us to go to our deaths, sacrificing our lives to grant you and Ma Cheng a chance to escape? Are you even human?" Xu Xiaoye feigned innocence. "I merely express concern, especially since it's a matter of life." Hua Xijin glared at her impassively. "You may pursue whatever you desire. However, should you continue to use my sister as an excuse?" Hua Shijue and Hua Shichun simultaneously regarded Xu Xiaoye with expressions as fierce as predatory beasts poised to strike. "Try it." Chapter 083, Nai Tuanzi, Seeking Death. The Nai Tuanzi, deliberately mentioned by Xu Xiaoye, remained steadfast in her defense against the malevolent energy, opening her small mouth wide and voraciously consuming the remaining dense energy. For the first time in decades, a malevolent spirit suppressed within the haunted house was astonished by the sight of someone handling spirits in such a manner, its eyes nearly popping from its sockets. This defies logic. As Nai Tuanzi feasted, she conversed with it. Why must it be logical? As long as it is edible. What more is required? The spirit retorted, "The crux is that the being consumed is me." It could hardly disregard this. As the surrounding malevolent energy rapidly diminished, the spirit revealed its true form. It was not merely missing an arm. It was, in fact, left with nothing but a head. Nai Tuanzi peered closely at the round head and sighed. "You are a hairless spirit." The hairless spirit replied indignantly, "In my former life, I was a monk." "Had you ever encountered a monk with hair?" Nai Tuanzi, feeling slighted by the hairless spirit's assumptions about her naivety, raised her chin and placed her hands defiantly on her hips. "I have. Disciples of the Buddhist path may keep their hair." The hairless spirit wondered why it was engaging in conversation with a creature that was neither human nor ghost. Why not simply eliminate her? The hairless spirit, realizing this, emitted a chilling, sinister laugh. "Nai Tuanzi, you tread a dangerous path. Heaven has its routes, yet hell has no doors." Nai Tuanzi interrupted its menacing proclamation. "You are mistaken. Hairless spirit, hell does have doors. The grand gates were newly constructed last year. They are quite impressive." The hairless spirit was at a loss for words. It could not proceed with its threats any longer. "Then let us engage." The hairless spirit's malice surged, an icy, terrifying energy erupting from its abyss-like features. Nai Tuanzi observed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Wow, you have so many delectable treats hidden away." The hairless spirit was flabbergasted, as the seemingly fog-like energy, which concealed lethal intent, surged towards Nai Tuanzi. It ultimately vanished into her cherubic mouth. The hairless spirit's eye sockets emitted a cracking sound, and upon examination, the bones surrounding them had begun to fracture. "What on earth are you?" Nai Tuanzi smacked her lips, satisfaction evident on her face. "I'm a little darling." The hairless spirit, enraged, collided with the ceiling in frustration. "I asked what you are, not your name." This diminutive Nai Tuanzi clearly belonged to a different era. When the spirit had wreaked havoc, she likely hadn't even been alive. Nai Tuanzi, somewhat perplexed, tilted her head and spoke uncertainly. "The offspring of the king of hell?" The hairless spirit scoffed. "You must be jesting. Spirits cannot bear offspring." It mused, recalling its own experiences as a spirit. Despite appearing similar to humans, spirits lack the ability for the most essential form of communication. The reason it had escaped from hell was due to the sluggish reincarnation process. It would have to wait a century to be reborn. With a century to spare, it was more appealing to venture out and revel rather than languish in hell. The spirit sought a partner and longed for a family. In life, it had possessed nothing, but upon death, it discovered that there were those who remembered it with offerings. However, it was still dead. It had never married or had children while alive, and after death, it sought out soulmates one after another. After countless attempts, it ultimately realized that while hell permitted relationships, it categorically forbade procreation. When it came to that final step, the rules of hell intervened, preventing all spirits from producing offspring. Naitawanzi pouted, crossing her arms defiantly. Little darling, did not deceive you. The inability to have spirit children is due to your own inadequacy. The hairless spirit, now decades old, found itself under attack from a being that was neither human nor ghost. It was infuriated. Once more, the dense, malevolent energy surged from its features, forming icy swords aimed at Naitawanzi's heart. The hairless spirit threatened, "I shall obliterate you." Naitawanzi, excited by the prospect of more treats from the spirit, inquired, "How many delicacies do you have hidden within your head? Reveal them. Otherwise, I shall crack open your skull and feast." The hairless spirit, indignant, declared, "Where did this impudent little darling come from? Such disrespect towards elders. I must annihilate her." With its fury in full bloom, the spirit unleashed a tempest of chilling winds within the barrier, gradually ascending into the air, its head swelling and enveloped in a dense, frigid energy, transforming into a gigantic, sinister black skull, its voice cold and menacing. "Naitawanzi!" Siki the hairless specter emitted a blood-curdling scream. "Ah!" Naitawanzi chuckled, gazing at it with eyes that sparkled as if looking at an exquisitely delectable dish. "After all, I am the cherished child of my father. Any ghostly entity that seeks to offend me shall, should I desire it, become my sustenance." The hairless specter shrank into a small, dark mass, resembling a tiny coal. It even sprouted two round, glistening eyes that spun rapidly. This is not scientific. There is but one master of the underworld. The only entities capable of subduing such a formidable ghost are those of equal or higher rank. Yet while it may be unable to defeat them, self-preservation for a limited time should pose no issue. Naitawanzi, observing the diminutive hairless specter, laughed and explained, "Indeed." The hairless specter, feeling both oppressed and perplexed, queried, "Then why were you able to capture me so effortlessly?" Naitawanzi blinked her bright, sparkling eyes and licked her lips. "Because you taste particularly delightful, and I wish to eat you." The hairless specter, now the size of Naitawanzi's palm, pondered, "Is this truly what you meant? Is this the matter at hand? Where are your guardians? They should come forth and discuss this." Chapter 084. The Master of the Underworld. How many sons does he truly have? Naitawanzi paid no heed to the hairless specter's thoughts. After all, how could a true gourmand contemplate the feelings of their ingredients? Eating was all that mattered. Thus, Naitawanzi molded the small mass in her hand into a rice ball-sized shape. Then, she opened her mouth and lifted her hand, preparing to toss it in. The hairless specter shrieked in terror. "Ah, spare me." Naitawanzi, poised to commence her feast, inquired, The hairless specter realized that within Naitawanzi's palm, it seemed to have lost all combat prowess, akin to a fish awaiting slaughter on a cutting board, leaving its emotions in turmoil. Decades prior, it had once roamed freely, claiming lives with impunity. Now, it quickly assessed its current diminutive form and the seemingly 3- or 4-year-old Naitawanzi, its dark eyes darting about. "You are indeed a child, correct? You claim I appear delectable?" Naitawanzi nodded affirmatively. "I have tasted you. The flavor is exquisite, though there is a hint of mildew. It seems you haven't been stained by blood for decades, and I quite like it." The hairless specter thought to itself, "This child is certainly not human. Can a human truly consume a ghostly entity? Can one even discern if a ghost has taken lives when tasting it?" A thought struck the hairless specter, and it began to feign misery, its large, dark eyes on its small, coal-like body projecting an aura of innocence and sorrow. "Child, I have been oppressed here. Though I claimed lives decades ago, those souls deserved it, so I'm truly a good ghost." Naitawanzi nodded in recognition. "I understand. which is why I did not simply devour you, but afforded you the chance to explain. Then, Nai Tawanzi earnestly asked, have you finished speaking? If so, may I begin my meal? The hairless specter retorted, what purpose does explanation serve if you intend to eat me regardless? Child, I am still in line, awaiting reincarnation. Nai Tawanzi was momentarily taken aback. You are in line? The hairless specter, sensing an opportunity, nodded sorrowfully. Yes, indeed. I was told I must wait 100 years. I calculated, and it has been 78 years. Only 22 years remain. Nai Tawanzi gazed at it with confusion. Then why are you here? The hairless specter lamented. It is too embarrassing to discuss matters of producing offspring with a 3-year-old. I merely ventured out of boredom, only to be suppressed by a Taoist. Nai Tawanzi responded with an O, closing her eyes to sift through the past of the hairless specter. Confirming it was indeed a ghost awaiting reincarnation, she swallowed her disappointment. It appears I cannot consume you. Embracing the spirit of better a dead friend than a living foe, the hairless specter quickly mentioned the pen spirit. That pen for before. The pen spirit within. Child, you may feast upon it. The pen spirit, sealed outside the barrier, seethed at this proclamation. What concern was it to them? It had aspired to ascend from a formidable ghost to a greater one, only to be sealed away at the first opportunity. Nai Tawanzi sensed the pen spirit's reaction, her brows furrowing slightly. She opened her mouth and took a small bite of the coal-like mass in her palm, creating a small dent without eliciting a sound from the hairless specter. Nai Tawanzi questioned, so, will you still seek reincarnation? The hairless specter, fearing for its life, dared not answer in the negative. Yes. Nai Tawanzi rummaged through her pocket and retrieved a small notebook. The hairless specter watched in astonishment as Nai Tawanzi scribbled a few lines, erasing its original identification number and replacing it with a brand new one. The queue time reset to a fresh 100 years. The hairless specter lamented. Nai Tawanzi seems to anticipate my confusion. She explained in a sweet, childish voice. One cannot abandon the queue for reincarnation. If one departs, they either have to restart the line or be treated as an obstruction to the Underworld's operations and disposed of randomly. You claim you wish to continue seeking reincarnation. May I issue you a new number? The hairless specter felt utterly despondent. It had squandered 10 years over the last 78, being suppressed here for the remaining 68 years. If not for the summoning of the pen spirit, it would have been left helpless. Seeing its dismal demeanor, Nai Tawanzi raised her brows, her innocent voice brimming with anticipation for delightful food. Is that not acceptable? The hairless specter, with a slight nod of its small head, affirmed, yes, yes, absolutely no problem. Preserving my life is paramount. Nai Tawanzi felt a pang of disappointment. However, this diminutive ghost seemed suitable to keep nearby, perhaps as a charm for her elder brother's phones. For now, I will care for you. We are in the mortal realm. You must not harm humans, nor even frighten them. The hairless specter wore a face devoid of hope. Without uttering a word, it acquiesced to Nai Tawanzi. She then kneaded and shaped the hairless specter into an adorable, round little black ball with large eyes. Maintain this form. If anyone besides me discovers you are not human. The hairless specter, feeling utterly defeated, murmured, you will consume me. Nai Tawanzi chuckled merrily. Indeed, it seemed an eternity had passed, yet only 3 to 5 minutes had elapsed. Big brother, second brother, third brother, Ming Su Gij. I have arrived. Bai Mingshu rushed forward upon spotting Nai Tawanzi, scooping her up in his arms. Child. Huasijin, Huo Siju, and Huasikin quickly joined, surrounding Nai Tawanzi closely. Huasijin instinctively lifted her from Bai Mingshu's embrace. Are you all right? Nai Tawanzi beamed, raising the small coal ball in her hand. Big brother, I have a gift for you. Huasijin paused, taken aback. A gift? Nai Tawanzi nodded enthusiastically. Yes, since you can see the ghostly entities now, just in case, I'm gifting this ghost to you. It will protect you. The hairless specter inwardly lamented. Did we not agree to keep it from exposure? Was this not a double standard? It cannot expose itself. Yet Nai Tawanzi could? Upon noticing the 4 young men had the bloodline aura of the master of the underworld, the hairless specter became utterly unsettled. Double standards. They must not let these ghostly entities bring about human fatalities. The Lord of the Underworld has indeed spawned a multitude of offspring. When the Pen Fairy, trapped within the confines of Biming Sado, sensed the presence of 5 individuals bearing the bloodline of the Underworld Lord. It was consumed by a singular, melodramatic thought. How many sons does the Lord of the Underworld truly possess? Chapter 085. Which mental institution is this? Hua Nation, holding the black yarn ball handed to him by his little sibling, felt his muscles tense. The soft texture prompted him to squeeze it instinctively, discovering its surprising elasticity. Hua Nation, feeling a pang of jealousy, asked, "Little one, why does only the eldest brother receive a gift? What about me and second brother?" The little one, having anticipated this question, explained in a sweet, innocent voice, "Third brother, it's because big brother is the oldest and has a heavy study load. When he finds this round ball too tiring, he can use it to relieve stress. You and second brother are still young. There's no rush. If I come across any fun, ghostly items in the future, I promise to give you and second brother something to squeeze as well, all right?" The hairless, ghostly entity was indeed formidable, transformed into a stress relief toy for humans. What about its ghostly visage? Hua Xiqing's spirits lifted as he embraced the little one and planted a kiss on her forehead, exclaiming, "Thank you, little one." As Bei Mingsu prepared to retrieve the brush possessed by the pen fairy for the little one, Shuxu, already frightened and eager to leave, rushed over. She tightly embraced the little one, inquiring urgently, "Little friend, how did you get in here? Can you lead us out through the entrance?" Jiang Yu and Xiao Yu, however, remained cautious, standing a few paces away from the little one and the others. Despite her small stature, she was capable of directly squeezing ghostly entities. As for the unfaithful couple, their lives had nearly been forfeit. It was best for the scoundrels to remain together, sparing others from their treachery. Hua Siju lowered his voice and asked the little one, "Can you make them forget what they witnessed today?" The little one nodded with a smile, her voice soft and endearing. Before Jiang Yu and Xiao Yu could express their gratitude, the little one closed her eyes and gently snapped her fingers. Hua Xijin and the others observed a faint black mist emanating from the little one's fingertips, swiftly enveloping Jiang Yu and the others before penetrating their foreheads. For a brief moment, they were dazed and confused. When the mist dissipated, the four regained their clarity, staring in astonishment at the 3.5-year-old little one. Goodness, is the boss trying to avoid humanity? Even a child's earnings are being exploited? What if something happens? Indeed, Hua Siju approached them with a smile. "My sister got lost and wandered in here. We will take her out immediately." The two real individuals nodded in understanding. "Oh, we see. Follow us. But remember to cover the little one's eyes. Although it's all fake, it can still be quite unsettling." Hua Siju expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brothers. I will cover her eyes." The little one chimed in, "All right. Whatever second brother says goes." Hua Xijin cradled her, followed closely by Hua Siju, then Hua Xiqing, and finally Bei Mingsu. Jiang Yu and Xiao Yu, recovering from their daze, retained their memories of the pen fairy, revealing Shuxiu and Ma Cheng's infidelity. They exchanged glances, realizing that Shuxiu and Ma Cheng had vanished. Jiang Yu pursed his lips, stating calmly, "Let us leave this place." Xiao Yu nodded, her hands gradually forming fists, and the two closely followed Bei Mingsu towards the exit. Meanwhile, at the exit of the haunted house, Shuxiu and Ma Cheng, their faces pale, were on the phone with the police while seeking out the haunted house's manager, repeatedly insisting that there were ghostly entities inside, and their SA 3.5-year-old child, particularly sinister, capable of directly squeezing those ghostly entities, appearing human, yet certainly not. "Managerly, you must summon a celestial master at once." Ma Cheng, still shaken, chimed in. "Yes. Manager Li, you must urgently invite a celestial master. Otherwise, lives will be at stake." By the time the little one and her brothers emerged, the police had already arrived. Due to Shuxiu and Ma Cheng's commotion, Manager Li had no choice but to temporarily close the haunted house, waiting for Hua Xijin and the others at the exit. Upon their emergence, Manager Li frowned. "How did such a small child get in here?" Hua Xiqing quickly explained. "My sister got lost and accidentally entered the haunted house while searching for us. We found her and brought her out immediately. We apologize." Manager Li turned to the two real individuals, who nodded in confirmation. "That is correct." Manager Li's frown deepened as he glanced at the clearly frightened Shuxiu and Ma Cheng. "You too." Shuxiu pointed an accusing finger at the little one. "It's her. She is definitely not human. she is a ghost. She even squeezed a ghost into a black ball, right there in her older brother's hands. Hua Sijin produced a black yarn ball, transformed into a creature with large eyes, and shot a cold glare at Shuxiuyu. Is this what you mean? Do you believe it to be a ghost? Can a ghost endure sunlight? Can it withstand the blazing rays of midday? Shuxiuyu retorted, its abilities are so profound that it fears not the sun. Jiang Yu could no longer remain silent. Striding towards Shuxiuyu and Ma Cheng. You two may have indulged in infidelity, but why tarnish the reputation of such an adorable little one? Xiaoyu stepped forward as well. Officer, I can attest that they are lying. Originally, we were two couples, but my boyfriend was secretly involved with his girlfriend. If it weren't for this visit to the haunted house, we would have remained oblivious. They now play the role of the wronged, attempting to use the so-called ghostly entities to trap us, fearing we would seek retribution. Shuxiuyu and Ma Cheng exclaimed, Are you serious? Have you forgotten the terrifying experience of nearly losing your lives in a haunted house? To their surprise, the disdain from Jiang Yu and Xiaoyu surpassed even the mortal danger posed by the ghostly entities. Did they believe that merely emerging from the haunted house would absolve them of their predicament? Hua Xiqing quietly asked the little one, Can we not erase their memories? The little one was about to nod when Hua Sijin interjected calmly, No need. They believe in their own lies. But their corrupt hearts will not let them pass up this opportunity to escalate matters. Bei Mingsu added, However, the haunted house will not allow them to cause a ruckus, as it would affect its interests. Thus, they will swiftly summon the police or personnel from a mental institution to remove them. Hua Siju, in high spirits, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hua Xiqing's eyes twinkled as he discreetly asked the little one, Can we frighten them with that ghostly entity? The little one giggled mischievously, Of course we can. The hairless ghost will play dead. After all, the pen fairy is still here. The hairless ghost remained motionless, as if it did not exist at all. The little one commanded go. The hairless ghost, now embodying a gigantic, terrifying crimson visage, lunged at Shuxiuyu and Ma Cheng. They screamed in terror, It's a ghost. Help! Not only the police, but also the onlooking visitors shook their heads in disbelief. Are they not from a mental institution? We should call the psychiatric hospital. Indeed. Hello. Is this the mental institution? We have discovered 2 mental patients at the Central Amusement Park who urgently require medical personnel to escort them away. Shuxiuyu and Ma Cheng lamented. Are these people blind? How could they not see such a large black skull? Chapter 086. Eager to reincarnate. Initially, among the onlookers, a few had supported Shuxiuyu and Ma Cheng. However, as they witnessed the two being terrified and shrieking by the hairless ghost, the supporters felt increasingly awkward. Given the current mental state, it seems unreasonable to claim there is nothing amiss. Jiang Yu, observing the situation, once again broached the subject of the romantic entanglement between Shu Xia, Ma Cheng, and the latter along with Xiao Yu. The increasing number of onlookers only served to amplify the dissemination of information. Among them was a university classmate who, upon witnessing Shu Xiaoye and Ma Cheng clinging to one another in fright, could not help but notice Jiang Yu and Xiao Yu standing nearby, one expressionless and the other pale, unable to bear the sight any longer. Shu Xiaoye, Ma Cheng, have you no shame? You all agreed to come out together, and it turns out this was merely a cover for your antics. Upon being discovered, you resort to slandering Jiang Yu and Xiao Yu, claiming they were haunted in the ghost house. How audacious! Another female classmate chimed in, Exactly. I was in that ghost house with several roommates just half an hour ago. The horror experience was indeed remarkable, but there was no such haunting as you described. Those with guilty consciences see specters everywhere. Under normal circumstances, Shu Xiaoya and Ma Cheng would have acknowledged their fault, promptly leaving the scene. However, terror-stricken by the grotesque, blood-soaked visage of the ghost, they could only react instinctively, fleeing and screaming. As the paramedics arrived, both were ultimately sedated and taken away. Hua Sijin observed their departure, seizing the moment of distraction to carry the little one and guide his 3 younger brothers away. Hua Xiqing felt a sense of satisfaction, recalling the tale of the farmer and the snake, realizing he had stumbled into a similar scenario. How intriguing! Bai Mingxu smirked. Good and evil will eventually receive their due. It is merely a matter of time. Hua Siju noticed the little one cradled in his elder brother's arms was growing drowsy and suggested, "Brother, the little one seems quite tired. Perhaps we should find a place for her to rest?" Hua Jin shared this sentiment and proceeded towards the parking lot, intent on finding a suitable spot for the little one to recover before continuing their day of fun. Bai Mingxiu and Hua Xiqing had no objections, and the group swiftly exited the amusement park. Unbeknownst to them, within 10 minutes of their departure, a young man in his 20s made inquiries at both the Ferris wheel and the ghost house concerning their whereabouts. "Is this the child?" Manager Li, not having a clear recollection of the little one, was preoccupied with ensuring the ghost house's profits remained intact. He hesitated as he examined the photograph of the girl held by the well-dressed man. The young man smiled warmly. "If Manager Li does not recall, might I inquire if anyone else here has seen this child?" Manager Li, noting the man's affluent appearance, felt compelled to avoid dismissiveness and called forth 2 staff members. After glancing at the photo, they shook their heads in confusion. "We do not recognize her. Who is she?" The young man chuckled softly. "She is my little niece, visiting the amusement park with my nephews. Since you do not know her, I shall continue my search elsewhere." Both Manager Li and the staff members were perplexed, feeling as if they should recognize the little one, yet could not recall her appearance. A man, busy as he was, remained protective of his only daughter, cautious to a fault. He sensed the presence of Ming Zai in this vicinity, yet as he appeared, her aura dissipated swiftly. Even those who had encountered her experienced a distortion in memory, their recollections becoming hazy. But can one truly protect for a moment, only to fail to safeguard for a lifetime? A flicker of cold determination passed through the man's gaze as his slender figure melded into the throngs of people, quickly vanishing from sight. The little one slept soundly until 3:30 in the afternoon, awakening to a grand feast with her 4 elder brothers. To ensure she had the energy to play later, she made a concerted effort to moderate her intake, recognizing that if she filled up, she would only wish to sleep. However, this was Hua Xijin's first outing with her, and noticing her modest appetite, he assumed she had no liking for food and promptly ordered more dishes. "Little one, try this," he urged. Hua Xiqing, enchanted by the sight of his sister enjoying her meal, also sought to feed her. With cheeks puffed out, she emitted delightful sounds as she devoured her food, exuding an irresistible charm. Hua Siju and Bai Mingxiu were equally eager to participate, feeding the little one despite her initial reluctance. "Little one, have a taste of what your big brother has prepared. Little one, sip some broth that your second brother has served. Third brother has shredded the chicken leg for you. Hurry and eat, it's quite tasty." Bai Mingxiu, being the least related, refrained from force-feeding her and instead poured milk and juice for the little one. Unbeknownst to them, the little one began to nod off, ultimately resting in the embrace of her eldest brother, chewing on the food from her second brother while clutching the milk offered by her third brother, her head plunging into the bowl of rice before her. "Little one, little one, little one." The 4 brothers were startled and hurried to check on her. The Bai family possessed spiritual abilities and basic medical knowledge. After a thorough examination, Bai Mingxiu wore a bemused smile. Hua Xiqing, anxious, asked Mingxiu what is wrong with her. Hua Xijin and Hua Siju remained silent but fixated on him. Bai Mingxiu gently wiped the milk residue from the little one's mouth, his youthful voice laced with affection. "She is merely tired. She has eaten her fill and has fallen asleep." Hua Xijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Xiqing echoed, "Really?" Bai Mingxiu nodded with a smile. "If you are concerned, you may take her to Uncle Gu for a checkup, but the outcome would be the same. Her pulse is steady, and her spirit is tranquil and obedient." Hua Xijin glanced at the little one's round belly, feeling some concern. Has she eaten too much? Might she be uncomfortable falling asleep like this? Bai Mingxiu expressed similar worries. "Perhaps we should wake her and take her for a stroll before allowing her to sleep again?" The 3 Hua brothers nodded in unison. "That sounds good." The result was that the 4 of them, including Bai Mingxiu, called for the little one for quite some time, but she remained oblivious to their efforts. The Hua brothers and Bai Mingxiu exclaimed, "Surely, no piglet sleeps this soundly," even though Bai Mingxiu had confirmed her spirit was calm. Concern crept in. How could a child remain so oblivious amid such tumult? This was a cause for alarm. The 4 brothers' expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly took the little one to the first hospital to consult with Gu Qifeng. Upon seeing Hua Xijin leading the way, Gu Qifeng, pale with concern, assumed something was genuinely wrong with the little one and immediately rushed her into the emergency room. After conducting the examinations, Gu Qifeng appeared numb. The little one is as robust as a young calf. She is merely sound asleep. The Huo brothers and Bai Mingxiu responded in disbelief. Uncle Gu, are you serious? Chapter 087. Behave, or I will devour you. Hua Chunling, having just finished his workday, received a call from his eldest son. With 4 children at home, the emotionless profit-generating machine seldom worked overtime. Upon learning that the 4 children and Bai Mingxiu were at the first hospital, Hua Chunling forgot to inquire about the situation and promptly ended the call, instructing Jiang Lin to drive him there at top speed. When Hua Chunling arrived, the little one was still asleep, even more deeply than before, with soft snores escaping her lips. Upon seeing his arrival, Gu Qifeng quickly presented various examination results. To confirm the accuracy of the machines, I even had additional devices sent over from other hospitals and arranged for several highly skilled doctors to assist with her examination. Observing the little one's state, Hua Chunling realized she was simply asleep. Holding a dozen identical analysis reports, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. She is simply a heavy sleeper. It can be quite difficult to rouse her at times. At this point, he turned to Hua Sijin and the others. I apologize for not informing you. It seems I have frightened you all. Hua Sijin was astonished that his father would publicly apologize to them, yet he still found it hard to believe this answer. Was Zai Zai truly just asleep? Hua Chunling cast a glance at everyone present, all of whom were aware that Zai Zai possessed the ability to see spirits. Hua Chunling did not attempt to conceal anything. I suspect it is related to Zai Zai's unique sight. He paused to look at Bai Mingxiu. Mingxiu, what do you think? Bai Mingxiu, being somewhat affiliated with the Xianmen, had previously confirmed that the little one was indeed just sleeping. However, he was now at a loss. Bai Mingxiu felt somewhat awkward. Uncle Hua's speculation makes sense. When Zai Zai awakens, we can all ask her. Hua Chunling found this acceptable. It was essential to understand the reason behind it, or else next time she fell into such a deep slumber at the ancestral home, it would surely frighten the elders. Zai Zai slept until 3 o'clock the following afternoon. Hua Chunling had an urgent meeting at his company, so he instructed his 3 sons to remain at the hospital to care for Zai Zai, and after a hurried lunch, he rushed off to the office. When Zai Zai awoke, she noticed that her 4 brothers appeared somewhat fatigued. Elder brother, second brother, third brother, Mingxiu brother, did you all not sleep? Hua Siken could not hide the truth, still sleeping. We were nearly frightened to death by you. Zai Zai looked at him in confusion, her little mouth agape, her chubby face displaying a blank expression. Huh? Bai Mingxiu gently ruffled her hair and tidied her somewhat disheveled locks. Zai Zai, you fell asleep while eating yesterday and have been sleeping until now. Hua Siju reminded her. It is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the second day. Zai Zai felt a bit guilty, blinking her large, dewy eyes that had just awakened, and softly apologized to her brothers. Elder brother, second brother, third brother, Mingxiu brother. I'm sorry for worrying you. It was my fault. Next time, I will definitely inform you before I take a long nap. Hua Sijin frowned. There is going to be a next time? Zai Zai confidently nodded. Of course. After all, being exposed to the sun for too long makes me sleepy. However, the most crucial factor was eating. Whether it was indulging in delectable treats or enjoying a hearty meal, once she was full, sleep would inevitably follow. Previously, after consuming a vat of Mengpa soup in the underworld, her father, the king of hell, had mentioned that she slept for half a year. Fortunately, being her father's daughter, the effects of the Mengpa soup did not faze her. She had not forgotten who her father was. Hua Sijin struggled to contain his questions, finally managing to voice one that had been on his mind. Zai Zai, do ghosts truly exist in this world? Hua Siken interjected. Elder brother, do you still not believe in what you see? That woolen ball keychain on your phone, call it, and I guarantee it will respond. Hua Sijin insisted. I want to hear Zai Zai say it. Zai Zai did not quite understand why her elder brother insisted on her speaking, but she nodded obediently and affirmatively. Yes, they do. Hua Sijin pressed on. If they truly exist, ordinary people would be utterly defenseless against them. Wouldn't that incite panic? Hua Siju was aware of the answer. Hence, there were spirit-communicating families with legacies spanning centuries and special departments established by the state. Hua Sijin murmured. So that's the meaning of special departments. Hua Siju, alert, asked. Did you know about these special departments beforehand? Hua Sijin nodded. I did. and I initially thought they dealt with issues of national secrecy. I never expected. Huo Clan rubbed his face, even though he had not slept all night. Youth was on his side. Coupled with his good genes, he possessed an exceptionally handsome visage. Even with his disheveled hair, due to his shattered worldview, he exuded a kind of disheveled beauty that was strikingly different from his usual aloof demeanor. Zai observed her weary brothers with a hint of guilt. Elder brother, second brother, third brother, Mingshu brother, do you need a rest? Zai nodded obediently. I will listen to my brothers. The hospital was an establishment under the Hua Corporation, allowing the Hua family to come and go freely. Huo Clan continued to carry Zai, with Huo Clan, and Bai Mingshu following closely behind as they departed. As they passed through the lobby on the first floor, a woman in her 20s or 30s suddenly approached Huo Clan, who was holding Zai. Sir, that keychain of yours is absolutely adorable. May I take a look? The hairless, ghostly entity protruding from his pocket felt insulted for being praised as cute for the first time. After all, it was a male. Huo Clan did not even glance at her as he bluntly refused. No, the woman in the chi-pao did not give up, continuing to walk alongside Huo Clan, speaking gently. Sir, I truly adore your plush keychain. How about you tell me how much it costs, and I will buy it from you? Huo Clan halted, coldly staring at the woman with a gaze as indifferent and emotionless as Huo Clan's. 3 billion. The woman in the chi-pao instantly lost her composure, her voice rising in disbelief. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Huo Clan's voice was icy. If you can't afford it, stay away. The woman's expression turned sinister, and she raised her hand, dark energy swirling ominously from her palm. Zai immediately opened her mouth and began to absorb. The three Hua brothers. Bai Mingshu remained the most composed due to his familiarity with such occurrences. Sensing the impending danger, the woman instinctively tried to retract her hand, only to discover she could not. Zai eagerly licked her lips, looking at her with anticipation. Sister, please release a bit more. The woman in the chi-pao exclaimed, What kind of ghostly entity is this? It can actually devour dark energy. Zai voraciously consumed the dark energy that had leaked from the bracelet the woman wore on her wrist, leaving nothing behind and still wanting more. Sister, you are so poor. Not only can you not afford my elder brother's woolen ball, but you also have so few snacks on you. The woman in the chi-pao retorted. Is being poor her original sin? Zai suddenly broke into a smile, revealing her white teeth. Her voice sweet as she expressed her gratitude. But thank you, sister. You are a good person. As soon as I come down, I will bring you some snacks. The woman in the chi-pao. I swear you are not human. Chapter 088. This is a blatant provocation. The woman in the chi-pao turned pale, quickly retreating. Bai Mingshu had somehow positioned himself behind her and slowly began to speak as she stepped back. How long have you been wearing that bracelet? The woman in the chi-pao hurriedly removed the bracelet and tucked it into her bag, her demeanor shifting to one of hostility as she glared at Bai Mingshu. What business is it of yours? If I'm not selling it, so be it. After stating this, the woman in the chi-pao hastily turned away, clearly flustered. Bai Mingshu did not pursue her, but stood still, deep in thought. Huo Clan frowned and asked Bai Mingshu, Mingshu, is she human or? Bai Mingshu provided a definitive answer. Currently, she is human. Zai chimed in, puzzled. In 3 days, she will become a ghostly entity. Huo Clan's frown deepened. Will she die? Zai nodded, looking confused, her large eyes staring blankly at the retreating figure of the woman in the chi-pao. Her voice soft. Why is she collecting ghostly entities? Is she afraid of dying too slowly? Bai Mingshu suddenly asked Zai, do you want to follow her and take a look? Zai hesitated, glancing at her 3 brothers. Huo Clan looked at his younger brothers, while Huo Clan scratched the back of his head. Elder brother, second brother, if we ignore this, wouldn't that be tantamount to witnessing a death without intervening? The laid-back and carefree Huo replied coldly. Didn't Zai say it? That's her own doing. Having encountered collectors of various antiques and figurines before, this was the first time he had seen someone collecting ghostly entities. Such a young age, and yet so troubled. Huo Clan continued to watch the woman's silhouette, and suddenly, a familiar face flashed in his mind. I believe I have seen her at our school. Huo immediately became alert. Let us go, elder brother. We need to follow her. All right. Hua Siju held Zai as Hua Siken sat in the back seat, with Hua Sijin driving and Bai Mingxiu in the passenger seat. The woman in the Qipao quickly entered a black sedan, and their vehicle followed closely behind. Thanks to his unique sight, Hua Sijin could easily see a dark mass forming in the back seat where the woman had placed her cushion. She has unleashed that entity. It was on the rear windshield. It seemed aware of his gaze, as the dark, murky apparition pressed against the glass and raised a hand, revealing a ghastly white face of a boy, approximately 7 or 8 years old. The boy opened his mouth, displaying a sinister grin that sent chills down the spine, while his eyes appeared to regard them as mere inanimate objects. Bai Mingxiu also caught sight of it and quickly turned his head towards Hua Sijin. Hua Sijin gripped the steering wheel tightly, his thin lips pressed together in a slight frown. Aside from that, everything seemed remarkably normal. Bai Mingxiu, concerned for his friend, gently reassured him to act as if nothing were amiss. Hua Sijin, focused on driving, replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine. It's quite intriguing to observe." Hua Siken in the back seat gave his older brother a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you're amazing. I screamed the first time I encountered those things." Hua Ju chuckled, "That's why he's our big brother." All eyes were fixated on the spectral figure, rendering its every movement crystal clear. The little boy appeared astonished that they could all see him. His pale face gradually morphed into a scowl, only to be swiftly replaced by a malicious glare. The boy, seated in the back, flashed them another eerie smile before pointing to the right. Instinctively, Hua Sijin and the others followed his gesture, their expressions shifting dramatically. As the boy moved, a thin veil of ominous energy enveloped a small car waiting at the red light at the right intersection. The entity was making its move. In the instant Hua Sijin pressed the accelerator, the small car on the right suddenly surged forward, hurtling towards them. Hua Siken, realizing the impending danger, felt a chill creep down his spine and shouted at the apparition in the vehicle, "That ghost is trying to kill us." The little girl, Nai Tawanzi, grasped her third brother's hand, her innocent voice offering comfort. "Don't worry, third brother, it won't hit us." After saying this, she peered outside as if checking the weather. Then Hua Ju and Hua Siken watched in disbelief as the dark energy surrounding the small car surged toward Nai Tawanzi, ultimately flowing into her tiny mouth. Hua Siken, Hua Ju, the little boy in the front car. Nai Tawanzi poked her head out, calling to the little boy ahead, "Is there more? Hurry, hurry." "Little boy, and now you're rushing me." This was a blatant provocation. The little ghost's eyes glowed ominously red, and a dark aura emanated from him. With the red light, many pedestrians were crossing the street. The little ghost grinned maliciously, revealing teeth that appeared faintly greenish. He opened his mouth and uttered 2 sinister words. D. A dense wave of dark energy suddenly poured from the back of that small car, sweeping towards Hua Sijin's vehicle like a tempest. Hua Siken felt a surge of anxiety. "Can we consume all of this?" Nai Tawanzi giggled, "Third brother, don't worry. I can eat as much as you throw at me." Hua Ju sensed that mere consumption wouldn't suffice. That malevolent apparition was far too malicious. Hua Sijin could distinctly feel the vehicle slipping from his control. Even with the brakes applied, it began to lurch forward. "Yes, trying to commandeer our car." Bai Mingxiu swiftly rummaged through his pocket, retrieving the paintbrush that housed the spirit. Without talisman paper, he resorted to improvising, beginning to draw symbols on the side window. Just as he started, the brush's tip exploded, rendering it utterly useless. Nai Tawanzi, witnessing this, asked, "Brother Mingxiu, what's wrong?" Bai Mingxiu, glancing at the encroaching dark energy, urgently responded, "I'm preparing to draw a symbol, but this brush has gone haywire." As Nai Tawanzi spoke, the brush magically restored itself to its former state. Bai Mingxiu, Hua Siken noticed the car's speed increasing and anxiously urged Nai Tawanzi, "Cubs, why aren't you eating yet? If you don't hurry, we'll all be doomed." Nai Tawanzi extended one chubby hand out the window, grasping the brush. She stirred it vigorously, and the brothers inside the car observed as the terrifying, chilling energy, resembling a malevolent spirit, transformed into a colossal cotton candy. The stick of the cotton candy was Nai Tawanzi's pudgy little finger. "Brothers, they're short-sighted. Truly, little ghost in the car ahead. This is unscientific." Nai Tawanzi, unfazed by the cotton candy outside, inspected the brush with dissatisfaction, frowning adorably, so disobedient. The brush quivered in her grasp, but the brothers saw a row of dark, ominous characters appear on the front windshield. I was wrong. I will absolutely obey in the future. Please spare me, little adult. Hua, sick hen, incredulous, remarked. Is this ghost trying to act cute? Spirit. The cuter the spirit, the better its fate. Don't you know? Nai Tawanzi, resolute, brandished the brush outward. What's the point of being cute? If I can defeat that little ghost, I'll keep it. If not, I'll devour all of you. Spirit. Chapter 089. I graduated from graduate school in my lifetime after tossing the brush outside. Nai Tawanzi devoured the cotton candy-like dark energy, and the four brothers noticed the little ghost in the front car visibly shrinking. Subsequently, they observed the brush that Nai Tawanzi had discarded mysteriously merging with that vehicle, causing the interior to seethe with dark energy. The aura was so dense that even with their yin-yang eyes, they could not penetrate it to discern what lay within. Hua Sikhen, worried, questioned, Cubs, can that brush contend with that little ghost? It looks exceptionally malevolent, and it seems to take lives indiscriminately. Nai Tawanzi glanced ahead. It should be fine. The dark energy from that ghost has already been mostly consumed by me. If it can't withstand a brush, it's utterly useless. Useless enough that it won't protect Brother Mingxiu in the future. I might as well eat it. Brothers, Cubs, you're incredible. Hua Sikhen suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. As the green light illuminated, the car ahead continued to move, and they followed closely behind. Hua Sikhen could no longer contain himself and asked, Cubs, you're so amazing. Who exactly are you? Nai Tawanzi giggled, snuggling against her third brother's arm. Cubs is just Cubs. I'm Daddy's daughter and your little sister. Hua Si-jin, concerned that the question might remind Nai Tawanzi of her deceased biological father, interjected while driving. Cubs is right. She will always be our sister. What is strange about that? Since she is part of our Hua family, she will forever be our sister. Hua Ju affectionately patted Nai Tawanzi's head, drawing her closer while ensuring not to squeeze too tightly. He turned to gaze out the window, noticing the back seat of the car ahead had become a pitch-black void, the previously roiling dark energy seemingly settling down. Cubs! Is there a conclusion? Nai Tawanzi, without needing to look, nestled in her second brother's embrace. Beaming, the brush won. Hua Sikhen craned his neck to peer ahead, only to see an expanse of inky blackness. How can you tell? Nai Tawanzi extended her chubby hand out the window, fingers curling to grasp, and the brush suddenly reappeared in her grasp. It seemed to quiver with excitement, as if celebrating its victory, the dark energy swirling violently, even forming a cheerful laughing face. The brush's tip exploded, its soft bristles fluttering, and in its exuberance, it began to shed hairs. In just 4 or 5 seconds, 2/3 of the bristles had fallen away, and with the swirling dark energy, the entire car was filled with flying brush hairs, visibly elated and lost in merriment. Hua Siqing inhaled a strand of hair, causing an itchy sensation in his nose that resulted in a powerful sneeze. Hua Siju frowned in response, noticing the expressions on her 2 older brothers' faces. Nai Tawanzi slapped the pen against the car window, defiantly speaking up. In her excitement, the pen spirit was suddenly asked, Do you know how many hairs you have? The pen spirit replied, I have 10,000. Nai Tawanzi continued her inquiry. How many did you just shed? The pen spirit lamented. I only have 1/3 of my original size left. Nai Tawanzi retorted, Are you mute? Can't you count? The pen spirit, stuck to the car window, frantically nodded. It couldn't count, which rendered it incapable of tallying its own losses. Each day, as it tugged out hairs one by one, it would simply disappear, wouldn't it? Hua Siqing expressed his astonishment. Little one, this pen is quite foolish. It can't even count. The pen spirit, with a hint of pride, insisted. I graduated with a master's degree. However, it knew better than to reveal this, fearing exposure and a premature demise. Spirits abhorred deceit. If Nai Tawanzi were to discover this, she might swallow it whole. The pen spirit froze in midair, too afraid to move. Nai Tawanzi, clearly taken aback by the pen's ignorance, felt superior, noting that at least she could recognize traditional characters. The pen spirit reiterated, I graduated with a master's degree. The vehicle came to a halt, and Nai Tawanzi observed the remnants of pen hairs scattered throughout the car, her small voice growing cold. The pen spirit shook itself again, irked. But knowing it was no match for Nai Tawanzi, it begrudgingly began to clean up the hairs it had carelessly discarded in its earlier excitement. The more proud it had been while shedding hairs, the more regretful and miserable it felt while picking them up. Had it known this would be the outcome, it would have acted differently. The pen spirit hurriedly tidied up the shed hairs just as Huasijuan opened the car door to exit. Nai Tawanzi seized the pen and handed it to Bai Mingxiu. Mingxiu Gij, this is for you. Bai Mingxiu, though surprised that Nai Tawanzi would give him this pen, quickly accepted it and followed her as they exited the vehicle. After Huasiju carried Nai Tawanzi out along with Huasiqing, they were taken aback to see the school gate ahead. Elder brother, is this not your school? Huasiju nodded, waiting for the woman in the Chi Pao to enter the school gate before leading his younger brothers inside. With summer vacation underway, the school was notably quiet. The woman in the Chi Pao stopped in front of a building surrounded by iron sheets, which bore the word demolish in large letters. She was on the phone while swiping her card to enter the premises. Huasijuan glanced at his siblings and cradled Nai Tawanzi in his arms. I'll go in with the little one. You all wait here. Huasiju and Huasiqing nodded, while Bai Mingxiu took out a talisman and handed it to Huasijuan. Sijuan Gij, Tawanzi, be careful. Nai Tawanzi, with an air of pride, patted her small chest, saying, Mingxiu Gij, don't worry, Tawanzi will protect Big Brother. Huasijuan accepted the talisman, feeling some ashes in his pocket, which reminded him of the numerous talismans Bai Mingxiu had given them before they entered the haunted house. After being attacked by spirits, the talismans must have acted at that moment. Thank you, you all be careful too. All right. After exchanging these words, Huasijuan approached the entrance, retrieving a similar door card from his pocket to unlock it. Though beneath the same sky, the moment Huasijuan stepped through the door, he distinctly felt the temperature drop, as a chilling aura reminiscent of a haunted house enveloped him. Nai Tawanzi, who had been quietly resting on her big brother's shoulder, suddenly lifted her head, her big, dark, glistening eyes scrutinizing ahead, and she gently exclaimed, Chapter 090. Tawanzi, there's no need to be so specific in your descriptions. Huasijuan was rarely privy to Nai Tawanzi's surprises, causing him to involuntarily halt. Upon seeing the scene, he couldn't help but exclaim as well. In front of the building was a flat expanse of land, which, logically, should have been desolate after being abandoned for over 6 months, overrun by wild grass, and appearing particularly dilapidated. However, it was not. This building, surrounded by barriers and marked for demolition, was actually the former laboratory building. Now, from the outside, it looked as new as the recently constructed teaching and laboratory buildings completed 6 months ago. Nai Tawanzi suddenly reached out to touch it. She couldn't help but laugh, saying, Big brother, you should touch it too. Although Huasijuan was unsure what she wanted him to feel, he instinctively raised his hand and followed her lead. They were still about 10 meters away from the lobby of the building, and the area was quite open. However, upon reaching out, he distinctly felt something solid. Instinctively, he began to explore the object with his hands, turning around while holding Nai Tawanzi, and discovered it was akin to an invisible wall. Tawanzi, what is this? Nai Tawanzi, encountering such a phenomenon for the first time, gently poked the invisible wall with her chubby little finger. Although the wall was invisible to the naked eye, Huasijuan was certain he heard something crackling, reminiscent of thin ice forming on a lake in winter, breaking with a gentle touch, creating a crisp sound. Huasijuan quickly turned to Nai Tawanzi, asking, Tawanzi, will the occupants within perceive our presence? Nai Tawanzi smiled brightly. No, this wall is too fragile. I just poke a hole in it, but it closed up again, leaving a small door for you and me to pass through, right in front of you. Huasijuan thought to himself that, frankly, he couldn't see any small door. Yet, this detail was inconsequential. What mattered was the obvious peculiarity of the situation, and suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the 7th floor, particularly a room on the far right, that had once been Professor Su's office. Observing that her big brother seemed lost in thought, Nai Tawanzi softly inquired, Big brother, should we go in? Saying this, she clutched Huasijuan's hand and proceeded forward. Even though he couldn't see the wall Nai Tawanzi mentioned, as he stepped through, he heard the sound of flowing water, as if everything had sealed behind him. Nai Tawanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Big brother, I just closed the door. Now, none of the spirits inside can escape. Huasijuan asked, Spirits? He surveyed the interior of the laboratory building's lobby, which was empty, save for a few wisps of shadowy energy lurking in the corners. Noticing his confusion, Nai Tawanzi hopped down from his arms, standing beside him as she took his hand to guide him inside. Big brother, it's daytime now. Some powerful spirits can appear in the sunlight, but most can only come out at night. Hua Sijuan nodded thoughtfully, feeling the oppressive chill returning as he stepped into the lobby of the laboratory building. Nai Tawanzi thrived in this environment, yet she did not let go of Hua Sijuan's hand. She was elated, bouncing along as she led him forward. Hua Sijuan remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings while glancing down at Nai Tawanzi. Aren't you afraid? Nai Tawanzi's smile was both adorable and confident as she replied, Big brother, usually it's the spirits that are afraid of me. Hua Sijuan secretly speculated whether Tawanzi was perhaps a descendant of a legendary master or a prodigious talent with a unique lineage. Nai Tawanzi, unaware of Hua Sijuan's thoughts, noticed him looking up at the upper floors. Big brother, are you going to find that sister first, or check the upper floor you were looking at before? Hua Sijuan was taken aback by how observant Nai Tawanzi was, despite her small stature. Let's go to the 7th floor first. I'm worried about Professor Su. Nai Tawanzi nodded eagerly, continuing to hold Hua Sijuan's hand as they walked towards the staircase. Has Big brother been here before? Hua Sijuan couldn't help but smile. The coldness of his expression softened into a charming grace. Big brother studied here. This building was once slated for demolition. Nai Tawanzi looked around, her face filled with confusion. Big brother, why do we need to demolish this building? Although it doesn't appear as new as it used to from the outside, it is actually quite sturdy. Hua Sijin was also unsure, but suddenly recalled some gossip he had overheard from his roommates. Kai, I heard someone mention that this building is considered inauspicious. Several female students have jumped off the rooftop, which is why the school sealed it off and plans to tear it down. Nai Tawanzi asked innocently, did 2 sisters jump? Hua Sijin replied, I don't know. Nai Tawanzi suddenly corrected herself. No, big brother, it was 3. Hua Sijin was taken aback. Look, big brother, those 3 sisters are right there, she exclaimed, pointing at the glass doors of the lobby where 3 terrifying, gruesome apparitions stood. Fortunately, his composure, developed from a young age, allowed him to remain upright and silent even as his pupils dilated in shock. Nai Tawanzi clapped her hands enthusiastically. Big brother is amazing. When those 3 sisters fell, it was dreadful. 2 of them nearly lost their heads, and 1 fell face first, making it impossible to distinguish her eyes, nose, or mouth. Big brother isn't scared at all. You're braver than Uncle Gu and Brother San. Hua Sijin replied, Kai. There is no need to describe it in such detail. He could see perfectly well. He tried to maintain the calm demeanor expected of a member of the Hua family, inhaling deeply to steady his voice. Kai, those 3. Nai Tawanzi wiggled her fingers, and the 3 bloodied, grotesque apparitions floated closer, seemingly excited. One of them, who had fallen face first, rushed forward too quickly, almost colliding with Hua Sijin. His features nearly contorted in horror. The face-down apparition quickly apologized, its voice cold and eerie. Hua Sijin's thoughts were complex, as Nai Tawanzi explained. Big brother, what it said is true. He instinctively asked, how does Kai know? Moreover, how did they become the unwitting saviors of these 3 wretched souls? Had Nai Tawanzi done something while he was distracted? Nai Tawanzi giggled. There are formations in this building. All the apparitions that enter cannot leave. Those 3 sisters, when they were alive, must have been pushed off the building by the spirits here. The 3 ghastly figures nodded fervently, tears of blood streaming down their faces. Yes, therefore, we must eliminate them. Hua Sijin's lips twitched. After all this time, why haven't you made a move? The 3 grotesque figures replied. Falling from the top floor is forbidden. We have become earthbound spirits. They do not come out, and we can only linger within 3 meters of our place of death, unable to do anything. Hua Sijin instinctively remarked, aren't earthbound spirits reborn if a new life dies in the same place? He couldn't explain why he knew this. A roommate who fancied fantasy novels had mentioned it once. The 3 grotesque figures looked at him with appreciation, their disfigured faces taking on a more terrifying expression. Because someone intentionally set up formations here to trap us. Hua Sijin suppressed his discomfort and scrutinized the 3 spirits, noticing that each of their horrific heads bore a faint golden glow. Nai Tawanzi recognized it too. Is that a talisman? I remember that Brother Mingxiu uses them against spirits. Hua Jin clearly had the same thought. He overcame his psychological barrier and asked the three spirits calmly, "The woman who came in earlier, which floor did she go to?" The three spirits replied, "We don't know." "Is Professor Su here?" They again responded, "We don't know." "How many spirits are there in total?" The spirits said, "We don't know. It must be more than our number." Hua Jin thought, how can they not know how many spirits there are, greater than just the three before him? However, Nai Tuanzi seemed to have counted. While he questioned the spirits, she had closed her eyes and traversed the entire building with her spirit. When she opened her eyes, she said, "Big brother, that sister was on the top floor, speaking with a man in a white coat." The three spirits sensed the eerie aura emanating from Nai Tuanzi and instinctively backed away, hastily wiping the blood-stained floor clean. Their ghastly faces and heads were beyond saving, but the floor could always be cleaned. Nai Tuanzi, noticing the soft and tender environment, knew she wouldn't like such a terrifying and filthy place. Being quick and efficient was always a good choice. The moment the three spirits cleaned up the blood, a loud bang echoed from the middle office on the top floor. A woman in a cheapao looked at a man in black seated behind the desk, wearing a wide-brimmed cloak, fear etched across her face. "Master Two, what's wrong?" Master Two lowered his head. The office plunged in darkness, heavy black curtains giving it an oppressive, gloomy atmosphere. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. "Zhang Xiaoji, what kind of ghost did you bring in?" Zhang Xiaoji looked confused, anxious, and lost. "Master Two, I came in by myself." Master Two slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes beneath the wide black hat. "Two strangers entered the lobby, and you didn't know?" Zhang Xiaoji exclaimed, "Huh?" Master Two suddenly erupted in anger. "You can't even handle something so simple, yet you dare hope I'll help you snatch someone from the underworld? Your sister, no less." Zhang Xiaoji nodded nervously, "Right? I just hope Master Two can help. Please don't let my sister really go to the underworld. She is only 12. Master Two sprang to his feet, a dense aura of darkness swirling like a tempest toward Zhang Xiaoji, instantly knocking her to the ground. "Master Two, over the past year, I've always followed your instructions. You can't turn your back on me." Master Two's massive cloak suddenly drooped like a withered tree, and from within sprang a small black rabbit, no larger than a palm. The rabbit's blood-red eyes blinked, and it spoke human words. "That rabbit is furious and will bite." Zhang Xiaoji, unable to believe her eyes, asked, "Master Two, you're not human?" Master Two fixed his blood-red gaze on her. "I am not a disgusting human. I am the majestic and powerful rabbit immortal." Zhang Xiaoji raised her right hand, gesturing toward the so-called rabbit immortal. "This tiny creature is a rabbit immortal?" Just then, the office door was rudely kicked open, and a cheerful voice echoed in. "Big brother, there's a black rabbit over there." The black rabbit's ears perked up, and it instinctively jumped into a corner. "How did you get here?" "No. How is it possible for you to be here?" Hua Jin glanced around the pitch-black room, recalling the layout and finding a switch to turn on the light. The bright illumination filled the dark space. The black rabbit shouted angrily, "Turn it off! Turn it off! I like it dark." With that, the black rabbit dashed into a narrow crack in the wall. However, it only made it halfway before Nai Tuanzi grabbed its tiny tail and pulled the entire rabbit out. "Little rabbit, why are you running?" The black rabbit, seemingly a bundle of fur, had a fiery temper. "I'm not called Little Rabbit. My name is Tu Hai Hei. I'm not running away, waiting for you to catch me and make soup out of me." Nai Tuanzi shook her head, stating that the father from the underworld remarked that rabbit soup was rather mediocre. The current trend favors dishes like spicy rabbit heads, spicy rabbit legs, pickled pepper rabbit cubes, or the most primal roasted rabbit meat, generously sprinkled with the popular barbecue cumin powder, which is particularly fragrant. Tu Hai Hei, overturned in her predicament, was an unadulterated foodie, instinctively responding to Nai Tuanzi's words. "I believe the spicy rabbit head is the most delicious." Tu Hai Hei turned her head fiercely, her blood-red rabbit eyes glinting with menace, startling Zhang Xiaoji into stumbling and falling once more. She noticed Hua Jin standing nearby and reached out her hand towards him. "Hand me a lift, handsome." Hua Jin glanced at her, taking 3 steps back to completely distance himself from her. Zhang Xiaoji exclaimed. Nai Tuanzi is holding onto the black rabbit and realizes that Tu Hai Hei, like the weasel she encountered last time, is a spirit rather than a ghost. leaving her somewhat perplexed. Tu Hai, you are not a ghost. Why then does that sister collect so many ghostly beings? Tu Hai replied, it has nothing to do with me. A ghostly being threatened me, claiming it would use those spirits to abduct children in the future. Nai Tawanzi gasped, abduct children? Tu Hai confirmed, yes. Children as small as you, and then turn them into spicy dishes. Hua Jin swiftly pulled Tu Hai over, lifting her up to meet his gaze directly. Nai Tawanzi was astonished. Big brother, you can cook too? Hua Jin stared at the grinning Tu Hai, who seemed eager to bite him but could not reach him. I can't cook anything else, but rabbit meat is particularly delectable. Tu Hai exclaimed. This biped actually dares to threaten me. Chapter 092. The master behind them targets the little one. Tu Hai struggled fiercely, finally managing to bite down on Hua Jin's hand. The result was a violent impact that rendered her unconscious. This ordinary biped must be hiding some secrets. Tu Hai seethed. Hua Jin shook Tu Hai, noticing her lack of response. Nai Tawanzi leaned closer to observe. Big brother, is Tu Hai dead? Hua Jin replied, how could that be? Nai Tawanzi smiled brightly at him. Because Big Brother has been kissed by the little one. Any demon or ghost that attempts to harm Big Brother will surely suffer backlash. Hua Jin was taken aback, thinking Tu Hai had merely fainted from fright. He was surprised when Nai Tawanzi sweetly remarked, the little ghost body is in the underground laboratory, and 3 ghostly beings are also at the entrance. Hua Jin, incredulous, asked, how is that possible? Nai Tawanzi blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. Ghostly beings can sense their own bodies nearby. The little one can feel it. Hua Jin, though skeptical, believed her words in his heart. He chose not to speak further, initially intending to leave Nai Tawanzi in the office, but ultimately deciding to carry her directly downstairs to the laboratory. Zhang Xiaoji, witnessing his descent into the underground, turned pale with fright. Handsome, you cannot go down there. There are many ghostly beings below. Professor Su will have them kill you. Hua Jin ignored her pleas, and as Zhang Xiaoji shifted her hope for saving her sister from Tu Hai to Hua Jin and his sister, she followed without hesitation. Upon arrival at the brightly lit underground laboratory, Hua Jin found Professor Su, clad in a lab coat and glasses, conducting a dissection. The body being dissected was unmistakably that of the little ghost he had seen in Zhang Xiaoji's car. Hua Jin was unable to comprehend the scene before him. It felt as though his heart had been violently struck. Professor Su, a highly respected teacher and an esteemed professor in biological research, was behaving in a manner that was utterly uncharacteristic. Professor Su looked up, offering a gentle smile before casually discarding the scalpel and tossing the little ghost body into a nearby formaldehyde tank. Hua Jin peered over and noticed several other corpses submerged in the tank. Tightening his lips, he fixed his sharp, dark gaze upon Professor Su. As he detected the ominous energy surrounding Professor Su, realization dawned upon him. You're not Professor Su. Who are you really? Professor Su, seated in his chair, responded with a chilling tone that contrasted sharply with his usual kindness. I am here to take your life. He chuckled, surveying Nai Tawanzi and the following Zhang Xiaoji. Just 3 more lives, and the Master's grand formation will be complete. You have come just in time. Ha ha ha. Even heaven is aiding the Master. Nai Tawanzi innocently inquired, ghostly being, who is your master? Please tell me. Perhaps the little one knows them. The possessing spirit within Professor Su retorted, Nai Tawanzi, it is futile to try to befriend me. Today, I shall claim your 3 lives. As soon as the words left its mouth, the spirit surged from Professor Su's body, lunging directly at Nai Tawanzi. Simultaneously, the brightly lit underground laboratory was engulfed in darkness, as the multitude of ghostly beings, gathered over the past 6 months, emerged en masse. Zhang Xiaoji, lacking the ability to see the ghostly beings rushing towards them, felt her senses sharpen. Otherwise, she would not have discerned the presence of a ghostly being within the yarn ball as she brushed past Hua Jin. She frantically pulled at Hua Jin, handsome, run. Yet, her efforts were in vain. Not only did she fail to move him, but her forceful tug caused her to collide with the doorframe. As her vision blurred, a chilling energy surged from the ground towards her, threatening to engulf her entirely. Overwhelmed by fear and despair, her senses shifted. The oppressive energy seemed to dissipate rapidly, and the terrifying chill that had gripped her back vanished in an instant. Confused, Zhang Xiaoji steadied herself against the doorframe. "Handsome little one, we must hurry and find a celestial master to exorcise them." In the hidden world unseen by Zhang Xiaoji, the leading ghostly being charged forward, becoming Nai Tuanzi's first meal. With an overwhelming number of ghostly beings, at least dozens, Nai Tuanzi no longer concealed her hearty appetite, opening her mouth wide to gulp down the spectral entities voraciously. To Hua Sijin's eyes, Nai Tuanzi's delicate mouth appeared small, yet at that moment, she seemed capable of devouring the very heavens and the earth. Once she had consumed all the ghostly beings, Nai Tuanzi extracted the spirit that had possessed Professor Su from the corner of her mouth. "Tell the little one who your master is. She might actually know." The ghostly being, terrified, wept, "Little adult, it is not that I wish to remain silent. I simply do not know. I am merely following orders." Hua Sijin recalled Tu Haihei's earlier words and turned his gaze towards Nai Tuanzi. Suddenly, a bold conjecture emerged. Whether it was Tu Haihei or that ghastly entity, their master behind them was in fact targeting Nai Tuanzi. Hua Sijin's expression abruptly darkened. "Kai, keep it." Unfortunately, it was too late. The specter emitted a piercing wail, and then it transformed into a faint black mist, dissipating before their eyes. Nai Tuanzi reached out to grasp a strand of the pale black fog, her little brows knitting together. The connection was severed. Hua Sijin seemed to grasp Nai Tuanzi's meaning, and suddenly turned to look at the Tu Haihei he was holding. Kai, it's all right, we still have this rabbit." Nai Tuanzi, not wanting to worry her older brother, refrained from informing him that the entity pressuring Tu Haihei was the very one that had just disintegrated. The little one responded in her sweet voice, "Yes, there's still Tu Haihei," upon waking to see the specter that had tormented her vanish. Tu Haihei rolled its eyes and fainted, this time out of fright. Chapter 093. What is going on? Is it a female, and has it taken a liking to me? After Nai Tuanzi single-handedly subdued all the ghastly entities, the laboratory was once again illuminated. Zhang Xiaoji had come down before, but had not dared enter. Upon witnessing the scene inside, her face turned ashen, especially when she saw the mangled corpse on the operating table, prompting her to turn and retch violently. Hua Sijin's expression was equally grim as he took out his phone to call Bai Mingxiu. "Brother Sijin, take Kai out first. I will call Grandpa and Captain Chun immediately. It is better to let their special department handle such matters." Hua Sijin remained unfazed at the mention of the special department. In a world where even specters were omnipresent, the existence of a special department was hardly surprising. Nai Tuanzi, having eaten well, slept soundly throughout the car ride. Perhaps fearing that she would sleep too long and worry her brothers, she awoke at dinner time with one eye open and the other shut, climbing down to eat. Cradled by her third brother, upon seeing Nai Tuanzi's drowsy little figure, Hua Chunling was instantly smitten. He felt a pang of affection for her. Since his eldest son had already recounted the events, he said nothing but simply held Nai Tuanzi as they dined. Kai, if you're not hungry, eat less." He had come to understand that as long as Nai Tuanzi was fed, whether it be ghastly entities or meals, while she could eat like a bottomless pit, once satiated, she would transform into a sleeping beauty. He hoped Nai Tuanzi could be like a typical 3.5-year-old, eating, drinking, playing, and sleeping at appropriate times, rather than indulging excessively. Nai Tuanzi nestled comfortably in her father's embrace, her soft and adorable demeanor shining through. "Daddy, Kai doesn't want to eat anymore. Kai isn't hungry." Hua Chunling smiled indulgently, wiping her mouth with a tissue. "All right, then sleep. Kai, Daddy will hold you." Nai Tuanzi hadn't forgotten that her family was still eating. Hua Chunling, being busy with work, cherished the rare moments he could share a meal with his precious daughter. He could never bear to let her go. "No need. Kai can sleep. Daddy can eat with one hand." Nai Tuanzi replied, "Okay," unable to resist. Nai Tuanzi once again demonstrated what it meant to fall asleep in an instant. Hua Sijin remarked, Kai is truly easy to care for. She is so obedient." Hua Siju nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is nothing like Si-chun. As a child, he wouldn't close his eyes without a beating. Hua Siken retorted, "So, you took the opportunity to beat me when I was small?" Hua Siju responded, "Otherwise, how would you not be hungry?" Isn't it best to discipline your younger brother early? Hua Siken countered. So, should he also take advantage of being the youngest in the family? As for his sister Nai Toanzi, so soft and adorable, he cherished her too much to ever dream of treating her poorly. Hua Siken's mood soured as he glanced over and spotted Tu Haihei, confined in a small iron cage in the corner, surrounded by numerous talismans. After finishing his meal, Hua Siken wiped his mouth clean and shifted his chair back, heading towards Tu Haihei while asking Hua Sijin, "Eldest brother, is this rabbit male or female? It's best if it's male. That way I can treat it like a younger brother." The rabbit, locked in the cage, thought, "What's the deal? Is it a female and thinking of having ideas about me?" Hua Sijin, elegantly dining, shook his head at the inquiry. "I don't know." Hua Siju chuckled. "Why not open the cage and see?" Hua Siken hesitated. What if it runs away? Hua Siju was confident that Tu Haihei was afraid of Nai Toanzi without her command. It surely wouldn't dare escape. "Don't worry, Kai is here." Tu Haihei thought, "If you're so brave, why not challenge me one-on-one? Letting a 3.5-year-old scare me. What kind of man is that? It's not better than being a mere rabbit." While Tu Haihei was distracted, Hua Siken opened the iron cage and seized one of its hind legs, pulling it out. Tu Haihei struggled violently, ready to curse. But when it saw Nai Toanzi nestled in Hua Chunling's arms, it wisely shut its mouth. Never mind. What's the point of arguing with a bipedal infant? After all, life is paramount. Isn't it? Just a moment ago, believing its life to be the most significant, Tu Haihei felt a tug at its hind leg. And when the human child scrutinized its sensitive areas, it completely fell apart. Someone is violating Lord Rabbit. Hua Siken knew that this black rabbit was a trickster, but momentarily forgot. The rabbit's shrill scream echoed throughout the hall, causing him to instinctively loosen his grip. However, before he could ascertain Tu Haihei's gender, he foolishly reached inside once more. The rabbit froze for half a second, as if paralyzed. How dare you touch me? Lord Rabbit, I'll bite you to death. How dare you? Not even Lord Rabbit is spared. Tu Haihei shouted ferociously, but due to Bai Mingshu's restrictions, it could only maintain its diminutive size. Thus, even when it attempted to pounce to bite, it appeared exceedingly adorable, provided its voice didn't resemble that of a slaughtered pig. Nai Toanzi, unsurprisingly, was awakened by the commotion. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed down from her father's lap, her chubby legs waddling toward her third brother. Still somewhat dazed from being roused, she stumbled, appearing irresistibly cute. The fierce Tu Haihei, upon spotting Nai Toanzi, instantly transformed from a frenzied rabbit into a statue. Nai Toanzi crouched in front of her third brother. "Third brother, do you like the gift Kai sent you?" Hua Siken replied. "Huh? The gift you sent me? This crazy rabbit?" Nai Toanzi paused for a moment, her sleepy eyes suddenly sparkling with clarity. She turned to the statue like, "Tu Haihei, are you insane? Do I protested? No. I believe you, little adult, that your brother might be a bit off in the head. A normal human child wouldn't touch Lord Rabbit's private parts. Therefore, it was not that was mad, but that human child." Nai Toanzi's brows furrowed as her soft voice turned cold, her expression transforming into one of fierce determination in an instant. Kai's third brother is clever. The one with the problem is you, Tu Haihei. If you dare speak ill of third brother again, Kai will eat you and find a new gift for third brother. Tu Haihei's wide rabbit eyes bulged. "It's your third brother who touched me." Nai Toanzi continued her adorable intimidation. "Now you are third brother's rabbit. You must protect him. Whatever third brother asks of you, you must comply. As a captive, you must have the awareness of a captive, or else I'll have big brother turn your head into spicy rabbit head." Tu Haihei, unable to voice its anger, felt wronged and bashful, awkwardly beginning to speak. "But little adult, he touched me." It spread its legs, trying to make Nai Toanzi understand where the human child had touched it. Is that what humans do? Then, Tu Haihei activated the mode of being besieged by the members of the Hua family. Chapter 094. The rogue rabbit Hua Siching was completely bewildered. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old child, unfamiliar with such audacious rabbits. Hua Chunling had been closely observing the movements near the milk dumpling, and his position allowed him to see Tu Haihei spreading its legs. He immediately set down his bowl and rushed towards Tu Haihei. Hua Sijin and Hua Siju also rose simultaneously, quickly making their way to the milk dumpling. Tu Haihei, in a state of desperation, had ceased to care. Wasn't it supposed to show off a little? However, Tu Haihei soon found itself in a predicament. Suddenly, its ears were seized by a large hand, followed by its short limbs being bound by something. Tu Haihei turned its head to see an unknown roll of tape. What was the meaning of this? Was it not permissible for the esteemed rabbit to reason? The milk dumpling stared intently at Tu Haihei, surprised to see her father suddenly come over and bind Tu Haihei. Daddy? Hua Chunling wore a grim expression as he faced Tu Haihei, his gaze icy. This is the Hua family, not your rabbit den. Reasoning? My little one is the reason. Little one, Daddy suddenly wishes to have a good chat with this rabbit. May Daddy take it out for a stroll? Tu Haihei's fur bristled in alarm. No. The milk dumpling observed the agitated Tu Haihei, then glanced at her father, who was gazing at her with tenderness. Her large eyes flickered with curiosity as she asked, Daddy, are you going to talk to Tu Haihei about that extra bit of meat? Hua Sijin and Hua Siju rushed over, while Hua Siqing remained dazed at the side. Hua Daddy felt as though he might tear Tu Haihei's heart apart. The milk dumpling blinked her large eyes, staring curiously at Tu Haihei, but since Tu Haihei's 4 short legs were bound by her father, she could see nothing. Daddy, why is Tu Haihei? Hua Siju quickly interjected. Little one, second brother suddenly remembered he bought you a set of comic books. Second brother will take you to have a look. The milk dumpling was reluctant to leave, her curiosity piqued. Hua Sijin twitched his lips and directly picked up the milk dumpling. Little one, you just eaten. Big brother will take you out for a nice walk to help digest, while Daddy has a good chat with Tu Haihei. Tu Haihei sensed impending doom. Just as it was about to shout for help, Hua Siqing swiftly covered its mouth. Although Hua Siqing did not fully understand why his father and older brothers suddenly approached with such urgency, he was a member of the Hua family, and some things were instinctively ingrained. With the family's collective demeanor, he knew he had to follow suit, missing the optimal moment to call for help. By the time Tu Haihei attempted to shout again, Hua Sijin had already carried the milk dumpling to the garden behind the Hua family estate. In an effort to move faster, he hopped onto a balance bike. The milk dumpling looked at the balance bike beneath her older brother's feet. Big brother, can this help with digestion? Hua Sijin replied, the road here has some issues. Butler Luo arranged for workers to fix it, and Big brother will take you further away to help with digestion. At that moment, Butler Luo, who had just confirmed everything was normal around the estate, happened to walk toward them. The milk dumpling cheerfully greeted, hello, Butler Luo. Butler Luo promptly halted, hello, Miss Little One. Hello, young master. The milk dumpling only saw Butler Luo and curiously looked behind him, scanning the distance. It remained empty. She gazed at Butler Luo in confusion. Butler Luo, where are the workers you brought? Hua Sijin explained, they are probably all having their meals. They will come back to work after eating. A puzzled Butler Luo responded, yes. But why would workers be doing anything at this late hour? He had just inspected the entire Hua estate. Any necessary repairs had already been completed during the day, and even a single weed on the ground had been pulled by the gardener. Had he overlooked something? The milk dumpling exclaimed, oh, I see. Then Big brother, let us hurry along. Otherwise, when the workers finish eating and come to fix the road, won't we be in the way? Hua Sijin merely wished to distance the milk dumpling from the rogue rabbit and thus complied. All right, Big brother will ride a bit faster. Let us go. The milk dumpling waved her chubby hand at Butler Luo. Goodbye, Butler Luo. Butler Luo, standing in place, waved back with a respectful and affectionate demeanor. Miss Little One, young master, please be careful and goodbye. Once he could no longer see the two young masters, Butler Luo lowered his gaze to the freshly paved road from the previous morning, admiring the intricate and beautiful patterns. Did the young master mean to quickly redo it while he had the chance? Was he not satisfied yesterday morning? Or perhaps the little one did not like it. It must be that the little one disliked it. After all, he had been in the Hua estate for many years and had some understanding of the personalities of the master and young masters. They appeared indifferent and distant towards the estate servants, yet were always quite lenient. The little one, soft and lively, only 3.5 years old, being a girl, probably did not favor such rigidly structured patterns. Butler Luo stroked his chin and contemplated before snapping his fingers. Got it. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Yes, this is Luo's song. Hua Sijin inquired. The milk dumpling immediately understood. Big brother, it's Butler Luo who is bringing workers to fix the road. Hua Sijin responded, ah, The milk dumpling touched her older brother's face, asking earnestly, filled with concern, "Big brother, were you scared during the day?" Huo finally recalled why Butler Luo had brought people to redo the road and hurriedly pinched the milk dumpling's chubby little cheek. "No, big brother is just fine. Don't worry, little one. I just momentarily forgot that Butler Luo was fixing the road here because I was thinking about whether Daddy had finished talking with Tu Hai. The milk dumpling's attention was instantly redirected. Once they finished talking, Tu Hai got beaten, and now it's very weak. Huo was astonished. "Little one knows?" The milk dumpling nodded. "Even though the aura of the demon is different from the aura of the Yin, I can sense it." Huo felt reassured. The milk dumpling was very obedient. Whatever Big Brother said was true. Little one listens to Big Brother. Where are Daddy and Second Brother? Meanwhile, Tu Hai, who had been thoroughly beaten by Huo Daddy and Huo attempted to prove it was still alive by mustering its spirits, moving its short little limbs. Huo coldly declared, "If you dare to spread your legs, I will send you directly to the pet hospital for surgery tomorrow." Tu Hai, Chapter 095. Committing the worst deeds, facing the harshest punishments due to Tu Hai's transgressions, and with Huo suspecting it might still harbor ulterior motives. Huo ultimately confined it to a small dark room. Tu Hai. The small dark room was located in a little house at the back of the first floor, typically used for storing miscellaneous items. However, as the three sons of the Huo family grew up, they occasionally found themselves confined there for reflection after misbehaving. Naturally, it was mostly Huo who was confined there, as the young children often danced upon their father's head without fear. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Tu Hai heard a chilling laugh. Lying motionless on the ground, Tu Hai jolted awake, its 4 little legs scrambling to get up. What ghostly thing is that? A hairless, ghostly figure silently slipped in, seemingly attempting to assert its presence by matching the height of the small dark room ceiling. A massive skull, emanating clouds of black smoke, opened its mouth to reveal somewhat darkened teeth, creating an ominous sight. "I am your master." Tu Hai nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity. "I am a rabbit immortal. You are merely a ghostly thing. Go away with your master nonsense. If you were truly a master, how could you be captured by a real master?" The hairless, ghostly figure, Tu Hai leaned against the wall, attempting to mimic a relaxed posture as humans do, with its left leg draped over the right. Unfortunately, its legs were too short to achieve this. Moreover, it lost balance and fell with a thud. The hairless, ghostly figure laughed uproariously. "You made me laugh to death. You hairless master, the short legs are one thing, but being unable to sit steadily is another. Have you peculiar beings truly become this inept?" Tu Hai was seething with rage, declaring that even the most useless among them were more competent than you wretched souls, who lack any physical form and can only roam the night, unseen by the glorious sunlight of day. The hairless ghost was instantly enraged. It once had the prowess to walk in daylight, but now. However, it quickly regained its composure. When speaking to Tu Hai, it adopted a remarkably amiable demeanor, its fearsome visage transforming into a smile. "Ah, we're all prisoners now. I, Master Mao, should not mock you, little rabbit." Though Tu Hai appeared to be a small, soft bundle, its temper was particularly fiery. "What do you want, ghost? To eat me? You lack the ability." The hairless ghost chuckled. "How could that be? I merely wish to remind you not to foolishly bite the young masters of the Huo family. They are under the protection of the little adults and cannot be bitten." Tu Hai became even angrier. "You knew all along?" The hairless ghost awkwardly smiled. "I was aware, but I hadn't had the chance to bond with you before you decided to act. So what is your purpose?" Tu Hai demanded. The hairless ghost, seeing Tu Hai's furious expression, burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha, little rabbit. Indeed you are small, both in stature and in wit. Even now, it is apparent that I am here to enjoy your misfortune." Tu Hai, infuriated, swelled in size and charged at the hairless ghost. Instantly, the peculiar being and the ghost were entangled in a fierce struggle. Within 3 minutes, the small dark room erupted. Huo was jolted awake by the tremendous explosion. Sitting up in bed, the phone call from Huo Clan came through. "The small dark room has exploded. I have already sent Butler Luo to assess the situation. You may let Si-ju and Si-chan continue sleeping." Huo nodded in agreement. In the master bedroom, after ending the call, Hua Chunling glanced at the fragrant little dumpling sleeping in his embrace, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. He gently moved the dumpling's small chubby hand away and sat up. Approaching the window, he looked toward the small dark room, where the estate's security personnel had already arrived, and Butler Luo was directing the workers. Too high, hey. A chill flickered in Hua Chunling's eyes as he grabbed a pillow from the foot of the bed to prevent the dumpling from falling, then swiftly exited. Not long after Hua Chunling left, a dense malevolent energy surged in through the crack beneath the door. The hairless ghost gazed excitedly at the small dumpling on the soft bed, its face alight with anticipation. Dumpling, if I consume you, I might even become a king. The hairless ghost sensed the dumpling possessed immense power, undoubtedly emanating from the underworld. If it were to swallow the dumpling and refine that power, its understanding of that formidable energy would surely compel even the rulers of the underworld to yield to it. The more it thought, the more exhilarated it became. Fearing the dumpling might be feigning sleep, it deliberately created some noise, such as knocking a glass off the table, shifting the heavy sofa, and opening the window to let in the cool breeze. Yet, the dumpling remained blissfully asleep, much to the ghost's delight. Indeed, the dumpling was in desperate need of rest. Even adults could barely withstand the late-night hours, let alone a 3.5-year-old. Dumpling, your master, Mao, has arrived. Rest assured, considering the immense power you can provide, Master Mao guarantees you will feel no pain in death. After speaking, the hairless ghost opened its gaping maw, unleashing a chilling, foul wind directed straight at the blissfully ignorant dumpling. In her dreams, the dumpling sensed a shift in the surrounding energy. The vibrant, life-affirming aura of the human world began to wane, and in her drowsy state, she wondered if her father had arisen to use the restroom. Thus, she turned over and continued her deep slumber. Soon, however, she felt a surge of malevolent energy enveloping her. The dumpling became more muddled. Could it be that the King of Hell was calling her? No, the energy from the King of Hell was potent and pure, while this foul atmosphere, though intense, carried an undeniable stench. Instantly, the dumpling frowned. It was likely some nefarious practitioner from the human realm engaging in blood rituals, seeking assistance from a ghost. And she might very well be the one summoned. The dumpling, feeling utterly exhausted, raised her hand and swatted at the air as if swatting away a fly. The hairless ghost, believing it was on the verge of devouring the dumpling, was met with a sudden slap to its face, shattering its left cheekbone. The dumpling, still lost in slumber, felt the foul wind assault her once more and became annoyed. With her eyes closed, she extended her small chubby hand and grasped. The towering hairless ghost felt an invisible force seize it, soon shrinking to the size of a yarn ball, trapped in the dumpling's palm. Still half asleep, the dumpling pondered that her father was likely still in the restroom. She sluggishly climbed up, eyes shut, and made her way toward the bathroom. Upon knocking, the lightly closed door opened on its own. Sensing something amiss, the dumpling brought the hairless ghost inside. She set the ghost down on the wash basin, casually grabbed something, and began to pound away. She pounded the left side, then the right, then the top, and finally the bottom, but it didn't end there. The hairless ghost howled in agony, and the dumpling, finding it too noisy, sealed its mouth with her power. Then, she casually tossed it into the nearby toilet. The hairless ghost thought, is that it? No, there's more. Just as it climbed out of the toilet, it saw the seemingly still sleeping dumpling rushing toward it with a toilet plunger. The hairless ghost, sucked back into the toilet water, exclaimed, "Ah, cough, 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 gurgle, gurgle." This perfectly encapsulated what it meant to commit the worst deeds and receive the harshest punishments. Chapter 096. Have some confidence. Remove the seams upon pushing open the door. One might think a thief had ransacked the house. Cups and books lay scattered on the floor, and the heavy mahogany sofa had been moved. He had no time to investigate further and dashed toward the large bed. The dumpling was nowhere to be seen. Hua Chenling's expression changed dramatically. Kai Kai. As he searched frantically, he called out, Kai Kai, Kai Kai. Hua Sijin emerged from the restroom in his pajamas. Dad, Kai Kai is in the bathroom. Hua Chenling replied. In the bathroom? The dumpling had often been upside down upon her arrival, frequently roaming at night. But hadn't she adjusted by now? After settling down, the dumpling usually slept soundly until dawn, rarely waking in the middle of the night to use the restroom. What Dad pondered what the dumpling had consumed or drank that night, realizing there hadn't been much liquid. What was happening? Hua Sijin wore a somewhat speechless expression. Dad, you'll know once you go in. Hua Chunling heard Hua Chen's voice from the bathroom. Dad, you come press it. My brothers and I are exhausted. Hua Dad thought, what on earth is the dumpling doing? Concerned for her safety, he hurried over. Upon reaching the bathroom door, he was unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon witnessing the scene. His second child was holding the snoring dumpling, while the third was bent over, wielding a toilet plunger, seemingly engaged in a fierce struggle with something in the toilet, pressing down with all his might. Hua Dad exclaimed, "Si Chenyu." Hua Si Chan was exerting all his strength. Dad, hurry up. Hua Dad rushed over, instinctively catching the plunger. Suddenly, a force surged from below, as if attempting to push the plunger away. Hua Siqing, busy beside them, exclaimed, Dad, hold it down. That ghastly creature is about to emerge. Upon hearing the mention of a ghostly entity, Huanaiba exerted firm pressure. The hairless specter, just emerging from the toilet's drain to catch its breath, sensed the force of the plunger and realized it had been replaced yet again. It felt utterly wronged, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. One after another, it was besieged. It was an unfair battle, as it stood alone against them. With a muffled whimper, the hairless specter found the pressure from the plunger too great. It could not even find a sliver of space to escape, and it swallowed several mouthfuls of toilet water, gurgling in despair. The specter was determined to unleash chaos. The moment it exerted all its might to struggle and expand, it managed to create a narrow gap at the edge of the plunger. Believing that the infant was absent, the specter grew increasingly brazen. After various trials, it concluded that as long as it did not attack the Huo family, they were powerless against it. If it could not win, it would seize the opportunity to flee while the infant was away. A gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too long to wait. Sensing the ominous aura, the infant furrowed her brows, her cherubic face displaying clear dissatisfaction. Here again, I have already made my stance clear. Absolutely not. The Huo family members were puzzled, asking, what is there to come back for? What do you disagree with? The hairless specter was equally bewildered, a myriad of questions swirling in its mind. The infant slowly opened her eyes, still drowsy. Awakened by the sinister energy, her face was scrunched up, cheeks puffed in displeasure. Even without facing the direction of the toilet, she did not need to look. She released the prohibition and, in a fierce tone, confronted the culprit. Is being a ghost not enough for you? Sensing the unmistakable malice in her words, the hairless specter, while spitting out toilet water, cautiously apologized. Little adult, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. The infant, fuming, turned to glare at it. She understood that ghosts preferred to roam at night, but if it was its choice to wander, what business did it have with her? The specter thought to itself that it would wish for the infant to sleep soundly, so it could devour her whole. The infant was clever. Upon seeing the specter's astonished expression, she realized she may have misjudged. She relaxed her brows, her gaze curious as she scrutinized the guilty-looking specter. While I slumbered, what exactly were you plotting? The hairless specter, fearing to admit any ill intent, resolved to deny all accusations. It hastily concocted an explanation, pouring on the sincerity. Little adult, I was awakened by the rabbit-like creature who had blown up the little dark one. When I saw the gentleman retreating to the little dark room, I feared the rabbit-like creature might take advantage and harm him, so I wished to awaken you. Hua Sijun interjected softly, if you could not wake the infant, why not call me? The specter explained, because only the little adult can deal with a rabbit-like creature. Hua Siju remarked with a chuckle, that's not right. If the elder brother were to go, the rabbit-like creature could not harm him or our father. Hua Siqing comprehended his elder brother's implication, fixing a stern gaze on the hairless specter. Speak. Why did you flee from my brother's room to this one at such an ungodly hour? Hua Sijun added, you knew our father was away, leaving only the sleeping infant in the room. Finally, the infant understood. She straightened up, bursting from her elder brother's embrace, and marched toward the hairless specter. Under her imposing presence, the specter shrank to her size, retreating as it hastily explained. Little adult, I speak only the truth. The infant interrupted with her sweet voice. You wish to take the opportunity to devour me. Hua Chunling suddenly turned to Hua Siju, commanding, Siju, go downstairs and heat the oil. Hua Siqing, bewildered, asked, Dad, Are you hungry? Preparing for a midnight snack? Huo patted his confused younger brother on the shoulder, saying, "We are frying the ghost." Hearing the Huo family's conversation, the specter's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. The notion of an oil pot in the human realm was far too comforting, yet it feigned terror, pitifully pleading for mercy. "Mr. Hua, spare me. I swear I shall not dare again. I was wrong. I beg you to forgive me this once." Despite the specter's pleas, Huo Chunling took it down with the plunger and cast it into the bubbling oil. Having been pressed underwater for over an hour, the hairless specter now perceived itself as merely being sterilized in the oil pot. It felt utterly rejuvenated. Huo remarked, "Dad, why does it seem like it's bathing?" Huo encouraged, "Be confident. Just remove the seams." Huo cautioned, "Dad, this is a ghost. The oil pot will have no effect on it." Huo Chunling smiled gently. "Kai Kai." The infant giggled, extending her chubby little hand. With her soft, plump fingers, she gently snapped her fingers. With a soft crack, a faint blue flame flickered at her fingertips. Seeing the blue flame emerge, Huo quickly plastered the talismans given to him by Mingxiu onto the transparent pot lid. Slamming it shut, the hairless specter, realizing the blue flames were about to engulf it, was gripped by fear. It had no time to escape. Soon, the lid was filled with its anguished cries. The 9 nether ghost fire specifically for burning ghosts. Where did this infant in the human realm acquire such flames?